Groups united under the banner of the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front may or may not have ideological affinities with different communist states. Seen historically, the civil struggle in El Salvador has ebbed and intensified as grievances accumulate, popular mobilization threatens oligarchic power, and the oligarchy and its military allies repress suspected rebels, resist reform, and consolidate their own power. The Matanza of 1932, the crushing of the peasant uprising, clearly marked one phase of the struggle. Another began with the overthrow of the regime of General Humberto Romero in 1979 and the increase in rebel activity that followed. Overestimating its strength, the FMLN launched what its propaganda called a final offensive early in 1981 but failed to topple the ruling junta, which was aided by military support from the United States. But the insurgency stubbornly refused to fade away, since the basic conditions that gave rise to it, political repression and absence of meaningful social and economic reform, have not changed substantially. Now, at mid-decade, El Salvador may be in a period of a new intensification of struggle, in which the rebels and their supporters face a relentless air war. The guerrillas seem no longer able to engage the military in large unit combat. The territory under FMLN control is now subject to savage reprisals, as the Salvadoran military and their U.S. advisors seek to separate the guerrillas forcibly from the populace that gives them backing. This is strikingly reminiscent of the American resort to air power to weaken the link that the Vietnamese insurgents had forged with the peasantry in the countryside. Since early 1984, civilians in the countryside have been subject to indiscriminate attacks in conflict zones where the guerrillas are believed to enjoy significant support, as reported America's Watch, a human rights group based in Washington. In addition, the Salvadoran military is intensifying efforts to organize the civilian population within zones sealed off from the guerrillas. In order to win the hearts and minds of the people, to borrow a phrase much in use by the United States in Vietnam, psychological operations have been mounted to persuade civilians to collaborate with the army. For example, videos are shown to suspected guerrilla supporters and followed by discussions of FMLN sabotage. The guerrillas have responded to the air war and related counterinsurgency programs with a strategic shift of their own to a war of attrition in which small-scale guerrilla units engage in such operations as economic sabotage or political assassinations. As FMLN commander Joaquin Villalobos stated, the new policy, the struggle would be carried to the affluent neighborhoods of the capital city, and U.S. personnel would be included among the targets. Thus, in June 1985, a group of FMLN commandos attacked off-duty U.S. Marines in the posh Zona Rosa of San Salvador, killing 4 of them and a number of bystanders. In its new strategy, the rebel command has by no means ceded control of the countryside to their opponents. In the spring of 1985, they were able to conduct an elaborate international press conference in a remote village in the rebel-dominated province of Morazan, without apparent fear of the Salvadoran military. Does this switch in strategy indicate that the tide has turned against the guerrillas, and that the optimistic picture given out by U.S. Embassy briefing officers and Salvadoran military officials is a correct assessment? The answer must be a mixed one. The intensified air war has clearly hurt the rebels, yet many options remain. The rebels may be able to retain a measure of initiative by combining small-scale hit-and-run tactics in the countryside with operations in the city's highly visible demonstrations, strikes, and disruptions of public facilities. Above all, the guerrillas seem to be girding themselves for the long haul, convinced that time is on their side in any war of attrition. "We are in no hurry," remarked Commander Villalobos. "We can resist as long as necessary." 28 Stalemate in El Salvador. By N. Nelson. When in the fall of 1984 leftist guerrillas met with Salvadoran President José Napoleón Duarte in the mountain village of La Palma, hopes were raised that peace might be on the agenda after years of civil war. A year later, reporter James Lemoyne recorded his strong impression that exhaustion is gaining hold in a country that has. James Lemoyne, Salvador rebel vows to spread war, New York Times, July 7, 1985. Marvin E. Gettleman, interviews with Vittorio Broad, political counselor, James Steele, U.S. military advisor, and Ambassador Thomas Pickering, U.S. Embassy, San Salvador, January 8, 1985, interviews with General Carlos Eugenio Vides Casanova and General Adolfo Blandon, Salvadoran Military Headquarters, San Salvador, January 8, 1985. Los Angeles Times, March 28, 1985, as cited in Central America Bulletin, June 1985, 5. The long view was also expressed by an FMLN activist in commenting on the guerrilla force's decision, during the summer of 1985, to merge into one army. It may take a year, maybe 5 years, maybe even 10 years, to integrate the armies. This is a process. Lilford Krause, Salvador Rebels Unite, Woes Remain, Wall Street Journal, August 19, 1985. From Christianity and Crisis, July 22, 1985. Joined Northern Ireland and Lebanon as a land in which violence is normal. As an elderly Catholic priest who works with refugees put it, what one sees most of all is the suffering of the common people. They don't see an exit. There isn't an exit. Just as the announcement of the Salvadoran army that it had killed Joaquin Villalobos, senior military commander of the Salvadoran rebel movement, was later shown by Mr. Villalobos himself to have been premature, so too the optimistic claim in the spring of 1985 that the improved training of the Salvadoran military had the guerrillas on the ropes has been discredited by events. The guerrillas, for example, still had the capability to kill more than 40 Salvadoran soldiers in a single attack in October 1985. The stages of this endless, brutal war and its rules of engagement are traced by journalist N. Nelson, who has reported on Central America and the Caribbean since 1978 for a variety of media, including Life, the Los Angeles Times, The Nation, and the British Broadcasting Corporation. Her book on Puerto Rico, An Island Tragedy, was published by Ticknor and Fields in 1986. In 1985, for the first time in several years, the military stalemate between the Salvadoran government and the guerrillas has started to give way, in favor of the government. Yet the requiems for the revolution that are starting to appear in some publications are premature. The Reagan administration and its ally, President José Napoleón Duarte, have based their strategy and their claims to victory on the idea of defeating the guerrillas on the battlefield while racing to create a political center. But so far, nothing in their game plan has affected the country's old grievances of monopolized land ownership, low wages, and repression of civil liberties. These have gone largely unchanged since 1979, and indeed, since 1950. What has changed, and remains in a constant state of fluidity, is what military analysts call the rules of engagement. When Hercules wrestled Proteus, he was confounded to find that his opponent changed into a different creature with every round of the match. That is how Duarte must feel facing the Salvadoran left. For as soon as his army can credibly claim an upper hand militarily, he is faced with an event like the march in San Salvador on July 5. More than 20,000 peasants turned out to demand land reform measures that coincided with the guerrillas' platform, and which were clearly impossible for Duarte to deliver while maintaining his current working alliance with the military and the right. Only a few weeks earlier, his administration was caught up in the travails of a bitter strike by STIS, the Social Security Workers Union, which was active in one of the leftist mass organizations in the late 1970s. The strike made headlines in the U.S. only when members of government security forces mistakenly shot and killed other security force members raiding a hospital that had been occupied by the strikers. And only days earlier members of a small guerrilla group killed 4 U.S. Marine Embassy guards, among others, at a chic cafe in San Salvador. The march and the strike would have been impossible only a few years ago, when the military routinely opened fire on demonstrations and imprisoned or disappeared inconvenient union leaders. And the targeted killing of Americans lay outside the unwritten rules of engagement the FMLN guerrilla front has followed. Over the course of a long stalemate, the Salvadoran government changed the rules of chess and called it victory. The guerrillas are changing from one chessboard to another to show there has been no defeat. The strategic questions tend to get lost in the tactical discussions, but they still loom over the situation as a whole. Are there significantly greater numbers of people who feel their grievances can be addressed by peaceful means? Are their allegiances changing from one side to another? A look at the evolving patterns of the war suggests not. Fish in the sea. To understand the military course of the war, one must look first at the part social forces have played throughout. For the guerrillas, popular support is the single element essential for their survival, as they face an enemy receiving ever greater amounts of assistance from the United States. The unions, peasants, and radical Christians have been the underpinnings for their efforts. But the left also learned that to use these groups as instruments of political expression within the law was also to invite their repression, or destruction. For the past 5 years, leftist forces in El Salvador have alternated between striving for a military victory and periodically testing the waters of Duarte's new democracy. The course of the civil war in El Salvador to date can be broken down into 4 stages, and each can be defined by a characteristic relationship between the guerrillas and their civilian supporters on the one hand and the response of the government and the military on the other. The years from 1970 to 1979 were a period of gestation, in which left and center-left political forces experimented with elections only to have them usurped by the military. These forces gradually polarized between those who chose to play by the traditional political rules and those who threw in their lot with the guerrilla groups. The guerrilla insurgency had started out in 1970 with a split from the Communist Party, and built support from a base of Christian, union, and peasant organizations, also feeling frustration with the lack of means to change the status quo. The second stage, from late 1979 to January 1981, began when a clique of young military officers carried out a coup against the government of General Carlos Romero, largely to prevent a revolutionary victory along the lines of the Sandinista triumph in Managua the previous July. The second stage was marked by the brief and ambivalent period of grace granted by the left and center-left to the new government, by a drastic increase in anarchy and death squad activity in the capital, and by the beginning of large-scale army search and destroy missions in the countryside. The guerrilla organizations grew rapidly, and in January 1981 made an ill-fated attempt to seize power in the final offensive. Their defeat was due less to the government's popular support or the army's military capabilities, than to the guerrillas' lack of consolidated popular support and the fact that most of their supporters were not armed and incorporated into their military structure. The 1981 offensive, however, had the effect of drawing the attention of the United States to El Salvador as potentially the most dangerous trouble spot in the hemisphere. It earned a priority status in Washington through its violence that neither its poverty nor its coups had ever achieved. The third stage was brief but interesting. From 1981 to 1982 the guerrilla forces enjoyed an unprecedented prestige. The Reagan administration met the January offensive with a blast of its own propaganda whose virulence weakened its own credibility. When then Secretary of State Alexander Haig released a white paper on Soviet, Cuban, and Nicaraguan arms shipments to El Salvador, a number of publications ended up devoting as much space to debunking its hyperbole and criticizing its methodological shortcuts as to reporting its findings. International relations also flourished for the Salvadoran left over this period. A strong new socialist government in France and a not yet collapsed Mexican economy were responsible for the French-Mexican Peace Initiative, which dealt with the Salvadoran guerrillas as a legitimate army in a civil war instead of a band of terrorists. Meanwhile, support for the Sandinistas continued to run very high in the Socialist International and Democratic Latin America, and the extent to which the Sandinista revolution seemed to have chances for long-standing success reflected well on the aspirations of the Salvadoran revolutionaries. Following their military setback of January 1981, the guerrillas regrouped and developed a strategy that depended on the use of liberated zones. These were areas in the northern third of the country where civilian support for the guerrillas ran high. The guerrillas made use of the civilian population to supply a much-needed logistical base. After all, the guerrillas could easily keep up their stock of guns and boots, routinely stripping them from army soldiers and comrades alike who had fallen in battle. but it was harder for the guerrillas to supply themselves with food, living quarters, and other necessities on a regular basis. In large stretches of the northern provinces of Morazan, Quetzaltenango, and Cabanas, and major pockets in the central regions of Guazapa, San Vicente, and Usulután, entire communities participated in the guerrilla war effort. Farmers grew crops for the guerrillas, their wives cooked meals, their children served as scouts and messengers, and often their older sons and daughters fought alongside them. The liberated zones had another advantage for the guerrillas: they were living proof of active civilian support. As the Sandinistas demonstrated, a military force does not give a civilian population access to arms unless it trusts the population not to turn the arms against the military. A cleaned-up capital. The guerrillas were badly in need of such proof. The government forces had devoted their strength to securing the economically vital South, especially the capital. The kinds of strikes, marches, and acts of civil disobedience that the left and center-left had depended upon during the 1970s were now impossible. Security forces and death squads had disappeared church, peasant, and labor leaders who pressed publicly for radical social change. The aim was to decapitate Cdescahazar, the leftist movements, by depriving them of leadership. In the short term, it worked. The capital looked clean to the new embassy personnel and press corps. The Americans would come to El Salvador, work the capital and the army-controlled highways, and see little sign that the guerrillas even existed as a political force, a perception reflected and mutually reinforced in the round of briefings, cables, and press reports. Surviving leaders who had been active within the political sphere went into exile or joined the military forces in the mountains. Overall, then, international support for the political goals of the FDR/FMLN and, to a large degree, its own internal morale depended on the sense of well-developed communities within the liberated zones, where something that verged on a network of provisional local governments was taking shape, complete with judiciary and constabulary services and facilities for religious and educational activities. The Reagan administration was well aware of the guerrillas' gains in international diplomatic terms and support in the countryside, and their losses in the cities. The fourth stage of the war, which began gradually with the Constituent Assembly elections of March 1982, was designed to eliminate the guerrillas' strengths and intensify their weaknesses. At the same time, the administration looked at the most highly publicized complaints against the Salvadoran army and government and set about rehabilitating their images. The first part of the strategy was to give El Salvador a democratically elected government, without weakening the military power of the army or the economic power of the elite, both of which were seen as crucial to the country's stability. The elections were held in 3 tiers: Constituent Assembly in 1982, Presidential in 1984, and Legislative Assembly in 1985. Christian Democrat leader José Napoleón Duarte was the key figure in the elections, using his The Civil War 221 rapidly fading past reputation as a reformer to win a broad-based support, but soft-pedaling his former concerns for human rights and land reform to avoid angering the military on the one hand and the oligarchs on the other. The next step of the Reagan administration's plan was to reshape the Salvadoran military. This was a vital and difficult task. Defense analysts had long taken a dim view of the prospects of U.S. troops fighting in El Salvador, and diplomats and military advisors alike looked back to Vietnam and decided the problem was not Vietnamizing the war soon enough. In El Salvador, Salvadorizing the war meant Americanizing the Salvadoran army. The only army methods of counterinsurgency were clumsy and ineffective. They entailed moving several thousand troops into a guerrilla-held area for a sweep, which usually resulted in guerrillas escaping on foot to fight another day on their own terms. The high casualty figures largely represented civilian deaths. This brought international and press criticism on human rights grounds and created blood enemies among the victims' survivors. The Salvadoran army ran on a cult of cruelty. In 1981, a frustrated U.S. military advisor told me that he couldn't get it through the Salvadoran officers' heads that it was bad for morale when they routinely beat their troops. The U.S. trained the Salvadoran officers' corps on an unprecedented scale. The 55 military trainers in residence in El Salvador worked on site, while hundreds of Salvadorans traveled north for training in the States. Slowly, field tactics began to change. Battalions were broken down into smaller units in the attempt to make them more mobile, helping them to adopt the most profitable conventions of guerrilla warfare, and incidentally reducing the officers' opportunities for plunder presented in the large-scale transport of troops and logistical support. Human rights training was stressed, largely for the sake of a payoff in terms of public relations. If peasants knew they would not be massacred if they turned themselves in, the guerrillas could be deprived of important support in the countryside, and the guerrillas themselves might desert in increasing numbers. Just as importantly, the U.S. led the Salvadorans to take the war off the ground and into the air, greatly updating and nearly doubling the capacity of the Salvadoran Air Force, training pilots in the use of A-37s loaded with 500 and 750-pound bombs, as well as in machine gunning. U.S. military advisors boasted that their students were capable of distinguishing civilians from guerrillas from the air, and could conduct surgical bombing. Morale in the Salvadoran armed forces rose dramatically. Lifting the lid. Appearances were not neglected. After a series of negative press reports on the extreme right and political killings, Vice President George Bush visited El Salvador to read the riot act to the death squads, whose activities instantly 228 dropped to a fraction of their former levels. The security forces, the National Guard, National Police, and dreaded Treasury Police were deemphasized, while the long-neglected Salvadoran Navy and Air Force were boosted to new importance. But putting an official damper on the death squads and extrajudicial killings also opened the door for public political activities that had not been possible since 1980. The National University was reopened. Opposition labor leaders nervously rented new offices and leftist clergy experimented with keeping regular hours. Part of the government's new strategy was to deprive the guerrillas of their civilian support, not necessarily by killing them, but by deliberately creating a large new refugee population. More than 20% of El Salvador's population of 5 million has already been displaced by the war, and refugees are continuing to steam into camps across the country. The U.S. Agency for International Development has earmarked $120 million over the next 3 years for Salvadoran refugee programs that are often in competition, rather than collaboration, with ongoing Catholic and Protestant church efforts. Salvadoran Catholic spokesmen have accused the United States and aid of politicizing the refugee situation for military means. Now, more than ever, the civil war in El Salvador is defined as a battle for hearts and minds. U.S. military advisors express confidence that within the year, their counterinsurgency methods will reduce the guerrillas to just a bunch of bandits in the hills. Yet embassy officials freely admit that they have no magic solutions to what they call El Salvador's unviable economy, which is based on the production of export crops that are worth less and less on the world market. The stillborn land reform is not being displayed as a showcase for reporters anymore, and the presence of 20,000 peasant protesters on the street further undermines its public relations value. The U.S. response to El Salvador's inequitable distribution of wealth has been to apply a dose of Reaganomics to the country's economy. Wages have been frozen since 1980 in the attempt to promote exports, and workers are still waiting for the trickle-down. And Duarte has attempted to monopolize the meaning of democracy. When he holds elections, that is democracy. When peasants march and unions strike, he declares that they are using the political characteristics of democracy to destabilize democracy. If they want to use the public space, they can do it, but they want to function within an anti-democratic space. That is the phenomenon I cannot permit. It cannot be denied that the policies of the Reagan administration and the Duarte government have created certain political structures that are new to Salvadoran society, and that could be democratic in their function. But, as Duarte's quote demonstrates, those structures have been created on the condition that they can be monopolized by forces that exclude the left. For Duarte, democracy is a static and rigid convention that exists to shut the commune. The Civil War. 229. Nissaut, not an organic system of government that adjusts to the social forces within it. So long as the Reagan administration and the Duarte government define all opposition as communists and bandits, they undermine what little chance for long-term stability the Salvadoran government may have. The war in El Salvador is far from over, and until the social base of the government is truly broadened, the chessboard will continue to be littered with fallen knights and pawns. 29. The escalation of the air war, a congressional view. By Representative Jim Leach, Representative George Miller, and Senator Mark O. Hatfield. The air war being waged by the Salvadoran military against villages suspected of being sympathetic to the guerrillas is hauntingly evocative of Vietnam. Just as it did in Southeast Asia, terror from the air has created vast numbers of refugees in El Salvador. During a recent 8-month period, more than 100,000 were driven from their homes, the equivalent in the United States of more than 4 million, many forcibly rounded up and removed by the Salvadoran army. A 1985 New York Times article by correspondent James Lemoyne supports the conclusion that in 1983 and 1984 the Air Force engaged in indiscriminate attacks on defenseless civilians. Not being in a position to be an eyewitness, Lemoyne finds it difficult to evaluate the effectiveness of the stricter rules of aerial engagement issued by President José Napoleon Duarte in September 1984. But whether discriminate or indiscriminate, depopulation of the countryside is a reality. Some have suggested that this is not a side effect but the very purpose of the bombardment. Gorilla fish cannot swim in an empty sea. The congressional authors of this report do not approve of the use to which American aid has been put, and elsewhere they suggest that the air war not be funded and that the United States seek a political, not a military, solution in El Salvador. In a personal inspection, later in the year, of a number of small villages near the Honduran border, Lemoyne concluded that in depopulated areas inhabited almost exclusively by guerrillas and their civilian supporters, the armed forces appear to bend the rules governing bombing of towns and destruction of property. Further evidence of indiscriminacy is a statement in January 1985 by Colonel Sigifredo Ochoa, a top Salvadoran commander, that he has established in Quetzaltenango free fire zones. In addition, the Salvadoran Armed Forces Press Office admits to using bombing operations to soften up contested areas. See Congressional Record, March 6, 1985, E787. This section analyzes in more details the direct war-related aid category, and by doing so describes the overall U.S. strategy reflected by that aid. In describing the uses of the aid, it reveals a step-by-step escalation of a strategy for a military victory, and shows that our original attempt to expand and upgrade the Salvadoran army has broadened and deepened, resulting in a counterinsurgency strategy, reminiscent of Vietnam, of aerial bombardment and air mobile assault, which has heightened casualties among the civilian population. This section also shows that a once fairly simple strategy of getting the army out of the barracks to fight in small mobile units has become a vastly more sophisticated and technological one, requiring increased U.S. involvement in providing both funds and equipment, and consequently involving U.S. personnel more directly in combat-related activities. Step 1. Expanding the Army. Since the U.S. initiated its war-related aid program in FY81, the size of the Salvadoran Army and security forces has grown from a combined strength of 12,000 in 1980 to 42,000 in 1984. This nearly fourfold expansion has been accomplished through the massive training, arming and equipping of Salvadoran soldiers, using U.S. funds. Of the roughly 30,000 members of the Army, 19,000 have been trained with U.S. military aid. Another 7,000 have been trained with U.S. funds but are no longer active in the Army. Among the units trained were 6 immediate reaction battalions, 8 mid-sized battalions and 1 100 battalions. In order to train this many soldiers without exceeding the limit of U.S. trainers in El Salvador, the U.S. military trained large numbers of Salvadorans at the Regional Military Training Center in Honduras, beginning in 1983. Some 100 Green Berets from the U.S. Special Forces were stationed at CRAMS, training primarily newly formed Salvadoran units. The expansion of the Army has meant a change in the number and role of U.S. advisors in El Salvador. The executive branch's ongoing assurances to Congress that at no time are there more than 55 U.S. trainers in El Salvador are true only if one overlooks changes in how the 55 are counted. In 1981, 9 members of the U.S. military group at the U.S. Embassy were counted as part of the 55, in 1984, the 1-1-16. The Civil War 231. Milgroup members were not counted as part of the total. Similarly excluded from the 55-man cap are 20 to 25 medical trainers sent in 1984, private U.S. contract personnel providing maintenance services on U.S.-supplied aircraft, and members of the Defense Attaché's office, whose staff has quadrupled from an average of 6 in 1981 to 26 in early 1984. Also not included are the several hundred members of a U.S. intelligence battalion based in Honduras who regularly fly missions over El Salvador to gather battlefield intelligence. Changes in the numbers of U.S. advisors have been accompanied by a relaxation on the rules governing their deployment in El Salvador. As the expanded armed forces moved more frequently into the countryside, U.S. personnel increased their direct supporting role. In 1981, U.S. military personnel were restricted to secure areas near San Salvador, but by 1984, operational planning and assistance teams of 2 to 3 trainers had been stationed in each of El Salvador's 6 Army Brigade headquarters throughout the country, assisting commanders in management and planning, and even moving with the headquarters during field operations. Similarly, as recently as July 1983, 3 trainers were relieved from duty for traveling by helicopter over a combat zone, yet by October 1984, the head of the U.S. Milgroup and several trainers flew into the heart of rebel territory during an air mobile assault, and remained at the command post overnight. Finally, U.S. personnel began to increase their aerial reconnaissance role. An Army intelligence battalion of several hundred members began to fly reconnaissance missions in OV-1 observation craft from Honduras over El Salvador. U.S. Air Force C-130s flew similar flights from Howard Air Base in Panama, and CIA flights, such as the one from Salvador's Ilopango Air Base which killed 4 Americans in the fall of 1984, also probably perform battlefield reconnaissance. Throughout the 1981 to 1984 period of Army expansion and increasing U.S. involvement, the size of the rebel force also expanded from roughly 2 to 3,000 in 1980 to 9 to 11,000 in late 1984. The rebels have continued to hit economic targets such as bridges and power lines, and for the most part have managed to avoid fixed battle with the Army, succeeding instead in melting away and regrouping for their next operation. Step 2. The National Campaign Plan, or pacification. In the summer of 1983, the Salvadoran Army initiated a program known as the National Campaign, a model pacification backed by the U.S. Milgroup and patterned after a component of U.S. strategy from the Vietnam War. The National Campaign was devised to implement a new, aggressive style of counterinsurgency. Instead of fighting a 9-to-5 war, the Army would saturate the countryside with constant day and night patrols. Instead of sending thousands, 232, of troops into battle against guerrilla forces, only to withdraw when the operation was over, the Army would clear and hold a rebel-held area. Enhanced security would then permit peasants to return to their homes, plant crops, and revive the economy. Security would be maintained by organizing civilians into civil defense patrols loyal to the government. Civic action and public works projects would also be instituted in an attempt to gain public support. The national campaign was given its trial run in San Vicente province, under the name Operation Wellbeing, and was judged so crucial to overall policy that U.S. military strategists declared that we will win or lose on this operation. The small units and civic action crews moved into San Vicente in June of 1983, but rebel forces evacuated the area, again resisting combat on the Army's terms. A number of civic action projects were initiated, but by the end of the year, Operation Wellbeing was faltering. Rebel forces returned to San Vicente in August, inflicting substantial casualties on Army troops and hurting morale. A rebel offensive in other provinces in September drew off most of the crack troops stationed in San Vicente, leaving behind second-tier forces which reverted to the same kind of behavior that the Americans say had cost them the initiative in the past, digging in rather than advancing by small night patrols and often giving up weapons in the face of unexpectedly fierce guerrilla attacks. U.S. financed civic action projects, including the reopening of schools and roads, continued to go forward in a number of areas, but largely at the sufferance of rebel commanders also trying to win the loyalty of the peasants. By December of 1984, only 3 of the 33 municipalities in El Salvador asked to form civil defense units had complied with the order. U.S. Ambassador Thomas Pickering assessed Operation Well-Being in December 1983, in these words, "The Army has not shown the capacity to deal with the counter-offensive and the area of the plan. We had said that was a clear test." The floundering program in San Vicente led to another shift in Salvadoran warfighting tactics. Salvadoran commanders turned away from the small units proposed by U.S. strategists, and reverted to more conventional sweep operations through rebel zones involving large numbers of government troops. At the same time, the aerial bombing of rebel-contested zones surged. The stepped-up air war appeared to have 2 complementary objectives: to disrupt the rebels' ability to mass for attack, and to drive civilians out of areas in the countryside that the rebels controlled or contested, thereby denying the rebels a base of logistical support. Step 3, the air war. Aerial bombardment and intensification of aerial bombardment of rural areas in the 5 northeastern provinces where the rebels were most active began in late 1983, as the National, the Civil War 233 campaign of pacification was winding down. According to Pentagon figures, average flying hours for IH helicopters and A-37 strike aircraft. The core of El Salvador's air attack capability increased by over 220 hours per month between July 1983 and February 1984. IH flight hours increased 60%, and A-37 flight hours increased 68%. Britain's Jane's Defense Weekly also reported an increase in A-37 air strikes, citing U.S. military sources for a figure of 227 airstrikes in all of 1983, versus 74 airstrikes in the month of June 1984, alone. Air attacks from LHS were especially heavy during the election period of March-May 1984, when helicopters were flying at 3 to 4 times their previous frequency. The stated aim was to enhance security for the elections. U.S. officials categorically deny that U.S. personnel have in any way advised or encouraged the Salvadoran Air Force to bomb rebel zones to disrupt life there and drive out civilians. But while there is no direct evidence that U.S. advisors encouraged the strategy, there is little doubt that U.S. aid provided the ways and means to carry it out. Through U.S. military aid, El Salvador received 7 A-37s since 1982, and $1.2 million worth of 500 and 750-pound iron bombs. Beginning in 1982, the U.S. also provided the nose rods to convert the iron bombs to anti-personnel fragmentation devices that explode in the air. U.S. intelligence may also have helped to pinpoint bombing targets. The step-up in bombing raids by the Salvadoran Air Force coincided with published reports that U.S. pilots were flying reconnaissance missions out of bases in Honduras and Panama. The executive branch denies that there is any indiscriminate bombing, and asserts the A-37 pilots have developed near-surgical precision in their bomb deliveries. These assertions have been challenged by a growing body of evidence from U.S. journalists, both Salvadoran and U.S. independent monitors of the war, and President Duarte himself, who last September actually issued new regulations to the Air Force to minimize damage to civilians and encourage respect for human rights. The core of the problem appears to lie in the Salvadoran officers' failure to distinguish between civilians and guerrillas in zones of conflict. This failure is reflected in the remarks of a Salvadoran officer who, explaining an incident where 42 peasants died, said there are no people living in those hamlets, only terrorists. But perhaps the most direct evidence of the effect of the bombing is its contribution to the swelling population of displaced persons, displaced persons registered by the Red Cross in zones of conflict increased from 80,000 to 105,000 between January and July of 1984, and displaced persons in government-controlled areas rose from 262,000 to 342,000 from November 1983 to May 1984. In less than 8 months, over 100,000 civilians were driven from their homes. While the increase in aerial bombardment appears to have hurt the rebels. 234. In certain ways, such as making it riskier for them to mass for attack, the view that the strategy could actually be counterproductive was reflected in a classified report to the Pentagon by a team headed by retired Major General John Singlaub. Dropping 500-pound bombs on insurgents is not the way to go, said Gen. Singlaub. There is a need for very discriminate firepower. Air mobile assault with the rebels somewhat dislocated by the effects of aerial bombardment. An expansion and escalation of the air war has taken place, known as air mobile assault. Air mobile assault is designed to keep the rebels on the run through unexpected helicopter assaults in rebel zones, and eventually to wear them down to a small number of rural bandits who pose no substantial military threat. The air mobile concept was initiated in 1984, with the approval by Congress of vastly increased military assistance. FY84 and FY85 military assistance totaling $328 million has allowed the Salvadoran Armed Forces to almost triple the number of helicopters in its inventory from 19 in January of 1984 to 46 by the end of the year. The increase in the number of helicopters is intended to support the air cavalry technique used widely in Vietnam, in which government troops make surprise raids into guerrilla areas or rapidly reinforce troops under attack. As the New York Times described it, to catch the guerrillas, the Army is developing long-range reconnaissance patrols of 10 to 20 men. The patrols are trained to enter guerrilla areas to gather intelligence and carry out ambushes at night. With a fleet of 40 to 50 helicopters, the Army is expected to be able to send small patrols to make contact with the guerrillas and immediately reinforce them by air with a 500 to 800 man battalion. As part of the air assault capability, the U.S. has begun providing AC-47 gunships, equipped with 3 pilot-controlled .50 caliber machine guns. The guns, which can deliver up to 1,500 rounds per minute, represent a significant increase in the firepower of the Salvadoran Army. It is unclear whether this air mobile assault technique can actually overcome the rebels. It may enhance the mobility of the army to the point that the rebels are permanently on the run. On the other hand, the army may rely on the increased technology too much, and revert to its traditional behavior of stressing firepower from a safe distance rather than aggressive small unit tactics. In addition, helicopter operations are riddled with problems. First, they are vulnerable to ground fire. Last winter, 28 soldiers died when 2 helicopters collided while trying to avoid rebel ground fire, and could become more vulnerable if the rebels acquire the SAM-7 handheld missiles they are. The Civil War 235. More to be seeking. Second, it is far from clear that the expanded helicopter fleet can be successfully operated and maintained. Helicopter maintenance is a logistical nightmare. Last July, for example, roughly half were grounded at one time. Third, the complexity of the maintenance might require U.S. military or contract personnel to oversee. Fourth, there is a shortage of trained Salvadoran pilots and co-pilots to operate them. And finally, they are likely to increase human rights abuses, as Salvadoran troops continue to fail to discriminate between civilians and guerrillas in rebel-contested zones, as proven by recent instances. The 3 separate strategies which have been pursued since 1981 to achieve a military victory over the Salvadoran guerrillas have each failed to achieve their desired result. In spite of increased U.S. financial aid and increased U.S. involvement of personnel, conditions within El Salvador continue to deteriorate. The number of displaced people grows daily. The number of civilian casualties increases, and threatens to worsen under increased aerial assaults. And finally, official estimates of the number of rebels have climbed steadily, from 2,000, to 4 to 6,000, to 9 to 1,000, and now, in the most recent interview at the end of 1984, 10, 12, 13, 14,000. 30 living under El Salvador's air war carried by Mary Jo McConaughey. According to Chris Hedges, former Salvadoran correspondent for the Christian Science Monitor, the bombing of guerrilla strongholds in Cuscatlán, Quetzaltenango, and Morazán provinces by A-37s now occurs 3 times a day. Moreover, according to Vicky Kemper, bombing is more sophisticated. Bombs are designed to explode a yard or two above the ground, thereby extending the range of shrapnel, leading to more injuries, death, and property destruction. Mary Jo McConaughey, an editor of Pacific News Service, describes, in 2 reports, what life is like in guerrilla-controlled territory. Air attacks and hunger are shrinking the civilian population of this mountain zone. The people here are guerrilla supporters Mosses, and this has long been a stronghold of the rebel Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front. FMLN officials and civilian popular power authorities say they have been sending out the old, the very sick and some families with many children to refugee camps and other locations in government-controlled zones for the last several months. The exodus, they say, is partly also in response to increased government operations on the ground. And some of the Mosses, rebel officials admit, have left without permission. The several thousand peasant Mosses who remain are subject to bombing and gunfire from the air when there is no apparent combat situation. During 5 days near here in February, 2 North American reporters were forced to take cover from air attacks on 3 occasions. Peasants are also finding it increasingly difficult to feed themselves. On walks through the area, each lasting several hours, reporters observed fruit groves, a cornfield and other pieces of land which appeared to have been recently burned. In several cases, residents claimed that government troops had set fire to their fields deliberately. In some cases, they said, fires started after bombs fell. Residents of 3 hamlets reported that soldiers destroyed stores of corn amounting to several hundred pounds. Corn is a staple of the rural diet. If they did not destroy the fields, we would have sufficient food to feed ourselves, said Francisco Valle, 44, the civilian official responsible for agricultural production in the La Cruz hamlet near here. Peasants here work both for themselves and for the guerrillas. They spend 3 days on their own fields, and 3 days without pay on communal fields whose products are given to guerrilla units, and to community members such as teachers or medics. Now, Valle said, so many fields have been burned that all stores are being shared with those who lost crops, shrinking everyone's share of food. The International Committee of the Red Cross has tried to deliver emergency food to 2 towns in this zone. But the regional Salvadoran army commander has forbidden this on the grounds that the food would go to the guerrillas, according to an informed source. The Civil War 237. Merchants of THIRD-WORLDISM, a town of 8,000, about 4 hours walk from here, have complained to military authorities of a similar incident as they were bringing in stock. In early February they were stopped by national police at a roadblock 17 kilometers from THIRD-WORLDISM. There they were forced to give up all but a minimum of goods and accused of supplying guerrillas. These charges seem to be borne out by San Salvador Archbishop Arturo Rivera y Damas, who announced in his February 17 Sunday homily that military authorities in the neighboring zone of Quetzaltenango were impeding the delivery by Caritas of emergency food supplies to the civilian population who urgently need them. Caritas is the charity organization of the El Salvadoran Bishops' Conference. Armed Forces spokesman denied the Archbishop's claim, and said that it interests the armed forces more than anyone that help should reach countrymen who suffer the torments of this war, imposed by international communism. Given the difficulties of continuing to live in a zone under fire, what is surprising is that peasants stay at all. According to census figures provided by local popular power authorities, the number of Mosses is down by 1/3 to 1/2 in the last year to 18 months. Those who remain may not be easily convinced to abandon the mountains. A majority of the dozens interviewed said they would die first before leaving. Our strength comes from the faith we have in changing the system we used to live under, said Freddie, 23, secretary of the civilian directorate in a hamlet called San Antonio. His work includes going house to house to solicit food for families which run out of supplies or find them destroyed. We have a school, a store, and food production, and we're not peons any longer on someone else's land, Freddie said. We built that structure. You can't buy that. We are sending people out because we are hoarding up, preparing for a worse time yet, said another young civilian, the governor of the easternmost of three sub-zones which make up the FMLN's Central Front. Some who have been encouraged to leave, however, refuse to go. My parents say they don't want to leave their children and grandchildren here, said Tonio Vanegas, 33, of La Craiba, the local civilian security officer. After the last army operation, he said, his mother Carmen, 70, lost her left arm when she exploded a mine planted on a path from her house to a water trough. Other residents said there had been several explosions of mines or grenades left by the army over the last few months involving nylon trip lines. These were camouflaged, they claim, wrapped in corn husk leaves or tamale leaves and left on the ground. It was not possible to verify the reports independently. Day by day, what seems to grind the nerves is the air war. One morning reporters woke to the sound of an exploding mine or mortar, which residents 238 agreed was far away. Yet within 20 minutes all had scattered, alarmed at the sound of aircraft heading for their home jet, and hid as rockets, bombs, and machine gun fire covered the area for about half an hour. The next morning at another hamlet, an 02 spotter plane flew low over houses, then as children ran into shelters dug a few feet away returned to fire rockets. There had been no sounds of combat before or after the attack. The peasants here say what they fear most are the ground operations by the Salvadoran army and U.S. trained elite battalions. These bring up to thousands of government troops into the area for days, even weeks, at a time. Such moves used to come once every month or two, they say, but recently they occur about every 2 weeks. At those times, peasants flee to mountain caves or other hiding places with as much food as they can carry, and wait for the operation to end. By the time the first jet appeared, screaming over the top of the mountain from the north, peasants here were already running for cover in every direction. Juga! Yelled a 60-year-old named Joaquin, as he dived behind a wall of stones, using the local word for a US-made ground assault jet. At the same moment, the first bomb exploded close enough to shake the ground under the some 150 inhabitants of this hamlet, their faces pressed into the quaking dirt. Only about 50 miles northeast of the modern, bustling capital of San Salvador, a small nation within a nation of pro-rebel civilians is trying to conduct its own separate system of education, healthcare, and farm production, all in dangerous accommodation with the air war. Classes are held in a bombed-out house a few feet away from 2 of the thousands of tattoos that pepper these hills, caves where children can run to shelter during an air attack. During a 5-day visit to the area, reporters saw farmers going into the fields on only 3 days. On the other 2 there was bombing, and peasants stayed close to home to be ready for quick evacuation. To watch the peasants slapping additional layers of earth on their shelters in hope of protection against the Army's new Hughes 500 helicopter miniguns, which spray some 6,000 bullets a minute, or to see them rush to snatch drying clothes from tree branches at the sound of approaching aircraft which can pick out the colors that signal human habitation from thousands of feet, is to see that this fight has something of David and Goliath about it. Yet, after some 2.5 years of escalating air war, peasants seem to have found a way to have with the giant. The artifacts of daily life certainly indicate there is a war going on. The handle of a homemade knife turns out to be a finely crafted, large-caliber machine gun shell. Small children play house in a sturdy wood box dropped during a recent operation, its markings, in English, announcing 40mm shells from Tennessee. The Civil War 239. Safe conduct passes *3 by 6-inch mimeographed sheets inviting guerrillas and their supporters to give up, signed by Army Chief of Staff Col. Adolfo Blandon, and dropped by the hundreds from aircraft during one of the new psychological operations efforts are used as bathroom tissue. Even within the terror that is a sudden air attack, certain apparently well-practiced routines are set in motion. On the morning the jets came, villagers first lay low where they were as bombs and rockets hit nearby for about 10 minutes, all miraculously missing people, small houses, and camouflaged shelters. When the planes flew toward a distant, isolated road where an explosion had been heard, residents grabbed a few necessities and ran down a grassy mountain slope to the safety of a natural grotto, well hidden from the air. In the grotto, one could make a quick sketch of the community. Marisol, 38, a local officer of the women's organization associated with the Farabundo Marti National Liberation Front, the FMLN, was caught at the grotto with her water jug and stayed, hugging the moist stone walls in fear. There is Raul, the serious 24-year-old governor of the subzone, running by with a plastic bag stuffed with notebooks full of hand-printed records, census, and production figures which he will hide further down the trail in a tattoo. Moments later, he is followed by a breathless Roberto Aguilar, a teacher who had come here 2 weeks before from another FMLN area to reorganize the tiny school and start an adult literacy class. He carried a package of workbooks under each arm. Last came Jesus, the small, soft-spoken medic, a brown day pack containing the town's entire dispensary in one hand, a guitar in the other. At the grotto, 19-year-old Maribel, 8 months pregnant, held fast to the metal corn grinder she had quickly dismantled. Others smoked furiously, but Maribel politely refused a cigarette, saying it was bad for her health. At first glance, peasants seem no less terrified than a visitor who is experiencing the explosions and confusion of aircraft on all sides for the first time. In fact, however, those who stay in these mountains have learned to live with the air war in a certain way. They often call the planes and helicopters animals, and seem to have developed almost a sixth sense for their distinctive sounds, capabilities, and limitations. For instance, no one runs at the first pass of an 02 spotter plane. If it loops or changes course, however, residents scatter for protection from the rockets which inevitably follow. They know the schedules of commercial airhunters, and rarely confuse them with an oncoming jet attack. And even children can recount certain rules, as Amilcar, 14, did at the grotto. For helicopters with machine guns, keep the 240 house between you and the asterisk animal, but for A-37s, get away from the house. Peasants say one thing they dread is being caught alone and unaware by an aircraft, and not freezing fast enough. They claim government aircraft will attack anything that moves in a guerrilla-controlled zone. Government officials have denied there are free fire zones. 2 reporters attempting to leave the FMLN-controlled zone on their own experienced an incident that would seem to corroborate the peasants' claim. Walking on an open stretch of the little-used road between the towns of Chinkara and Tijutpaki, well inside the guerrilla zone, reporter Peter Cattle of the Albuquerque Journal and I took cover at the sound of approaching aircraft. There had been no sounds or signs of combat, and we had seen no one else on or alongside the road. We remained pinned down by rocket and machine gun fire from 2 airplanes for about 10 minutes. When the planes departed, we walked as quickly as the heat and terrain allowed, still hearing no sounds of combat and encountering no one else on the road until we reached the outskirts of the government-controlled zone, 1.5 hours later. 31 The Invisible War on the Environment Carried by Gar Smith. Not only does the air war exact a frightful human toll, but as one might expect to learn in a publication of the Friends of the Earth, its ecological effects are devastating as well. Gar Smith, formerly with Friends of the Earth, is a freelance writer in Berkeley. Natural resources are a specific target of military action, writes Mexican researcher Maria del Carmen Rojas Canales. Bombs, napalm, white phosphorus, she states in her report Ecological Effects of the War in El Salvador, are used against both civilian populations and vegetation. El Salvador, which has lost much of its rich and diversified forests to agriculture and cattle ranching, now faces a new threat from the air and ground war. Native plant species like the chico zapote, cinquillo, and cabeza de muerto are on the path to extinction. Rubber trees and willows are threatened. El Salvador lies at the same latitude as Vietnam, and, like Vietnam, has a hot, humid climate favoring mangrove swamps and tropical forests. Unlike Vietnam, El Salvador has served for millennia as a land bridge and a zone of fauna filtration *, retarding the migration of mammals from North America to South America. Native wildlife now falling under the pressures of troop movements and bombardment includes forest-dwelling sloths, tiger cats, howling monkeys, iguanas, and deer. In addition, El Salvador is part of the Great Central American Refuge that serves as a wintering home for millions of migrating North American songbirds, tanagers, warblers, kingbirds, and vireos. More than 150 species of North American birds are dependent on a rainforest refuge, which has lost 75% of its cover in the last 3 decades. Some environmentalists have warned that development pressures could eradicate the remaining rainforests before the end of the century. Already scientists have noticed fewer songbirds returning in the spring migrations. How the war is killing the land. One of the departments most affected is that of Cuscatlan, both because of the type of arms used and the intensity of the attacks, reports Rojas Canales. Cuscatlan is largely semi-evergreen rainforest with croplands devoted to corn, beans, sugar cane, zapote, mamey, mango, nispero, nance, and marañón. The types of attacks are bombing with napalm and white phosphorus, 200-pound bombs, burning of cane plantations and destruction of coffee crops. It can be inferred, Rojas Canales observes, that many of the fruit trees were damaged by bomb fragments, making way for diseases caused by bacteria and fungi, principally. Presumably similar damage has been done in the natural forest areas. The effect of incendiary weapons would tend to diminish plant cover and lead to soil erosion, which would be accelerated due to the heavy rainfall of the area. Beyond the problem of erosion, the entire ecological balance is damaged by extinguishing the primary producers that serve as food and refuge for many other organisms such as rodents, many birds, and other creatures which, if not of commercial interest, do contribute to the maintenance of the balance of the ecosystem. War-caused fires in the pine oak forests provoke changes in the composition and the structure of the ecological communities. Many forests of this type die, because they cannot reproduce and perpetuate. The forests then decline into secondary scrub forests or grasslands. This leads to aggravated erosion, the drying up of natural springs, water pollution, floods, filling up of reservoirs and dust storms. If the war continues and intensifies the use of conventional as well as chemical weapons, Rojas Canales concludes, the deterioration could reach a point that would impede the recuperation of ecosystems even in the medium term. There would be zones that, as in the case of Vietnam, would be unusable for more than 50 years. 242. Bombs, bullets, and bats. In March of 1985, Gus Newport, the mayor of Berkeley, California, attempted to visit Berkeley's sister city of San Antonio Los Ranchos in Quetzaltenango province. The city had been nearly destroyed by a bombing raid in the fall of 1983, shortly after Berkeley announced its sister city affiliation. Newport and his colleague, Diane Green of an organization called New El Salvador Today, never reached their goal. In the middle of their cross-country hike, their party came under a government air attack. Newport and Green huddled in a dark bunker with a dozen terrified children as the rockets pounded the village they had taken shelter in. One rocket destroyed a nearby home, killing the family of one cowering inside. The army is destroying fields and homes. They have destroyed anything that is for living, Newport told a press conference upon his return. Fighting back tears, Newport confided his fears that he might never see again many of the friends he had made during his visit to Quetzaltenango. Diane Green brought back vivid memories of the environmental havoc that's raging over the countryside. We observed lots of land that had been burned by mortars. They can start fires which can burn for days, Green recalled. The army drops incendiary rockets, gasoline rockets. We saw lots of land, acres and acres that had been charred. Green repeated the charge that the Salvadoran army routinely destroys crops. When the Salvadoran army invades, she stated, they always burn the crops and destroy the water pipes in the villages. They cut down the fruit trees, kill the cows, destroy all the tools they find. Fishing boats are sunk. Both Newport and Green reported seeing many people suffering from malnutrition as well as machine gun wounds. There is no dairy protein for the children where the army has killed the cattle and milk cows. This is what counterinsurgency is all about, says Christina Courtwright. The government has tried very hard to destroy the means of subsistence of the people in the countryside. They have intentionally destroyed crops and homes. Dead bodies are thrown into wells to poison the water supplies. Ecological imbalances are occurring all over, Courtwright continues. One of the most macabre involves bats. In Central America it is a common sight to see blood trickling down the necks of cattle every morning. It is part of the natural ecology. The war has changed that, Courtwright says. Vampire bats are now attacking humans for the first time because the army has killed off the cows. The bats first lick the victims' necks in the night, Courtwright explains. Their tongues have a mild anesthetic so the victim doesn't feel the bite. But the bite also injects an anticoagulant. This is fine for the bat, but it's not good for the victim if the victim happens to be a small child. Small children can die from loss of blood in the night. And they have. The Civil War 243. In her pioneering report on ecology and war in El Salvador, Maria del Carmen Rojas Canales and her scientific colleagues render a sobering verdict: the menace to the natural resources of El Salvador constitutes a situation that should be taken into consideration by the international ecology, conservation, and peace movements. We call upon them to announce their support for a stop to the war, a negotiated political solution, and a halt to the destruction of the ecosystem of El Salvador. Chapter 7. Special Aspects of the Civil War. Terror and Human Rights. Editor's Introduction. One of the functions of political leadership is to translate the complex reality of the passing scene into issues about which policies can be developed. In doing this, political leaders bracket and frame parts of reality, in line with their ideology and political interest. U.S. policies in Central America provide an interesting example of this. The Jimmy Carter presidency highlighted the issues of human rights, whereas the administration of Carter's successor has attempted to relegate human rights to the background and has given primacy instead to the issue of left-wing international terrorism. But reality cannot be so readily molded even by powerful political leaders, and Ronald Reagan has expressed concern about human rights violations by established governments in Asia, Africa, the Caribbean, and even Central America, some of them friendly to the United States. But the Reagan administration has not abandoned its overall perspective that in what is usually called the Third World, leftist terrorism, rather than inhumane and authoritarian dictatorships, is the main problem. But problems of defining just what is included in the definition of terrorism are formidable. Recent violent events, car bombings of U.S. military emplacements in Beirut, the hijacking of airplanes and cruise ships with North Americans aboard, the gunning down of U.S. Marines in the Zona Rosa of San Salvador have offered President Reagan opportunities to lash out verbally at terrorism. But terrorism cannot be convincingly reduced to violence directed at U.S. citizens or those friendly folk the president labels the good guys. There is the question of when, even in the midst of war, military actions taken are forms of terrorism. For example, were the World War II bombings of civilian centers like London or Dresden legitimate exercises of military force, or were they acts of terrorism? What about the unleashing of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945? In El Salvador too, as the previous chapter indicates, the government is waging a devastating air war using U.S. aircraft and ammunition paid for by U.S. taxpayers, killing many civilians and producing hundreds of thousands of refugees. Is this not terrorism too, a form of state terrorism? On their side, the Salvadoran guerrillas, HKE insurgents in many other places fighting against established governments, lack the sophisticated military equipment of their opponents. The FMLN can deploy no AC-47 gunships, Huey helicopters, or jet bombers. They are, like their Spanish predecessors in the Peninsular Wars of the early 19th century, forced to fight an irregular war and do their killing on more of a face-to-face basis. Are we to call them terrorists simply because they lack an air force? No government is ideologically pacifist. Washington approves of guerrilla terror when it is employed by Afghan insurgents against Soviet and Soviet-supported troops. The U.S. government has also financially aided, armed, and directed the counter-revolutionary Contras striving to overthrow the Sandinista government of Nicaragua. Reliable observers have shown that these U.S.-backed Contras regularly kill, rape, and maim Nicaraguans they encounter, including civilians, and destroy property, crops, and institutions on their murderous forays. How to distinguish legitimate terrorism from bad terrorism has to be one of the most troubling moral dilemmas for concerned citizens in these violent times. We do not claim to solve any of these problems here, but we aim merely at providing reliable documentation of the terror that has racked El Salvador for most of the past decade. Although the use of terror is of course an integral part of the raging civil war in that country, we assign a separate chapter of our book to it because it is so endemic and because it presents such agonizing moral issues. By all responsible accounts, most of the terror in El Salvador has been carried out by right-wing death squads, which, financed by the oligarchies and by the United States, ran rampant, kidnapping, torturing, mutilating, killing tens of thousands, mostly labor leaders, peasant organizers, or students suspected of that most subjective of offenses, subversion. Particularly horrendous episodes from this stream of terrorism often surface in the U.S. mass media: the assassination of Archbishop Romero or the slayings of North American church women. More rarely does the news get out about a mass killing, such as the Sumpule River massacre. Although right-wing terror, and its far less numerically significant left-wing response, have become a way of life in El Salvador, the tempo does vary. Reaching a kind of peak in the early 1980s, death squad activity has diminished, especially as the main urban popular organizations were decimated. But it can never be repeated too often that the structure of the Salvadoran terror apparatus remains intact. Though terror has been curtailed for the present by the influence of the Reagan administration and by prudent people in the government and military, its resumption is a realistic possibility. The guerrillas have added daring acts of ambush and killing to their array of tactics, and the reactivation of popular militancy in the cities brings the likelihood of yet another cycle of terror in the ravaged country. No people would be more happy than the editors of this book to be proved wrong about this grim prediction. 32 Recording the Terror, El Salvador's Tutela Legal. By the staff of Tutela Legal. In the conflict-ridden society of contemporary El Salvador, even the statistics on the terror are contested. The U.S. Embassy frequently attacks the Roman Catholic Church agency Tutela Legal, which collects and publishes the grim lists and charts of deaths and disappearances. Former U.S. Ambassador Thomas Pickering claimed that Tutela Legal's data are suspect and slanted in favor of the guerrillas. The excerpted from Oficina de Tutela Legal del Arzobispado, Comisión Arquidiocesana de Justicia y Paz, San Salvador, in Form No. 30. Director of Tutela Legal, former philosophy professor Maria Julia Hernandez, was all too familiar with these charges, and although she admitted that one of its statistical reports was in error, she pointed out that the U.S. Embassy figures are drawn from newspaper accounts and from government officials. All of El Salvador's newspapers, especially the main San Salvador Daily, Diario de Hoy, are right-wing publications under the control of the oligarchy. Casualty reports emanating from such sources, Hernandez pointed out, have a built-in bias against all data that might show government, armed forces, and death squad brutality. Tutela Legal makes on-the-spot investigations where possible and draws the rest of its data from eyewitnesses to the brutal events it records and chronicles. Office of the Tutela Legal of the Archbishopric, the Archdiocese Commission on Justice and Peace, San Salvador, El Salvador, CA. Report No. 30, October 1984. Deposition No. 4. In San Salvador, in the office of tutela legal of the Archbishopric of San Salvador, at 10:15 on the 16th of October 1984 testifies Mrs., 60 years old, in domestic work, a widow, from Sensentepeque, who cannot identify herself with her identity card because she misplaced it, who swears to tell the truth, and only the truth about the events that she describes as follows. On the 10th of October of this year at 1:01 in the morning, planes of the Air Force came to bomb the area of El Chile Canton, close to where I lived. I had to run out to hide because besides their bombing, soldiers came and everyone there fled to the hills in the direction of the river Lempa. They stayed there until 5 in the afternoon on that day. Then on the 1/1th of the same month and year, they bombed again and came on the ground, and because of this, fearing they would kill us, we fled from there and didn't go back, because whenever they come they destroy the place and kill people, and also all of these months they have come to bomb at different times. In June I witnessed the bombings of the 16th and the 12th, in the one of the 16th a woman named Ingatia died, she was about 60 years old, a bomb fell where she was, for it was night time and she was getting ready to go to sleep when they came and the bomb fell. Also they wounded a little fellow named Victor, about 13 years old, and a man named Evaldo, 30 years old, a day laborer. Both of them came from San Juan Buena Vista. From then on, in July, August, and September, they came to bomb as well, but thank God we hid ourselves well and they didn't get us. But now on the 10th of October we got more frightened and we left there for good because we couldn't return to risk their killing us. Last year in one of these bombings they killed my 2 sons who were at home after they came back from work when the bomb fell, and I was not there at that moment because I was out bringing water. Everything I have to declare is the truth and only the truth, and having had this read to me I leave my fingerprints because I can't sign my name. Deposition number 9. In San Salvador, in the office of tutela legal of the Archbishopric of San Salvador, at 5 minutes past 10 o'clock, on the 31st of October 1984, a young woman, 14 years of age, single, a domestic worker who was originally from the Cerros de San Pedro Canton, in the jurisdiction of San Vicente, who was not identified by Cédula because she was a minor and not having a birth certificate, for it had been taken from her during the events that will be related, and who promised to tell the truth about the deeds that will be detailed. About 5 days ago in October of this year, a combat force of soldiers of the armed forces appeared. I don't remember exactly when, but it was approximately the 18th of October, but on that day they arrived at about 1 in the afternoon, those that were coming overland, and also they arrived to bomb at about 7 in the morning and in A-37 airplanes. The bombardment lasted an hour and a half, and later helicopters also arrived, a total of 5 and 2 small planes, those which they call A-7, and then that day plenty of people died as a consequence of the invasion by elements of the army, who came and began to kill the poor people of the civilian population, and among them I found out about 6. They killed 6 persons, of them one was an old woman of approximately 60 years of age, on whom a bomb had fallen and severed her hands and foot and left her with a great many of esquirlas in her body. Also, another man died, about 50 years of age. They took him and cut off his head after interrogating him. With this man were 2 children, one age 6 and the other 8, and the children, upon seeing what had been done to their father, began to cry, and the older one, the 8-year-old, was shot in the head, and there he was left stretched out with his father, and the soldiers took away the other boy, but he kept crying as the soldiers led him away on the road. They cut off his head with a machete. I found out about this because the other people who were fleeing, and saw it and told me. I also realized that 2 other young children died, one only 3 days old, and the other 6 months. A big bomb fell on them and they died. There were also 2 wounded people. I don't know their names, but I know that shrapnel hit one on the hand and the other on the legs. That day, I was with my family in my house, and when we were advised that the soldiers were coming near we left, fleeing for the mountains to hide ourselves because if we didn't they would have killed all of us. Also on March 2nd of this year, there was another invasion in the same place, while I was getting 250. Olive seeds to make soap. I was accompanied by two other people, Martina Alvarado, approximately 65 years old, and who was my aunt, and was helping me chop the olive seeds, also a man called Elio, whose last name I don't remember but who was about 35 years old. He was nearby cutting firewood when around 4 o'clock in the afternoon an A-37 plane passed and it dropped a bomb which killed Mr. Elio and tore off a leg. He died rapidly because shrapnel struck him all over his body, and my Aunt Martina's hand was blown off and she was all bruised. She survived 12 days but because of the injuries she could not eat and she too died. Shrapnel hit me in the leg, getting me on my leg, right on the knee, and cut my veins, and destroyed the knee. Then gangrene set in, and after about 4 days they amputated my right leg. Also 5 years ago some National Guardsmen in uniform came to take 3 relatives into custody, my father Mercedes Palacios, 52 years old, my mother's brother, my uncle Pedro Juan Alvarado, 48 years old, along with my brother, Mario Palacios. The soldiers used ropes from the oxen tied nearby and with these same ropes bound them, beat them, and took them away, and since then we have not known their whereabouts. That was the 29th day of May of 1979. Around August of 1980 my other brother Daniel Palacios, who was 20 years old, that day he came to visit us and some men from Orden * were waiting in the road, already they were waiting in the road for him, and then they shot him several times, and also struck him with machetes, and left his body thrown on the road. Lately, the army came constantly to make war, and then they came all the time to bomb every week. Due to so much suffering, I came here because there one can't live anymore, ruined our crops, they burned them, and also they burned the few good clothes we had and they destroyed our house in a way that leaves us nothing. Thus, having nothing we came to San Salvador in search of help. That is all I have to declare to you and it is all the truth and nothing but the truth and in good faith I leave my fingerprints because I do not know how to sign. Fingerprints of the Declarer. Office of Tutela Legal. Victims of Political Violence. Report number 30, October 1984. Note, deaths attributed to death squads during the month of October, 1984. On the right-wing paramilitary National Democratic Organization, see readings 7 and 19. eds. Special Aspects of the Civil War, Terror and Human Rights 251. 1 Reynaldo Echeverria, 37, Licenciado and Professor of Letters at Universidad Centroamericana José Simeón Canas, killed on October 3, 1984, as he arrived at his house in Colonia Metropolis in the department of San Salvador. A gray-colored vehicle with tinted windows followed the aforementioned Licenciado, his wife, and daughter. A person armed with a G3 gun got out of the above vehicle and fired several times at the said Licenciado and subsequently fled down the street in the opposite direction. 2 Unknown, found dead on October 2, 1984, on the Pan American Highway, in the territory of El Congo and Cotopaxi, with gunshot wounds, with their hands and thumbs tied behind their backs, and without identity papers. 4. Luis Dagoberto Rodriguez, 48, employed, killed by an unidentified paramilitary squad when he was taken from his house on October 8, 1984, by armed men in civilian dress, in Colonia Santa Maria in San Marcos, and found the same day in Repertud Bosques del Rio in the district of Soyapango. 5. Francisco Antonio Reyes, 24, mechanic, found dead on October 29, 1984, on the coffee farm of the El Molino plantation on the outskirts of Santa Ana near San Salvador in the vicinity of the cemetery, found nude with visible marks of blows and signs of strangulation, with 2 leather straps around his neck, and without personal identification papers. It is believed he died elsewhere and had his body left in the place described above, killed by an unidentified paramilitary squad. Total, 5 victims. Office of Tutela Legal. Persons taken into custody who subsequently disappeared on dates prior: Peasants 1. Ayala Martinez, Arcadio, 21 years old, single, day laborer, and a resident of the department of San Vicente, was taken into custody March 8, 1984, at 8 a.m., in a place known as Las Vegas in the department of San Vicente. When the mentioned youth was on his way to go fishing on the banks of the Lempa River, a group of soldiers duly uniformed accosted him and after identifying him proceeded to take him into custody, taking him to a destination unknown to this day. Workers 2. Darius Martelli, Milton Alfonso, 22 years old, single, worker and resident of the department of San Salvador, was taken into custody on September 28, 1984, at 8:30 p.m. when two heavily armed men in civilian 252 clothes appeared at his house and upon identifying him proceeded to take him into custody and led him into a small truck, telling his family that they were taking him for investigation. He was driven to a destination unknown to this day. 3. Marino Godu, Rogelio, 25 years old, married, who worked as a driver and was a resident of Zacatecalica in the department of La Paz, was taken into custody on September 21, 1981, at 9 a.m. on the littoral highway by the Blanco River in the department of La Paz, on which he was riding on a bicycle. He was intercepted by a group of duly uniformed soldiers who were at the site, who after identifying him proceeded to take him into custody along with a friend who was riding with the young man Rogelio, and about whom nothing is known, and drove them to a destination unknown to this day. Employees 4. Landaverde Ramirez, Hugo Walter, 22 years old, single, employed resident of the department of San Salvador, was taken into custody October 1, 1982, at 4 p.m. in the Finca Suchinango en Apopa, where he was working in the coffee harvest, when elements of the National Guard and the National Police appeared in uniform, and after identifying all the young people at the place, proceeded to take the youth Hugo into custody, together with a friend named Domingo Lopez, of whom no more is known. They were carried off in a white pickup vehicle, driven by the aforementioned elements to a destination unknown to this day. Teachers 5. Machado, B. Albino, 38 years of age, single, a schoolteacher in San Miguel, and a fifth-year law student at the National University of San Miguel, and resident of the same department. He was taken into custody January 3, 1984, at 9 a.m. at a cafe in the center of San Salvador, when heavily armed elements in civilian dress appeared and after identifying him proceeded to take him into custody along with a friend named Caterino, of whom no more is known, taking them to a destination unknown to this day. Office of Tutela Legal. Victims of political violence. Deaths caused by guerrilla units. Report number 30, October, 1984. Special aspects of the Civil War, Terror and Human Rights 253. 1. Agapito de Jesus Barahona, 20, unmarried, worked as a driver, resident of Canton La Lucha, killed while transporting National Guardsmen in a private pickup, ambushed by guerrilla units on the highway leading from Zacatecalica to San Vicente, at the 75 km mark, in the district of Tecoluca, October 7 of this year. 2. Lazaro de Jesus Cruz, 17, unmarried, worked as a conductor, resident of Canton La Lucha. Death occurred when he was transporting National Guardsmen in the pickup he was conductor for, ambushed on the highway leading from Zacatecalica to San Vicente at the 75 km mark in the Tecoluca district on October 7 of this year. 3. Unknown, death occurred on October 23 when a group of guerrillas penetrated the town of Santiago de Maria. They came to the house of the farmer Atilio Soriano where the main gate was dynamited. The victim was asleep in the garage of the house in an intoxicated condition and died as a result of the explosion. 4. Pedro Vasquez Rosas, 78, died on October 31 of this year as he walked by the side of the highway that leads from Nueva San Salvador to Santa Ana in the Palo Negro Canton district of Santa Ana. At the moment he passed by, a bomb intended for ambushing a national police patrol exploded, killing the aforementioned gentleman. 5. Daniel Pinzon Lucero, 6, died on October 31 of this year as a result of the explosion of a bomb that guerrilla units had intended in an ambush for a national police patrol. The boy was walking by the side of the highway that leads from Nueva San Salvador to Santa Ana in the vicinity of Palo Negro Canton district of Santa Ana. 6. Raul Melendez Aquino, 62, supervisor and security guard at the U.S. Embassy, killed on the first block west, behind the maternity hospital, by 3 members of the FPL riding in a vehicle. Moments after the action, they took responsibility. It took place on October 26 of this year. General accounting. Total victims of political violence during October 1984. Victims of killings imputed to death squads and the armed forces during October 29. Victims of military action 72. Deaths imputed to the guerrillas 6. Total victims of political violence 107. 33. The death of a Salvadoran church worker carried by Terry Troya. The author of this moving tribute to one of the anonymous victims of the death squads is Terry Troya, a doctoral candidate at Union Theological Seminary in New York City. She spent 6 months in 1984 traveling throughout Central America and has spoken at universities and churches in the United States since her return. I was seeking the pastor of a poor Catholic parish located somewhere on the outskirts of San Salvador. It had been a laborious search. Nobody in El Salvador, not even the most faithful of churchgoers, will tell you the name of their pastor. Not that they don't know. It is just that handing over a name to a stranger is treason in El Salvador. But I did nail down the right pastor after a week of asking. And after he pulled his pickup truck into the rectory, which was really a garage, we had some time to talk. We would never know last names. That was an unspoken rule. We agreed to a Tuesday morning meeting to discuss the work of the church in El Salvador. He promised to have church workers with him. I promised not to ask their names. We had set our Tuesday appointment for 8 a.m., but when I arrived at the rectory, the assistant pastor was there alone, reading the book of Isaiah and chain-smoking non-filtered cigarettes. His first words were an offer of breakfast. His eyes were weary and his face drawn. "Something terrible happened here last night," he began. "They killed one of our people, a catechist of the children. The cadaver is in the street. Father's gone to find someone to take the body away. He didn't know where the body was. I'm new here," he continued. "It isn't a good idea for me to go to the cadaver. I have got to say Mass for the mothers of the disappeared at 10 a.m. And now this." His voice trailed off. He ran his fingers down his face. Then he lit another cigarette. There was no need for him to explain further. The Committee of the Mothers of the Disappeared, a group started by Archbishop Oscar Romero, was considered subversive by the Salvadoran military. I knew that firsthand. The week before, I had been picked up by the National Police for carrying subversive material, documents of the Mothers Committee, in my pack. I decided to search out the body myself. At the first street corner, I met a young boy selling newspapers. I asked him where the body was. He ignored "From Sojourners, March 1985. Me. I asked again, this time adding that I was a friend of the pastor. Without looking at me, he finally whispered, "Straight ahead." I followed a dirt road. Houses lined one side, an empty lot with garbage on the other side. In the middle of the street, people were gathered around a station wagon. She was there in the midst of them, lying in the back of the car. Her face was calm and relaxed. Her features were like those of the indigenous people, with soft, mocha-colored skin and thick black hair pulled back, much like my own hair. She had bled from a bullet wound above the right eye, and the blood had trickled down the side of her face. Her cotton pants had been torn from the knee down. Whether she had been macheted or machine-gunned in the knee was difficult to tell. I couldn't find the knee in the midst of the sea of blood. The crowd backed away quietly as, between my own heartbeats, I took photos of the body. Then the station wagon drove her away. Who was this young woman of 15 years? Was she a David who tried to slay Gohate and was met with machine gun fire? Was she Judith trying to enter the enemy camp under cover of darkness, caught in her act? Yet this was not the ground of the enemy. This street was her barrio. Back at the rectory, with the testimony of unnamed witnesses and church workers, a story begins to unfold. She taught communion class to the parish children. Last night the lights went out at 6 p.m. in this barrio. A squad of 12 members of the Civil Defense, a division of the armed forces, was patrolling the streets. At 7:30 p.m., a barrage of machine gun fire was heard. A witness recounted that then the squad of soldiers turned the corner from the street where her body lay. There the body remained, unclaimed for 3 hours. No one touches the body of someone slain by the military in El Salvador. And her name? No one would say her name. But in the rectory hung a memorial of those church workers slain by the military. Some of the names are familiar to us: Oscar Romero, Ida Ford, Maura Clark, Dorothy Cazell, Jean Donovan. But many names were unfamiliar. And somehow I felt that this unspoken name had already taken its place among them. That afternoon only one of the newspapers reported the death. Idalia appeared dead of bullets that were fired last night at 7:30 p.m. in Barrio, when there were no lights. The death of the youth, it is said, was reported to the parochial church, anonymously. Idalia never had a funeral. She was buried in secret, far away from her family and church. This is the fate of those murdered by the military, marked in death, as she was in life. Neither President Reagan, nor the members of Congress who voted to continue this madness, will ever meet her. But I met Idalia in the back of a station wagon. And I know the truth that her death tells. A broken candle in the night, she was. And what in God's name are we? 256. 34. A tragic nun's tale carried by the Special Presidential Mission to El Salvador. In early December 1981, the world was shocked to learn of the brutal slaying in El Salvador of 3 American nuns and an American lay church worker. Coming only days after the assassination of the 6 civilian leaders of the Democratic Revolutionary Front, this outrage prompted the Carter administration to respond by suspending military aid on December 5. A special U.S. mission was then sent to El Salvador. Its members were William D. Rogers, former Under-Secretary of State for Economic Affairs and Assistant Secretary of State under President Ford, and Assistant Secretary of State William G. Bodler. Their report is reprinted below. Whatever history's final verdict on America's role in El Salvador, it will not likely pay tribute to the sensitivity of those Ronald Reagan appointed to high office. Consider, for instance, the statement made 2 weeks after the killings by Jeane Kirkpatrick, then ambassador-designate: "No. I don't think the government was responsible. The nuns were not just nuns. The nuns were political activists on behalf of the Frente. And somebody who is using violence to oppose the Frente killed these nuns. The death squads are not agents of the Salvadoran government." Then there is the flippant reference of Ernest Lefevre, Reagan's sorry choice for Human Rights Commissioner, later denied the appointment by the Senate to nuns hiding guns beneath their habits. Finally, there was the outrageous comment of Secretary of State Alexander Haig, who, months after the murders, suggested against all evidence that perhaps the vehicle that the nuns were riding in may have tried to run a roadblock. Haig made light of the barbarous incident, noting under questioning at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that he has never met pistol-packing nuns, having previously suggested on no basis whatsoever, there may have been an exchange of fire. Sister Ida Ford was an American citizen and a member of the Maryknoll Order. She had been requested by the Apostosi administrator of San Salvador to go to the refugee settlement in Quetzaltenango in July, 1980. She worked under the supervision of Father Efren Lopez, distributing food, clothing, and medicine to the poor and the dispossessed, and lived in a modest parish house. Sister Maura Clark joined Sister Ida in Quetzaltenango in August of 1980. Quetzaltenango is an area particularly marked by competing violence between the left and right. During the latter part of November, it is reported that a sign appeared over the door of the Quetzaltenango parish house stating that all who lived there were communists and anyone who entered would be killed. Neither Sister Ida, Sister Mora, nor local clergy gave the sign any special attention. All the Maranoles of the Central American region meet in assembly every year. Sister Ida Ford and Sister Mora Clark, together with Sister Madeline Dorsey and Sister Teresa Alexander, two other Maranole sisters who work in the Diocese of Santa Ana, left El Salvador by plane on November 26 to go to the annual meeting, held in Managua, Nicaragua. The four Maranoles could not obtain reservations on the same plane back to El Salvador. Accordingly, Sisters Madeline and Teresa returned on a TACA flight arriving at the El Salvador International Airport at about 4:30 p.m., Tuesday, December 2. There they were met by two other American citizens, Ursuline Sister Dorothy Cazell and Jean Donovan, a lay volunteer, both of whom were engaged in similar parish work in the city of La Libertad. Sister Dorothy and Jean Donovan drove Sister Madeline and Sister Teresa to La Libertad, then returned to meet Sisters Ida and Mora at the airport. Sisters Madeline and Teresa understood the four intended to sleep at the parish house in La Libertad, and that Sisters Ida and Mora planned to drive to Quetzaltenango the following day. Sister Ida and Sister Mora arrived at the El Salvador International Airport from Managua on a CAPE flight at approximately 6:30 p.m. the evening of December 2. Sister Dorothy Cazell and Jean Donovan arrived in their white 1978 Toyota van at approximately the same time to pick them up. The airport was filled with foreigners arriving to attend the funeral the next day of the leaders of the leftist Democratic Revolutionary Front kidnapped and murdered on November 27. The level of tension was high throughout El Salvador. Security forces patrolled the airport and its access roads. The four Americans met and, while waiting for their baggage, chatted with a group of Canadian churchmen. The Canadians left the airport first, at approximately 7 p.m. We have not identified anyone who saw the four American church women alive after the Canadian group left them at the airport baggage pickup station. At about 8 p.m. that night, he found their Toyota van on a road about 10 miles northwest of the airport, in the direction of the city of San Salvador. The license plates had been removed and the van was burned so badly it had to be identified by the engine number. Had been told that the bodies of the American nuns were buried near Santiago Nonu Alco, a remote village some 5 miles northeast of the airport, and about 20 miles from where the van had been found northwest of the airport. The ambassador and the consul drove there immediately. The trip into what 258 is a rugged and mountainous part of the country took some time. After several inquiries, a local villager directed them to the grave, which he called that of the American women, beside a back road some way out of Santiago Nonu Alco. When they arrived at the site, at about 1:30 in the afternoon, Father Paul Schindler was already there. He too had received word from the parish priest. Reporters from San Salvador and foreign media representatives began to arrive. Some villagers started to open the grave. No authorities were present when they began. About 3 p.m., the Secretary of the Justice of the Peace, who performs the functions of a county coroner, arrived from Santiago Nonu Alco. He gave permission for the bodies, already uncovered, to be removed from the grave. Shortly thereafter the Justice of the Peace, Juan Santo Siran, appeared. All four women had been shot in the head. The face of one had been destroyed. The underwear of three was found separately. Bloody bandanas were also found in the grave. According to the accounts given the ambassador and others on December 4, one victim had been found nude below the waist. Out of respect, a villager had replaced her jeans before burial. The villagers took the bodies to be those of blonde foreigners and subsequently informed church authorities. Justice of the Peace and his secretary had then cooperated in the burial, following procedures they said had become standard at the direction of the security forces. They told the ambassador that 2 or 3 such informal burials of unidentified bodies occurred every week. According to the brief report on the cause of death prepared at the direction of the Justice of the Peace before the informal burial, one of the victims had been shot through the back of the head with a weapon that left exit wounds that destroyed her face, The other 3 had entry wounds, one in the temple, the others in the back of the head, but apparently no exit wounds. Those present at the disinterment, however, had the impression that the wounds were more extensive, that several had been caused by high-caliber bullets, and that the bodies were also bruised. Editor's Epilogue. From the beginning, the Salvadoran government was engaged in a cover-up. Unfortunately, as Anna Carrigan makes clear in her biography of one of the deceased, Jean Donovan, the State Department, fearful, perhaps, that this sordid affair would endanger its military solution to the civil war in El Salvador, felt it necessary to cover up the cover-up. As Bill Ford, brother of Ida Ford, one of the deceased nuns, remarked. Anna Carrigan, Salvador Witness. See especially, Chronicle of a Cover-Up, 263-317, on which much of this epilogue is based. Special Aspects of the Civil War, Terror and Human Rights. 259. The realization that the State Department was not interested in pursuing the case was something that dawned on us gradually. As I went through my personal crash course about what was happening in El Salvador, it became clear to me that the death of the women was just an inconvenience to American policy. The American government, both under the Carter and the Reagan administrations, has a fixed policy in Salvador, and that policy will not bend to reason, or eyewitness, or anything else. Initially, it's a terrible personal tragedy, but gradually there intrudes upon the sense of personal tragedy the surrounding facts, and it was like a growing, horrible realization: we were supporting a government, that government had killed my sister, and my government didn't care. By voting 54-42, in September, 1981, to require the President to certify semi-annually that progress was being made in the area of human rights, specific mention being made of the investigation of the 4 murdered nuns, the Senate forced the administration to go through legalistic contortions in order to be able to deliver the requisite aid to its client government. Eventually, U.S. pressure did result in the conviction on May 24, 1984, of 5 low-level National Guardsmen, the first successful prosecution since 1979 of anyone in the Salvadoran military for the tens of thousands of murders they were responsible for. Within 24 hours, the State Department, announcing with apparent relief that justice was done, released millions of dollars to Minister of Defense General Carlos Eugenio Vides Casanova, who at the time of the killings was commander of the National Guard. Nonetheless, in spite of the desire of the Reagan administration to call the case closed, the matter cannot be laid to rest. There remains a widespread belief that the 5 convicted guardsmen had been ordered by higher UPS to do the murders. 2 months earlier, in March 1984, Walter Cronkite had interviewed on CBS Evening News a former high official in the Salvadoran military. The informant stated point-blank that the order to kill the nuns was given by Colonel Edgardo Casanova, cousin of Vides Casanova, and that not only the latter, but also President Duarte, must have known of the cover-up. 2 months later, Anna Carrigan interviewed the same man, Roberto Eulelio Sant Ibanez, who went over in detail what happened the night of the murders. She finally asked him, why did Colindres Alemán bother to contact Lieutenant Colonel Casanova for instructions? Why, in light of the intelligence that he had, and the urging he received from his colleagues in Quetzaltenango and La Libertad, did he not act on his own initiative? He looked at me as though I were slightly demented. But they were Americans, he said. No sergeant would take such an action against 4 Americans without checking first with his superior officer. 35 Communiqué from a death squad by the Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez squad. Proudly claiming credit for the November 27, 1980, abduction and assassination of 6 civilian leaders of the Democratic Revolutionary Front, the Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez squad takes as its name that of the general responsible for the massacre of some 30,000 peasants in 1932. The 6 included Enrique Alvarez Córdoba, president of the FDR, and Juan Chacón, Secretary General of the People's Revolutionary Bloc. The death squad abducted the FDR leaders from a press conference being held in an archbishopric legal assistance office in a San Salvador seminary. The Democratic Revolutionary Front and the Archbishopric Legal Assistance Office attributed the murders to the government's security forces, but the governing junta denied any complicity and officially denounced the slayings. While the bodies lay within the Metropolitan Cathedral of San Salvador, a powerful bomb exploded at its main door and set the church on fire. A church bombing should occasion little surprise when groups like the Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez Squad have publicly warned that priests who favor the Marxist terrorist bands will be killed if they continue with their sermons, which are poisoning the minds of Salvadoran youths. Not long after Reagan became president, this death squad, also called Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez Anti-Communist Brigade, broadened its enemies list to include thieves, muggers, miscreants, and swindlers. In Santa Ana, the brigade took credit for murdering 10 circus workers, including 2 clowns, it claimed were drug trafficking. The Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez Squad, which claimed credit for the abduction and assassination, has issued a message in which it calls on the national conscience not to be intimidated by false prophets who say nothing when communists destroy businesses, burn coffee sheds, kill peasants, and cruelly assassinate military personnel, security agents, and soldiers, but react profusely when communists are executed. The squad notes that the leaders of the Catholic Church said nothing when South African Ambassador Dunn was killed, when progressive industrialists were kidnapped, or when peasants were massacred in San Pedro Perulapan and San Esteban Catarina, where the communists had imposed their will by force. In those cases, there was no clamor for respect for human rights, nor was there any injustice. In those cases, no defenders were forthcoming for those humble sons of the people. Now that 6 criminals, who led the mobs, have been executed by the people, however, the church leaders come out in defense of human rights. That is hypocrisy, the communiqué states. Lastly, the squad urges the church hierarchy, U.S. diplomats, and military leaders not to allow themselves to be deceived, and instead urges them to react in the proper manner to this event, which is nothing special since it is an action which is being taken to demand justice in the face of ineffective laws. 36. The execution of Hammer, Perlman, and Vieira, no justice in sight. By Senator Edward Kennedy. In 1984, Senator Edward Kennedy sought by an amendment to a funding bill to cut off military aid to El Salvador unless that government has initiated a prosecution of those involved in the murder of 2 American labor advisors in 1981. The deceased, Michael Hammer and Mark Perlman, were employees of the American Institute for Free Labor Development, a nonprofit organization funded by the U.S. Government Agency for International Development. IFLD was originally founded in 1962 with the goal, in part, of combating the threat of Castroite infiltration. Within Latin America, supported and partially financed by the AFL-CIO, George Meany was its first president. IFLD is often accused of being a CIA front. In El Salvador, the institute attempted to build an anti-communist base by promoting agrarian reform. The unpopularity of this program among extreme conservatives and the oligarchs undoubtedly explains the cold-blooded murder of the IFLD employees. Though Kennedy's amendment did not pass, in June 1985 the investigation was reactivated, and on February 14, 1986, 2 enlistees in the National Guard were convicted of the murders. Even though the 2 gunmen gave detailed accounts implicating 2 Army officers, Lieutenant Rodolfo Isidro Lopez Cibrian and Captain Eduardo Avila, and a right-wing businessman, Hans Christ, in planning, ordering, and overseeing the killings, the latter are not being prosecuted. A spokesman for IFLD, Jack Heberly, aptly sums up the situation: the convictions are unfortunately further evidence that Salvadoran army officers are immune from prosecution for even the most heinous crimes. Over 3 years ago, on January 3, 1981, Michael P. Hammer and Mark David Perlman joined a Salvadoran friend for dinner at the Sheraton Hotel in San Salvador. Mr. Hammer and Mr. Perlman were employees of the American Institute for Free Labor Development of the AFL-CIO, and they were in El Salvador as advisors to El Salvador's land reform program. They were with José Rodolfo Vieira, a campesino labor leader and the head of the Land Reform Institute for the government of El Salvador. Mr. Vieira had been the target of 3 prior attempts on his life. As they sat together at their table drinking coffee, 2 gunmen came into the room with a machine gun. They walked over to their table and shot them dead. It was a brutal, premeditated, politically motivated act of cold-blooded murder. Michael Hammer was 42 years old, Mark Perlman was 36, and José Vieira was 43. What do we know about that crime today? Because of an investigation conducted by the American Institute for Free Labor Development, we know that, on that same evening, there was another dinner party being held at that same hotel. That dinner party included a part owner of the hotel, Ricardo Sol Meza. He is a Salvadoran businessman. Accompanying Mr. Sol Meza were 3 members of the Salvadoran Armed Forces. There was Mario Denis Moran, a military classmate of Roberto D'Aubuisson. Major Moran was at that time head of the intelligence section of the Salvadoran National Guard. There was Lt. Isidro Lopez Cibrian. He worked in the intelligence section of the National Guard. And there was Capt. Eduardo Alfonso Avila, an associate of Mr. D'Aubuisson and the nephew of one of the founders of the Arena Party. In addition, there was Mr. Sol Meza's brother-in-law, Hans Christ, a large landowner and a wealthy Salvadoran businessman. According to the Eiffel investigation, Mr. Christ spotted the 2 American labor advisors and the Salvadoran labor leader as they entered the dining room of the hotel. Approximately 1/2 hour later, Captain Avila and Lieutenant Lopez Cibrian walked to the front of the hotel where 2 bodyguards were waiting. According to the Eiffel investigation, Lopez Cibrian and Eduardo Avila gave the 2 National Guardsmen who were serving as their bodyguards that night a machine gun and ordered them to go into the hotel to kill the 2 Americans and the Salvadoran. Mr. Christ then led the 2 guardsmen through the hotel and pointed out the 3 targets. Hammer, Perlman and Vieira were then executed. New York Times, February 15, 1986. Special Aspects of the Civil War, Terror and Human Rights 263. What has happened since then? Today, more than 3 years after those men were murdered, despite confessions and admissions and sowed evidence, no one has been tried. In April 1981, the Salvadoran government arrested Ricardo Sol Meza and requested the extradition of Hans Christ, who had fled to Miami. In the fall of 1981, a Salvadoran judge suspended all action in the case on the grounds that there was insufficient evidence to implicate Christ and Sol Meza in the murders. That decision was upheld by a Salvadoran court of appeals in April 1982, and Sol Meza was released. An appeal of that decision is still pending before the Supreme Court. As for Major Moran, he has seen service over the last 2 years in various Salvadoran embassies in South America, and he was recently brought back to El Salvador by Vides Casanova, the defense minister, to take charge of a command in the army. The 2 National Guardsmen who actually pulled the triggers are in detention. One of those 2 guardsmen was Major Moran's second-in-command in the intelligence section of the National Guard. In September 1982, they confessed and, in their confession, they implicated Lieutenant Lopez Cibrian and Captain Avila. After the National Guardsmen confessed, they were remanded to a civilian court along with Lieutenant Lopez Cibrian. But in December 1982, the case against Lopez Cibrian was dismissed. The trial of the guardsmen cannot begin until appeals involving their co-defendants have been resolved. In April 1983, an appellate court upheld the dismissal of charges against Lopez Cibrian, and the case was presented to the Supreme Court for review. In November 1983, the Supreme Court denied the appeal. The case against Lopez Cibrian is over. It will not proceed unless new evidence is introduced within 1 year after the Supreme Court's decision. On December 19, 1983, 2 months ago, as a result of direct intervention by Vice President Bush, it was announced that Captain Avila had finally been arrested by Salvadoran authorities. He was not charged with the murders of the 3 labor leaders but only with a minor military infraction, leaving his post without permission. And then on March 22, 1984, a mere 10 days ago, Captain Avila was suddenly released. A spokesman for the U.S. Embassy in El Salvador has stated, "We are convinced from early interviews in which polygraphic examinations were used that Captain Avila knows a great deal about the murders. We continue to expect the government of El Salvador to meet its obligation to obtain that testimony." Captain Avila is reported to have appeared in court last Saturday. It has been reported he has now denied under oath that he had anything to do with these murders. This testimony is in direct conflict with earlier statements which acknowledged his involvement in the matter. 264. Captain Avila's uncle is a justice of the Supreme Court, Dr. Ricardo Avila Morera. He is also a founder of the Arena Party. What is the significance of all this? An editorial that appeared in this morning's Washington Post answers that question. The Post wrote, "It's simple to understand the calculus at work here. The armed forces which shield, if they do not actually harbor, the killers in the 2 American cases and in Salvadoran cases beyond counting tend to protect their own. The national tradition and the practice of intimidation and bribery put them effectively beyond civilian political or judicial control. Stonewalling and token concessions on the part of the Salvadorans have ensured that none of those who killed the Americans has been brought to justice. None. After the American labor advisors had been murdered in January 1981, the U.S. Embassy Public Affairs officer at the time stated, "One day Mark Perlman is giving us a briefing on agrarian reform, and the next day he's killed by those mad dog types who are supposed to be on our side. They killed our own people, our friends, our own damned people, and what can we do about it? Mr. President, there is something we can do about it. And we must do it today. We have said the United States is for human rights in El Salvador. We have said that death squads must be eliminated in El Salvador. We have called for justice in El Salvador. Today we must make our deeds match our words. Today, if we pass this amendment, the actions of the U.S. Senate will speak louder than any words we could possibly say. Today, if we pass this amendment, our message will be conveyed not only in words but also in deeds. In the name of justice, in the name of those murdered Americans whose only sin was to work for social progress for the people of El Salvador, in the name of the people of the United States, let us tell the government of El Salvador that these killers must be called to account. Better late than never." 37 massacres in El Salvador. When in 1982 the Christian Phalangists massacred hundreds of Palestinians in the West Beirut refugee camps of Sabra and Shatila, there was an outcry the world over. Israel was blamed. Its military, after all, was in control and had apparently winked its approval in El Salvador. There have also been massacres, many of them and some even more bloody than the one in Lebanon. By and large, though, the world has remained silent. Massacres have occurred other than those documented below. For example, the New York Times recorded one that took place in late 1981 in the village of Mazot in Morazan province. Special aspects of the Civil War, terror and human rights. 265. But the Salvadoran army is not altogether an independent entity, it is equipped and trained by the U.S. government. If Israel could be legitimately censured for massacres others committed in Israeli-occupied Lebanon, the United States may someday have to admit that its hands are equally stained with the blood of Salvadoran civilians. New York Times bureau chief in Brazil at the time, journalist Warren Hogue, wrote in 1981 that reports of deliberate killings of non-combatants during El Salvador's civil war are difficult to confirm. Many times no one has been left to tell what happened. Tragically, it can be reliably reported that a mass killing took place at the Lempa River on the Honduras border on March 17, 1981. Eyewitnesses include the Rev. Earl Gallagher, a Brooklyn-born Capuchin priest working in Honduras, and Yvonne Billing, a refugee worker from Fort Wayne. With low-flying Salvadoran helicopter pilots firing down on refugees trying to cross the Lempa into Honduras, and with a Salvadoran gunship and Salvadoran soldiers raining down rockets, automatic weapons fire, and grenades, children clung to Father Gallagher's beard as he swam them to safety, while Miss Dilling tied infants to herself with her bra straps to carry them over the river. More than 200 are believed to be dead or missing. Father Gallagher had also visited the site of an earlier and even larger massacre on the Sumpul River, also on the Honduras border, the day after it took place. There were so many vultures picking at the bodies, he recalled, that it looked like a black carpet. Included below is a brief account of the earlier massacre in which perhaps 600 died. The event has been compared to the My Lai atrocity in Vietnam. Also included below are excerpts from a letter to Congressman Joe Moakley from Holly Burkhalter, Washington representative of America's Watch, a respected human rights organization, documenting 2 civilian massacres that took place during the summer of 1984. In the dreadfully violent climate that exists in El Salvador, both sides are not only engaged in armed confrontations, but are also fighting a continuous war of propaganda. Whenever large numbers of civilians are slaughtered, there are claims and counterclaims. Nonetheless, it is generally agreed that until 1985 most, if not all, massacres initially blamed on guerrillas were later found to have been the work of the regular Salvadoran army. The Salvadoran military appeared to possess an exclusive franchise for producing massacres. But there is no dispute that on April 8, 1985, one of the guerrilla groups, the Popular Liberation Forces, entered the town of Santa Cruz La Loma and proceeded to murder 19 citizens, including unarmed civilians. According to blood-stained mimeographed sheets strewn over the bodies, guerrillas were carrying out justice against those who had cooperated with the army. Apparently, this was an attempt to undermine the government's counterinsurgency effort, which had recently created civil defense units in 47 towns, including Santa Cruz La Loma. Whether this was an incident marking the beginning of a new stage in which guerrillas regularly attack those sea lanes in which they can no longer swim freely, or simply an isolated attack, remains to be seen. If the former, it is bound to lose for the guerrillas much of the political capital they had earned in opposing a military perceived to slaughter peasants like animals. A. The Sumpul River Massacre carried by a presbytery of Honduras. The most evident example of harassment and cruelty happened last May 14. The day before, several trucks and vehicles of the Honduran army arrived filled with soldiers. Without stopping, they went 14 kilometers further down, to near the Sumpul River, the border between Honduras and El Salvador, near the Honduran towns of Santa Lucia and San Jose. The megaphones directed to Salvadoran territory shouted out the prohibition against crossing the border. On the opposite side, at around 7 a.m., in the Salvadoran village La Dorada and its surrounding area, the massacre began. A minimum of 2 helicopters, the Salvadoran National Guard, soldiers, and the paramilitary organization ORDEN opened fire on the defenseless people. Women tortured before the finishing shot, infants thrown into the air for target practice, were some of the scenes of the criminal slaughter. The Salvadorans who crossed the river were returned by the Honduran soldiers to the area of the massacre. In mid-afternoon the genocide ended, leaving a minimum number of 600 corpses. Days before, according to the Honduran press, in the city of Ocotepeque, bordering Guatemala and El Salvador, there was a secret meeting of high military commanders of the 3 countries. The news was officially denied shortly afterwards. A minimum of 600 unburied bodies were the prey of dogs and vultures for several days. Others were lost in the waters of the river. A Honduran fisherman found 5 small bodies of children in his fish trap. The Sumpul River was contaminated from the village of Santa Lucia. Quelatenango departments carried by Holly Burkhalter. 2 particularly well-documented massacres of civilians took place during the last half of 1984. In July, the army massacred at least 68 civilian non-combatants at Los Llanitos in Cabanas Department. Church officials and Western journalists visited the site of the massacre days after the incident, viewed the bodies, took testimony from survivors and family members still present in the area and compiled a list of victims. Roughly half of the 68 dead were children under 14 years of age. The New York Times, Christian Science Monitor and Boston Globe all carried detailed accounts of the incident. The Boston Globe of September 9, 1984 reported the following. Villagers of Los Llanitos, a hamlet of 183 residents, said government troops combed the areas for guerrillas 3 times earlier this year. But in the July campaign, villagers said, the soldiers for the first time avoided open roads. Instead they scaled rocks and cut through bush and brambles to take to the hills above the hamlets before village lookouts spotted them. When word finally went out at dusk on July 18 that the enemy was ready, nearly 1,000 peasants from 7 hamlets grabbed their children and set out on a frantic march, stumbling in the darkness down ravines and over promontories, the villagers said. They hoped to reach the caves and gullies where they had hid safely during past army incursions. On the morning of July 19 the soldiers came down after them, according to the villagers. With sticks, troops beat in the roofs of empty houses and one elementary school. We weren't there, said Tula Escobar, so the houses had to pay. Napoleon Gomez, 35, said he was crowded in the bushes on one side of a ravine with 36 villagers when soldiers fired on them with a machine gun from the other side. Gomez said a woman named Gloria Vides, 24, and her 2 children, one aged 2 and the other 6 months, froze with fear and were left behind as others pressed up on the hill. Minutes later, Gomez and other witnesses heard a soldier call out to his commander. "Do I leave her or kill her?" "Light the fire," Gomez quoted the officer as shouting. "Then we heard rifles rattling," Gomez said. Gomez said he found the 3 bodies when he returned to his home July 22. Gomez's sister Teresa, 28, fell behind because of a bad hip. Witnesses said they saw her being captured by troops. She did not reappear. Villagers believe from Congressional Record, March 6, 1985, E787. 268. That she and 6 other persons were beaten to death and their bodies pushed into a public school latrine. They said they found clothing tatters and parts of human limbs there. Villagers said that later in the afternoon of July 19, soldiers burned 22 bodies, including 9 children, in a wooded clearing. From his hiding place, farmer Aquadio Rosa, 28, saw 3 bonfires. Reporters who visited the site saw a mound where guerrillas were said to have dug a mass grave. The area was littered with human bones, many burned, and nearby trees were sprayed with bullet holes. A second massacre took place in August 1984 in Quelatenango Department where approximately 600 civilians attempted to flee the village of Las Vueltas and nearby hamlets when the army began shelling homes with mortar fire. The army opened fire on the fleeing civilians and at least 50 died in the attack. 38 Marines killed in San Salvador, new stage in the Salvadoran War. On the evening of June 19, 1985, a contingent of armed gunmen opened fire on patrons of an outdoor restaurant in a posh district of San Salvador known as the Zona Rosa. 13 were killed, including 4 Marine guards assigned to the U.S. Embassy and 2 American businessmen. In the course of expressing his outrage, President Reagan warned, "We also have our limits and our limits have been reached." In the days that followed, the Reagan administration proposed a new aid package for El Salvador designed to counter urban terrorism, threatened retaliation against Nicaragua for its alleged support of the Salvadoran insurgents, and announced that the United States would pay up to $100,000 for information leading to the capture of those responsible for killing the 6 Americans. Although Caspar Weinberger was to announce in July that the Salvadoran army had captured or killed those responsible for the slayings, the Defense Department later clarified his statement to mean that there was a successful attack on the Central American Revolutionary Workers' Party, a guerrilla group that had taken responsibility for the assault. Late in the summer, President Duarte was to announce the arrest of 3 guerrillas suspected of participating in the attack, though the guerrilla organization denied that those captured had anything to do with the action. For its part, Nicaragua denied involvement. Nicaragua has neither practiced nor supported terrorism nor has it been involved in any terroristic act, stated Sandinista leader Daniel Ortega, replying to the diplomatic note delivered to Managua by the United States. Nicaraguans, he said, were victims of United States terrorism, alluding to the American-supported Contras who are attempting to overthrow the Sandinista government. Special aspects of the Civil War, terror and human rights. 269. If much sympathy for the guerrilla cause has been based on the widespread belief that up to now most of the violence in El Salvador has come from the right, from the death squads and the various military organizations, an interesting question is whether an increase in urban terrorism will squander the political capital of the guerrillas, not only with their allies abroad, but also with their supporters at home. One person whose voice counts is Archbishop Rivera y Damas. It is of note that on this opportunity to deliver an unqualified condemnation of the left, he instead tempered his criticism of leftist terrorism with equally strong criticism of terrorism from the right. What follows is a statement by President Duarte and a reply from Rebel Radio Vence Ramos. A. Sincere condolences carried. By Ja 6 Napol 6 N Duarte. 2 days after the slayings, seeing off the bodies of the U.S. Marines at Ilopango Airport in San Salvador, President José Napoleon Duarte offered his condolences to the American people. To the American people, on behalf of the Salvadoran people, to the U.S. government, to President Reagan, and to the relatives of these heroes, these Marines, who are returning to their homeland today covered with the honor of the U.S. flag, to all of them, to the U.S. Marine Corps, to the U.S. Diplomatic Corps in El Salvador, on behalf of the homeland and by the powers that the people have granted to me, I express my sincere condolences. It is for us, the Salvadorans, a moment of sadness to deliver the bodies of these 4 honorable men. We are delivering them surrounded by representatives of our armed forces because as brothers we feel the pain of the loss of these 4 men who had come to our fatherland to serve. This is a moment of great sadness for me because an act of barbarism, a savage act, an act that surpasses all dimensions of human respect was perpetrated in our homeland. There are people in the world who have lost their minds. The doctrine of terrorism has been created. The religion of death has been created. They have no regard for life. They attack without any risk. They place bombs in public places in order to kill people and arrive, carrying machine guns, at places to kill unarmed and innocent people. In El Salvador, we have gone through great crises in these past few years. 270. But amid all this death, we have never witnessed an act as savage as this one. This is not a coincidence because just a few days ago FMLN-FDR representatives sent me an ultimatum. They threatened me. They said that they were going to kill all my family, my relatives, armed forces officers, and everyone they could. A threat of this kind only indicates that these murderers have lost their minds. The Salvadorans of good faith, the Salvadorans who want peace, the Salvadorans who believe that our fatherland has a better destiny of justice and freedom, are sad and hurt to see that this savage attack was carried out. We think that efforts must be increased to continue progressing in our task of giving security to all those who are in our fatherland and to all Salvadorans. For this reason, we are going to do everything we can to investigate this massacre, this savage attack. We are going to do everything we can, and we are going to ask for the necessary help to investigate this case. There are already witnesses, as you saw on television, who can give a verbal description of those who savagely carried out this massacre at a city restaurant. I pray to God that our homeland will not go through this experience again. I pray to God that the souls of these 4 Marines and of the other people killed innocently will be received by God in heaven. I pray to God that hatred won't take root in the hearts of Salvadorans because that is what terrorists want. They want to unleash vengeance and retaliation. However, the fatherland and the Salvadorans want to find the path of peace. For this reason, when these 4 men appear before God they will tell him that they gave their lives for this homeland where they died. I repeat my condolences to the U.S. people, and President Reagan, whom I will call in a few moments to express my sympathy. My condolences also go to the U.S. Diplomatic Corps, the U.S. Marines, and to the relatives of each one of these men who are the glory of the U.S. people. May God bless them. B. Crocodile Tears Carried. By Radio Vence Ramos. In 1981, Radio Vence Ramos made its inaugural broadcast from a peasant hut in the village of Guacamaya. Radio Vence Ramos currently broadcasts 4 times a day, reporting on battles and airing drama, satire, and music, and in general broadcasting propaganda and subversion. Even though destruction of Radio Vence Ramos is a high priority goal of the Salvadoran government, the station has never been taken. Efforts to jam its operations are largely ineffectual. An estimated 60% of the population tunes in. Radio Vence Ramos made the following commentary. The following is our commentary on José Napoleón Duarte's speech during the funeral farewell ceremony for the U.S. soldiers at the Ilopango military airport. The crocodile tears shed by Duarte, his hysterical lament at Ilopango airport when he bid farewell to the bodies of several U.S. soldiers who came to make war on us, are understandable. Duarte has many reasons to cry for those invaders. They made him president. They breastfeed him and support him. During the sickening lament before his masters, Duarte tried to justify his armed forces' lack of capacity to protect the military advisors, U.S. soldiers, and CIA agents who were together when they met the justice of a people who repudiate them. Duarte's speech was a blunder, it was confusing and full of lies. The invaders are not innocent unarmed people, as Duarte said, they are war technicians, experts at killing and torturing. They are the creators of the clandestine jails, the ones who plan the shell HNG of the civilian population. They are the North Americans who plan terror against the peasant population. A CIA official or U.S. soldier in our country is never unarmed, as Captain Joel Felbager was never unarmed. Duarte's cynicism reached an intolerable level when he asserted that these people come to our homeland to defend democracy. Amidst his defeat, Duarte wiped his tears with one hand while extending the other like a beggar, asking for mere Yankee aid, which has proved so useless in facing the FMLN. The usual melodramatic note could not miss in his funeral speech. It is characteristic of a madman, of Duarte's megalomania. He asserted ridiculously that the FMLN had sent him an ultimatum threatening his life. If U.S. Army members and CIA agents died in El Salvador, it was because they came to attack our people. No one had summoned them. They died as a result of the interventionist policy carried out by President Reagan, whose intervention grows day by day. Reagan will have to assume full responsibility for his deeds. These will not be the last invaders to be sent off by Duarte under similar funeral circumstances. The U.S. people must stop Reagan's policy, or a new Vietnam awaits thousands of U.S. youths, irresponsibly sent by Reagan to die. The Salvadoran people's duty is to defend our homeland and our rights. 272. Duarte, who is only Reagan's puppet, has every right to cry before his master and try to justify his inability to protect them, even with the $2 billion given to him for the war. However, we cannot accept Duarte*'s words in Ilopango because he said that the armed invaders' execution is a terrible act, the likes of which had never been seen in the country. We cannot accept this, because Duarte's words mock the blood shed by 50,000 Salvadorans murdered by his armed forces, the raped women, and the workers dismembered by death squads. Duarte's words insult the blood shed by Messenger Romero, whose murderers share power with Duarte. Duarte is mocking the thousands of people he massacred in December 1981 in Morazan Department. Neither Messenger Romero, the woman killed during the attack against the Social Security Hospital, the 2 ANDA workers assassinated by the Arce Battalion, nor 50,000 Salvadorans murdered by Duarte have merited a minute of silence at the Legislative Assembly or official ceremonies to declare them martyrs of the homeland. The silence for them has been the silence of the murderers and those who bless the criminal army's weapons, provided by the Yankees, because Duarte also thinks that the genocidal invaders are the heroes. This time Duarte's heroes, who are the heroes of traitors and oppressors, have left this afternoon in coffins, fully defeated. Meanwhile, the people, the Salvadoran people, remain firm, united, and ready to win. 39 Abuses by Salvadoran Guerrillas. By Ariane Nair. As the guerrilla armies responded to the intensified air war with their own escalation, including kidnappings and assassinations, they have increasingly been criticized by human rights activists. One prominent critic is Ariane Nair, vice chair of America's Watch, whose comment is reprinted below. Such criticisms are likely to mount. Guerrilla Radio announced in October 1985 that they now consider the Reagan administration and American military personnel their main enemies. As New York Times correspondent James Lemoyne points out, this decision to shoot Americans appears to be carefully thought out. If previously they had gone out of their way to avoid this kind of provocation, they now appear less timid. They said, "The government of Ronald Reagan must realize once and for all that we are not afraid of the intervention of its troops and that it cannot pretend to make war on our people without suffering and paying the consequences. We are decided to vanquish North American intervention in our homeland." For several years, human rights groups concerned with El Salvador have focused the great bulk of their attention on abuses by government forces. Though these forces continue to be responsible for most of the civilian suffering, a recent deterioration in the practices of the guerrillas makes it essential that we speak out more forcefully now to denounce their abuses against non-combatants. Compared to such guerrilla groups as Sendero Luminoso in Peru, waging a savage war in the Andean highlands, and to the Contras in Nicaragua, who are systematically violating the laws of war, the Salvadoran guerrillas had a relatively good reputation. This rested principally on their treatment of prisoners of war. Over the past 6 years, they have released thousands of captured soldiers unharmed, either through the International Committee of the Red Cross or through local civilian officials. Whether carried out for humanitarian reasons or propaganda purposes, this policy contrasted sharply with the practices of the Salvadoran armed forces, which have been suspected of summarily executing most prisoners they captured in combat. This is not to say that the guerrillas committed no human rights abuses in past years. On 3 different occasions in mid-1983, they executed a number of captured soldiers. They have also been responsible for several assassinations and have shot at vehicles that crashed through their roadblocks, wantonly kill HNG, and injuring civilian passengers. For several months in 1981, the guerrillas practiced forced recruitment in areas they controlled. Though not prohibited by the laws of war, this caused grief to many civilians, leading at least 1,500 to flee their homes and join the enormous population of displaced persons, most of it created by the armed forces' attacks on civilians in guerrilla-controlled areas. Criticism of forced recruitment in the press and among human rights groups seemed to have an effect. However, in September 1984, the guerrillas abandoned the practice. It is in the last 8 months that the practices of the guerrillas have become especially disturbing. There has been an increase in assassinations, often of right-wing political leaders. The main guerrilla organization denies any connection with the group known as the Clara Elizabeth Ramirez Front, which has claimed credit for the killings. But the guerrillas have not denounced the assassinations, explaining that to do so would deepen contradictions between the forces on the left. Other recent guerrilla abuses include an episode in April at Santa Cruz Loma, a village near the capital, in which the guerrillas executed unarmed members of the local civil defense and also killed a number of civilians. Shortly thereafter, the guerrillas began kidnapping mayors in several regions, claiming that the government was trying to use these mayors to exercise civil authority in areas that the guerrillas consider under their control. In practice, the mayors are being held as hostages, apparently so that they can be exchanged for captured guerrilla commanders. Most dramatically, on June 19, the guerrillas attacked an outdoor restaurant in San Salvador, killing 4 United States Marines and 9 civilians. The guerrillas claim that the Marines were a legitimate target because they were members of the armed forces of a party to the conflict. This is insupportable, however, because the Marines' sole duty was to guard the United States Embassy, and they took no part in hostilities. Moreover, even if the Marines could have been considered a legitimate military target, the circumstances made it almost inevitable that there would be a heavy civilian death toll. in denouncing the attack on the Marines and the civilians killed with them. Archbishop Arturo Rivera y Damas of San Salvador said it would be hypocritical not to also condemn the continuing use of terror tactics by the government's armed forces. The reverse is also true. Critics of the government must not hesitate to condemn the mounting abuses against non-combatants by the Salvadoran guerrillas. 40 Why we kidnap mayors by the FMLN. During the spring of 1985, Salvadoran officials claimed that guerrillas killed 2 newly elected mayors, kidnapped 8 others and burned 32 mayors' offices. According to New York Times correspondent James Lemoyne, one of those killed was Edgar Mauricio Valenzuela, a liberal member of Duarte's Christian Democratic Party. He had previously been temporarily kidnapped and warned not to assume office as mayor of San Jorge, a town 60 miles east of San Salvador. Not heeding this advice, he was seized 2 days later and killed with a single shot to the head. A senior official of the FDR, the political front of the guerrillas, told Lemoyne he had opposed these attacks but could not convince the People's Revolutionary Army to refrain from them. Below is a statement from the ERP about why they are attempting to attack and dismantle local administrations. Later in the year, a total of 23 kidnapped mayors were exchanged, along with Duarte's daughter, for rebel prisoners. The ERP reports. 1 Yesterday, a guerrilla unit of our army captured the mayor of Gualacoctay, Morazan Department, who is a member of the Christian Democratic Party. This mayor can be added to the ones we have already captured in the eastern region and whom we are holding captive. 2 Since the beginning of the war we have pursued a line opposed to local administrations across the country because they are a fundamental component of the counterinsurgency plans financed and sponsored by the United States through the aid. This enemy policy has now taken on greater importance with the expansion of U.S. intervention. Among other things, local administrations are the basis on which the PDC plans to create fascist organizations, information networks, and the already known and repudiated civil defense. Therefore, in addition to representing the central government in our area, local administrations are a fundamental belligerent component of the enemy's political and military plan. For this reason, our forces have decided to attack and dismantle local administrations more actively than ever. It is not acceptable for the government to seek to continue exercising power where it definitely no longer has control and where there is a duality of power between the FMLN and the armed forces. Therefore, it is inadmissible for the government to seek to establish mayors' offices and authorities in those areas. A total of 50 out of 86 municipalities in the eastern region now have dual power structures. 3 Before the elections we clearly and directly issued warnings in all areas that we would not accept mayors or political parties in zones under our control or disputed zones, and that we would take measures before, during, and after the elections. Some persons who were forced to become candidates resigned and withdrew from their parties. 4 We do not consider the PDC, Duarte, and the other leaders to be innocent or to represent a third force in this conflict. Mr. Duarte and the rest of the PDC members are fully aware that they have committed themselves to an anti-popular, repressive, and surrender-oriented plan in cooperation with the army. Therefore, they also are active and belligerent parties in this war and are directly responsible for repression, crimes, and the disappearance of people in these past few years. We will deal with them in accordance with their actions. 5 The mayors we have captured have been classified as prisoners of war involved in counterinsurgency plans against our forces and our people. 6 Commander Janet Zamora and Compañera Maximina Reyes Villatoro were captured in San Miguel by the National Guard on December 30. The 2 women had been captured, but the Armed Forces Press Committee denied it. In this way the Duarte government and the Armed Forces High Command demonstrated a total disregard for our compañera's prisoner of war status. 276. The 2 compañeras have been subjected to cruel tortures by the National Guard. Nothing has been heard of them because they refused to cooperate with the enemy. Our public and private efforts to determine their whereabouts have produced only vague and misleading answers, with which the armed forces have tried to win time or make us forget about the matter. The Salvadoran Church has not cooperated much with our efforts either. 7. Our organization has fully respected the rights of prisoners of war and has facilitated their release, both publicly and privately. We have captured more than 1,000 soldiers, dozens of officers, the well-known criminal Captain Medina Garay, and former Defense Minister Colonel Castillo. We also currently have in our hands 3 CIA agents, 2 Hondurans, and 1 Colombian. The rights of all of them have been respected. This is our force's substantial contribution to the humanization of the conflict. 8. A unilateral attitude in the process of humanizing the conflict is unacceptable. For this reason, the non-resolution of the case of Compañeros Samur and Reyes hampers and jeopardizes any possibility of reaching agreements to humanize the conflict. 9. As the result of all we have presented so far, we assert that the situation of all mayors captured by our forces will only be settled if the Duarte government resolves the case of Commander Samur and Compañero Reyes. 10. Considering the fact that the Church, through MSGRs Rosa Chavez and Rivera y Damas, has made efforts to obtain the release of the mayors we hold as prisoners, we hereby assert that we are willing to accept their mediation provided they are allowed to visit and observe the situation of our compañeros. 1. We want to make clear that what we propose is fundamental respect for the right of our compañeros to live and be tried in court. We reiterate that the violation of this right cannot be tolerated at this stage of the war because we have constantly treated the enemy prisoners of war fairly. 12. Duarte's government, the PDC, and the High Command should bear in mind that there will continue to be prisoners of war of all kinds and on both sides in this war. Leaving this case unresolved could bring serious consequences and will aggravate the war. 13. Finally, we hold Duarte, the PDC, and the Armed Forces High Command responsible for our compañeros' lives and situation. Let Duarte, the PDC, and the High Command be assured that we will not let this criminal action go unpunished. With an unbreakable determination to fight for the Salvadoran revolution until we win or die, revolution or death, we will win. 41. The kidnapping of President Duarte's daughter Carrot. From Central American broadcast sources. Months later, the repercussions of the fall 1985 guerrilla kidnapping of 35-year-old Inés Guadalupe Duarte Durden were still apparent in El Salvador. According to New York Times correspondent James Lemoyne, both she and her family have been deeply scarred by the experience. Although the kidnapping drew criticism from European and Latin American governments, and even from some members of the Salvadoran FDR, it seemed to be a net gain for the rebel movement as a whole, which won freedom for more than a score of its leaders held in prison and passage out of the country for more than 100 wounded insurgents. What's more, it threw President Duarte off balance, politically as well as psychologically. Rebels released photos and tape recordings that indicated certain sympathy for the rebel cause on the part of Señora Duarte Durden, reinforcing conservative suspicions that the president's Christian Democratic movement is just a bunch of communist supporters. Aside from driving a wedge between Duarte and his backers in the army and oligarchy, the rebels' kidnapping operation, their ability to hide Duarte Durden and her companion in their zones of control, and their managing of the complicated negotiations for the exchange of prisoners indicated a high degree of international diplomatic and logistical sophistication. We present the story here as it unfolded in the press in the weeks of the kidnapping, showing the complex event from several viewpoints. A. First Dispatch, San Salvador Radio. September 10, 1985. The daughter of President José Napoleón Duarte, Inés Guadalupe Duarte Duran, 35, communications student at the new San Salvador University, UNSA, in this city, was kidnapped at approximately 1515 this afternoon by 3 unidentified men who were waiting for her to arrive at the UNSA. Mrs. Duarte Duran was driving her Toyota when a beige Toyota intercepted her. 2 men got out, forcibly seized her, and, although Mrs. Duarte Duran struggled with them, they managed to drag her into the Toyota, while other persons fired at her bodyguards. One of her bodyguards was killed instantly, and the other 2 were badly injured. The injured bodyguards were taken to a hospital. 278. Since a military blockade has surrounded the university and nearby blocks, and since the authorities are not allowing us to gather information, it was impossible to learn the names of the slain bodyguard or the 2 injured bodyguards. Mrs. Duarte Duran is in charge of Radio Libertad, Radio Cadena Libertad. It was reported that she was head of Radio Libertad's news and that she studied communications science at the UNSA. B. President Duarte's reaction, Panama City. Radio, ACAN, September 11, 1986. ACAN has learned from unofficial sources that Salvadoran President José Napoleon Duarte was told about the kidnapping of his daughter Inés 3 hours after it occurred and that he suffered a slight heart attack upon hearing the news. See a day later, Radio Managua, September 12, 1985. After more than 24 hours since the kidnapping of Mrs. Inés Guadalupe Duarte, President José Napoleon Duarte's daughter, none of the armed groups in El Salvador has claimed credit for the kidnapping, while government spokesman announced that a 23-year-old woman accompanying the president's daughter Ana Cecilia Villeda was also kidnapped. President Duarte has received solidarity and support from all traditional political sectors of El Salvador, as well as many messages of support from political leaders throughout the world, headed by President Reagan, who condemned the kidnapping in a letter he sent a few hours ago to the Salvadoran president. One of the leaders of the FDR, Ruben Zamora, said in the past few hours, "Up to the moment we have absolutely no reports on the kidnapping. Deeply to kidnappers, Agents France Presa." Dispatch from San Salvador, September 12, 1985. Rodolfo Castillo Claramount, Foreign Minister and Vice President of El Salvador, has issued a dramatic plea to the kidnappers of President José Napoleon Duarte's daughter, to respect her physical and moral integrity. Likewise, he urged them to give some information concerning the health of 35-year-old Inés Guadalupe Duarte, who was kidnapped by heavily armed men on Tuesday. During a statement to AFP, the foreign minister stated categorically that there are no new developments because no communication has been received, so we continue in this cruel uncertainty. Castillo said he hopes that special aspects of the Civil War, Terror and Human Rights 279. Inés Guadalupe is not being mistreated, so that her physical and psychological integrity does not suffer in the least, and that she may soon return home. Military Search, San Salvador Radio. September 13, 1985. This morning combined armed forces units carried out an operation in which they discovered and searched 12 residences that probably were being used by guerrillas in San Salvador. These combined units were searching for the eldest daughter of President José Napoleon Duarte, who was kidnapped 2 days ago, according to an official army spokesman. Colonel Carlos Armando Aviles, chief of the Armed Forces Press Committee, said that the search of some of the houses was based on intelligence reports and information secured with regard to the kidnapping. FDR leader deplores kidnapping, Panama City Radio, ACAN, October 3, 1985. During an interview with ACAN in this capital, Guillermo Ungo today accused certain politicians who have tried to link him with Inés Guadalupe Duarte's kidnapping on September 10 of vulgar opportunism. Ungo was responding to a statement by Ricardo Arias Calderón, top leader of the Panamanian Christian Democratic Party, who charged the civilian leaders of the guerrillas with being accessories in the terror tactics or figureheads with no political decision-making power. On the kidnapping of Señora Duarte Duran, Ungo said, "We deplore it, we hope and expect that her life, her physical integrity, will be spared. However, we cannot stop at this case but must regret the situation of dozens of thousands of fathers and mothers who have lost dozens of thousands of children and many hundreds of other people who are experiencing the sorrow of having missing children. The FDR is not the political arm of the guerrillas, and the FMLN is not the military arm either," Ungo stressed. "It is an alliance. They are two bodies that share a political line," he added. "It would be as if we tried to link Duarte's administration and the Salvadoran Christian Democratic Party with the murder of over 60,000 Christians and several thousand missing people," although Duarte is the armed forces commander-in-chief, while I am not, Ungo added. 280. G. The rebels defend their action. Clandestine Radio Farabundo Martí, September 15, 1985. The Pedro Pablo Castillo Front assure the people of El Salvador that the struggle of the people will break all locks, all rocks, will open all the dungeons, and we will once again join in an embrace of freedom and independence. This morning, the traitor José Napoleon Duarte cried when he spoke from Liberated Plaza to address the fatherland which he is selling out to a foreign power, the imperialist power. With tears, the butcher Duarte tried to exploit the sentiments of the people. Duarte apparently thinks that our people have forgotten the repression he has unleashed in our fatherland. Duarte travels constantly to the United States as the puppet of imperialism. Duarte has remained silent on the massacre of refugees, and continues to cover up the murder of Messenger Romero. When Duarte speaks about the Salvadoran family, he is thinking of the 14 oligarchic families. He is responsible for the situation of the refugees, for the situation of the families that have been forced to flee their homes, for all the persons who have been imprisoned and are missing. We wish to refresh Mr. Duarte's memory. What happens to our political prisoners? From the moment they are captured, they are tortured, they are kidnapped, they disappear. Men and women are cruelly tortured, and their belongings are stolen from their relatives. Duarte, who this morning spoke of liberty, is chiefly responsible for the persons who are missing, who are in prison, who are tortured. Mr. Duarte, where are our sons? Where are our daughters? Our children, Mr. Duarte, where are they? Where are our brothers, Mr. Duarte? Why are so many Salvadorans disappearing? Is it moral to torture? Is it moral to murder many fellow countrymen in the dungeons of the repressive forces? Is it perhaps, Mr. Duarte, that the Salvadoran people do not have human rights? H. A deal takes shape. Duarte in contact with the FMLN, Reuters, Buenos Aires, September 15, 1985. A top-level source told Reuters that the first contact between the kidnappers and the government was established late on Friday, but the communication was cut when a helicopter motor was heard in the background. The government has said there is reason to believe that the FMLN was responsible for the kidnapping, but the rebel stations which normally claim responsibility for these actions have remained silent. One of Duarte's advisors told Reuters that the government hoped the abductors would not make some kind of public statement, but try to establish private contact to reach an special aspects of the Civil War, Terror and Human Rights 281 agreement. There were some unconfirmed reports that the kidnappers had demanded the release of important leaders who had been arrested by Duarte's government in exchange for Duarte's daughter. According to the officials, the government has in detention at least 5 important guerrilla leaders, including Nydia Diaz, second in command in the Revolutionary Party of Central American Workers, and Americo Moro Araujo, one of the top-level leaders of the Communist Party of El Salvador. An important military official said that if the abductors insist on the release of all the captured rebel leaders, then Tnez will die, because we will never release all of them. Nevertheless, one of Duarte's advisors said that the government was prepared to negotiate the release of the president's daughter in exchange for Nydia Diaz. Duarte has appointed a commission, comprised of a close advisor, one of the president's sons, and the defense minister, to prepare answers to all possible demands from the kidnappers. Last year, when the guerrilla forces kidnapped Eduardo Vides, brother of Defense Minister Carlos Eugenio Vides Casanova, secret negotiations between his kidnappers and the army with the church acting as mediator led to his release. Weeks later, an important guerrilla leader was released from the Salvadoran prison of La Esperanza. The role of the church, San Salvador TV. September 15, 1985. We must bear in mind the sacrifices of all our forefathers and all the Salvadorans who have struggled and suffered to attain our people's welfare, because we cannot continue to consider independence as a gift derived from something which has already been accomplished. In addition to becoming passive, and resigned to our fate, we would be celebrating the beginning of a process without really becoming aware that we must continue with our efforts. This process and our people's efforts must be aimed at achieving total liberation, and the Church wants to contribute to the achievement of this goal. We understand that total liberation is comprised of all the various aspects and dimensions in which man is involved: political freedom, trying to build a just society; economic freedom, seeking to build an equitable society; human freedom, creating a new, free man who chooses his own destiny; and freedom from sin, because we are trying to eradicate injustice among men and their society, opening our hearts to a communion with God and all men. This is the integral, total liberation we want as people and nations, and it has brought us much suffering. Something new is being created with much suffering and many deaths. The Church is here and wants to contribute with 282. Its faith. This faith urges us to love all men, even our enemies. This love discards the friend-enemy concept and does not conceive of peace as an absence of war. It does not conceive of peace as an imposed peace, the peace of cemeteries, but as a permanent achievement, the fruit of love and a gift from God. In this concern, frequent calls will be issued to our national awareness to stop so much violence and seek the roads to a dialogue in order to humanize the conflict. I shall leave the detailed report on this week's events for next Sunday. However, I must point out the most recent case, which has shaken our nation and the world, concerning the kidnapping of the president's eldest daughter, Inés Guadalupe Duarte Duran, and her fellow student, Ana Cecilia Villada Sosa. As soon as we learned of this sad event, we raised our pleas to God, asking Him that such a difficult test have a quick and comforting outcome. However, our prayers also included all the other brothers who are prisoners for political reasons or because they are victims of a kidnapping either for economic or political reasons. While the Legal Assistance Office works for the political prisoners, how could we not pray for the 3 mayors and other officials who are being held prisoner by the guerrilla groups, or for businessman José Luis Zablat and many others who perhaps due to their humble origin have not deserved a newspaper headline? In addition to prayer and work, the Church's moral support will join many voices being raised without hesitation to condemn all kidnappings because these are terrorist actions, regardless of the reasons behind each of them. Above all, we wish to assert our concern for the lack of sensibility which might prevail among us concerning these abominable actions, until we come to the point where daily violence is viewed as a spectacle or a statistic and not as what it really is, disdain for human dignity. We also wish to point out that if this kidnapping has political connotations, it could accentuate the deterioration of the dialogue, which needs not only a good dose of goodwill but also respect for persons who have nothing to do with the country's problems, particularly women. We must be positive and overcome the temptation to treat people as mere objects, as pawns which one can discard at will during a chess game, if we want to embark on the road toward peace. Inés Guadalupe's kidnapping eloquently highlights what must not be done. God willing, this will be the last time we have to deplore such actions. Otherwise, this celebration at the cathedral should encourage all to renew our inner selves, love our brothers, and continue building a much more human way of living. May the Holy Virgin, identified with her people's suffering, be the one to accompany us during our pilgrimage for faith, hope, and the search for a better world. Amen. Special aspects of the Civil War, Terror and Human Rights. 283. J. The Army supports Duarte, Radio San Salvador, September 26, 1985. The Salvadoran Army will support any decision adopted by President José Napoleon Duarte with regard to the kidnapping of his daughter, Inés Guadalupe Duarte, and her friend, Ana Cecilia Villada. Culture and Communications Minister Julio Adolfo Reprons said yesterday afternoon. He made this clarification in view of rumors and reports circulating about disagreement in the military ranks about the demands of the kidnappers of the president's daughter. The minister did not give details of the demands, but he clarified that these rumors are false. He also said that other rumors indicating that a deadline had been set for an exchange of prisoners are false. K. Negotiations, Panama City Radio, ACAN. October 5, 1985. This afternoon Salvadoran President José Napoleón Duarte communicated with the kidnappers of his daughter, Inés Guadalupe, and informed them that he is ready to release 22 jailed guerrillas. Communication between the president and the kidnappers was established through a shortwave radio monitored by several newsmen. During the communication, Duarte said that 3 of the rebels whose release is being demanded in exchange for his daughter's release have already been set free. After providing the names of the rebels, the government is willing to surrender. President Duarte asked the kidnappers about his daughter's health and that of Ana Cecilia. The radio communication was cut at this point, although Duarte insisted on asking several times about Inés Guadalupe Duarte's health. El Señor Duarte Duran in captivity, interview with the FMLN, October 24, 1985. The first question to Mrs. Duarte was, could you briefly describe the conditions under which you were held while in the territories controlled by the FMLN? Mrs. Inés Guadalupe Duarte answered, about this, I could say that in spite of the difficulties, their treatment was very humanitarian and very respectful. Within the limitations they had, they tried to cover everything for us, food, clothing, and we had a doctor permanently with us. For any problem we had, we consulted him, and he immediately gave us some medicine. We had a girl accompanying us throughout the entire captivity. I would like to say very nice things about her. She was very kind to us. She was always attentive to us. She would take us in the morning to take a bath, and I could say that the 284 who took care of us, such as those from security, were also very respectful boys. Well, within this same attention that there was during the 45 days of my captivity, I could say that I must be very grateful for the treatment they gave us, as it was really very respectful, and with great humane quality. The question was whether Mrs. Inés Guadalupe ever had any contact with the civilian population in the territories controlled by the FMLN. To that question, Mrs. Duarte Duran answered in the following manner, well, it is true. There were no bombings in the area where we actually were. However, between 17 and October 19 there were 2 bombings that were really very close to where we were. More or less, about 15 or 20 minutes. I can truly tell you this was horrible. I felt the bombs crashing nearby. To see the small plane, the one they call La Carreta, see how it drops the grenades, I can tell you, I was very afraid. It is a very sorrowful impression and very anguishing when one is not psychologically prepared for that. I think of the fear of the civilian population when they see those planes flying. Our compahero interviewing Mrs. Duarte Duran asked her if she was ever in contact with the civilian population. Mrs. Duarte Duran answered as follows, I asked to see the civilian population. They thought I was a reporter. I could not explain to them. They told me about their experiences. They told me everything they think, and I really understood them because I had just experienced the bombing. M. Señor Duarte Duran Fried, Agents France. Presa dispatch from San Salvador, October 24, 1985. Inés Guadalupe Duarte, the daughter of the Salvadoran president, and her companion Ana Cecilia Villada were freed this morning at 1000 Infantasma Municipality, Tenancingo Department, 42 kilometers east of this capital. Communications Minister Adolfo Reprons reported. Reprons made this statement today at the General Staff Headquarters, where a news conference was called to await the released women, who were in the hands of the guerrillas for 44 days. Reliable sources said that 22 political prisoners and 96 war-maimed guerrillas, who were exchanged for the 2 women and 33 municipal officials, will leave for Panama today at 1400. Reprons said that the entire operation is the result of a major coordinated action by the International Red Cross Committee, the Diplomatic Corps, the government, and the church, which stationed priests throughout the country to receive the mayors and the war prisoners. Special aspects of the civil war, terror and human rights. 285. N. Reunited with her family, President Duarte's press conference, San Salvador Radio, October 25, 1985. I will begin by saying that Ines Guadalupe is fine. At this time, she will not make statements, so I ask you not to ask her to make statements. She is tired and apparently she was made to walk for 3 consecutive days. She is suffering from nervous tension, and I am sure that you will understand that this is normal after being held hostage for more than 40 days. However, she is fine. She is very happy at home with her father and mother, and with her children. She is resting at home at present with her 3 children. We know that these persons now being released will pick up a rifle again and continue to possibly do harm to the nation. That is unfortunately something we cannot ignore. Neither can we ignore that the entire conflict is wearing on not the government, but the Salvadoran people. Then, my work should be to help the Salvadoran people come out of this conflict and gain peace, and to seek its humanization through the effort of democratization by all in order to find the political space required so that all sectors, from the extreme right to the extreme left, may abandon violence in favor of peace and participation, in which this government is interested. Thus, all things considered, this will be positive for the country. Oh. The aftermath. Señora Duarte Duran was forced to make statements. Panama City Radio, ACAN, dispatch from San Salvador, November 7, 1985. A ranking official said today that the Salvadoran president's daughter, Ines Guadalupe, was forced by the guerrillas to make statements for a rebel station moments before her release. Culture and Communications Minister Julio Adolfo Reprón said at a press conference that Ines Guadalupe Duarte, who was held for 44 days, was forced to make statements under the threat that if she did not do so she would not be released. Asterisk. P. The aftermath, Stockholm Syndrome. Agence France Presse, a dispatch from Paris. November 4, 1985. Ines Guadalupe Duarte, kidnapped by Salvadoran guerrillas for 44 days, is not presently in a condition to make objective statements about her experience as a hostage. President José Napoleón Duarte said here today. Duarte presented Ines Guadalupe during a news conference held at a down 286 town Paris hotel, but asked newsmen not to ask his daughter questions because of the emotional state she is in, mentioning the phenomenon known as the Stockholm Syndrome. Duarte mentioned the so-called Stockholm Syndrome, which was referred to in the case of the U.S. passengers kidnapped in the TWA plane who were placed in quarantine in Frankfurt after their release. Ines Guadalupe Duarte, with a shy smile on her face, posed by her father's side for a while and then retreated without making any statements. Q. The aftermath, freedom of speech, radio. Farabundo Martí, November 4, 1985. Duarte has violated freedom of expression even in his own home. After Ines Guadalupe Duarte Duran was released, her father, the President of the Republic, has not allowed her to say one word to the news media, which has tried to get a statement from her. A few minutes before she was released, Ines Guadalupe told Radio Farabundo Martí that she had been treated with great respect and great human decency by the FMLN, and that she was impressed by the brotherly attitude and solidarity among the members of the FMLN. She also spoke against the Air Force's raids on the civilian population, and she also admitted that she had changed her opinion of the members of the FMLN, who are struggling for an ideal and have very high morale. People have already answered their own question after listening to Napoleon Duarte's statements to U.S. news media during his recent trip to the United States. According to Duarte, his daughter was brainwashed to turn her against him, and for this reason she is seeing a psychologist. In other words, Duarte is not allowing his daughter to make statements to the news media, because she would make statements in favor of the FMLN. Chapter 8. Agrarian Reform and the Revival of Labor. Editor's Introduction. Not only in El Salvador, but throughout the non-industrial world, land shortages and rising population growth have provided the matrix for social struggle and demands for land reform. The situation in El Salvador, the most densely populated area in Latin America, is particularly critical and is intricately involved with the political problems of that tiny country. In El Salvador, land has always meant power, either directly, as in the case of the landowners themselves, or indirectly, through the military or civilian elites who have served the oligarchy so long and so well. Since the breakup of the communal Indian lands in the 1870s by the free market liberal government of the day, El Salvador's land has been tied up in agricultural commodities for export, first in indigo, later in coffee, cotton, and sugar cane. Efforts at redistributing the land and, hence, the power in El Salvador have been in vain, whether those efforts were the results of mass political movements or even modest proposals broached by the military. The land reform program initiated by the military Christian Democratic junta in March of 1980 was, however, supposed to be different. Hailed by the United States and bankrolled largely by it, the measures were supposed to be proof positive of the reform credentials of the government, and yet another reason for vigorous efforts to defeat the rebellion. 288. From the beginning, though, land reform was sabotaged by its enemies. After 1 year, Leonel Gomez, former chief advisor to Rodolfo Vieira, the assassinated head of ISTA, El Salvador's Institute for Land Reform, could dismiss it as a failure that functioned mainly to bolster the reformist image of the oligarchic regime in El Salvador. By now, debate over its merits has ended, the reform is a dead issue. No longer attached as a condition for further U.S. aid, no longer followed closely by policymakers or the press, the land reform fell victim to the ascendancy of the Salvadoran right. With their victory in the March 1982 Constituent Assembly elections, ARENA and the PCN acted immediately to gut the reforms at the behest of the oligarchy. The military Christian Democratic junta had already postponed indefinitely Phase 2 of the reforms that would have cut deeply into the large coffee fincas, stating that such action would at the present time cripple the productive sector. Roy Prosterman's Land to the Tiller program, designed to breed capitalists like rabbits, faltered from the start, ill-conceived and underfunded, but, most importantly, carried out with abysmal ignorance of the modus operandi of Salvadoran agriculture. As Irving Howe wrote in 1981, land reform could make a major difference only if it were accompanied by physical security for political dissidents and recalcitrant peasants were able to create their own free and autonomous institutions. Even the smashing Christian Democratic victory in the Constituent Assembly elections of March 1985 seems unlikely to put the land reform program back on track, despite continuing pressure from campesino and trade union groups within the Christian Democratic base. If in the rural areas campesinos have been unable to wrench reforms out of the oligarchy, their urban counterparts, the Marxist-oriented unions, seem to be displaying an unexpected vitality. Strikes and demonstrations have reappeared, especially in the government sector, and have put President Duarte on the spot. El Salvador's economy remains ravaged and stagnant. With unemployment and underemployment over 50%, but without a transformation in the countryside, there is no way an impoverished agricultural country can find the wherewithal to pay urban workers the wages they expect and simultaneously reduce mass unemployment. In the economic sphere, Duarte and his American sponsors face a tough road ahead. 42. The Failure of Land Reform. By Raymond Bonner. Elsewhere in this book, the question of the relationship between the current struggle in El Salvador and the earlier Vietnam conflict is discussed. Land reform is an issue on which the two countries may also be fruitfully compared, especially in light of the interesting fact that the designer of the ill-fated land reform program in El Salvador, University of Washington professor Roy Prosterman, also served in a similar role in Vietnam in the 1960s. In the reading that follows, former New York Times reporter Raymond Bonner, who covered El Salvador in 1981, describes the role of the AFL-CIO agency, the American Institute for Free Labor Development, in the struggles over land reform in El Salvador after the revolution of 1979. Bonner's journalism won him a prize from the Latin American Studies Association. Previously he had been a lawyer and had served with the U.S. Marines in Vietnam. No longer on the New York Times staff, Bonner is currently completing a book on the Philippines. Eiffel, which was expelled from El Salvador in 1973 but returned after the coup in 1979, tried to subvert the land reform program that was being considered by the first junta. Eiffel was opposed to taking land from all the largest landowners, arguing instead that only 1 or 2 farms be expropriated and converted to peasant cooperatives, as pilot projects, said Leonel Gomez, deputy director of the Salvadoran Institute for Agrarian Transformation at the time. The Eiffel representatives also tried to persuade José Rodolfo Vieira not to take the job as head of ISTA, offering him a position with Eiffel at $1,000 a month. But after consulting with Archbishop Romero, Vieira, a peasant with only 3 years of formal schooling, became the ISTA director. At that point Eiffel rented him a suite at the Sheraton, for no reason at all, said Gomez. They were just trying to buy him. But they couldn't. Eiffel did, however, effectively buy the largest Salvadoran peasant union, known by its Spanish initials as the UCS, and the Democratic Popular Unity, an umbrella organization for 4 labor groups. Peasant unions were banned from 1932 until the late 1960s, when the government set up the UCS with assistance from Eiffel. It was about that time that Michael Hammer first worked in El Salvador. When Eiffel became involved with the UCS again in 1980, it paid some 400 UCS members salaries of $160 a month, a hefty amount for a peasant to work as promoters, going into the countryside to explain the law and seek new members. Each peasant paid 25 centavos a month to be a member of the UCS. The rest of the organization's annual budget of nearly $2 million came from Eiffel. The UCS has become little more than an alter ego for Eiffel and the U.S. policy. During one crucial period when President Reagan had to certify that progress was being made in the land reform program in order to continue military aid to El Salvador, the UCS complained in a letter to Duarte that the failure of the agrarian reform process is an immediate and imminent danger. Just 3 days after that negative letter had been made public, in a front-page story by Karen DeYoung in the Washington Post, Eiffel released another letter purportedly written by UCS leaders, this time praising the Duarte government's efforts in behalf of peasants. This letter was the basis of a front-page story in the New York Times under the headline "Salvador Peasants Praise Land Policy." The letter was dated January 25 and purportedly written in El Salvador. Eiffel made it public with a press release on January 28. But mail does not arrive from El Salvador in 3 days, and the name of one of the UCS leaders, Samuel Maldonado, who supposedly signed the letter, was misspelled. In fact, the letter was written by Eiffel in Washington. Eiffel has used the UCS and its leaders on other occasions, flying them to Washington to testify before congressional committees skeptical about continuing aid to El Salvador. But Eiffel leaders have never allowed them to say publicly what they voice in private, such as their support for negotiations to end the war. When it comes to Phase 3 of the Salvadoran land reform, the land-to-titular law, there can be no doubt that it was a U.S. program, in spite of states' insistence that the United States provided only technical assistance. Phase 3, also called 207, the number of the government decree enacting it had to be shoved down their throats, said a diplomat, noting the nearly universal Salvadoran government, civilian and military, opposition to it. An internal aid document described Phase 3 as having been designed virtually in its entirety by Americans, and slipped into legislation without their being consulted. The fact is known and resented. The land-to-the-tiller law was Prosterman's idea. It was one of the changes in the program that he had pressured Gutierrez to accept at their meeting in early March. Prosterman argues, Douglas MacArthur pushed through the sweeping land reform in Japan after World War II, transforming the tenants into small family farmers, which effectively destroyed the communists as a political force, and helped set the stage for the economic miracle in that country. Chiang Kai-shek, with U.S. support, carried out an equally sweeping land reform in Taiwan after losing the mainland, with equally positive results, as did South Korea, just before the North invaded in 1950. These land reform programs, Prosterman insisted, are a strikingly better model for other Latin American countries than what had been tried in Chile and Peru. The Salvadorans used to get amused at Prosterman sometimes, recalled White. His frequent allusions to Taiwan, Japan, Vietnam. That's not Central America. He didn't know anything about Latin America. But Prosterman knew how to stop a leftist revolution, or thought he did. To a hostile audience of Salvadoran businessmen he argued that the land to the tiller law would breed capitalists like rabbits and that there was no one more conservative than a landowner. And even though White said he didn't think Prosterman knew much about Latin America, he, too, was enthusiastic about land to the tiller. It was going to build a middle class, a group of people who had a stake in society, he said. But there was opposition to the law, even among Salvadorans and American officials who recognized the need for Phases I and II. They pointed out that a considerable number of Phase 3 parcels, all plots smaller than 17 acres, were affected by the law, but most of them were only 2 or 3 acres, were owned not by wealthy individuals but by school teachers, shopkeepers, widows, and others who had managed to save enough money over the years to buy a plot of land, which, uninterested in farming themselves, they rented. Phase 3, because it was hastily drafted to thwart the leftists' appeal, did not take into account any hardship cases. There were also serious economic and agricultural deficiencies in the program. In a comprehensive report on the Salvadoran Land Reform Program, Oxfam America, the Boston-based humanitarian and development organization, noted that the law altered the peasant practice of crop rotation. Under the renting system, a peasant moved to a new plot every couple of years, allowing the soil of his former field to fallow and regenerate. But when a peasant owns a tiny plot, he is forced to plant every available inch every year in order to feed his family. The soil is quickly depleted. From an agricultural and economic perspective, it would have been wiser to combine the small plots. 292. Into cooperatives owned by several peasant families. Economies of scale would have operated, and while the farmers had grown enough corn or beans in one area to feed everyone, another section could have been left fallow. Gomez and Vieira, the ISTA officers, were also opposed to the land to the tiller program, not because of the concept but for the practical reason that the government did not have the resources to implement it while it was also trying to carry out Phases I and II. Prosterman countered that land to the tiller was self-executing, that a peasant need only present proof that he had been working the parcel as a tenant for the prescribed period and title would automatically be issued to him. In later months and years, American diplomats and aid officials realized that the opponents had been right on many counts. The land to the tiller's bequests upon the landless will be largely at the expense of small investors and those whose lives were improved by the chance of inheritance, Hallman, the embassy political officer, wrote in his January 1981 Descent Channel cable. This is not a political net plus. An aid report noted, if campesinos were to cultivate a single plot with poor soil on a steep slope for 3 years in succession, it would be converted to a sterile desert. And the law was hardly self-executing. It is abundantly clear that Decree 207 is not, by any stretch of the imagination, self-executing, said another aid report. When 207 was enacted, the government said some 150,000 rural families would be beneficiaries. 3.5 years later, as of November 1983, only 4,767 definitive titles, and 53,401 provisional ones, had been issued. But in the spring of 1980 the Americans didn't think they had time to examine all these concerns. Land reform was hastily enacted because something had to be done to counter the growing strength of the left. It was rushed through more for its political impact than its social impact, White said. The left fears land reform, Prosterman assured the Salvadoran businessmen. It deprives them of their most valuable weapon in implementing revolution because they can no longer appeal to the landless. He even went so far as to declare that the leftist onslaught will be effectively eliminated by the end of 1980. Of all the myths generated by the land reform, this is one of the most pervasive, that it took the banner from the left. It was a logical conclusion, said one diplomat, but no one ever offered us any proof and the press never questioned it. The land reform probably did take some of the wind out of the revolutionary sails, but not nearly to the extent that American and Salvadoran officials proclaim. For one thing, the program just didn't benefit that many people. The overall numbers of people benefited are relatively small, noted a confidential State Department memorandum written 2 years after the program had begun. Only about 30,000 peasant families have become cooperative members under Phase I, the one phase most fully implemented. Agrarian reform and the revival of labor. 293. Even if all 3 phases were completed, there would still be 1.8 million Salvadoran peasants without land. More important, giving a peasant title to a plot of land won't bring the schools, water, electricity, and health care that have more meaning for the daily lives of peasant parents and their children than a piece of paper that bestows certain legal rights. It is also debatable whether peasants will be better off as the owners of the cooperatives than they were when they were working for an absentee landlord. Many of the people working on the cooperatives may not be really aware of much change, noted a confidential State Department memorandum in March 1982. Some of them are even being managed by the same people who were formerly the agents of the large landowners, so the net impact is lessened. A significant reason that the real benefits of the land reform program did not match the rhetoric was that Phase 2 was never implemented. The Carter administration was ambivalent about Phase 2. Pastor, at the NSC, thought it was a mistake and the Reagan administration was unequivocally opposed. But the Salvadoran peasants desperately wanted it. Maldonado, the head of the UCS, said in an interview in mid-1982 that U.S. aid should be conditional on the implementation of Phase 2, an opinion that Eiffel did not have him make publicly in any letters or congressional appearances. If the purpose of the land reform is to effect a meaningful distribution of the wealth, as opposed to being primarily a political tactic to stop the revolution, then Phase 2 is essential. Many wealthy landowners avoided losing their lands under Phase I by subdividing them among family members into farms that were within the Phase 2 size 247 to 1,235 acres. Moreover, under a fully implemented Phase I, there would be some 325 cooperatives, affecting only 15% of the nation's farmland and benefiting 34,658 families, or 7.2% of the total farm families. Phase 2, on the other hand, would have affected some 1,700 farms, covering 18.5% of the farmland and 50,000, or 10.5%, of rural families. From the perspective of redistribution of the wealth, only 1–3% of the nation's coffee is cultivated on Phase I properties, at least 30% on Phase IL-size farms. The Salvadoran land reform was designed to prevent a revolution. This is in contrast with the land reform in Nicaragua, which was designed to implement one. It is beyond the scope of this book to examine the Nicaraguan reform in any detail, but Lawrence Simon of Oxfam America, who has studied both countries' land reform efforts, described the Nicaraguan project as more democratic and sweeping. It is more democratic in that the Salvadoran program was imposed from abroad or above, as Archbishop Romero said, while Nicaragua's was designed with considerable input from the peasants, who at one point marched on Managua to demand, successfully, that the Sandinista government expropriate and distribute more lands. But though the Nicaraguan program is more sweeping, affecting a greater percentage of farmland and rural families, it is also less radical in some respects than L. 294. Salvador's. While the Sandinistas took some lands for political reasons from people who had fled the country and from those who joined the counter-revolutionary forces, productivity, not size, was the principal criterion used by the Sandinistas in deciding which farms to expropriate. One 44,000-acre privately held sugarcane plantation, for example, was not touched by Nicaraguans. There is another, and perhaps more significant, reason why the Salvadoran land reform didn't silence the revolutionary surge or generate more converts to the government. The repression continued unabated. On July 18, in a surprise move at night, the army surrounded the hacienda, which is called San Lorenzo, obliging its members that were on watch to lie face downward, then with their hands against the wall accusing them of being communists, and tying up cooperative member Pedro Antonio Mijango. They took him away, and the next day he was found dead near the road to Santiago de Maria. Thus did the members of the Santa Catalina Agricultural Production Cooperative Association describe their plight in a plea to Archbishop Rivera y Damas. After this raid, they wrote, all the cooperative members were terrified and did not go to town that night. 8 days later, when they went to work, they found the storehouse and part of the roof burned, with all the fertilizers completely destroyed, all the irrigation equipment, furnishings, agricultural containers, etc. The army returned again 1 month later, in August. The army put all the cooperative members and other workers face downward in the cultivated areas on top of ants' nests, tied up several of them. This time 2 members of the cooperative were seized by the soldiers, taken to the edge of the hacienda and publicly assassinated in a ravine. After that no one came to work, much less to do guard work, and we lost in crops 80 manzanas of corn, 60 of millet, 2 of tomatoes, 1 of chili, the small projects of onions, peppers, jicama fruit, and 8 manzanas of coffee, and things of lesser value such as wire, wood, tools, etc. The peasants concluded their letter to the Archbishop, we hope you will forgive us for having to add one more problem to your many concerns, but after having reflected on who we might turn to, we decided that you were the most appropriate. Another of the myths fostered by U.S. officials is that the land reform demonstrates that the Salvadoran military is no longer in service to the country's oligarchy, that after the coup it was transformed from an institution dedicated to the status quo to one that spearheads land reform, as the head of state's Latin American Bureau, Thomas Enders, proclaimed in 1982. In a similar vein, when the Subcommittee on Foreign Operations of the House Appropriations Committee was considering the Carter administration's request for $5.7 million in non-lethal aid in early 1980, the State Department's John Bushnell argued that the aid would be a symbol to those military. Agrarian reform and the revival of labor. 295. Officers who are committed to reform. Moreover, he assured the congressman, the military aid was needed so that the armed forces could provide security to these farmers who have received land. To do that they need transport and communications equipment so they can respond when there is an incident and provide security in the countryside. But about the only evidence that the military was supporting the reforms came on the day they were announced, when army units surrounded the banks and occupied many of the Phase I properties to prevent any interference with the expropriations. What happened after that, U.S. policymakers didn't bother to tell Congress and the American public. Salvadoran officers used the American trucks and communications equipment not to spearhead reform but to thwart it by continuing to repress the peasants, as they always had. How can this present process succeed if the peasants are repressed on a daily basis merely for organizing themselves? Christian Democrat Hector Dada asked rhetorically in his resignation letter submitted when he left the junta a few days before the land program was announced. How can this process hope to reach fruition when the organizations representing thousands of peasants have not even been consulted while, to the contrary, the daily and growing repression against those organizations renders impossible any dialogue with them? How can this process serve democracy if, far from the democratic framework in which the party envisioned it taking place, it is carried out under a state of siege? The state of siege was declared on the day the reforms were announced. It was to be in effect for 30 days. Ritually, every 30 days, except for one very brief period in early 1982, it has been extended for another 30 days. In REAHTY, from the first moment that the implementation of the agrarian reform began, what we saw was a sharp increase in official violence against the very peasants who were the supposed beneficiaries of the process. The Deputy Agricultural Minister, Jorge Villacorta, wrote in his resignation letter, submitted a few weeks after the reforms had been announced. It was reform with repression. It was barely light when the soldiers pushed through the creaky gate into El Pifian, a farm near the Pacific. A few days earlier the peasants had elected the leaders of their cooperative. The soldiers had a list of the names. From the lines of peasants going into the fields for the day's work, they pulled out 8, took them down a dusty road, past the oxen lugging carts, lined them up against a dirt bank, and executed them. At San Francisco Guajoyo, the largest original UCS cooperative, the assassins arrived at about 3:30 in the morning, while the 160 families were sleeping. They were dressed in military uniforms. A small armored personnel carrier was brought along in case things got out of hand. The men went from door to door, rounding up peasants whose names were on a list. ISTA employees showed their identification. To no avail. 14 peasants were shot. 296. As the other members of the cooperative were forced to watch. Junta members Morales Ayeruk and Colonel Gutierrez told 8 officials that the perpetrators of the massacre were guerrillas who had dressed in army uniforms and stolen the small tank. But one person had survived. When Leonel Gomez, the ISTA deputy director, and an 8 official found him in the Santa Ana hospital, they spirited him away, knowing that survivors are often hunted down and killed in their hospital beds. He was laid on a mattress in the back of a pickup truck, with the aide man holding his plasma bottle. The survivor provided the details. The killings had been carried out by the National Guard. Concerned 8 officials visited Guajoyo after the incident. A few days later, according to a classified memorandum to file, the Guard returned and killed more peasants. El Pifian, San Francisco Guajoyo, Santa Catalina weren't random or isolated incidents. They were part of a pattern. According to an IFLD memorandum, 184 peasants, government employees, and others associated with the land reform were killed violently during the 8 months after the reforms had been enacted. Gomez, who tracked the repression for ISTA, testified before the House Subcommittee on Inter-American Affairs that between March and December 1980, 240 leaders of cooperatives were killed. Eiffeld and Gomez blamed the government for most of the killings. The land reforms have been attacked very strongly, from both the right, so-called, and the left, so-called, Jean Kirkpatrick declared soon after becoming Reagan's ambassador to the United Nations. In one quick stroke she had absolved the government from any responsibility and accused the left. She was wrong, on both counts. But she was not alone in that assessment. The obverse of the myth that the Salvadoran armed forces respected the land reform was that the left attacked it. Bushnell, when he was arguing for the $5.7 million in military aid, told the Congressional Subcommittee that the guerrillas were attacking the cooperatives because it is clear to them that if this government reform program succeeds, they will be very badly set back. He added that the guerrillas were moving onto cooperatives and evicting peasants who had been given the land by the government. The belief that the left was attacking the reforms was reinforced by most reporters, including this one, who heard that line used repeatedly by U.S. officials, in El Salvador and Washington, and who did not have access to classified government reports that showed the contrary. The author of one confidential embassy memorandum, for example, reported being told by the manager of cotton lands that were expropriated under Phase I that 20 tractors were burned during the expropriation, not by the guerrillas but by the Christian Democrats. There was never a concentrated plan of attack on the land reform from the left, an Eiffeld official said in an interview as late as mid-1983. Internal government documents support what he said, presenting a far different picture of the attacks on the land reform from that presented publicly by Kirkpatrick, Bushnell, Enders, and other officials. Agrarian Reform and the Revival of Labor 297. While innocent campesinos are being hit from both sides of the political spectrum, there is a good deal of evidence that much of the violence is being carried out by government security forces, according to an aid evaluation of the land reform prepared in August 1980. Eiffeld's director in El Salvador, Richard V. in a memorandum dated November 12, 1980, wrote that of the 184 land reform-related killings, military forces, police, paramilitary forces, and a right-wing terrorist group with links into the Treasury Police were allegedly responsible for 133 deaths. The other 51 persons were killed by unknown sources, he noted, probably a collection of those military and paramilitary groups already mentioned, plus leftist guerrillas and common bandits. Then he added, very few, if any, of these deaths have or will be investigated and the authors brought to trial, especially where police and military were involved. Government has not been willing to stop actions by the right-wing death squad. In another memorandum, Houlihan summarized the reactions of the military to the land to the tiller law. In the province of Cabanas, he reported, a local commander, in collusion with the Guardia Nacional, is responsible for the death of 2 promoters and almost had a UCS lawyer assassinated for investigating the same. In San Miguel, Houlihan informed Washington, the army major in charge ordered his subordinates not to allow UCS promoters to talk with peasants about the land to the tiller law and the benefits of joining the UCS. In several provinces, Houlihan noted, UCS promoters were being harassed by the canton patrols, the rural civil defense forces. In all cases the canton patrols and ORDEN are the same. Similarly, in his congressional appearance, Gomez testified that of the 240 peasants killed, 80% died at hands of the army and security forces. 2 had been killed by guerrillas, he said. The killers of the others were unknown. He also provided the subcommittee with the names and circumstances surrounding the deaths of the UCS and ISTA employees, individuals, Gomez said, who had been paid with U.S. money. There was Edith Matamoros, a member of the San Jacintina Cooperative, pulled from his home and cruelly killed by soldiers from the 3rd Infantry Brigade in San Miguel. There was Juan Francisco Velasquez, a UCS promoter, pulled from a bus by soldiers near Comalapa and later assassinated. There was Mario Ramirez, the UCS departmental secretary, who was captured in Ahuacapan, forced into a vehicle, and later found dead. And so on. There were 92 government or UCS workers on the list. Telling the subcommittee that 47 had been killed by the army and 13 by the security forces, Gomez noted, this is very significant because there is a widespread myth in the United States that the security forces, National Guard, National Police, and Treasury Police, with connections to the local oligarchy, commit most of the human rights violations. The army, made up of conscripts, it is claimed, is 298. Cleaner and able to resist the pressures of the local landlords. The truth, Gomez declared, is different. The Assembly's actions against the land reform created serious problems for the Reagan administration. In order to continue military aid to El Salvador, the administration had to certify every 6 months that the Salvadoran government was making continued progress in implementing the land redistribution program. After the suspension of the land to the tiller law, the Salvadoran government launched a highly visible campaign designed to demonstrate that it was still committed to the land reform. Army units reinstated some evicted peasants, and in ceremonies around the country attended by high-ranking civilian and military officials, titles were delivered to peasants. During one elaborate affair in the ornate second-floor chamber of the presidential palace, President Magafia, flanked by a military honor guard of white-gloved soldiers holding rifles mounted with silver-plated bayonets, candidly acknowledged that the delivery of the titles was designed primarily for foreign consumption, to demonstrate to the entire world that El Salvador's land program was going forward. The ceremony was held on the very day that President Reagan sent his certification to Congress. "Pure theater," said a senior Salvadoran official who was present. He was right. After certification there was a lack of interest in completing the program, Deputy Agricultural Minister Jorge A. Pina Solano told New York Times reporter Bernard Weinraub 3 months later. "Before certification we wanted to give an impression to the American people and government how fast we were giving titles. Now certification is over. A few months earlier Pina Solano had told me, if I were in their socks, I would stop aid, if what I believe is they should go on with the reforms. The Salvadoran land reform program never fully recovered from the assaults in the spring of 1982, failing even to meet the minimal goals set by the Reagan administration. The number of potential beneficiaries under the Land-to-the-Tiller program, according to the Salvadoran government, was between 125,000 and 150,000. In June 1982, the State Department, in a confidential cable to the embassy in El Salvador, established certain goals that would be necessary in order to justify certification. Among them was the issuance of 12,000 definitive titles to land-to-the-tiller beneficiaries by the end of 1982. When the administration issued its certification in January 1983, the number of definitive titles issued was only 408. At the end of June 1983, the number had risen to 2,453. Yet the Reagan administration again certified that progress was being made on the land reform. And Senator Percy, along with other members of Congress who loudly protested the actions against the land reform, routinely voted for more aid. More titles had not been issued primarily because of guerrilla attacks. 299. Enders told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in August 1982. Senator Dodd questioned this, saying that he had been told by the peasants that in fact the left really did not bother the land reform that much because it was too sacrosanct an issue to really disrupt it and thereby run the risk of incurring even further opposition in the countryside. Roy Prosterman, who was also appearing before the committee, said that there is actually very little substance, very little support, for Secretary Enders' suggestion. He explained that the guerrillas were not willing to interfere physically with the actual land reform process, because they know if they do that they will gain the enmity of vast numbers of campesinos who are beneficiaries of that process. Nevertheless, a few months later, at the time of the January 1983 certification, the administration again insisted that guerrilla attacks on agrarian reform promoters and workers in the Salvadoran National Financial Institute for Agricultural Lands were interfering with the titling process. But the independent consulting firm hired by aid to evaluate the land reform reported, FNATA staff told us that the guerrillas have seldom attacked them, and at times when FNATA promoters have been stopped by guerrilla roadblocks, they have been released with good wishes. The administration also distorted the problem of evictions. In its July 1983 certification, it reported that 3,656 evicted peasants had been reinstated. That may well have been accurate. But the administration failed to advise Congress on the number of peasants who had been evicted and not reinstated, nearly 10,000, according to the Salvadoran Peasant Organization, and also failed to report that many peasants reinstated one day were evicted the next. The Salvadoran Assembly delivered its final blow to the land redistribution effort in December 1983, passing a constitutional provision that cut in half the amount of land available for distribution. As originally drafted, El Salvador's land program placed a limit of 360 acres on the size of farms that could be privately owned. The constitutional provision, adopted by a coalition of ARENA and other rightist parties, permits individual ownership of up to 600 acres. I congratulate it for succeeding in definitely ending agrarian reform, said Julio Reprons, a leader of the Christian Democrats, whose deputies voted against the provision. But peasants who lost only a future right to become landowners or were merely evicted from their lands were in some respects fortunate, as the army continued gruesome attacks on cooperatives. A unit of some 150 soldiers, for example, raided La Florida, a cooperative 65 miles west of the capital that was financially supported by the Episcopal Church in the United States and the Anglican Church of Canada. The soldiers seized 7 members of the cooperative, hauled them away, tortured and killed them. One man had his nipples cut out. The testicles were slashed off another, the ears off a third. Brains spilled out of one man's head. All had their heads partially or completely severed. None had any bullet wounds. This is the most horrendous thing I have ever seen in my entire ministry, said the Reverend Luis Serrano, the priest for the 220-member congregation at the cooperative, as he wept. The assassinations left behind widows and 24 orphans. No one was prosecuted. 43 Economic recovery in El Salvador. Carried from Preciso. In addition to the civil war now raging in El Salvador, that tiny Central American country is also experiencing a chronic economic crisis that seriously threatens the government of José Napoleón Duarte. In the past half-decade, the U.S. government has channeled nearly $2 billion in economic and military aid to protect democracy and strengthen free enterprise. But despite this massive assistance, the Salvadoran economy has, by every available measure, gone downhill. Its gross national product has fallen to 77% of its 1978 levels, per capita income has dropped to 73%, unemployment is close to 40%, with another 25 to 30% of the workforce underemployed. Although a few rural cooperatives have benefited from the land reform program, the majority of the Salvadoran campesinos are either landless or, if they do have land, are without access to sufficient credit to make a go of farming. And despite the nationalization of banks and foreign trade, the economy continues to stagnate, as this analysis by a respected academic research institute in El Salvador suggests. Since the publication of the Preciso analysis in late 1984, the situation has changed in several respects. Inflation has soared, with prices rising by a third during the 6 months prior to March 1986. Rising expectations on the part of Salvadoran workers have prompted waves of strikes and demands for wage increases, as well as calls for resumption of the stalled dialogue process. Amid right-wing charges that President Duarte's communitarian economic outlook is barely disguised communism, and the left attacks on the funneling of resources into military operations and to private sector support, Duarte announced in February 1986 a new economic package designed to ease this crisis. It includes increased taxes on coffee growers, prohibition of importation of certain classes of luxury goods, new standard currency exchange rates, and increased prices for transportation and other basic services. With Duarte's solid majority in the National Assembly, passage of this program is virtually assured. The larger question is whether this, or any other economic prescription, can boost productivity, spur development, and increase prosperity for the Salvadoran people without a resolution of the civil war. While official economic data speak of economic recovery, and a projected 2% growth rate in 1984, despite a zero growth rate in the previous year, and while the government presents an attractive picture of the country's steady advance toward democratization, one element remains constant in its progressive increase: the impoverishment of the masses of the people. A recent inquiry into prices of basic consumer items available in the stores and markets of San Salvador carried out by the Department of Agricultural Economics reveals that the costs for basic foods are much higher than those established by the Institute for the Regulation of Supplies, as much as 66.7% higher in the case of red beans. For pasteurized milk, which during 1983 was priced at 1.70 colones per liter, a new price of 2.20 colones has been authorized, the second such increase in the course of 1984. While debates in the National Assembly have reached no decision on whether to raise the price of gasoline for private uses, the users of mass transit have criticized increases in urban bus fares from 30 to 40 centavos. Notwithstanding the official insistence that any rise in gasoline prices will not affect raw materials for basic production, any increase in petroleum prices will have wide direct and indirect effects on basic consumer products. Already, it is precisely in the production of these things where the unregulated and informal structures prevail. The progressive deterioration of the purchasing power of the Salvadoran people, aggravated by the delay in payment of public sector salaries, contrasts sharply with the government's policy of providing positive stimulus to the private sector. It also helps explain the rising tide of labor unrest that is becoming apparent. Close to 15,000 public employees affected by arrears in salary payments have been insistently pressing claims to obtain what is due them. For example, the workers in the coffee ministry are in the second week of a strike. At this point it is appropriate to ask ourselves anew what effect U.S. economic aid has on the Salvadoran economy. This aid, the most given to any country in this hemisphere, has mainly been earmarked to stimulate the private sector. Its overall effect has probably been to retard the falling of production and to generate expectations of prompt economic recovery. But this influx of funds does not seem to bring much benefit to the people most lacking in necessities and with the least purchasing power. On the other hand, U.S. economic aid swells the Salvadoran government's rising foreign debt. Official 302. Figures indicate that the total public debt has increased in the 1979 to 1983 period to 3,455.8 million colones from 853.2 million. In the same period, the foreign debt has risen from 65.1 million colones to 1,555.3 million, while U.S. economic aid, including donations, amounts to approximately $600 million in the period, with the official exchange rate set at 2.5 colones to the dollar. Total U.S. aid for the same 5-year period is $984 million. Despite this influx of money, El Salvador has not been able to overcome its chronic hard currency shortage. According to the Monetary Committee, the situation involving the availability of hard currency is very critical. At this date, imports total $169 million already authorized, or about to be authorized, cannot be delivered because of this currency shortage. Given this data, one would have to ask if the expected 1984 economic growth rate of 2% is an illusory one in the light of the 43.2% increase in the public debt over the last 5 years, the alarming rates of unemployment and underemployment, and an internal market reduced with each passing day. It is also appropriate to inquire about the possibilities of recovery through an explicit policy of support for the private sector involving transferring the main economic burden onto the backs of the poorest groups in the population. If this is recovery, then for whom? 44 Radical Unions Revive in El Salvador. By Clifford Krauss. In the new phase of the civil war that is unfolding in El Salvador, the U.S. media have tended to focus on the military tactics of the guerrilla organizations. The rebels freely admit that they intend to engage in small unit attacks, including ambush and sabotage, and predict there will be a long war of attrition. Less publicized in this country is the resurgence of mass political activity, including public demonstrations, work stoppages, and strikes. Workers, who have lost as much as 50% of their earning power during the 5-year civil war, have once again taken to the streets, utilizing the space Duarte's political success has created. Some 20,000 marched on May Day of 1985. That same month, more than 20,000 teachers were on strike, as were thousands of Social Security and waterworks employees. Perhaps the most dramatic event in this period on the labor front was the June 2 invasion by 500 National Police of San Salvador hospitals, which had been occupied by striking personnel for almost a month. The assault led to the death of a pregnant patient as well as 4 police accidentally killed in the confusion by their own forces. Troops then arrested the leaders of the striking union. A protest march 2 days later drew some 7,000 participants, organized by an umbrella group of independent left-leaning unions. Duarte's electoral victories helped make this kind of activity possible, but after the spate of June strikes and demonstrations, he called the labor protests a maneuver by the armed left and subversive, an ominous charge in a land in which more than 5,000 trade unionists have been assassinated. The truth of this somewhat vague charge is open to question. It is known that the rebels have increased their ties to leftist unions, but it is not believed that they have taken them over. After the U.S. Marines were killed in the Zona Rosa attack, Duarte's government stepped up its attacks on the union movement. Radio programs explain the supposed links between union activity and the FMLN military strategy. Government intimidation, however, may backfire. There is evidence of greater unity within the labor movement, sympathy work stoppages and increased financial support of other unions on strike, among other measures. What the foregoing makes clear is that the struggles of labor have become one of the critical factors in El Salvador's future. The reading below is an overview of the labor situation by Clifford Krause, staff reporter for the Wall Street Journal. In the countryside, the war is going badly for the revolutionaries. But here in the capital, on a recent Saturday morning, there is evidence that a different phase of their struggle is gaining speed. A mass of 6,000 workers winds through the streets, in a march sponsored by a coalition of radical unions. The workers jeer the government and wave banners promising, "From strike to strike we will triumph." Poor people slip out of their shacks to peek at the protest. Some bystanders smile and even wave. Union activists board city buses to politely ask passengers to contribute a few centavos. Many do. Only 3 years ago, such a march would have been unthinkable. At that time, during the height of the Civil War, the radical labor movement had been chased underground by the military and the political right. More than 5,000 of its members and a full generation of its leaders had been killed, many by shadowy death squads, between 1978 and 1982. But times are changing. The government is winning the war with U.S. assistance, and the left is digging in for the long haul. The economy is in a mess, and real wages are declining. President José Napoleón Duarte is trying to open up the country's political system. Death squad activity has tailed off. Given the opportunity to protest without suffering high casualties, the radical labor movement is back at the barricades, striking and protesting in a way unseen since the 1970s. 304. So far this year, Marxist-oriented unions, which represent about half this country's 100,000 urban unionized workers, have led major protests at several key government agencies, plus in the textile, sugar, and transportation industries. If the current level of activity continues, there will be about 200 strikes and work actions this year, double last year's total. Nearly all involve radical groups. Some 20,000 workers marched in the streets of San Salvador for May Day this year, twice the number of 1984. We're invigorating the masses to develop the class struggle, says Carlos Zamta, 28 years old, a leader of the National Syndicalist Federation of Salvadoran Workers, a leading radical group. Like other leftist labor organizations, his isn't formally connected to the guerrillas, but it shares many of their goals, including the overthrow of the government and the eventual installation of a socialist regime. Miguel Angel Parada, rector of the National University and a Marxist, says the strikes mean the nation is entering a new phase of great agitation and mobilization. He adds, Lenin said that even when a revolution suffers setbacks and people tire, the revolution can come back when the social contradictions are right. The government sees it similarly. It's the first stage of the new urban war, says Col. Ronaldo Galker, director of the powerful Treasury Police. It's also the first test to prove whether or not this democratic government will respond with the repressive methods of the past. Col. Galker thinks the leftist unions want to provoke us and cry repression. President Duarte is responding firmly, partly to reassure the powerful political right, which distrusts his moderate politics. When the left-wing Social Security Workers Union occupied 25 hospitals, seeking $50 a month raises for its 6,000 members, he sent in the military to clear out the strikers. When state water workers went on strike in support of the Social Security workers, for the second water strike this year, the government fired top union leaders and activists. We're not trying to break the unions, says Atilio Vieitez, leader of Mr. Duarte's Christian Democratic Party in the National Assembly. But we're not going to give them a break either. Marxist labor unions are as typically Central American as marimba music. They have challenged democracies and military dictatorships alike since the 1920s, when the Russian and Mexican revolutions were viewed by many workers as glorious labor victories. The Banana Workers Union is a traditional center for leftist organizing in Costa Rica, a country that otherwise is strongly anti-communist. In Honduras, radical unions are the vanguard of the small opposition to the U.S. military presence there. In Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, Radical unions have legitimized radical politics and organized protest, says Phil Shepard, a professor at 305 Florida International University. Radical unions have brought workers into the system and made organized workers power contenders. El Salvador's radical labor movement seems to live 9 lives. It was nearly wiped out by a ferocious government response to a failed 1932 peasant rebellion, but it made a comeback in the late 1950s under the guidance of the Communist Party. In the 1970s, with the Communists on the wane, the radical unionists split with them and began joining peasant and student groups in popular organizations that eventually established ties to guerrilla groups. The popular organizations disappeared in the last crackdown, but some union leaders joined the guerrillas, and a few now serve as guerrilla commandantes. Most of the radical unions are loosely aligned with the Moscow-controlled World Federation of Trade Unions. COL. Carlos Reynaldo Lopez Nula, Vice Defense Minister for Public Security, calls the renewed union activism the most delicate problem we face today. 45 Labor Woes for Duarte. By Chris Norton. Chris Norton was the El Salvador correspondent for In These Times, an independent socialist newspaper published in Chicago. In early 1985 he filed a report on the situation in El Salvador in which he stated that unemployment is officially calculated at 36%. When combined with those underemployed, the total is more than 60%. Actual levels, he wrote, are probably higher. By any standard, these are appalling statistics. President Duarte, he wrote, was in a catch-22. He can't have an economic reactivation until he ends the war, which eats up 50% of the budget. Yet until he improves economic conditions for broad sectors of the population, he can remove the war's causes. This report, written 4 months later, makes clear that for Duarte, the situation has deteriorated. A wave of public sector strikes is revealing a critical weakness of President Napoleon Duarte's regime, the disintegration of his social base as he delivers austerity to the working class while making concessions to the private sector and the military. The striking unions are not leftist, demonstrating the widespread frustration with the Duarte government's failure to improve the economy. As In These Times went to press, the ministries of Agriculture, Public Works, and Tourism were all paralyzed. A strike by San Salvador municipal workers has cut off the from In These Times, November 27 to December 10, 1985. City's meat supply and is stopping burials in the city cemetery, which has not been struck since 1947. Some of these municipal unions are among the most passive and conservative, but they're angry now, said a Salvadoran journalist. They're not scared of the government's threats. Finance Ministry workers stopped work for 19 days, ending their strike November 8 after the government had been forced to concede a generalized wage hike to all public workers, a 130 to 150 colones raise equal to a $21 monthly raise on salaries averaging around $150 a month, according to the black market rate of 6 colones to the dollar. The 1st of May Committee, which groups together leftists and centrist unions, gave the Finance Ministry workers important support with a widespread solidarity strike on September 28 affecting the Education Ministry, the Telephone Company, Social Security, the National Lottery, the Post Office, the Pension Institute and various of the nationalized banks. At first the government took a hard line, threatening to fine and fire striking workers, but quickly backed down and granted the pay hike and a Christmas bonus of almost $90. The government itself provoked strikes in 2 vital services, the post office and the government-run telephone company, by arresting the head of the Postal Workers Union as a subversive and also arresting 2 sons of a telephone union leader in connection with the kidnapping of Col. Omar Avalos, the head of Civil Aeronautics. In addition to freeing their leader, the postal strikers also asked for the firing of postal officials they claimed were corrupt and who owed their positions to militancy in the Christian Democratic Party, as well as the nullification of the recently passed Decree 162 that allows the government to move public employees to different ministries. Decree 162 is a move by the Christian Democrats to consolidate their hold over the governmental bureaucracy, and will likely be used against non-PDC employees and union activists. The postal strike ended November 12 after the government released the union leader and agreed to fire the corrupt officials. The telephone workers' strike continued at press time, although the government presented a video of the two sons admitting to being members of the armed wing of the Communist Party, the Liberation Armed Forces, and participating in the colonel's kidnapping. Confessions are being extracted by security forces after days of sleep deprivation, beatings, threats, and sometimes torture. At the same time as the sons and a third young man were being presented on television, the FMLN formally took responsibility for the colonel's capture on Radio Vence Ramos, the guerrilla's shortwave radio. They accused him of bombing the civilian population as a combat pilot and of being an agent for the CIA, since he was allegedly recruited during Air Force training in the U.S. Avalos was the head of the Presidential Guard under Presidents Magafia and Duarte and is a close friend of Duarte. Still, he is considered by some to be a military hardliner. The CIA-linked head of the Hacienda Police, COL, Ronaldo Galker, recently arrested many supposed FAL members, apparently in retaliation for the Avalos kidnapping. Observers, however, see some of the arrests as ill-advised because of the strikes they provoked. Still, the arrests may restrict the harder line the military has forced the government to take in the aftermath of freeing the guerrillas for Duarte's daughter. Hector Bernabe Recinos, perhaps El Salvador's best-known unionist, recently returned to El Salvador for the first time since his October 15, 1984, release after 4 years in prison. He attended the convention of the leftist Union Federation, Fenestras, of which he is Secretary General. After the convention, Recinos left the country. Yet many observers consider his brief return and the high-profile meeting as significant steps for left-wing unions attesting of the political waters. Yet aside from their one-day solidarity strike in support of the finance ministry, the left unions have been relatively quiet. However, a conference of agricultural and urban workers is in the planning stages and some see strikes by left unions and peasant associations on the horizon. Strikes by agricultural workers could help win higher salaries, especially if supported by guerrilla highway stoppages. But so far, the current strikes are more an indication of the errors of the Christian Democrats than inroads of the FMLN, said an academic analyst who requested anonymity. Duarte started with the benefit of the doubt internationally and nationally, but he had little leeway to make mistakes, and he's making them one after the other, especially with the working class. He's using the easy scapegoat of Marxist destabilization to ignore the legitimate complaints of workers with fixed incomes, the analyst continued. At the same time, he's handing it over with a heavy spoon to the private sector. The Christian Democrats are destabilizing themselves. Despite the Duarte government's constant concessions, the private sector hasn't been won over completely. Conservative business groups such as the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are urging the government to take a hard line with the unions, saying the strikes are heading El Salvador toward anarchy and chaos. Arena front groups are criticizing Duarte's handling of his daughter's kidnapping and reprinting newspaper columns calling for his resignation. The kidnapping's upshot, according to the analyst, is that Duarte will be forced to abandon monopoly of the executive branch of government. He will have to make concessions to business and to the parties to his right. 308. Duarte seems to be out of touch with the grassroots, said a diplomat who also requested anonymity. You can cope with the guerrillas, but if you allow your power base to erode, you have nothing. Duarte's union power base never was very strong, consisting mainly of union leaders who sold themselves either to the Christian Democrats or to the U.S. American Institute for Free Labor Development or both. Now, with the sharpening of the economic crisis and the left union's resurgence, pressure on union leaders is mounting. But the rank and file are unlikely to follow them unless they adopt more militant positions. Yet Duarte, instead of trying to rebuild his working class base, seems more intent in playing the role of the good U.S. ally in the region, with his anti-Nicaraguan pronouncements and his denunciations of terrorism. He asks unions to tighten their belts because of the country's current economic crisis, and he warns them not to become allies of the two extremes who are trying to destabilize the government. But the crisis is caused by the war, said centrist union leader Miguel Angel Vasquez, head of the CTS, whose ministries of agriculture and public works are on strike. Yet they prefer to buy more and more guns. Hunger is the greatest terrorist. It makes people violent. Chapter 9. U.S. Policy and the Civil War in El Salvador. The decision to intervene. Editor's Introduction. In 1981, the Civil War in El Salvador seemed ideal as a setting for reasserting U.S. muscle on behalf of a Third World anti-communist regime imperiled by a mass-based, Marxist-Leninist guerrilla movement. El Salvador's location in our own geographic backyard and traditional zone of influence appeared to make a policy of military assistance, including U.S. military personnel as advisors to the government in San Salvador, as saleable to the U.S. public and Congress as it was logistically simple. Geographically, as well as psychologically and politically. El Salvador was no distant Vietnam or Iran, two countries in which dictatorships friendly to the United States had been allowed to fall, or so the new Reagan administration argued. The setting in El Salvador more closely resembled the situation in Nicaragua, also in our backyard, before the victory of the Sandinista-led revolution in 1979. This time, the Reagan team would not permit, as the Carter administration had, another loss in Central America. A suitable political public relations campaign was mounted by Washington to justify a policy of military intervention, short of U.S. combat troops, to support the military-civilian junta in El Salvador. For those who considered Carter policies too soft and utopian in a world governed by the harsh laws of realpolitik, President Reagan's new ambassador to the United Nations, Jeane Kirkpatrick, had provided just the right kind of ideological tonic, the tough-minded arguments that purported to prove that supporting tyrannies of the right was preferable to the risk of totalitarianism on the left. For those needing less contorted exposition, Secretary of State Alexander Haig did his best to inflame fears of aggressive Soviet intentions in Central America. As U.S. military assistance and counterinsurgency specialists were readied for El Salvador, Washington marshaled dubious evidence of a Soviet-Cuban master plot in a celebrated white paper, Communist Interference in El Salvador. Half a decade later, Washington's backing of the military-civilian junta and its successor, the Duarte regime, has probably been the most important factor in denying victory to the insurgents. Yet Reagan's campaign to win U.S. domestic opinion over to unqualified support for his policies continues to provoke opposition from the U.S. public, especially from a solidarity movement reminiscent of the anti-Vietnam War campaign, from Congress, from the media, from friendly Latin American nations, especially the Contadora Group of Mexico, Panama, Venezuela, and Colombia, and even from within the Western Alliance. In an eloquent plea for understanding Third World revolutions, President François Mitterrand of France told a joint session of Congress that the roots lie deep in the legacy of the past. Thus, the peoples of Central America have a long history marked by military oppression, social inequality, and the confiscation of economic resources and political power by a few. Today, each of them must be allowed to find its own path toward greater justice, greater democracy, and greater independence, and must be allowed to do so without interference or manipulation. That Ambassador Kirkpatrick and Secretary Haig are no longer at their posts is no proof that the Reagan administration has abandoned the policies associated with their names, although the kind of rhetoric the two championed has few echoes in Washington today. Widespread domestic criticism of U.S. interventionism, especially by a Congress that controls military purse strings, has led to more subtle strategies than exaggerated invocations of the Red Menace. One such attempt was the mustering of a bipartisan commission chaired by Henry Kissinger, National Security Advisor and Secretary of State in the Nixon and Ford administrations, to devise some policy recommendations of the sort that would silence the critics. To no one's surprise, the Kissinger Commission came up with some bland proposals midway between outright U.S. military intervention and outright U.S. non-interference in the Salvadoran Civil War. The administration continued along this path, and critical voices were not stilled. Of greater surprise is U.S. behavior in other parts of the Third World. The Reagan administration has undertaken policies it once castigated the Carter government for espousing, criticizing, even getting rid of, friendly dictators for human rights and other abuses. Early in 1986, two long-standing tyrannies saw their foundations shaken by popular movements. In the Philippines, U.S. ally Ferdinand E. Marcos was finally persuaded by Washington to hold elections in which his opposition would be allowed to campaign. Fraud and violence directed by Marcos's supporters were so apparent and his electoral victory so specious that even Washington urged him to leave office when mass protests raised the specter of civil war. In Haiti, Washington did not even bother to press demonstration elections on the hated dictatorship of Jean-Claude Duvalier, Baby Doc, the son and heir to the throne established by his father, the notorious Papa Doc, François Duvalier, 3 decades ago. At the very end, Washington not only refrained from helping him stay in power, but provided the jet transport that took him out of the country into exile. In Africa, the Reagan administration has pursued contradictory policies that baffle many observers. On the one hand, covert assistance is approved to harass the Marxist government of Angola, similar to the aid that goes to the Contras fighting the Sandinista government of Nicaragua. On the other hand, the administration, with the enthusiastic support of U.S. corporations, established warm relations with the Marxist government of Samora Machel in Mozambique. Small wonder, then, that over these and other issues, many of President Reagan's champions on the right, advocates of uncompromising hostility to Marxist governments and movements everywhere, see in administration policies a betrayal of their cause. Incensed especially by the failure to render all-out support for efforts to crush the Sandinistas in Nicaragua and the guerrillas of the FMLN in El Salvador, many conservatives have called for the resignation of Secretary of State Schultz. Burton Yale Pines, of the Conservative Heritage Foundation, summed up the problem ruefully. Much of the neoconservative analysis is that the foreign policy premises which drove the United States in the 70s were flawed, and yet Ronald Reagan seems to be conducting foreign policy on those flawed premises. Those premises, he added, include the false assumption fully developed under Jimmy Carter that U.S. options in reacting to crises are extremely limited. We are not some giant tied down by the Lilliputians, Pines said. What all of this suggests is that perhaps the Reagan administration, like its predecessors, must often realize that the application of great power and the grand theory or dogma behind it is inevitably frustrated by variable, complex circumstances, whether those presented by the Soviet Union or by the unceasing restlessness of the Third World. If Pines had in mind movements and nations in the Third World when he referred to Lilliputians, his conclusion was wrong. The giant can be tied down. The power of nationalism and the thirst for independence based on social and economic justice are a mighty force that can resist and challenge superior military strength, as both the US and the Soviet Union have discovered in the recent past and as the European imperial powers learned earlier. Second, contrary to what Mr. Reagan's critics on the right assert, his administration does employ the big stick. U.S.-supported force is being applied in Central America and elsewhere, as noted in the introduction to Chapter 1. The size of the stick is the real issue agitating the conservatives and neoconservatives. What seems to be shaping up in Reagan policies throughout the Third World is a consistent pattern of what Pentagon analysts call low-intensity conflict, or LIC, a strategy of limited use of force against the left in the Third World. Cambodia, Afghanistan, Angola, and Central America are current examples. In Central America, the policy operates in two different forms with a single anti-left objective. In Nicaragua, force is directed against the Sandinista government through instruments dubbed by Washington freedom fighters. In El Salvador, force is directed toward preserving the Duarte government against the insurrectionary threat of the FMLN. The LIC strategy has dangers and opportunities. The dangers emanate from the ever-present possibility of escalation as the limited force continues to fail. In Nicaragua, the Contras have yet to seize a single town and have only aroused the Nicaraguan people to close ranks with the Sandinistas despite the latter's economic failings and often heavy-handed attempts to stifle dissent. In El Salvador, limited force has propped up the Duarte regime, but the props are extremely fragile and continuously unsettled by a weakening economy, by the persistence of death squad and other terror, and by the absence of substantive agrarian reform. Among the guerrillas, meanwhile, the resolution to wage a long war of attrition stiffens with the arrival of every U.S. helicopter gunship. Escalation of U.S. military efforts may delight Mr. Reagan's conservative critics. But it can only inaugurate war without end, a war, moreover, that could engulf the entire region and convert it into a zone of East-West conflict. Surely, this is the lesson of the history of our misguided involvement in Vietnam. Vietnam, too, it should be remembered, was once an arena of low-intensity conflict. But the opportunities suggested by the relatively small scale of U.S. military intervention in Central America are no less significant than the dangers. So long as the intervention remains limited, the way out through negotiation, compromise, and diplomacy remains clear. 46 Communist interference in El Salvador. The U.S. State Department. White Paper Carrot. As early as 1681, according to the authoritative Oxford English Dictionary, official governmental reports in Great Britain were known as white papers. Along with much other political nomenclature and practice, the preparation of such reports became part of the political tradition of the United States. During the period of the Vietnam War, the U.S. government issued two notable white papers on that fateful Indochina conflict: A Threat to the Peace, North Vietnam's Efforts to Conquer South Vietnam, and Aggression from the North, the record of North Vietnam's campaign to conquer South Vietnam. These white papers share at least one important feature with this comparable State Department publication on El Salvador: the fervent, even obsessive attempt to link local insurgency with some nefarious outside conspiracy. Summary. This special report presents definitive evidence of the clandestine military support given by the Soviet Union, Cuba, and their communist allies to Marxist-Leninist guerrillas now fighting to overthrow the established government of El Salvador. The evidence, drawn from captured guerrilla documents and war materiel and corroborated by intelligence reports, underscores the central role played by Cuba and other communist countries beginning in 1979 in the political unification, military direction, and arming of insurgent forces in El Salvador. From the documents it is possible to reconstruct chronologically the key stages in the growth of the communist involvement. The direct tutelary role played by Fidel Castro and the Cuban government in late 1979 and early 1980 in bringing the diverse Salvadoran guerrilla factions into a unified front. The assistance and advice given the guerrillas in planning their military operations. The series of contacts between Salvadoran communist leaders and key officials of several communist states that resulted in commitments to supply the insurgents with nearly 800 tons of the most modern weapons and equipment. The covert delivery to El Salvador of nearly 200 tons of those arms, mostly * United States Department of State, Special Report No. 80. U.S. Policy and the Civil War in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 315. Through Cuba and Nicaragua, in preparation for the guerrillas' failed General offensive of January 1981. The major communist effort to cover * their involvement by providing mostly arms of Western manufacture. It is clear that over the past year the insurgency in El Salvador has been progressively transformed into another case of indirect armed aggression against a small third-world country by communist powers acting through Cuba. The United States considers it of great importance that the American people and the world community be aware of the gravity of the actions of Cuba, the Soviet Union, and other communist states who are carrying out what is clearly shown to be a well-coordinated, covert effort to bring about the overthrow of El Salvador's established government and to impose in its place a communist regime with no popular support. A case of communist military involvement in the Third World. The situation in El Salvador presents a strikingly familiar case of Soviet, Cuban, and other communist military involvement in a politically troubled Third World country. By providing arms, training, and direction to a local insurgency and by supporting it with a global propaganda campaign, the communists have intensified and widened the conflict, greatly increased the suffering of the Salvadoran people, and deceived much of the world about the true nature of the revolution. Their objective in El Salvador as elsewhere is to bring about at little cost to themselves the overthrow of the established government and the imposition of a communist regime in defiance of the will of the Salvadoran people. The guerrillas, their tactics and propaganda. El Salvador's extreme left, which includes the long-established Communist Party of El Salvador and several armed groups of more recent origin, has become increasingly committed since 1976 to a military solution. A campaign of terrorism bombings, assassinations, kidnappings, and seizures of embassies has disrupted national life and claimed the lives of many innocent people. During 1980, previously fragmented factions of the extreme left agreed to coordinate their actions in support of a joint military battle plan developed with Cuban assistance. As a precondition for large-scale Cuban aid, Salvadoran guerrilla leaders, meeting in Havana in May, formed first the Unified Revolutionary Directorate as their central executive arm for political and military planning and, in late 1980, the Farabundo Martí People's Liberation Front, as the coordinating body of the guerrilla organizations. A front organization, the Revolutionary Democratic Front, was also 316. Created to disseminate propaganda abroad. For appearances' sake, 3 small non-Marxist-Leninist political parties were brought into the front, though they have no representation in the DRU. The Salvadoran guerrillas, speaking through the FDR, have managed to deceive many about what is happening in El Salvador. They have been aided by Nicaragua and by the worldwide propaganda networks of Cuba, the Soviet Union, and other communist countries. The guerrillas' propaganda aims at legitimizing their violence and concealing the communist aid that makes it possible. Other key aims are to discredit the Salvadoran government, to misrepresent U.S. policies and actions, and to foster the impression of overwhelming popular support for the revolutionary movement. Examples of the more extreme claims of their propaganda apparatus echoed by Cuban, Soviet, and Nicaraguan media are that the United States has military bases and several hundred troops in El Salvador. That the government's security forces were responsible for most of the 10,000 killings that occurred in 1980. In addition to media propaganda, Cuba and the Soviet Union promote the insurgent cause at international forums, with individual governments, and among foreign opinion leaders. Cuba has an efficient network for introducing and promoting representatives of the Salvadoran left all over the world. Havana and Moscow also bring indirect pressure on some governments to support the Salvadoran revolutionaries by mobilizing local communist groups. 2. Communist military intervention. A chronology. Before September 1980, the diverse guerrilla groups in El Salvador were ill-coordinated and ill-equipped, armed with pistols and a varied assortment of hunting rifles and shotguns. At that time the insurgents acquired weapons predominantly through purchases on the international market and from dealers who participated in the supply of arms to the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. By January 1981, when the guerrillas launched their general offensive, they had acquired an impressive array of modern weapons and supporting equipment never before used in El Salvador by either the insurgents or the military. Belgian FAL rifles, German G3 rifles, US M1, M16, and AR-15. U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene. 317. Semi-automatic and automatic rifles, and the Israeli Uzi submachine gun and Galil assault rifle have all been confirmed in the guerrilla inventory. In addition, they are known to possess .30 to .50 caliber machine guns, the US M60 machine gun, US and Russian hand grenades, the US M79 and Chinese RPG grenade launchers, and the US M72 light anti-tank weapon and 81mm mortars. Captured ammunition indicates the guerrillas probably possess 60mm and 82mm mortars and 57mm and 75mm recoilless rifles. Recently acquired evidence has enabled us to reconstruct the central role played by Cuba, other communist countries, and several radical states in the political unification and military direction of insurgent forces in El Salvador, and in equipping them in less than 6 months with a panoply of modern weapons that enabled the guerrillas to launch a well-armed offensive. This information, which we consider incontrovertible, has been acquired over the past year. Many key details, however, have fallen into place as the result of the guerrillas' own records. 2 particularly important document caches were recovered from the Communist Party of El Salvador in November 1980 and from the People's Revolutionary Army in January 1981. This mass of captured documents included battle plans, letters, and reports of meetings and travels, some written in cryptic language and using code words. When deciphered and verified against evidence from other intelligence sources, the documents bring to light the chain of events leading to the guerrillas' January 1981 offensive. What emerges is a highly disturbing pattern of parallel and coordinated action by a number of communist and some radical countries bent on imposing a military solution. The Cuban and communist role in preparing for and helping to organize the abortive general offensive early this year is spelled out in the following chronology based on the contents of captured documents and other sources. Initial steps. The chronology of external support begins at the end of 1979. With salutations of brotherly and revolutionary greetings on December 16, 1979, members of the Communist Party of El Salvador, National Resistance, and Popular Liberation Forces thank Fidel Castro in a letter for his help and the help of your party comrades, by signing an agreement which establishes very solid bases upon which we begin building coordination and unity of our organizations. The letter, written in Havana, was signed by leaders of these 3 revolutionary organizations. At the April 1980 meeting at the Hungarian Embassy in Mexico City, guerrilla leaders made certain requests. Present at this meeting were representatives of the German Democratic Republic, Bulgaria, Poland, Vietnam, Hungary, Cuba, and the Soviet Union. In notes taken during an April 28, 1980 meeting of the Salvadoran Communist Party, party leader Shafik Handel mentions the need to speed up reorganization and put the party on a war footing. He added, "I'm in agreement with taking advantage of the possibilities of assistance from the Socialist 318 camp. I think that their attitude is magnificent. We are not yet taking advantage of it." In reference to a unification of the armed movement, he asserts that the idea of involving everyone in the area has already been suggested to Fidel himself. Handel alludes to the concept of unification and notes, Fidel thought well of the idea. Guerrilla contacts in Havana. From May 5 to June 8, 1980, Salvadoran guerrilla leaders report on meetings in Honduras, Guatemala, Costa Rica, and Nicaragua. They proceed to Havana and meet several times with Fidel Castro. The documents also note an interview with the German Democratic Republic chairman Erich Honecker in Havana. During the Havana portion of their travels, the Salvadoran guerrilla leadership meets twice with the Cuban Directorate of Special Operations to discuss guerrilla military plans. In addition, they meet with the Cuban Chief of Communications. During this period, the Popular Revolutionary Army is admitted into the guerrilla coalition after negotiations in Havana. The coalition then assumes the name of the Unified Revolutionary Directorate and meets with Fidel Castro on 3 occasions. After the Havana meetings, Shafik Handel leaves Havana on May 30, 1980 for Moscow. The other Salvadoran guerrilla leaders in Havana leave for Managua. During the visit of early June, the DRU leaders meet with Nicaraguan revolutionary leaders and discuss a headquarters with all measures of security, an international field of operations, which they control, and the willingness of the Sandinistas to contribute in material terms and to adopt the cause of El Salvador as its own. The meeting culminated with dinner at Humberto's house. Salvadoran Communist Party leaders travels in the East. From June 2 to July 22, 1980, Shafik Handel visits the USSR, Vietnam, the German Democratic Republic, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Ethiopia to procure arms and seek support for the movement. On June 2, 1980, Handel meets in Moscow with Mikhail Kutikin, Deputy Chief of the Latin American Section of the Foreign Relations Department of the CPSU Central Committee. Cutican suggests that Handel travel to Vietnam to seek arms and offers to pay for Handel's trip. Continuing his travels between June 9 and 15, Handel visits Vietnam where he is received by Le Duan, Secretary General of the Vietnamese Communist Party, Xuyen Thuy, member of the Communist Party Central Committee Secretariat, and Vice Minister of National Defense Tran Van Quang. The Vietnamese, as a first contribution, agreed to provide 60 tons of arms. Handel adds that the comrade requested air transport from the USSR. From June 19 to June 24, 1980, Handel visits the German Democratic Republic, where he is received by Hermann Eisen, member of the U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 319. GDR. Politburo. Eisen states that the GDR has already sent 1.9 tons of supplies to Managua. On July 21, GDR leader Honecker writes the GDR Embassy in Moscow that additional supplies will be sent and that the German Democratic Republic will provide military training, particularly in clandestine operations. The GDR telegram adds that although Berlin possesses no Western-manufactured weapons which the Salvadoran guerrillas are seeking, efforts will be undertaken to find a solution to this problem. From June 24 to 27, 1980, Handel visits Czechoslovakia, where he is received by Vasil Bilok, second secretary of the Czech Communist Party. Bilok says that some Czech arms circulating in the world market will be provided so that these arms will not be traced back to Czechoslovakia as the donor country. Transportation will be coordinated with the German Democratic Republic. Handel proceeds to Bulgaria from June 27 to June 30, 1980. He is received by Dimitar Stanikev, member of the Central Committee Secretariat. The Bulgarians agree to supply German-origin weapons and other supplies, again in an apparent effort to conceal their sources. In Hungary, from June 30 to July 3, 1980, Handel is received by Communist Party General Secretary János Kadar and Giesel. The latter offers radios and other supplies and indicates Hungarian willingness to trade arms with Ethiopia or Angola in order to obtain Western-origin arms for the Salvadoran guerrillas. Giesel promises to resolve the trade with the Ethiopians and Angolans himself, since we want to be a part of providing this aid. Additionally, Handel secures the promise of 10,000 uniforms to be made by the Hungarians according to Handel's specifications. Handel then travels to Ethiopia, July 3 to July 6. He meets Chairman Mengistu and receives a warm reception. Mengistu offers several thousand weapons, including 150 Thompson submachine guns with 300 cartridge clips, 1,500 M1 rifles, 1,000 M14 rifles, and ammunition for these weapons. In addition, the Ethiopians agree to supply all necessary spare parts for these arms. Handel returns to Moscow on July 22, 1980 and is received again by Mikhail Kutikin. The Soviet official asks if 30 communist youth currently studying in the USSR could take part in the war in El Salvador. Before leaving Moscow, Handel receives assurances that the Soviets agree in principle to transport the Vietnamese arms carried. Further contacts in Nicaragua. On July 13, representatives of the DRU arrive in Managua amidst preparations for the first anniversary celebration of Somoza's overthrow. The DRU leaders carried 8 until July 23 to meet with Comrade Bayardo. They complain that the Sandinistas appear to be restricting their access to visiting world dignitaries and demanding that all contacts be cleared through them. During the meeting, Arce promises ammunition to the guerrillas and arranges a meeting for them with the Sandinista Military Commission. Arce indicates that, since the guerrillas will receive some arms manufactured by the communist countries, the Sandinista army will consider absorbing some of these weapons and providing to the Salvadorans Western-manufactured arms held by the EPS in exchange. The DRU representatives also meet with visiting Palestine Liberation Organization leader Yasser Arafat in Managua on July 22, 1980. Arafat promises military equipment, including arms and aircraft. On July 27, the guerrilla General Staff delegation departs from Managua for Havana, where Cuban specialists add final touches to the military plans formulated during the May meetings in Havana. Arms deliveries begin. In mid-August 1980, Shafik Handel's arms shopping expedition begins to bear fruit. On August 15, 1980, Ethiopian arms depart for Cuba. 3 weeks later, the 60 tons of captured U.S. arms sent from Vietnam are scheduled to arrive in Cuba. As a result of a Salvadoran delegation's trip to Iraq earlier in the year, the guerrillas receive a $500,000 logistics donation. The funds are distributed to the Sandinistas in Nicaragua and within El Salvador. By mid-September, substantial quantities of the arms promised to Handel are well on the way to Cuba and Nicaragua. The guerrilla logistics coordinator in Nicaragua informs his Joint General Staff on September 26 that 130 tons of arms and other military material supplied by the communist countries have arrived in Nicaragua for shipment to El Salvador. According to the captured documents, this represents 1/6 of the commitments to the guerrillas by the communist countries. In September and October, the number of flights to Nicaragua from Cuba increased sharply. These flights had the capacity to transport several hundred tons of cargo. At the end of September, despite appeals from the guerrillas, the Sandinistas suspend their weapons deliveries to El Salvador for 1 month, after the U.S. government lodges a protest to Nicaragua on the arms trafficking. When the shipments resume in October, as much as 120 tons of weapons and materiel are still in Nicaragua and some 300 to 400 tons are in Cuba. Because of the difficulty of moving such large quantities overland, Nicaragua with Cuban support begins airlifting arms from Nicaragua into El Salvador. In November, about 2.5 tons of arms are delivered by air before accidents force a brief halt in the airlift. In December, Salvadoran guerrillas, encouraged by Cuba, begin plans for a general offensive in early 1981. To provide the increased support necessary, the Sandinistas revive the airlift into El Salvador. Salvadoran insurgents protest that they cannot absorb the increased flow of arms, but guerrilla liaison members in Managua urge them to increase their efforts as several East European nations are providing unprecedented assistance. A revolutionary radio station, Radio Liberación, operating in Nicaragua, begins broadcasting to El Salvador on December 15, 1980. It exhorts the populace to mount a massive insurrection against the government. On January 24, 1981, a Cessna from Nicaragua crashes on takeoff in El Salvador after unloading passengers and possibly weapons. A second plane is strafed by the Salvadoran Air Force, and the pilot and numerous weapons are captured. The pilot admits to being an employee of the Nicaraguan National Airline and concedes that the flight originated from Sandino International Airport in Managua. He further admits to flying 2 earlier arms deliveries. Air supply is playing a key role, but infiltrations by land and sea also continue. Small launches operating out of several Nicaraguan Pacific ports traverse the Gulf of Fonseca at night, carrying arms, ammunition, and personnel. During the general offensive on January 13, several dozen well-armed guerrillas landed on El Salvador's southeastern coast on the Gulf of Fonseca, adjacent to Nicaragua. Overland arms shipments also continue through Honduras from Nicaragua and Costa Rica. In late January, Honduras security forces uncover an arms infiltration operation run by Salvadorans working through Nicaragua and directed by Cubans. In this operation, a trailer truck is discovered carrying weapons and ammunition destined for Salvadoran guerrillas. Weapons include 100 US M16 rifles and 81 mm mortar ammunition. These arms are a portion of the Vietnamese shipment. A trace of the M16s reveals that several of them were shipped to US units in Vietnam where they were captured or left behind. 322. Using this network, perhaps 5 truckloads of arms may have reached the Salvadoran guerrillas. The availability of weapons and materiel significantly increases the military capabilities of the Salvadoran insurgents. While attacks raged throughout the country during the general offensive that began on January 10, it soon became clear that the DRU could not sustain the level of violence without suffering costly losses in personnel. By the end of January, DRU leaders apparently decided to avoid direct confrontation with government forces and reverted to sporadic guerrilla terrorist tactics that would reduce the possibility of suffering heavy casualties. 3. The government. The search for order and democracy. Central America's smallest and most densely populated country is El Salvador. Since its independence in 1821, the country has experienced chronic political instability and repression, widespread poverty, and concentration of wealth and power in the hands of a few families. Although considerable economic progress took place in the 1960s, the political system remained in the hands of a traditional economic elite backed by the military. During the 1970s, both the legitimate grievances of the poor and landless and the growing aspirations of the expanding middle classes met increasingly with repression. El Salvador has long been a violent country with political, economic, and personal disputes often resulting in murders. The present government, aware of the need for change and alarmed by the prospect of Nicaragua-like chaos, progressive Salvadoran military officers and civilians overthrew the authoritarian regime of General Carlos Humberto Romero in October 1979 and ousted nearly 100 conservative senior officers. After an initial period of instability, the new government stabilized around a coalition that includes military participants in the October 1979 coup, the Christian Democratic Party, and independent civilians. Since March 1980, this coalition has begun broad social changes, conversion of large estates into peasant cooperatives, distribution of land to tenant farmers, and nationalization of foreign trade and banking. 4 Marxist-Leninist guerrilla groups are using violence and terrorism against the Salvadoran government and its reforms. 3 small non-Marxist-Leninist political parties including a Social Democratic Party work with guerrilla organizations and their political fronts through the Democratic Revolutionary Front, most of whose activities take place outside El Salvador. The government of El Salvador, headed since last December by José Napoleón Duarte, the respected Christian Democrat denied office by the military in the presidential elections of 1972, faces armed opposition from the extreme right as well as from the left. Exploiting their traditional ties to the security forces and the tendency of some members of the security forces to abuse their authority, some wealthy Salvadorans affected by the Duarte government's reforms have sponsored terrorist activities against supporters of the agrarian and banking reforms and against the government itself. A symbiotic relationship has developed between the terrorism practiced by extremists of both left and right. Thousands have died without regard for class, creed, nationality, or politics. Brutal and still unexplained murders in December of 4 American church women and in January of 2 American trade unionists added U.S. citizens to the toll of this tragic violence. The United States has made clear its interest in a complete investigation of these killings and the punishment of those responsible. Despite bitter resistance from right and left, the Duarte government has stuck to its reform programs and has adopted emergency measures to ease the lot of the poor through public works, housing projects, and aid to marginal communities. On the political front, it has offered amnesty to its opponents, scheduled elections for a constituent assembly in 1982, and pledged to hand power over to a popularly elected government no later than mid-1983. The government's pursuit of progress with order has been further hampered by the virtual breakdown of the law enforcement and judicial system and by the lack of an effective civil service. The introduction of the reforms, some of which are now clearly irreversible, has reduced popular support for those who argue that change can only come about through violence. Few Salvadorans participate in anti-government demonstrations. Repeated calls by the guerrillas for general strikes in mid and late 1980 went unheeded. The Duarte government, moreover, has made clear its willingness to negotiate the terms of future political processes with democratic members of all opposition forces, most notably, by accepting the offer of El Salvador's Council of Bishops to mediate between the government and the Democratic Revolutionary Front. In sum, the Duarte government is working hard and with some success to deal with the serious political and economic problems that most concern the people of El Salvador. U.S. support. In its commitment to reform and democracy, the government of El Salvador has had the political support of the United States ever since the October 1979 revolution. Because we give primary emphasis to helping the people of El Salvador, most of our assistance has been economic. In 1980, the United States provided nearly $56 million in aid, aimed at easing the conditions that underlie unrest and extremism. The assistance has helped create jobs, feed the hungry, improve health and housing and education, and support the reforms that are opening and modernizing El Salvador's economy. The United States will continue to work with the Salvadoran government toward economic betterment, social justice, and peace. Because the solution in El Salvador should be of the Salvadorans' own making and nonviolent, the United States has carefully limited its military. 324. Support. In January, mounting evidence of communist involvement compelled President Carter to authorize a resupply of weapons and ammunition to El Salvador, the first provision of lethal items since 1977. For some conclusions. The foregoing record leaves little doubt that the Salvadoran insurgency has become the object of a large-scale commitment by communist states outside Latin America. The political direction, organization, and arming of the insurgency is coordinated and heavily influenced by Cuba with active support of the Soviet Union, East Germany, Vietnam, and other communist states. The massing and delivery of arms to the Salvadoran guerrillas by those states must be judged against the fact that from 1977 until January 1981 the United States provided no weapons or ammunition to the Salvadoran armed forces. A major effort has been made to provide cover of this operation by supplying arms of Western manufacture and by supporting a front organization known as the Democratic Revolutionary Front to seek non-communist political support through propaganda. Although some non-communist states have also provided material support, the organization and delivery of this assistance, like the overwhelming mass of arms, are in the hands of communist-controlled networks. In short, over the past year, the insurgency in El Salvador has been progressively transformed into a textbook case of indirect armed aggression by communist powers through Cuba. 47 blots on the white paper. The reinvention of The Red Menace by James Petraeus. During the Vietnam War, responsible journalists such as I.F. Stone refused to take government pronouncements at face value. Stone in particular subjected the 1965 Vietnam White Paper, Aggression from the North, to withering analysis in IFS Weekly, reprinted in Marvin E. Gettleman, ed., Vietnam. In a similar spirit, Latin American expert James Petraeus subjects the 1981 El Salvador White Paper to close scrutiny in this reading. Professor of Sociology at the State University of New York, Binghamton, Petraeus is the author of several books on Latin American society and politics and was a member of the International People's Tribunal on El Salvador that met in Mexico City in February 1981. The State Department's white paper entitled Communist Interference in El Salvador purports to provide evidence demonstrating the central role played by Cuba and other communist countries in the political unification, military direction, and arming of insurgent forces in El Salvador *, that the insurgency in El Salvador has been progressively transformed into another case of indirect armed aggression against a small third-world country by communist powers acting through Cuba, and that Cuba, the Soviet Union and other communist states, are carrying out what is clearly shown to be a well-coordinated, covert effort to bring about the overthrow of El Salvador's established government and to impose in its place a communist regime with no popular support. The white paper fails to provide a convincing case for any of those propositions. On the contrary, its evidence is flimsy, circumstantial, or non-existent, the reasoning and logic is slipshod and internally inconsistent, it assumes what needs to be proven, and, finally, what facts are presented refute the very case the State Department is attempting to demonstrate. The document, in a word, has the aura of a political frame-up in which inconvenient facts are overlooked and innuendos and unwarranted inferences are made at crucial points in the argument. In demonstrating this, I will follow the format of the white paper, discussing the sections in order, under their original titles, and making cross-references to material in other sections where it is warranted, for example, when the authors contradict themselves. A case of communist military involvement in the Third World. The first technique that is employed in the white paper is to conflate what is happening in El Salvador with other alleged examples of Soviet and Cuban military involvement. The political opposition is reduced to a group of extreme leftist guerrillas manipulated by Cuba and in turn manipulating small, non-Marxist-Leninist parties in order to deceive public opinion. Opposition activity is labeled terrorist. Journalists who describe the US-backed regime's behavior as terrorist are labeled as witting or unwitting dupes of an orchestrated communist propaganda effort. See Reading 46. eds. 326. What is most striking about this description of the opposition to the junta government is the complete absence of even a minimal account of the numerous social, political and civic movements that have developed in El Salvador over the past decade, which represent a wide range of political views and social strata. This collective omission on the part of the State Department is necessary if one is bent upon labeling the opposition as Soviet-Cuban manipulated and if one wishes to reduce the conflict to an East-West meadery confrontation. The fact of the matter is that over the last decade an enormously rich variety of social organizations have emerged in El Salvador, embracing the great majority of professional and technical workers, peasants, labor, and business people. Their membership is in the hundreds of thousands and they are an integral part of the main political opposition group, the Revolutionary Democratic Front. Almost all union members, peasant associations, university and professional people are members or supporters of social and civic organizations that are sympathetic to the front. The white paper clearly falsifies the political and social realities by excluding an account of the social forces involved with the opposition. Moreover, the origins of the opposition are clearly rooted in the social realities of the country, a point which the document admits in Section 3 in a politically vague and unspecified fashion when it notes that, during the 1970s, both the legitimate grievances of the poor and landless and the growing aspirations of the expanding middle classes met increasingly with repression. What the paper fails to acknowledge is that these legitimate grievances and growing aspirations found expression and were embodied in the mass organizations which are the essential components of the opposition groups that make up the FDR. The guerrilla movement is part and parcel of a larger political and social movement that has been and is repressed. Its activities stem from social realities of Salvadoran history, which the paper concedes is one of repression, widespread poverty, and concentration of wealth and power in the hands of a few families. Because it is intent on demonstrating that the problem is Soviet-Cuban intervention, the paper fails to examine the crucial relationship between the repressive nature of the state, social inequalities, and the growth of opposition and guerrilla movements. The non-Marxist opposition. The striking feature of the Salvadoran Revolution is the broad array of political forces that have united to oppose this regime: Christian Democrats, Social Democrats, and Liberal Democrats, as well as independent Marxist groups and pro-Moscow coalitions. What is particularly unique in the Salvadoran case is the substantial leadership and its popular base of support that has developed among Christian communities. In all areas of social and political organization, a plurality of political tendencies are represented among peasants, workers, professionals, and so on. The attempt by the white paper to reduce the opposition to a handful of Marxist guerrillas manipulating the non-Marxists is a crude oversimplification and gross distortion of reality. What is remarkable in the document is the system. U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 327. Attic exclusion of any mention of the mass-based Christian opposition, the I-28 Christian priests, nuns, and community leaders murdered by the regime for their opposition activities. A discussion of these facts would complicate the State Department's job of SLHNG intervention to the U.S. public. In describing the emergence of the guerrilla forces, the document downgrades accounts of repressive political conditions under the junta. Yet detailed descriptions are available from the Organization of American States, the United Nations and, most comprehensively, from the Legal Aid Commission of the Office of the Archbishop of El Salvador, which has compiled a lengthy dossier of the regime's systematic violence against all legal public organizations opposed to it in any way. Churches, trade unions, independent newspapers, and peasant co-ops have been assaulted and bombed, leaving almost 9,000 dead between January 1980 and January 1981. The precondition for the growth of guerrilla activity was the closing of political channels by the US-backed regime, not Soviet intervention. Shortly after the first junta was established in October 1979, and before the rightist military took over, the guerrillas and political opposition groups offered a ceasefire. The rightists in the armed forces responded by escalating the number of assassinations, which touched off renewed hostilities. The decision to seek a military political solution was forced upon the opposition by the military regime when it murdered Archbishop Oscar Romero on March 24, 1980, and then the 6 leaders of the FDR meeting in San Salvador on November 27, 1980. The subsequent purge of the moderate Christian Democrats and reformist military officers from the first government junta is further proof that political options had been taken away. The white paper overlooks this context of regime violence in order to invent a Cuban-inspired conspiracy and to impute the violence of the regime to its victims. The killings by the military regimes increased from 147 in 1978 to 580 between January and October of 1979 and to 8,952 between January 1980 and January 1981. This increasing reign of terror clearly was instrumental in lowering the rate of popular participation in public activity and swelling the numbers of clandestine groups. Oblivious to this reality, the white paper describes the increase in guerrilla activity as a willful act of the extreme left. In its attempt to cast doubt on the opposition's legitimacy, the paper omits any mention of centrist defections from the US-backed junta to join the leadership of the Revolutionary Democratic Front. The shift of a significant body of centrist opinion to the opposition is described disparagingly in the following fashion: for appearance's sake, 3 small non-Marxist Leninist political parties were brought into the front, though they have no representation in the D.R.U. These former Christian and Social Democratic allies of the US-backed coalition had been described by US officials a few weeks earlier as major political forces representing significant reform-minded sectors of Salvadoran public opinion. The fact that the pro-Moscow Communist Party of El Salvador is a marginal 328 political force in the opposition coalition is never discussed by the white paper, nor is the fact that 3 of the 4 major leftist groups are critical of the Soviet Union. Moreover, the paper's charge that Fidel Castro was responsible for unifying the left overlooks the fact that the unity of the leftist forces was underway prior to December 1979 as a result of increasing repression by the regime and pressure from the rank and file of all the groups. The FDR was formed in El Salvador, not in Cuba, and was supported and promoted by European social democratic forces. It was certainly not a product of the alleged machinations of Castro. As the participants stated at the time, the needs of the popular struggle, the limited options open to all opposition groups and the example set by the success of the Nicaraguan Revolution were the main impulsions to unity. Conspiratorial hypothesis. The effort by the white paper to discredit the FDR by describing it as a front disseminating propaganda for the guerrillas systematically ignores the popular support that these groups draw away from the junta, the internal political debates within the front and between the front and the guerrillas, and the influence they have had in shaping the program in a reformist direction. The white paper's conspiratorial view requires that its authors overlook the importance of these moderates and their internal and external influence. The paper says nothing about the widespread international support for the front and the isolation of the junta. Indeed, it expands its conspiratorial hypothesis to find Cuban and Soviet-sponsored deception behind the front's success. The numerous and detailed accounts of repression by the regime compiled by the Archbishop's Legal Aid Commission, which have swayed world public opinion, are not mentioned, nor are Amnesty International's publicized accounts of widespread systematic torture. In place of careful consideration of these documents, the white paper labels the 10,000 deaths attributed to the junta an extreme claim of the guerrilla propaganda apparatus, which is parroted by the Cuban, Soviet, and Nicaraguan media. Actually, the principal source of data collected on the regime's repression is non-communist, Catholic, and respected by most NONU.s. government sources. In summary, through omissions and distortions, through labeling and simplification, the white paper early on fabricates a case against a broad-based popular revolutionary movement in order to prove communist military involvement. 2. Communist military intervention. A chronology. This section is the longest and most convoluted. It is also the section that is supposedly based on secret documents purporting to demonstrate Soviet-Cuban intervention and direction in El Salvador. We have no way of authenticating U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 329. Ticketing the documents nor the particular quotations which are cited. Nevertheless, even in the terms in which the documents are presented, there is serious doubt that they make the case the white paper claims, despite the self-serving assertions by the authors that the evidence is incontrovertible. In the first section, the white paper describes the revolutionaries prior to September of 1980 as diverse guerrilla groups. Ill-coordinated and ill-equipped, armed with pistols and a varied assortment of hunting rifles and shotguns. In effect, the document affirms that up to a few months ago, the guerrilla movement consisted of local forces employing their own resources and forging their own programs with no outside support, let alone control. The subsequent aid then is directed toward a leadership and organization that has been shaped by organizational and political experiences rooted in many years of independent activity. It is highly unlikely that such groups would suddenly submit themselves to foreign tutelage or be subject to foreign manipulation. The initial document which purports to demonstrate Cuban involvement is a letter of salutation from the guerrillas to Castro thanking him for help. There is no mention of arms, political direction, or military coordination. Rather, the emphasis is on the need for Salvadoran groups to build and coordinate their activities among themselves. The next reference is to a meeting of guerrillas at the Hungarian embassy in Mexico City at which the word requests was apparently mentioned. Without any rhyme or reason, the white paper extracts the word and appends a parenthesis. To this gratuitous appended parenthesis is added a list of the Eastern European ambassadors present, presumably to suggest a neo-Comintern conclave. Alleged Soviet help. Inadvertently, however, a document cited by the white paper does demonstrate the absence of pro-Soviet forces within the actual guerrilla struggle. It quotes Shafik Handel, Secretary General of the Salvadoran Communist Party, as mentioning the need to speed up reorganization and put the party on a war footing. As late as April 28, 1980, the Salvadoran Communist Party is not yet prepared to engage in the ongoing guerrilla struggle. Then the white paper quotes Handel as saying, "I'm in agreement with taking advantage of the possibilities of assistance from the socialist camp. We are not yet taking advantage of it." From this we can deduce incontrovertibly that, the socialist camp was not involved at all up to then in El Salvador, that any assistance was a possibility, and that the overriding concern of the Salvadoran Communist Party was how to use the socialist camp. This is hardly the attitude of a docile tool of Moscow conspirators. Finally, regarding unification of the left, Handel mentions that the idea for involving everyone in the area has already been suggested to Fidel himself. Fidel thought well of the idea. In other words, the idea of unifying the left did not even initiate with Castro, it came from the Salvadorans and Castro merely granted his approval. What the white paper fails to mention in all its accounts of guerrilla and leftist meetings with the communists are the frequent contacts among all the opposition groups including centrist Social Democrats and Christian Democrats and their political counterparts in other countries, from Stockholm to Mexico City, from Washington, D.C., to Bonn. Requests for aid and support were laid before U.S. State Department officials and European Social Democrats. Outside the United States these ideas have, at least in part, met with favorable responses. Europeans favor a Zimbabwe solution in El Salvador unifying the opposition and working for a center-left regime. The white paper's attempt to attribute this idea to secret communist cabals is willful ignorance. The paper's selective discussion of meetings between guerrillas and communists and its omission of meetings by other opposition forces in the European and Latin American left is a tactic more appropriate to a lawyer's brief. Handel is also supposed to have visited Nicaragua to hold discussions about setting up an office there from which to disseminate propaganda and make political contacts. Such overtures from dissidents in one country to officials in another are commonplace the world over. In this case, the possibility was merely discussed, which would seem to be within the bounds of propriety for officials of a sovereign government. Handel vs. Travels. The heavy stuff is still to come. The next itinerary for the peripatetic Handel is listed as travels in the East. During his stop in Moscow, supposedly in search of arms, Handel, we are told, met with a Soviet official. This official merely suggested that Handel travel to Vietnam and offered to pay for his trip. The white paper goes on to claim that in Vietnam Handel gained concrete U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 331. Support 60 tons of arms. The East Germans told him they would put out a search for available arms, as did the Czechs, Bulgarians, Hungarians, and Ethiopians. Lieutenant Colonel Mengistu, chairman of Ethiopia's Provisional Military Administrative Council, we are told, promised several thousand weapons. The white paper adds that the Russians asked if they could send 30 student volunteers to take part in the war, and agreed to ship the Vietnamese arms. Eventually, even the Palestine Liberation Organization and Nicaragua pledged arms. According to the white paper, a total of 780 tons of arms were to be transported to Nicaragua via Cuba, and then to El Salvador. By September 26, there were supposedly 130 tons of arms cached in Nicaragua. The paper claims that in September and October the number of flights to Nicaragua from Cuba increased sharply. These flights had the capacity to transport several hundred tons of cargo. Yet we learn that at the end of September the Sandinistas suspend their weapons deliveries to El Salvador for 1 month. When the shipments resume in October, as much as 120 tons of weapons and materiel are still in Nicaragua and some 300 to 400 tons are in Cuba. There are curious discrepancies in this account. For example, we are told that there were 130 tons of arms in Nicaragua by September 26. We are also informed that shipments to El Salvador were suspended for 1 month at the end of September, but the flights from Cuba continued through October. Yet when the shipments resumed in October, as much as 120 tons of weapons and materiel are still in Nicaragua. Since no weapons were going to El Salvador and presumably loaded planes were continuing to arrive from Cuba, it seems odd, to say the least, that at the end of the 1-month suspension, Nicaragua had a net loss of 10 tons of arms in its stores for shipment. Apparently, the white paper's several authors didn't bother to coordinate their stories. Swamped with arms. After reporting that only about 2.5 tons were shipped in November, the white paper authors step up the pace dramatically. In December, we are told, there was such a deluge of arms that the Salvadoran insurgents complained that they could not absorb them. Yet earlier in the white paper we were told how poorly armed the 4,000 to 5,000 guerrillas were in September 1980. Is it conceivable that within a few weeks in December the guerrillas were inundated with arms? What is more, the flood mysteriously turned into a drought, because in the March 1 New York Times the guerrilla leaders are said to be complaining that they do not have an adequate supply of arms, a shortage that hindered their January offensive. During this period of supposedly massively flowing arms, no specific figures are ever given, nor is there any detailed explanation of how so many arms flowed into El Salvador. There are only references to a Cessna that crashed, and it is speculated that it had arms. A second plane strays into government hands, and numerous weapons are captured. We are told of shipments in motor launches and overland, but there is no evidence tie any of these were captured, even though the roads and seaways are easily policed and at least some large shipments should have been intercepted. But the security forces' total bag is one trailer truck carrying 100 U.S. rifles and some mortars. The Honduras-El Salvador border is heavily patrolled, and needless to say the roads that would be passable by trucks loaded with arms are closely watched. The paucity of evidence suggests that the arms flow is minimal, thus, the claims of massive outside intervention are unsubstantiated. The failure of the guerrilla offensive in January was in part the result of inadequate armaments coupled with massive infusions of U.S. arms to the regime's forces. Even junta spokesman José Napoleón Duarte and former U.S. Ambassador Robert White would question the need for further U.S. arms. The White Paper's evidence of outside communist arms shipments supports only a small fraction of its claims. Such shipments as there were did not approach the flow of weapons, advisors, napalm, helicopter gunships, and the like to the military-civilian dictatorship from the United States. 3. The government, the search for order and democracy. The massive propaganda efforts to focus attention on outside communist intervention is a way of diverting attention from the repressive regime that the United States is supporting. The Reagan administration's tactic is to win backing for the junta not because of what it stands for but to draw the line against outside intervention. In its opening section, the White Paper claims that El Salvador experienced considerable economic progress during the 1960s, although the political system remained in the hands of a traditional economic elite backed by the military. The facts are that between 1961 and 1975 the proportion of landless laborers rose from 11% to 40%, the level of unemployment jumped from 10% in 1960 to 25% in 1979. Whatever economic progress took place did not benefit the workers and the peasants. Rather, the growth of El Salvador's gross national product was intimately tied to its repressive system. Prosperity for some was matched by the repression of the many. The White Paper notes that the legitimate grievances of the poor and landless and the growing aspirations of the expanding middle classes met increasingly with repression. The paper does not go on to identify the organizations and leaders which come to express these legitimate grievances and middle-class aspirations because they are not found in the current junta but U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 333 among the opposition. Moreover, these aspirations and grievances are not answered by the military measures and repressive forms of rulership undertaken by the current regime. The document's systematic evasion of the sources of violence and the U.S. government's responsibility is revealed in its attempt to blame it on everyone. El Salvador has long been a violent country. In fact, El Salvador has not been a violent country. Its U.S.-backed oligarchical military regimes have been violent, killing 30,000 people in 1932 and running the country with an iron fist ever since. Between 1946 and 1979, the United States has provided Salvadoran military dictatorships with more than $17 million in military assistance and trained 2,000 military officers while providing the ruling oligarchy with $157.7 million in economic aid. The Progressive Coalition. The White Paper describes the governing coalition that took over after the coup in October 1979 as being made up of progressive civilian and military officers. Yet the great majority of these progressives defected to the FDR or were killed by the rightist faction which is now in control. The three small non-Marxist-Leninist political parties that the White Paper earlier dismisses as window dressing in the FDR leadership are later portrayed as significant progressives when they were in the first coalition. The White Paper's inconsistency is apparent in the way it attempts to reclaim the progressive character of the original junta while discrediting the genuine progressives who resigned from it in protest or were pushed out. The systematic purge of the progressives by the rightist faction within the junta between October 1979 and March 1980 is described in the same vacuous, euphemistic language that is used throughout the White Paper when the authors wish to cover their tracks. After an initial period of instability, the new government stabilized around a coalition that includes military participants in the October 1979 coup, the Christian Democratic Party and independent civilians. The White Paper leaves out the purge of the Maginot reformists, and the bulk of the Christian Democrats who are now in opposition, along with the university faculty and students. It does not say that ultra-right forces deeply involved in repressive actions are all that remain of the original junta that took power in October 1979. The white paper claims that since March 1980, this coalition has begun broad social changes. Actually, the number of peasants killed and co-ops that fell under military occupation rose sharply. Peasants killed increased from 126 per month in February, to 203 in March, to 423 in July, totaling 3,272 for the glorious year of agrarian reform. The paper then repeats the falsehood that the opposition to this reform consists of Marxist-Leninist guerrilla terrorists and the three significant non-Marxist-Leninist political parties operating outside of the country. Once again, the authors omit mention of the absence of any political rights in El Salvador, and the state of war that the junta has declared against all opposition. Extremist symbiosis. The white paper then proceeds to argue that the 334 government faces armed opposition from the extreme right as well as from the left. A symbiotic relationship has developed between the terrorism practiced by extremists of both left and right. This notion has been systematically refuted by the Archbishop's Legal Aid Commission report on repression, which adduces evidence showing that in 1980, 66% of the assassinations were committed by government security forces, and 14% were committed by right-wing death squads. Moreover, voluminous testimony, documents and photographs have emerged to substantiate the frequent and close collaboration between the death squads and the regime's security forces. The symbiosis causing most of the violence is between the regime and the death squads, not the right and left. In this regard, it is important to note that not one right-wing death squad assassin has ever been apprehended, let alone prosecuted, despite the public nature of most of the killings. This in itself should dispel any notion that the regime is innocent in the activity of the death squads. The Legal Aid Commission study further demonstrates that the bulk of victims were poor peasants, students, and wage workers, the groups in whose names the purported reforms were carried out. In fact, the reforms were mere facades for the militarization of the country. The escalation of regime terror against the peasants is the surest indication of this. The white paper voices concern about the murder and rape of the U.S. nuns, but it fails to mention the fact that the nuns were opposed to U.S. policy, and were murdered by the junta along with more than a score of other church people working for the poor. While the white paper claims to be interested in a complete investigation of these killings, former Ambassador White stated emphatically that Washington has not made any effort to pressure the junta and has effectively collaborated with the regime in covering up the murders, rewarding its perpetrators with additional arms and economic aid. In one of its more cynical statements, the paper notes that few Salvadorans participate in anti-government demonstrations, implying that they support the government. The scores of dead protesters, including mutilated and decapitated corpses that appeared in the wake of every protest march, have no doubt had a dampening effect on demonstrations. But to equate a terrorized population with one that approves the government is a grotesque distortion which only indicates how out of touch this administration is with the political reality in El Salvador and the rest of the Third World. There is not only an absence of all forms of political protest in El Salvador, there is an absence of all forms of political expression. The dictatorship is total. The support for the front and the guerrillas has not diminished, it has gone underground. The white paper's claim that U.S. aid has helped create jobs and feed the hungry is belied by the accounts of church sources. U.S. economic aid has contributed to massive military corruption. Military aid hardens the resolve of the military dictators and increases the rate of killing. U.S. economic aid does not keep up with the U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene. 335. Massive flight of private capital estimated at more than $1.5 billion during the past year. The collapse of the Salvadoran economy and the massive exodus of refugees from repression in rural areas hardly testifies to the success of what the paper describes as the Duarte government. The latter is a figment of the State Department's imagination, for real power continues to be vested within the military. Conclusion. The white paper is a thin tissue of falsifications, distortions, omissions, and simplifications directed toward covering up increased U.S. support for a murderous regime. It has sought to transform a war between the regime and its people into an East-West struggle and to deny the internal socio-economic and political roots of the struggle. The purpose of these distortions is to mobilize U.S. public opinion behind the new administration's policies not only in El Salvador but throughout the Third World. The hypocrisy suffusing the white paper is vice's tribute to virtue, for it tacitly recognizes that if the truth were presented, the American people would balk at supporting a regime that is rewarded for killing its noblest sons and daughters who seek social justice in El Salvador. 48. The White House searches for a consensus, the Kissinger Report carried by Henry Kissinger, et al. The report of the President's National Bipartisan Commission on Central America, which quickly became known as the Kissinger Report from the name of the Commission 5 chair, Henry A. Kissinger, Secretary of State in the Nixon and Ford administrations, was the effort of a group created by presidential order in 1983. The commission was charged with studying the nature of United States interests in the Central American region and the threats now posed to those interests and with providing advice on formulating a long-term United States policy that will best respond to the challenges of social, economic, and democratic development in the region, and to internal and external threats to its security and stability. In the words of one observer, the Reagan administration hoped the Kissinger Commission would decrease congressional criticism and provide a bipartisan framework for future strategy along essentially the same lines it had been pursuing, that is, seeking the destruction of the excerpts from report of the National Bipartisan Commission on Central America, January 1984, U.S. Government Printing Office, Washington, D.C. An appendix to the report, including staff documents, papers by consultants, and selected testimony, is also available. The report was also published in 1984 by Macmillan Publishing Company, New York. 336. Sandinista regime in Nicaragua and the defeat of the guerrillas in El Salvador. C. Barry Rubin, Reagan Administration Policy Making and Central America, in Robert S. Lycan, ed. Central America, Anatomy of Conflict. What we learned. First, the tortured history of Central America is such that neither the military nor the political nor the economic nor the social aspects of the crisis can be considered independently of the others. Unless rapid progress can be made on the political, economic, and social fronts, peace on the military front will be elusive and would be fragile. But unless the externally supported insurgencies are checked and the violence curbed, progress on those other fronts will be elusive and would be fragile. Second, the roots of the crisis are both indigenous and foreign. Discontents are real, and for much of the population conditions of life are miserable. Just as Nicaragua was ripe for revolution, so the conditions that invite revolution are present elsewhere in the region as well. But these conditions have been exploited by hostile outside forces, specifically, by Cuba, backed by the Soviet Union and now operating through Nicaragua, which will turn any revolution they capture into a totalitarian state, threatening the region and robbing the people of their hopes for liberty. Third, indigenous reform, even indigenous revolution, is not a security threat to the United States. But the intrusion of aggressive outside powers exploiting local grievances to expand their own political influence and military control is a serious threat to the United States, and to the entire hemisphere. Fourth, we have a humanitarian interest in alleviating misery and helping the people of Central America meet their social and economic needs, and together with the other nations of the hemisphere we have a national interest in strengthening democratic institutions wherever in the hemisphere they are weak. Fifth, Central America needs help, both material and moral, governmental and non-governmental. Both the commands of conscience and calculations of our own national interest require that we give that help. Sixth, ultimately, a solution of Central America's problems will depend on the Central Americans themselves. They need our help, but our help alone will not be enough. Internal reforms, outside assistance, bootstrap efforts, changed economic policies, all are necessary, and all must be coordinated. And other nations with the capacity to do so not only in this hemisphere, but in Europe and Asia, should join in the effort. Seventh, the crisis will not wait. There is no time to lose. U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene. 337. U.S. interests in the crisis. When strategic interests conflict with moral interests, the clash presents one of the classic challenges to confront societies and statesmen. But in Central America today, our strategic and moral interests coincide. We shall deal later in the report with the specifics of those interests. But in broad terms they must include: to preserve the moral authority of the United States. To be perceived by others as a nation that does what is right because it is right is one of this country's principal assets. To improve the living conditions of the people of Central America. They are neighbors. Their human need is tinder waiting to be ignited. And if it is, the conflagration could threaten the entire hemisphere. To advance the cause of democracy, broadly defined, within the hemisphere. To strengthen the hemispheric system by strengthening what is now, in both economic and social terms, one of its weakest links. To promote peaceful change in Central America while resisting the violation of democracy by force and terrorism. To prevent hostile forces from seizing and expanding control in a strategically vital area of the Western Hemisphere. To bar the Soviet Union from consolidating either directly or through Cuba a hostile foothold on the American continents in order to advance its strategic purposes. In short, the crisis in Central America is of large and acute concern to the United States because Central America is our near neighbor and a strategic crossroads of global significance, because Cuba and the Soviet Union are investing heavily in efforts to expand their footholds there, so as to carry out designs for the hemisphere distinctly hostile to U.S. interests, and because the people of Central America are sorely beset and urgently need our help. As Nicaragua is already doing, additional Marxist-Leninist regimes in Central America could be expected to expand their armed forces, bring in large numbers of Cuban and other Soviet bloc advisors, develop sophisticated agencies of internal repression and external subversion, and sharpen polarizations, both within individual countries and regionally. This would almost surely produce refugees, perhaps millions of them, many of whom would seek entry into the United States. Even setting aside the broader strategic considerations, the United States cannot isolate itself from the regional turmoil. The crisis is on our doorstep. Beyond the issue of U.S. security interests in the Central American Caribbean region, our credibility worldwide is engaged. The triumph of hostile forces in what the Soviets call the strategic rear of the United States would be read as a sign of U.S. impotence. 338. Thus, even in terms of the direct national security interests of the United States, this country has large stakes in the present conflict in Central America. They include preventing a series of developments which might require us to devote large resources to defend the southern approaches to the United States, thus reducing our capacity to defend our interests elsewhere. A potentially serious threat to our shipping lanes through the Caribbean. A proliferation of Marxist-Leninist states that would increase violence, dislocation, and political repression in the region. The erosion of our power to influence events worldwide that would flow from the perception that we were unable to influence vital events close to home. The problems of guerrilla war. Despite these high stakes, the debate over Central America has been polarized in the United States. One reason may be the seeming paradox in which important security questions are raised by small conflicts in an area which we have customarily neglected. On the one hand, the territories involved are not large, and neither is the number of soldiers, policemen, and insurgents active in each country. The current amounts of U.S. military assistance are also not significant by global standards. In the last fiscal year, for example, U.S. military aid to all countries in Central America combined amounted to $121.3 million, or 3% of U.S. military assistance worldwide. On the other hand, there is the extreme intricacy of the struggles. They proceed concurrently in the realms of internal politics, regional diplomacy, and the global East-West competition, including worldwide propaganda. They comprise both guerrilla and terrorist phenomena as well as more conventional confrontations among armed forces, and they are governed by very complicated interactions between violence in all its forms and the political, social, and economic circumstances of each country. Thus what is being tested is not so much the ability of the United States to provide large resources but rather the realism of our political attitudes, the harmony of congressional and administration priorities, and the adaptability of the military and civil departments of the executive. What is more, Central American realities often clash with our historical experience and with the disparity between our resources and those of the threatened countries. The fundamental dilemma is as follows: both the national interests of the United States and a genuine concern for the long-term welfare of Central America create powerful incentives to provide all necessary assistance to defeat totalitarian guerrillas. At the same time, one of the principal objectives of the U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 339 guerrilla forces, is to destroy the morale and efficiency of the government's administration and programs. We thus labor under an immediate handicap. Unlike the Soviet Union in Afghanistan, the U.S. cannot and should not impose its own administration, even for such laudable objectives as implementing political, social, and economic reforms. It cannot place its own experts in each village and town to gather political intelligence, and it cannot supervise the conduct of each soldier and policeman in all dealings with the population. For all these goals, the U.S. government must rely on the abilities and good faith of the government under attack. But that government, already fragile because of history and structure and conflicting attitudes, is being systematically weakened further by the conditions of guerrilla warfare in which it must function. Much attention has been paid correctly to the shortcomings of the El Salvador government. But it is important and only fair to recall the many demands that have been made upon it and the progress that has been made in many fields. It carried out impressive elections in 1982, despite severe intimidations by the guerrillas, and will conduct another one this March. It has been going forward with an extensive land reform program. It allows debate, freedom of assembly, opposition, and other aspects of democracy, however imperfect. Albeit belatedly and due to U.S. pressure, it is beginning to address the problem of right-wing violence. It has made offers to the insurgents to resolve the conflict through the political process. All of this has been done in the midst of a bitter war. It is a record that compares very favorably with El Salvador's past and with that of its neighbor, Nicaragua. There is, of course, a darker side as well in El Salvador. The United States obviously cannot accept, let alone support, the brutal methods practiced by certain reactionary forces in Central America. Some of these actions are related to counterinsurgency. Their common denominator is the systematic use of mass reprisals and selective killing and torture to dissuade the civil population from participating in the insurgency or from providing any help for the insurgents. Historically, such reprisals, along with the static guard of key installations and the occasional ambush of betrayed insurgent bands, have often proved capable of preserving colonial rule and unpopular governments for a very long time, even centuries. Other violence has in fact nothing to do with insurgency at all. It is designed to terrorize opponents, fight democracy, protect entrenched interests, and restore reactionary regimes. Whatever their aims, these methods are totally repugnant to the values of the United States. Much more enlightened counterinsurgency models were pursued in, for example, Venezuela and Colombia in the 1960s, when military action was combined with positive economic and political measures. The methods of counterinsurgency developed over the last generation by the armed forces of the United States are consistent with such models. They 340 depend upon gaining the confidence and support of the people and specifically exclude the use of violence against innocent civilians. Yet these methods are expensive. In addition to continued action on the economic and social fronts, they require two forms of military action, to be carried out by two distinct types of forces. First, local popular militias must be formed throughout the country to prevent the insurgents from using terror to extract obedience. These must include members trained as paramedics to deliver basic health care, which evokes strong local support for these forces. Since this localized protective militia cannot be expected to resist any sustained guerrilla attack, U.S. counterinsurgency methods also require the availability of well-trained and well-equipped regular forces in adequate numbers. These methods assume that the regular units will be provided with efficient communications and suitable transport, notably helicopters, to enable them to provide prompt help for village militias under attack, and to allow them to pursue guerrilla bands on the move. The present level of U.S. military assistance to El Salvador is far too low to enable the armed forces of El Salvador to use these modern methods of counterinsurgency effectively. At the same time, the tendency in some quarters of the Salvadoran military towards brutality magnifies congressional and executive pressures for further cuts in aid. A vicious cycle results in which violence and denial of human rights spawn reductions in aid, and reductions in aid make more difficult the pursuit of an enlightened counterinsurgency effort. The combination of the tactical guidance given by U.S. advisors and levels of aid inadequate to support that advice creates a potentially disastrous disparity between U.S. military tactics and Salvadoran military resources. U.S. tactical doctrine abjures static defense and teaches constant patrolling. But this requires the provision of expensive equipment such as helicopters. In their absence, the Salvadoran military abandon their static defenses for intensive foot patrolling, only to find the strategic objective they had been guarding destroyed in their absence. In the Commission's view, it is imperative to settle on a level of aid related to the operational requirements of a humane anti-guerrilla strategy and to stick with it for the requisite period of time. Another obstacle to the effective pursuit of anti-guerrilla strategy is a provision of current U.S. law under which no assistance can be provided to law enforcement agencies. This dates back to a previous period when it was believed that such aid was sometimes helping groups guilty of serious human rights abuses. The purpose of the legislation was to prevent the United States and its personnel from being associated with unacceptable practices. That concern is valid, but, however laudable its intentions, the blanket legal prohibition against the provision of training and aid to police organizations has the U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 341. Paradoxical effect, in certain cases, of inhibiting our efforts to improve human rights performance. For example, while it is now understood in the Salvadoran armed forces that human rights violations endanger the flow of U.S. assistance, in the police organizations there is no training to professionalize and humanize operations. And in Costa Rica, where the police alone provide that country's security, we are prevented from helping that democracy defend itself in even the most rudimentary fashion. We therefore suggest that Congress examine this question thoroughly and consider whether Section 660 of the Foreign Assistance Act should be amended so as to permit under carefully defined conditions the allocation of funds to the training and support of law enforcement agencies in Central America. A final problem is philosophical. Our historic tendency as a nation is to think about diplomacy and military operations as antithetical. The fact is that the principles outlined here will enhance the prospects of a political solution whose characteristics are outlined in the next chapter. Experience suggests that a lasting political solution will become possible only when the insurgents are convinced that they cannot win through force, and are therefore willing to settle for the next best option, taking advantage of opportunities for democratic competition and participation. In this regard, a military stalemate will not enhance but rather would inhibit the prospects for a political solution, since it would confirm that the government cannot prevail. This is itself a chief goal of an insurgency that aims to undermine a government's legitimacy. In a guerrilla war, a stalemate is not the same as a balance of power. Moreover, while an insurgency can sustain itself over time if it has access to sanctuaries and external sources of support, there is nothing to suggest that a government, especially a weak one, can endure the cumulative toll of protracted conflict. A successful counterinsurgency effort is not a substitute for negotiations. But such an effort, the more rapid the better, is a necessary condition for a political solution. The situation in El Salvador. The war is at a stalemate, a condition that in the long term favors the guerrillas. They have relatively little popular support in El Salvador, but they can probably continue the war as long as they receive the sort of external support they are now getting. The guerrilla front has established a unified military command with headquarters near Managua. The dominant element of the 5 guerrilla groups making up the FMLN is now the People's Revolutionary Army, which is active in eastern El Salvador. ERP strategy is one of systematic attacks on the economic infrastructure, in order to precipitate an economic and political collapse, and 342. Military actions designed for political and psychological effect. The ERP leaders are keenly interested in the impact of guerrilla actions on international public opinion, especially in the US, where they hope to discourage further support for El Salvador's government. The number of guerrillas has remained basically unchanged for the last 2 years. There are an estimated 6,000 front-line guerrillas and a slightly larger number organized in media and support units. But these latter forces have been increasingly well armed and involved in operations with the front-line forces. The insurgents can now put perhaps as many as 12,000 trained and armed fighters in the field. Currently the Salvadoran armed forces, including defense and public security forces, have about 37,500 men. That gives the government less than a 4-to-1 advantage over the insurgents. A ratio of 10-to-1 has generally been considered necessary for successful counterinsurgency, though this ratio varies by individual case and clearly depends upon the capability and mobility of the government forces. In any event, the guerrillas have been able to demonstrate an increasing ability to maneuver and to concentrate their forces, and to react to Salvadoran army moves. In 1983, as in the past, the war was characterized by a cyclical pattern, in which the initiative swung between government and guerrilla forces. The ebb and flow of field operations has enabled the guerrillas to strengthen their presence in the eastern departments over the past 2 years. In the absence of significant Salvadoran military forces, armed guerrillas operate at will throughout the countryside. They have established the rudiments of a civil administration and have enforced a tax regime in areas under their control. Increasingly, they are able to mass their forces and overwhelm isolated garrisons or ambush relief columns. The severity of guerrilla attacks on the transportation and electrical network in the eastern departments has resulted in the effective isolation of much of that area. The nature and extent of guerrilla operations have led to speculation that the military objective of the guerrillas in the eastern departments might be the establishment of a liberated zone, as a prelude to the extension of the war into the central departments. The situation is not uniformly favorable to the guerrillas. Their bases in San Vicente have been disrupted. They have lost their infrastructure in western El Salvador and have been unable to reconstitute their support network in the cities. But although the military situation continues to be essentially a stalemate, the guerrillas' campaign of economic disruption and sabotage has helped to devastate the Salvadoran economy. In large part due to the violence, the country's gross domestic product has declined 25% in real terms in the last 4 years. In eastern El Salvador, the economic decline has been even more precipitous. In part, the Salvadoran military's difficulties in containing the guerrilla threat are related to manpower problems, their training, their retention, their U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 343. Equipment, and their development. About 3/4 of the Salvadoran armed forces are deployed in static positions that protect fixed installations. This leaves insufficient maneuver forces to carry the war consistently to the guerrillas. The Commission has heard testimony that as the end of the U.S. fiscal year approaches, the Salvadoran armed forces husband ammunition and equipment until the scale of congressional appropriations for U.S. assistance becomes clearer. At present assistance levels, there are critical shortages of basic equipment, including communications, medical equipment, and airlift assets. The Salvadoran armed forces have also suffered from inadequate command and control, coordination, and leadership. A recent major reorganization of the military command structure is designed to achieve needed improvements in command and control and coordination, and to lead to a more aggressive prosecution of the war. But to end the stalemate will require much more in equipment and trained manpower. Military assistance. While important U.S. interests are engaged in El Salvador, and while we pay a high political price at home and abroad for assisting the armed forces there, the United States has not provided enough military aid to support the methods of counterinsurgency we have urged. At the same time, the United States cannot countenance the brutal alternative methods of counterinsurgency which wreak intolerable violence upon the civilian population. In our judgment, the current levels of military aid are not sufficient to preserve even the existing military stalemate over a period of time. Given the increasing damage both physical and political being inflicted on the economy and government of El Salvador by the guerrillas, who are maintaining their strength, a collapse is not inconceivable. The Salvadoran government's national campaign plan combines military operations with follow-up civic actions to restore agriculture and commerce. The plan is designed to provide secure areas within which the Salvadoran campesino can grow, harvest and market his crops, and where industry can again operate. The plan assumes that sufficient security can be established countrywide to reduce the insurgency at least to a low level within 2 years. But the government's forces must be significantly and quickly strengthened if the plan is to succeed. Their requirements include increased air and ground mobility, to enable the government forces to reach and assist static positions under attack and, eventually, to seek out and engage the guerrillas. Increased training to upgrade the forces tactically and to generalize further the use of modern, humane, counterinsurgency methods, including civic. 344. Action as such. This last includes not only road building and basic engineering projects, but especially the provision of basic health care by paramedics. Higher force levels, to enable the government forces both to protect important installations and to carry the war to the guerrillas. At present the choice is between allowing the destruction of vital infrastructures, or the indefinite prolongation of the war. Greater stocks of equipment and supplies to support a consistent war effort. Improved conditions for the troops in order to retain trained personnel, particularly by providing medical evacuation. At present, for the lack of evacuation helicopters, the fatality rate is very high. There might be an argument for doing nothing to help the government of El Salvador. There might be an argument for doing a great deal more. There is, however, no logical argument for giving some aid but not enough. The worst possible policy for El Salvador is to provide just enough aid to keep the war going, but too little to wage it successfully. As we have already made clear in this report, the Commission has concluded that present levels of U.S. military assistance are inadequate. We are not in a position to judge the precise amounts and types of increased aid needed. We note that the U.S. Department of Defense estimates that it would take approximately $400 million in U.S. military assistance in 1984 and 1985 to break the military stalemate and allow the national campaign plan to be carried out. The department believes that thereafter assistance levels could be brought down to considerably more modest levels. The Commission recommends that the United States provide to El Salvador, subject to the conditions we specify later in this chapter, significantly increased levels of military aid as quickly as possible, so that the Salvadoran authorities can act on the assurance that needed aid will be forthcoming. The training and improvement of the Salvadoran forces to the point where they can effectively wage counterinsurgency will take time. Indeed, given the complexity of the internal as well as external problems confronting El Salvador, the situation there will remain precarious, even with increased military assistance. Such assistance alone cannot assure the elements of national unity and of will that are necessary for success. But it is the Commission's judgment that without such aid the situation will surely deteriorate. Other measures. To be effective, U.S. military assistance programs require greater continuity and predictability. As we have seen, local commanders are now uncertain whether an adequate supply of such critical support items as ammunition will. U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 345. Be on hand. The result in El Salvador has all too often been a less than vigorous prosecution of the war. The Commission believes the administration and the Congress should work together to achieve greater predictability. That could be most effectively achieved through multi-year funding. Human rights. The question of the relationship between military aid and human rights abuses is both extremely difficult and extremely important. It involves the potential clash of two basic U.S. objectives. On the one hand, we seek to promote justice and find it repugnant to support forces that violate or tolerate violation of fundamental U.S. values. On the other hand, we are engaged in El Salvador and Central America because we are serving fundamental U.S. interests that transcend any particular government. Our approach must therefore embrace, and pursue, both objectives simultaneously. Clearly, sustained public and international support rests heavily on our success in harmonizing our dual goals. Against this background, we have stressed the need to make American development assistance strictly conditional on rapid progress towards democratic pluralism and respect for human rights, as well as economic performance. Respect for human rights is also of great importance to improved security in Central America, as well as to the self-respect of the United States. We recognize, however, that how the problem is addressed in this regard is vital because Central America is crucial to our national security. While the objectives of security and human rights are sometimes counterposed against each other, they are actually closely related. Without adequate military aid, Salvadoran forces would not be able to carry out the modern counterinsurgency tactics that would help keep civilian losses to a minimum. Were military aid to be cut off, it would open the way for the triumph of the guerrillas, an eventuality that no one concerned about the well-being of the Salvadoran people can accept with equanimity. Such a development would be unacceptable from the standpoint of both human rights and security. The Commission believes that vigorous, concurrent policies on both the military and human rights fronts are needed to break out of the demoralizing cycle of deterioration on the one hand and abuses on the other. We believe policies of increased aid and increased pressure to safeguard human rights would improve both security and justice. A slackening on one front would undermine our objective on the other. El Salvador must succeed on both or it will not succeed on either. The United States government has a right to demand certain minimum standards of respect for human rights as a condition for providing military aid to any country. ******. 346. With respect to El Salvador, military aid should, through legislation requiring periodic reports, be made contingent upon demonstrated progress toward free elections, freedom of association, the establishment of the rule of law and an effective judicial system, and the termination of the activities of the so-called death squads, as well as vigorous action against those guilty of crimes and the prosecution to the extent possible of past offenders. These conditions should be seriously enforced. As an additional measure, the United States should impose sanctions, including the denial of visas, deportation, and the investigation of financial dealings, against foreign nationals in the United States who are connected with death squad activities in El Salvador or anywhere else. El Salvador. Obviously, the future of Central America will depend in large part on what happens in El Salvador. That nation most immediately faces critical choices about the course of its internal politics. It is racked more severely by internal strife and conflict than any of its neighbors. It most requires intelligence and subtlety in the day-to-day conduct of U.S. diplomacy. The dilemma in El Salvador is clear. With all its shortcomings, the existing government has conducted free elections. But it is weak. The judiciary is ineffective. The military is divided in its concerns, and in the degree of its respect for human rights. Privileged Salvadorans want to preserve both their political and economic power. We have described in other chapters the economic, social and security measures we believe are necessary to make progress in economic development. In the political field, two broad options have been presented, either elections, or what is commonly referred to as power sharing. The government of El Salvador has consistently stated that a solution to the conflict must be essentially political and democratic. This means that a political solution must result from the free choice of the Salvadoran people expressed through elections. The political parties represented in the Constituent Assembly, from the center-left Christian Democrats to the right-wing Arena Party, have formally endorsed this view. The United States has supported this position. The Salvadoran Peace Commission was established last year again in consultation with the political parties for the carrot purpose of promoting the incorporation of all social and political sectors in the democratic process. The Commission has offered to discuss with the guerrilla fronts, the FMLN/FDR, the conditions under which the left could take part in the elections scheduled for March 25, 1984. The issues of security guarantees, access to the media and freedom to campaign would be included in such discussions. U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 347. The insurgents have rejected this offer. They assert that their security could not be assured. In any event, they hope for a collapse of American support, and eventually for a military victory. They evidently want to maintain unity among the various guerrilla groups, which they perceive would be put at risk by rifts over tough political decisions. They may well judge that a contested election would reveal their low level of popular support. So they seem to have cast their lot with continued military struggle unless the government is prepared to abandon the scheduled elections and install a coalition government. The insurgents most recently set forth their formal position in September of last year, following contacts with Ambassador Richard Stone and the Salvadoran Peace Commission. In a document entitled The Situation of Human Rights in El Salvador in Light of the Geneva Convention and under the heading Prospects for a Political Solution, the Political Diplomatic Commission of the FMLN/FDR stated, the Salvadoran people need a negotiated settlement between the government and the FMLN/FDR to bring about peace, they do not need elections. The document went on to detail the FMLN/FDR position, calling for comprehensive negotiations on the following agenda. A. Composition of a provisional government. B. Restructuring the armed forces. C. Structural reforms. D. Salvadoran foreign policy. E. Mechanisms for future elections. 0. The process to achieve a ceasefire. This is more than a refusal to campaign under the currently insecure conditions in El Salvador. Evidently the insurgents do not view power sharing as merely an interim measure needed in order to hold elections in which the left could participate with security. Rather, it is a means of scrapping the existing elected governmental structure and armed forces and creating a provisional civil and military authority in their place in which the rebel leadership would have a major role and in which they would eventually gain a dominant position well before the electoral mechanisms were in place. Therefore, the Commission has concluded that power sharing as proposed by the insurgents is not a sensible or fair political solution for El Salvador. There is no historical precedent suggesting that such a procedure would reconcile contending parties which entertain such deeply held beliefs and political goals, and which have been killing each other for years. Indeed, precedent argues that it would be only a prelude to a takeover by the insurgent forces. To install a mixed provisional government by fiat would scarcely be consistent with the notion that the popular will is the foundation of true government. It would tend to inflate the true strength of insurgent factions that have gained 348 attention thus far through violence and their ability to disrupt the functioning of government. It would provide openings for them and their foreign supporters to forestall democratic politics. The likely final outcome of power sharing would be the imposition on the people of El Salvador of a government unwilling to base its authority on the consent of the governed. We believe that a true political solution in El Salvador can be reached only through free elections in which all significant groups have a right to participate. To be sure, elections do not solve a nation's problems. They can be the beginning, but cannot be the end, of political development. This is particularly true in El Salvador, which is threatened by a fragmentation of political life affecting most, if not all, of its institutions. How elections are conducted will be crucial. Given prevailing conditions in El Salvador, all factions have legitimate concerns about their security. Neither supporters nor opponents of the regime can be expected to participate in elections so long as terrorists of the right or the left run free. No political efforts at reconciliation can succeed if the government of El Salvador itself aids and abets violence against its own people. Unless it effectively curbs the actions of the death squads, unless it provides basic security for teachers, editors, and writers, labor and religious leaders, and generally for the free and secure expression of opinion, the political process recommended here will break down. A secure environment must be established for all who wish to take part, whether leftists, centrists or rightists. The U.S. government, to be credible, must insist that these conditions be met. Thus the El Salvador government must take all appropriate measures to make the March 25 elections as safe and open as possible. This should include the introduction of outside observers to help ensure the security and fairness of the process. The political process should not, indeed cannot, stop after the March elections. Following the elections, basic U.S. strategy for El Salvador should include firm support for the newly elected legitimate government. Along with providing military assistance, we should encourage it to pursue negotiations and reconciliation with all elements of Salvadoran society that are prepared to take part in an open and democratic political process, to promote rapid progress towards the protection of human rights, to strengthen civilian authority, and to undertake comprehensive reform of both political and military institutions. Such reform is essential to the creation of a stable, democratic government and for the reconciliation of disparate elements within Salvadoran society. U.S. economic assistance should be a key instrument in helping to secure these ends. Even if the insurgents do not take part in the March elections, their participation in subsequent elections, at least participation by those prepared to accept the results of the balloting, should be encouraged. The Commission believes that a proposal along the following lines, which amplifies the government's approach, would constitute a genuinely fair chance for all to compete. U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene. 349. Peacefully for political power in El Salvador. The basic principle would remain that of consulting the popular will, not imposing a government on the people through power sharing. It would test the intentions of the insurgents. We understand that El Salvador contemplates holding municipal and legislative assembly elections in 1985. The elements of the following approach could be applied to that process. 1. The Salvadoran government would invite the FDR-FMLN to negotiate mutually acceptable procedures to establish a framework for future elections. Although the details of the framework would have to be worked out by the parties to the talks themselves, the United States would energetically support their efforts and encourage other appropriate arrangements for elections in which all parties could participate as a first step toward a peaceful settlement of the conflict. 2. As part of this framework, a broadly representative elections commission would be established, including representatives of the FDR-FMLN. The Salvadoran government would thus be inviting participation by the political front of the guerrilla movement in the conduct of elections. The Commission would help ensure that all parties could compete openly and safely, and that all citizens could receive political literature, attend meetings and rallies, discuss partisan issues freely, and cast their ballots without fear or intimidation. The insurgent opposition should have a significant voice and vote both in the Elections Commission and in developing security arrangements for the campaign and election. But this should not become a subterfuge for the sharing of power with regard to the responsibilities of government, which we have rejected in this report. 3. Violence should be ended by all parties so that mutually satisfactory arrangements can be developed among the government, pro-government parties, the different opposition groups and insurgent groups for the period of campaigning and elections. To that end, certain developments are needed. The Salvadoran security forces and guerrillas should cease hostilities against one another. Guerrilla terror against military, government, and economic targets should end. Civilian and military violence of the right should also end. 4. A system of international observation should be established to enhance the faith and confidence of all parties in the probity and equity of arrangements for elections. This might include senior advisors to the Elections Commission drawn from the OAS, Contadora nations, or third countries agreed upon by all parties to the conflict. In sum, the United States should make a maximum effort to help El Salvador to create a self-sustaining society dedicated to open participation in its political process, to social justice, and to economic freedom, growth, and development. An El Salvador that works toward these goals deserves our continuing support. This should include adequate levels of economic and 350 military aid, which in turn can produce pressure for a politically negotiated end to the fighting. What happens in El Salvador will have important consequences in the other nations of Central America. If the shaky center collapses and the country eventually is dominated by undemocratic extremes, this will lead to increased pressures on El Salvador's neighbors. For Guatemala and Nicaragua, the experience of El Salvador could carry a clear message: the best means of earning the support of the United States, and of promoting political, social, and economic development, lies in adopting both the form and the substance of democracy. In the meantime, the United States has a dual task: to create those economic conditions in Central America that thwart the export of revolutions and to make clear the risks of expanded violence. Social reform, economic advance and political stability in Central America will discourage Cuban adventurism in the region. But we must also bring home to Havana a due appreciation of the consequences of its actions. As for the Soviet Union, it has been pursuing a strategy of progressively greater involvement in the Western Hemisphere, particularly in reaching beyond Cuba to Central America and the Caribbean. It has employed gradualism, ambiguity, and proxies. For Moscow, this strategy has entailed few risks, either military or political. Except in the case of Cuba, it has been inexpensive, and it has held the potential for significant gains. Soviet objectives, beginning with Cuba in the early 1960s, have been to end unchallenged U.S. preeminence within the hemisphere and possibly to see other Cubas established, to divert U.S. attention and resources from other parts of the world that are of greater importance to Moscow, to complicate our relations with our West European allies, and to burnish the Soviet Union's image as a revolutionary state. Preserving U.S. interests in Central America and the Caribbean against the Soviet challenge will be a significant concern for years to come. We reject the proposition that the establishment of a Soviet military base in Central America is the sole, or even the major, threat to U.S. interests. Unless current Cuban-Nicaraguan designs are checked, long before Moscow feels ready for such a move, the turmoil in Central America will have reached a point of crisis that could not be contained in Central American dimensions. In designing a basic policy toward the region, we must make the Soviet Union understand the limits of its activity, especially before its practice hardens into precedent. Moscow must be forestalled from making gains that would give it major advantages either within the region or in wider aspects of East-West relations. Excluding Soviet involvement in Central America altogether, extending to trade, diplomatic relations, and the gaining of some influence in individual countries is no doubt impossible. At the other extreme, clearly any Soviet involvement in the region that poses a strategic threat to the United States is unacceptable. The policy questions are, first, to decide at what point between U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 351. These two extremes of Soviet involvement, the balance point of U.S. interests lies, and second, to take those actions necessary to preserve those interests. The United States cannot accept Soviet military engagement in Central America and the Caribbean beyond what we reluctantly tolerate in Cuba. We will also need to define specific situations as precisely as possible and to make those definitions clear to Moscow. At the same time, we must avoid the inference that Soviet actions we have not proscribed are thus acceptable to us. If we do challenge directly any particular Soviet military activity in the region, we must be prepared to prevail. On the other hand, some Soviet involvement in Central America and the Caribbean is likely to fall into gray areas. Except where a Soviet position of dominance is either imposed or preserved through force of arms, Moscow depends for its opportunities on conditions both within the region and within individual countries. Where political, social, and economic programs forestall violent revolution, Soviet ability to fish in troubled waters is severely limited. Where we can agree with countries in Latin America that Soviet actions pose a threat to hemispheric interests, we can share leadership in opposing those actions. Where countries of the region can agree on mutual security and the pooling of benefits, collective actions can reduce Soviet opportunities. Against this backdrop, the Commission sees little promise in negotiating with the Soviet Union over Central America. The Soviets would almost certainly use negotiations to legitimize their presence in the region. They would welcome discussion about superpower spheres of influence, which would prompt Soviet assertions of primacy and the need for U.S. abstention on the Soviet periphery, in such places as Eastern Europe and Afghanistan. For the United States, however, such a concept of spheres of influence is unacceptable. Should the United States now accept that concept, the Soviet Union would reap substantial gains. In sum, the United States cannot eliminate all Soviet political involvement and influence within Central America and the Caribbean. But we must curb Soviet military activity in the hemisphere. And we can reduce Soviet opportunities and increase the incentives for others to abstain from forging ties with Moscow that damage U.S. and regional interests. 49 Failings of the Kissinger Report carried by Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr. Historian Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., is Albert Schweitzer Professor in the Humanities at the City University of New York and author of, among other books, 8,000 Days, A History of the Kennedy Administration, in which he served as an advisor. * New York Times, January 17, 1984. 352. The report of the National Bipartisan Commission on Central America is a serious document. It is literate, at times eloquent, it conveys much useful information, it is reasoned in analysis and humane in values, and it represents a valiant attempt to deal with intractable problems. It is also seriously deficient in its sense of political reality. The Kissinger Commission's thesis is that the exploitation of Central American unrest by the Soviet Union and Cuba threatens our security interests. The answer, the Commission says, lies in offering pro-United States regimes military assistance to defeat externally supported insurgency and economic assistance to overcome the misery and depression that set off insurgency. 1. The Soviet threat. Moscow unquestionably aims to benefit from Central American turmoil. But how? What goals are attainable? What risks is it prepared to run? What costs to pay? Instead of rigorous analysis, the Commission rests its case for a dire Soviet threat on what Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan correctly calls a doctrinal position, dressed up with perfunctory military arguments. The report broods about the danger to our Caribbean shipping lanes. But in what circumstances would Moscow try to interdict shipping? Only in the event of general war and, with nuclear missiles flying, the sinking of oil tankers would be of small consequence, nor would Soviet military installations matter in Cuba or elsewhere. And Moscow knows it cannot establish nuclear missile bases in the Western Hemisphere in 1984 any more than it could in 1962. As for economic aid to pro-Marxist states, why, as the Latin Americans put it, would Moscow fatten a lamb in the jaws of a lion? For Moscow, Central America is a windfall, a target of opportunity, not of deep strategic purpose. The Kremlin will keep the revolutionary pot boiling, but it knows how vulnerable its investment will be. The report also uses the domino argument: guerrilla victory in El Salvador would spread Soviet influence through Central America. Actually, communist success is quite as likely to galvanize anti-communism and to move countries like Mexico to the right. In assessing the threat, Washington should listen to countries directly threatened, such as the Contadora Group. It is too bad President Reagan did not assemble an international bipartisan commission, in which Latin American Democrats might have joined in recommendations for multilateral action. The Commission's final argument is that failure in Central America will damage our worldwide credibility. It may well be that the administration's determination to inflate stakes and invest a civil war with global significance has made El Salvador a test of our resolve. This does not, however, lead ineluctably to a military solution. U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 353. 2. The Commission's program. The Commission acknowledges the difficulty of combining military victory with social reform. Its answer is the military shield concept, the idea that, if we help provide a military shield, we can persuade the regime taken under protection to make the changes necessary to win popular support. But regimes requiring military shields against their own people are under siege precisely because they don't give a damn about poverty and exploitation. The shield concept works when it helps governments already committed to agendas to democratic reform, but Romulo Betancourt and Ramon Magsaysay were the exception, not the rule. Most of the time, the shield approach only nourishes the arrogance of the regime whose repression created the revolution. 4. As soon as we insert the magic shield, we lose most of our leverage. The guarantee of military protection means that we renounce the ultimate sanction, the withdrawal of support. Once we declare our commitment to a regime's survival, it becomes increasingly hard to make a beleaguered oligarchy do things it sees, probably correctly, as fatal to its privilege and power. The military shield turns into a blank check. The report invokes history against alternative policies, like power sharing. But when have we ever been able to force a right-wing regime, confident of our continuing support, to take action contrary to its own ideology and interests? We tried it in China, in Vietnam. When we bind ourselves to a client regime, we become the client's prisoner. The report fails to note how skilled native elites manipulate their patrons. We are being manipulated by oligarchies in El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala, and by ex-oligarchs in flight from Nicaragua, using the credibility line to ensnare us into saving their property and power. The men who run El Salvador do not believe in the splendid reforms urged by the Commission in civil liberties, in trade unions, in land reform, in redistribution of income. Vice President Bush rightly said of the death squads, "These right-wing fanatics are the best friends the Soviets, the Cubans, the Sandinista commandantes and Salvadoran guerrillas have. They are also the Salvadoran regime's best friends." Does the Commission really mean it when it conditions aid on demonstrated progress toward human rights? Does it expect Washington to end aid after the report's own vivid portrayal of guerrilla victory as a grave defeat for the United States? The administration, once it deepens its military commitments, will certainly heed the footnote signed by the chairman and 2 other members and decline to interpret conditionality in a manner that leads to a Marxist-Leninist victory. The Commission's program is bathed in political unreality. Democratic economic development depends on restoration of peace and on a domestic will to reform. But militarism entrenches in power the people most opposed to. 354. Social change. Peace restored by giving military victory to a crowd whose survival depends on the elimination of the democratic alternative and who torture and murder their own democrats will simply reproduce all the conditions that drove peasants and the middle class to revolution. 3. The United States role. The Commission's program requires our purposeful leadership. But the report's sanitized historical review does not adequately suggest the credentials, or lack thereof, we bring to resolution of Central American problems. Distrust runs deep, understandably. Why should any Central American believe we have democratic interests at heart? Even Franklin D. Roosevelt's good neighbor policy coexisted cheerfully with Somoza Carrot and other Central American dictators. While there should be due consultation, the report says, the United States cannot use the Contadora process as a substitute for its own policies. True enough, yet nothing has got us into more trouble through the long years than the delusion that we understand the interests of other countries better than they understand their own interests. The Contadora nations know the terrain far better than we do, are more directly threatened and are equally determined to protect themselves. If they do not see the threat as apocalyptically as we do, who is to say that they are wrong and we are right? If they still see possibilities in diplomacy, why should we put our chips on military power? 4. And the alternative? Victory for the revolutionaries would be an international setback for us. And it would not lead to Central American regimes of sweetness and light. Still, if the military solution makes social change impossible, and if social change is impossible until peace is restored, what do we do? Negotiate. The Commission insists that only the prospect of military defeat will bring the guerrillas to the table. A successful counterinsurgency effort is a necessary condition for a political solution. This may well be so, but it sends us down the military road again. The Contadora countries still work at negotiation. But if they fail, which seems all too possible, and if they refuse to endorse our military solution, do we go it alone and back our own s.o.bs? It is against the American grain to suppose there are problems we cannot lick with sufficient arms and money. Moreover, abstention would disturb those, like this writer, who feel an obligation to the many decent Central American Democrats who share our values and deserve our support. One can only say that a military Schlesinger's reference is to a statement reportedly made by President Franklin D. Roosevelt about the Nicaraguan dictator Anastasio Somoza. He may be an SOB, but he's our own SOB. EDS. U.S. policy and the Civil War in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 355. Solution is problematic as a way of saving them, since it confirms their enemies in power. And the international repercussions for us would be less if we pursued a policy of accommodation to the inevitable, like the French withdrawal from Algeria, than if we tried to force our will and failed, or succeeded at protracted and grievous cost. Civil war is a historical experience through which nations, including our own, achieve national identity. History takes its own time. Its ways are inscrutable and often tragic. People find their own paths to nationhood, and these paths often run with blood. Reflecting on the itch to save other lands from their own historical logic, a wise British ambassador to Washington said, "Every country has a right to its own wars of the roses." Carrot. Obviously, it would be wonderful to have in Central America a set of devoted, tranquil, prosperous, pro-United States countries. Equally, it would be unacceptable to let Central America become a Soviet base. Actually, both extremes are beyond the power of either the United States or the Soviet Union to achieve. We cannot attain the first, and we can prevent the second. We may well face an anguished time in Central America for a while to come. I believe we can live with that. It is conceivably better than trying to beat the revolution by installing, and it would probably take G.I.S. to do it, a new generation of Somozas, who would only sow the seeds of later and fiercer revolutions. 50 Substantial progress 1 year after. The Kissinger Report. Carrot. By George P. Shultz. Former Secretary of State Alexander Haig attempted to scare the American public and Congress with melodramatic and hyperbolic rhetoric about the state of affairs in Central America. The region, he said, was on a Soviet hit list, and he threatened to go at the source, meaning Cuba, to resolve the problem of El Salvador, which he defined as external intervention in the internal affairs of a sovereign nation in the hemisphere, nothing more, nothing less. Haig's successor as Secretary of State, George P. Shultz, still accepted Haig's major premise of Cuban-Soviet responsibility for the civil war in El Salvador, but his statements have been more temperate, and he has sought congressional and public support by emphasizing purported gains in human rights, the economy, and political democracy in El Salvador. Moreover, he could pursue the administration's strategy of denying military victory to the FMLN and refusing them a share in political power by referring to the recommendations of the Kissinger Report, which was instrumental in persuading Congress to make funds available to the Duarte regime in the summer and fall of 1984. The report, submitted to the President on January 10, 1984, by the National Bipartisan Commission on Central America, is at the core of U.S. policy in Central America. The Commission concluded that fundamental strategic and moral interests of the United States require a long-term national commitment to economic opportunity, human development, democracy, and security in Central America. The Commission proposed a comprehensive approach in active diplomacy in support of democracy, supported by economic aid to get at root causes of poverty and social unrest, and by security assistance to protect peaceful development. The Commission recommended an immediate supplemental appropriation of $400 million and an additional $8 billion in economic aid for the succeeding 5 years. The administration's proposal was similar, a $400 million fiscal year 1984 supplemental, $5.9 billion in appropriated funds, and $2.0 billion in insurance and guarantees for FY 1985-89. The Commission also recommended increased military assistance to permit the application of modern, humane counterinsurgency strategies which require greater mobility, more training, higher force levels, and more equipment. The administration proposed a $259 million supplemental for FY 1984 and $256 million for FY 1985. Bipartisan congressional majorities approved increases in both economic and military assistance close to what the Commission recommended and the President proposed for FY 1984-85. See the State Department's Revolution Beyond Our Borders Sandinista intervention in Central America, which concludes, the Sandinistas can no longer deny that they have engaged and continue to engage in intervention by providing the arms, training areas, command and control facilities, and communications that transformed disorganized factions in El Salvador into a well-organized and equipped guerrilla force of several thousand responsible for many thousands of civilian casualties and direct economic damages of over $1 billion. United States Department of State Special Report No. 132, September 1985. U.S. Policy and the Civil War in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 357. Current strategy. Our increased economic assistance is being used to arrest declines in incomes, employment, and economic activity through major balance of payments assistance, establish the basis for long-term economic growth through improvements in economic policy and the infrastructure needed to export, assure the widest possible distribution of the benefits of growth through assistance aimed at improving health, education, and housing for the poorest groups, and support democratic processes and institutions through assistance for the administration of justice, technical training, and the development of leadership skills. At the same time, security cooperation has been put on a firmer professional footing. The improved performance of the armed forces of El Salvador and the increased readiness of those of Honduras are directly linked to increases in both the quantity and the steadiness of U.S. security assistance and military cooperation. Next steps. This year we again seek bipartisan support for the balanced and mutually reinforcing mix of political, economic, security, and diplomatic activities that the Commission concluded we should pursue simultaneously. For FY 1986, the administration's economic assistance request totals $1,053 million, the military request is $261 million. Legislation that would authorize appropriations for non-military programs for FY 1986-89 would provide a critical assurance of U.S. commitment and an important tool for public and private planning in Central America. Central America 1 year later. Almost as soon as the Commission issued its report, developments in Central America began to confirm the accuracy of its analysis and the soundness of its judgment. In early 1984, many in the United States, in Western Europe, and even in Latin America believed that El Salvador was caught in an endless war between the guerrillas of the left and death squads of the right. But the Commission saw a different future. It saw electoral democracy, reform, and political dialogue as realistic alternatives to the anti-democratic violence of the extreme left and right provided El Salvador's Democrats got the support they needed. 358. Today, El Salvador's problems are closer to resolution than a year ago. In 1984 there were 2 rounds of national elections leading to the presidential inauguration of Christian Democrat José Napoleon Duarte, the trial, conviction, and imprisonment of the murderers of 4 American church women, changes in military and security personnel and in the procedures which govern their behavior, improved economic and military performance, a marked reduction in the number of political crimes, and President Duarte's initiation of a dialogue with the FMLN/FDR guerrillas. At the same time, the United States increased both economic and military assistance while West Germany, the United Kingdom, and Japan all resumed or increased aid during 1984. El Salvador has improved incentives to exporters by permitting them to sell their earnings on the more favorable parallel exchange market. The government also has improved the management of foreign exchange and has taken a more active role in the promotion of non-traditional exports. A project supported by aid is being implemented by the Ministry of Foreign Trade to explore new market opportunities in the United States and other countries. An international trade fair was organized with aid support and technical assistance from the U.S. Foreign Commercial Service, which attracted U.S. and other foreign investors to El Salvador. Several investment proposals resulted. A new business organization, the Salvadoran Foundation for Economic and Social Development, is working with aid assistance to help small business owners, traders, and skilled craftspeople develop and promote new export products. A new private finance company is being organized with aid assistance that will provide financial and technical support for productive enterprises. The new facility should add flexibility, initiative, and expertise to the commercial banking system. Employment programs. In El Salvador, aid contributed to 137,000 full-time jobs in 1984 as part of public works employment programs for the general population and displaced persons. Contributing to these employment levels were aid-financed imports of raw materials and intermediate goods. U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 359. Humanitarian relief. The U.S. government also has expanded humanitarian relief efforts as recommended by the Commission. 500,000 displaced Salvadorans have benefited through the Health and Jobs for Displaced Persons project and through U.S. contributions to international and private organizations. In August 1984, aid authorized an additional $60 million for El Salvador, which, over the next 3 years, will finance vital services such as health and sanitation services and increased food deliveries and relocation. Educational opportunities. The Commission also recommended support for programs designed to bring about substantial improvement in the availability and quality of educational opportunities. Thus, using a mix of FI 1984 supplemental and FI 1985 funds. In El Salvador, aid is beginning a $17.68 million program to improve the quality of primary education and make it more available to poor children. Democratic practices. In El Salvador, democratic political development was affirmed by presidential elections in March and May 1984, in which nearly 80% of the Salvadoran electorate turned out in the presence of hundreds of international observers to elect José Napoleon Duarte. 9 political parties representing a broad range of opinion campaigned in the March 1985 legislative and mayoral elections, which completed the constitutional renewal despite guerrilla attacks and harassment. Political murder in El Salvador by death squads declined dramatically from the levels of previous years, particularly after President Duarte took office. Urban killings by guerrilla groups, however, have increased. Due to the guerrilla threat, the state of siege restricts some constitutional rights. Nevertheless, the government has reinstated the right of assembly for political parties and peaceful organizations, including church and labor groups. Groups sympathetic to the guerrillas have freely run advertisements and held marches, demonstrations, and a human rights congress dominated by anti-government speeches. Administration of justice. Implementing the recommendation of the Commission report, we have begun an intensive effort to help the Central Americans strengthen their judicial systems. Indeed, in his speech to the November 1984 General Assembly of the 360 Organization of American States, Secretary Schultz highlighted the importance of the administration of justice to the consolidation of democracy throughout the hemisphere. In September 1984, the United States committed $9.23 million in FI 1984-85 ESF funds for a 3- to 5-year program in support of the Salvadoran government's effort to strengthen the administration of justice. This program includes support for a revisory commission to identify the legislative, procedural, and administrative problems that prevent the judicial system from functioning effectively and to design and oversee the implementation of solutions to those problems, support for a criminological institute, which is to include a permanent investigative capability and a modern forensic laboratory, support for a judicial protection capacity to help shield participants in the judicial process from intimidation, and assistance to the court system to improve general efficiency and responsiveness. Under the program, an intensive, 6-week training of the initial group of investigator recruits was completed in Puerto Rico, and a full-time trainer consultant in criminal investigation has been assigned to work with the unit and to assist the government of El Salvador in planning the operation of the Criminological Institute. The efforts of President Duarte, continuing those of President Magana, demonstrate the Salvadoran government's commitment to improving the administration of justice. Despite the notable success evident in the May 1984 conviction of the killers of the U.S. church women, President Duarte still faces an extremely difficult political task in brokering enduring reforms among the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. Strong, continued U.S. support will be necessary. Security. The Commission encountered a sobering security situation in Central America. During the 1970s, the steady growth of Cuban military power, backed by the direct Soviet military presence in Cuba, was accompanied by reductions in U.S. military presence in the Caribbean basin. Then, after the Sandinistas came to power in Nicaragua in 1979, the USSR shifted from opposition to support of Cuban advocacy of armed struggle. The belief that revolutionary conditions prevailed throughout Central America, especially in El Salvador, was widespread. U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 361. In 1984, El Salvador's elected government and increasingly professional armed forces made significant progress in dealing with the guerrilla war as a political as well as a military struggle. But the activities of Cuba and Nicaragua, with sizable Soviet cooperation and material support, continue to pose a serious threat to Central American governments and to U.S. interests in the region. Direct Soviet arms deliveries to Nicaragua and Nicaragua's continued support for the armed insurgency in El Salvador underline again the gravity of current security concerns and of the potential strategic risks at stake. Nicaragua serves as a conduit for money, arms, munitions, medical supplies, and communications and logistical support to the Salvadoran guerrillas. The Salvadoran guerrillas maintain training facilities and command and control centers in Nicaragua. However, there are indications that some Salvadoran guerrilla units are experiencing difficulties in receiving supplies. This disruption of supplies is due to several factors, including more effective intelligence and patrol operations by Salvadoran government forces, more active Honduran patrols along the border and in refugee camps, and armed resistance activities within Nicaragua. The administration and Congress approved the Commission's recommendations to significantly increase military aid to El Salvador. This assistance is already making a positive difference in the military situation. As recommended by the Commission, U.S. military aid has been administered with close and continual attention to human rights considerations. Under Public Law 98-332, the Executive now reports to Congress on El Salvador every 60 days. The 4 reports issued so far document steady improvements in respect for human rights by the government and armed forces of El Salvador. The number of civilian deaths attributable to political violence has declined sharply. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is investigating individuals residing in the United States who may be directing, financing, or otherwise involved in death squad activities in El Salvador. In its treatment of the guerrilla war in El Salvador, the Commission felt that it was imperative to settle on a level of aid related to the operational requirements of a humane counterinsurgency strategy and to sustain that aid over time. The Commission specifically recommended providing the Salvadorans with increased air and ground mobility, increased training, support for higher force levels, greater stocks of equipment, and better troop conditions, especially an improved capability to evacuate the wounded and to provide prompt medical attention. These recommendations formed the basis for the administration's request for increased assistance to El Salvador, which was included in 2 supplemental appropriation bills passed by Congress. In June 1984, the Congress passed an urgent supplemental including $61.80 million in military assistance. In the FY 1984 supplemental, the Congress appropriated an additional $70 million. Together with the FY 1984 continuing resolution, military assistance for L. 362. Salvador in FI 1984 amounted to $197 million. Though short of the $243 million requested by the administration, it was, nonetheless, a substantial increase over the $81 million appropriated for FI 1983. For FI 1985, Congress appropriated $128.25 million, $4 million short of the amount requested. With U.S. support, including training as well as materiel, the Salvadoran armed forces have been able to maintain the battlefield initiative. They are now larger, better trained and led, and have improved mobility and communications. In addition, the military now has an aeromedical evacuation capability which, together with an expanded corps of trained medics, has improved morale and decreased the mortality rate among wounded Salvadoran troops. The arrival of two C-47 aircraft with mounted machine guns has provided the armed forces with the capacity to respond to units under attack by guerrilla forces. On January 7 and 8, 1985, a Salvadoran army battalion withstood a guerrilla force twice its size because of the critical help of the armed C-47s. The Salvadoran military will occasionally suffer some battlefield setbacks, but it is undoubtedly a better military force now than a year ago. As anticipated by the Commission, this improvement in the military situation for the Salvadoran government contributed to the FMLN/FDR decision to accept President Duarte's October 1984 offer at the United Nations to meet with the insurgents. This historic step offers some hope for the eventual reincorporation of FMLN/FDR members into the greatly strengthened Salvadoran democratic process. The short-term results, however, have been disappointing. That the guerrillas have by no means abandoned the goal of complete power is evidenced in their intransigent November 30, 1984, demands for power sharing, recognition of areas under guerrilla control, the amalgamation of government and guerrilla forces, and the formation of a new government as preconditions for elections. Still, the guerrillas are beginning to demonstrate a lack of resolution in the face of the Salvadoran military's increased effectiveness and professionalism. The increased ability of government troops also has strengthened President Duarte's hand in dealing with the armed forces as an institution. The more self-confident Mitterrand knows that the peace dialogue can be limited to a constitutionally based discussion of the FMLN/FDR's participation in the democratic process. The humane pursuit of the war has been a central theme for President Duarte and his government. At La Palma and again at Ayaguaylo, Salvadoran officials proposed an agreement to end all attacks on the economic infrastructure and populated areas. Although their proposals were rebuffed by the FMLN/FDR, President Duarte has enforced strict compliance with rules of engagement to minimize non-combatant casualties. The government's national plan envisions the extension of increased government services and programs to the civilian population in conflictive areas. We strongly support efforts to monitor closely the rules of battlefield engagement and to increase assistance to the national plan to help displaced persons. U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 363.57 insufficient, misleading and false. Information from the administration carried by Representative Jim Leach, Representative George Miller, and Senator Mark O. Hatfield. One of the consequences of the Vietnam War was the demise of the traditional blank check Congress extended to the President and State Department in foreign policy matters, especially for military assistance, both overt and covert, to client regimes and counter-revolution in the Third World. Interventionist policies now face critical scrutiny from a Congress that is more sensitive to questions from the public about justifying huge expenditures in the name of national security or fighting communism. Since the beginning of the Salvadoran Civil War in 1980, the U.S. has provided $1.7 billion to the central bank, the armed forces, and the successive regimes battling the guerrillas in El Salvador. How is the money spent and in service to what goals? How accurate are administration reports of progress against the guerrillas? Are there alternative political strategies to a military resolution of the conflict? Representative Jim Leach, Representative George Miller, and Senator Mark O. Hatfield prepared the following critical review. This report is intended to provide Congress with an analysis that will focus debate over U.S. aid to El Salvador on the purposes and effects of that aid, rather than simply on the amount of aid to be provided, or on the conditions that the government of El Salvador must meet to obtain it. In brief, this report should help members of Congress become familiar with the content and strategy of U.S. funding for El Salvador, the asterisk what and what for, in addition to the amount or the how much. Unfortunately, as this section will document, the administration has provided insufficient, misleading and in some cases false information to Congress. As a result, congressional-executive relations have become increasingly strained. Following are examples of the insufficient, misleading and false information which have provoked increasing congressional skepticism of administration representations. Examples of insufficient information: classified and unclassified congressional presentation documents for FY84 supplemental and FY85 aid to El Salvador, from both aid and DOD, were unusually meager in their descriptions of the content of proposed funding. Aid requested all $120 million of FY84 supplemental funds and $140 million of $290 million in FY85 funds under the single HNI item * new activities, rather than providing the usual project titles and descriptions for its requests. No breakdown of new activities was made available to Congress until after House and Senate floor votes on both the authorization and appropriation. DOD's request was even less informative than aid's, being 3 as compared to 18 pages long, in a request for $311 million. Neither specific types of equipment nor total quantities were listed. Formal attempts by members of Congress to get more details resulted in the transmittal of data only on past, not proposed, aid. For both aid and DOD programs, members of Congress knew how much funding was to be provided, but not what it was intended to buy. The administration failed to inform all relevant committees of plans to build an air base in eastern El Salvador. The closest they came to disclosing these plans was to suggest that the existence of only one field in the country hampered helicopter efforts to cover the whole country. The administration acknowledged that the air base was being built over a month after congressional floor votes on the aid request, and, perhaps coincidentally, only after Newsweek had reported the construction plans. The administration hid from virtually all members of Congress, including those on specific committees of jurisdiction, its intention to supply El Salvador with 4 AC-47 gunships. Although the AC-47s represented a major increase in the level of violence in the Civil War, they were not listed in the administration's aid requests or included in briefings prior to floor votes in both houses. Following press reports of U.S. intentions to supply the 4 gunships, members of Congress protested that the issue had never been discussed during review of the aid requests. As a result, an agreement was reached to send only 1 AC-47, and that one a downgraded one which would be used on a trial basis under rules precluding its use in populated areas. Without information from the media, the original 4 gunships would have been delivered. In response to congressional inquiries about corruption in the U.S. cash transfer program in El Salvador, aid repeatedly denied that corruption was a significant problem, and stated that management actions in the Salvadoran Central Bank had corrected whatever problem had existed. Aid's position was contradicted by its own internal studies of the problem of corruption in the Salvadoran Central Bank. Aid's Inspector General found that 20% of the transactions reviewed by the central bank in a spot check for corruption were fraudulent, and a respected aid contractor, the Arthur Young accounting firm, concluded that corruption was far beyond the control of the central bank personnel charged with detecting it. Aid also restricted information about corruption, by classifying the Arthur Young report, which also documented the existence of a massive black market for foreign exchange in El Salvador. The administration has provided Congress with overly optimistic reports on the progress of the Salvadoran armed forces and the military situation in El Salvador. In a haunting reminder of congressional executive relations during the Vietnam War, the administration has at times appeared to take on the role of cheerleader rather than analyst in its military reports to Congress, as exemplified by the statement of the commander of U.S. forces in Central America, General Paul Gorman, that up to 90% of the Salvadoran countryside would be under army control in 2 years. Other top administration officials have claimed that the military stalemate in El Salvador has been broken, in favor of the Salvadoran armed forces. The situation on the ground does not appear to offer as optimistic an assessment. The ratio of active forces has remained roughly 4-1 since 1980, the ability of the rebels to cripple the economy with attacks on power lines, dams, roads and crops has not diminished, and the rebels continue to be able to attack military targets at times and places of their choosing, and disperse safely as proven by a recent battle at El Salto, where the rebels reportedly inflicted heavy damage on one of the Army's top battalions. The administration is also providing Congress with overly optimistic reports about the Salvadoran economy, asserting that a recovery is underway there whose benefits will be widely distributed throughout the society. In fact, domestic product has dropped between 25 and 35% since 1979, unemployment stands between 40 and 50%, 20% of the population has been driven to refugee camps or exile. Massive capital flight of over $1 billion has cut public investment to half, and private investment to 1/4, of previous levels. The tax system is non-functional in entire areas and taxes raise less than 1/2 of the Salvadoran budget, and rebel. 366. Attacks on the economy that are responsible for many of these indicators show no signs of abating. Finally, the executive branch has apparently misled Congress about the very nature of U.S. strategy in El Salvador, by repeatedly asserting that the pursuit of economic and social reform was favored over the pursuit of a military victory over the rebels. And yet, in spite of repeated claims that U.S. aid is 3-1 economic over military, the next section of this report will show that, under a more realistic evaluation, military aid is double that of our aid to reform and develop the economy. This reflects a military strategy devoted to prosecuting the Civil War, and not one addressing the economic and social problems leading to the Civil War. Examples of false information. In seeking $93 million in FY84 supplemental military aid for El Salvador, the administration claimed that a dire emergency existed in the supplies available to the Salvadoran army, when in fact, the Pentagon's own management data show that this claim was false. Administration officials stated that without these funds, the El Salvadoran armed forces will either go back to the barracks or collapse. Secretary of State Schultz affirmed that the Salvadorans were running out of supplies right now, and President Reagan claimed that Salvadoran soldiers were going into battle with 1 clip of ammunition for their rifles. In fact, there was no emergency. Pentagon management data obtained by Caucus Chairman Leach confirmed statements by personnel in the field, including the Chief of Staff of the Salvadoran Armed Forces, that adequate supplies were available to continue a high rate of operations through the elections. According to this data, supplied by the Defense Security Assistance Agency, there was $32 million of military aid available in the pipeline, much of which could have been diverted to arms and ammunition if necessary. In any event, the majority of the supplemental aid was used not to resupply existing units in the field, but rather to continue expanding the army by building new units. In the 5 months prior to the emergency request, DSAA records show that general military expansion was emphasized over emergency supply of fighting units in the field. In these months, 44% of military aid funds were spent on U.S. personnel for training and technical assistance, and only 30% on arms and ammunition, the reverse of the percentages spent on these categories in the previous 3 years. Not only was there no emergency in Salvadoran supplies, but the materiel requested was largely inappropriate for emergency use in any case. Some $26 million was to be used for training and equipping 9 new battalions, another $29 million was allocated to expanding the helicopter fleet by 12, and U.S. policy and the Civil War in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 367. Purchasing new trucks and supporting equipment, and finally, $4 million was to upgrade the Salvadoran communications network. Over 60% of the original request, then, could not have been used to offset a shortfall in arms and ammunition, even if one had existed. The administration has denied the existence of an intensified air war on non-military civilian targets in El Salvador, which seeks to drive civilians out of rebel zones. Extensive press reports, Salvadoran government actions and reports from independent monitors of the situation strongly contradict these claims. For instance, although Dodd stated that no bombing had taken place on Guazapa volcano early in 1984, at least one newspaper reported that the area resembles a ghost town * with every structure damaged by bombing. Similarly, although Assistant Secretary Motley denies indiscriminate bombing and asserts that the Salvadoran pilots have developed nearly surgical precision in their bombing, independent human rights observers assert that the evidence is overwhelming that the army engages regularly in indiscriminate attacks on civilians. Finally, in contradiction of official claims that civilians are exempt from bombing, President Duarte has issued guidelines to the Air Force to reduce civilian casualties from air strikes. The executive branch has provided false information to Congress concerning the number of U.S. military personnel operating in El Salvador, about the roles they are performing, and about the duration of their presence there. Although in 1981 DSAA testified that the trainers have gone there with the idea the jobs would be done in months or at most 1 year, they remain there 4 years later. Although the administration agreed to and has widely publicized the 55-man cap on U.S. military personnel in the country, in fact total U.S. military personnel there on a given day is probably twice this number. This is because of Dodd's new definitions of what falls under the 55-man cap. Originally, the ceiling included all personnel except embassy guards and employees of the defense attache's office. Now, however, the cap excludes not only guards and attaches, but also 11 to 16 members of the MIL group which oversee the use of military aid and advise the Salvadoran High Command on strategy and tactics, 23 military trainers helping Salvadoran soldiers learn battlefield medical skills, an undisclosed number of advisors on temporary duty of 1-2 weeks at a time, and about a dozen civilian contract personnel from private U.S. contractors. Some 50 of these excluded personnel, on top of a rapid increase in the defense attache's office. From 6 in 81 to 26 in 84, indicates that the 55-man cap is exceeded. If one includes personnel in or over El Salvador, yet additional personnel would have to be included, such as the U.S. pilots who regularly fly reconnaissance flights from Honduras and Panama. Although the executive branch since 1981 has maintained that U.S. personnel are not in areas which would expose them to hostilities, in fact U.S. trainers have been stationed in 6 Salvadoran brigade headquarters throughout zones of conflict, and members of the U.S. MIL group and trainers travel to the site of combat operations to assess the performance of the Salvadoran army. Some have come under hostile fire. As recently as late 1984, the administration pledged to Congress to deploy only one AC-47 gunship to El Salvador, until completion of an interim period in which the effect of the gunship's operations on human rights would be evaluated in consultation with Congress. The State Department has conceded that in fact a second gunship went into battle on the same day that the first was initially deployed. The administration claims that the Salvadoran Air Force armed the second AC-47 with the spare armament for the first one, without U.S. consent. However, the administration has now affirmed its intent to retain both gunships in El Salvador during the evaluation period in contradiction of the original agreement. Congressional frustration with insufficient, misleading and false information has motivated this report. Recommendations: how U.S. aid could encourage a negotiated settlement. El Salvador has experienced a national trauma of major proportions over the past 5 years. Some 50,000 Salvadorans have been killed, the per capita equivalent of 2,400,000 people being killed in the United States. The economy has virtually collapsed under the strain of the civil war, with gross domestic product dropping between 25 and 35%, and unemployment standing between 30 and 40%. Only US aid equivalent annually to 55% of the Salvadoran government's budget and 15% of the gross domestic product has kept the government, the armed forces and the economy functioning. Tragically, if US aid is composed in the future as it is at present, the next 5 years will be as violent and unproductive for El Salvador as the past 5 years. Under current US aid strategy, there is no light at the end of this tunnel. US aid strategy has favored a military solution to the civil war, focusing twice as much funding on direct war-related aid to the armed forces as on aid for reform and development, which aims to change the conditions that led to the civil war. The largest share of aid simply neutralizes the ever-increasing effects of the civil war, permitting the government and armed forces to continue their search for a military solution. Yet a military solution remains elusive. Rebel strength and activity have kept pace throughout the civil war with increases in the armed forces' size and operations. Although it is difficult to assess the long-term impact of the current air war on the military balance, rebel attacks on both military economic targets are continuing now much as they did a year or two ago. The overall level of military violence, especially that which affects civilians, is increasing with the technological escalation of the air war. We propose a major shift in U.S. policy in El Salvador, and a major shift in the composition of U.S. aid to implement it. Our POHCY must be maximum support for a ceasefire, followed by intense and serious negotiations for a swift settlement. U.S. policy must unequivocally reject a military solution in favor of a negotiated settlement, and then redirect U.S. aid to support this policy. Our recommendations for implementation of this new policy are, in summary, reduce the level of violence by stopping funding for the air war, encourage reform and negotiations by redirecting the cash transfer to reform and development projects, limit U.S. combat support by returning to the numbers and roles of U.S. personnel assisting the Salvadoran military effort in 1981, and require that direct U.S. military action can be undertaken only with the prior consent of the Congress. 52 Vietnam, El Salvador, and the Uses of History. By George C. Herring. Critics and defenders of the Vietnam War share a troubled conscience. For the critics, U.S. intervention in Vietnam was a tragic misapplication of American military power on the basis of misguided information for ends that were never clear. For defenders, American defeat represented a failure of nerve, a capitulation to ill-informed, naive, even un-American liberal and radical domestic critics, and a sellout of anti-communists in from Kenneth M. Coleman and George C. Herring, eds, The Central American Crisis, Sources of Conflict and the Failure of U.S. Policy. Most reference notes deleted. Additional explorations of the Vietnam-El Salvador analogy are in the original edition of the present volume, 263-82. Indochina and Elsewhere. Both critics and defenders are determined, therefore, that there shall be no more Vietnams. U.S. intervention in El Salvador has not yet reached the scale of our involvement in Vietnam, but the trend has been pointed enough to alarm critics and encourage defenders. Both sides now invoke the Vietnam War to buttress their cases with what they see as its lessons. The muse of history has become a partner in contemporary political debate, as the following reading shows. George C. Herring is Professor of History and Chair of the History Department at the University of Kentucky and is the author of Aid to Russia, 1941-1946, Strategy, Diplomacy, and the Origins of the Cold War and America's Longest War, the United States and Vietnam, 1950-1975, 2d ed. More than 10 years ago, toward the end of the Vietnam War, the Harvard historian Ernest May examined a series of case studies from World War II through Vietnam. He concluded that, in responding to foreign policy crises, policymakers and the public were invariably guided by history, especially by their memory of the recent past. May went on to say that equally invariably they used history badly. Their historical knowledge was at best superficial. Their historical reasoning was thoughtless and haphazard. Indeed, he specifically argued that such reasoning had been a major cause for American involvement in Vietnam. Similar to the case studies May considers, From the time El Salvador became a major national issue, it has been inextricably linked to Vietnam. It is instructive, therefore, to consider the ways in which Vietnam and El Salvador have been compared, to analyze the extent to which and the reasons why they are in fact analogous, and, proceeding from there, to discuss how history can be useful in dealing with the problems of today. In general, it should be noted that history is no better used now than in the instances May studied a decade ago, and this is true of those who oppose U.S. involvement as well as those who support it. Looking first at how Vietnam and El Salvador have been joined in public discussion in recent years, no matter what one's point of view, analogies have been discovered, memories evoked, and lessons drawn. To start at the beginning, and at the top, there are indications that the Reagan administration, in undertaking its initial, firm commitment to El Salvador, thought that it could win a quick victory and in so doing erase the stigma of defeat in Vietnam and exorcise the so-called Vietnam Syndrome, the perceived public reluctance in the wake of Vietnam to take on commitments in the Third World. When the quick victory turned into an illusion and President Ronald Reagan's commitment aroused the popular apprehensions it was supposed to dispel, the President and his advisors immediately sought to distance themselves from Vietnam. Then Secretary of State Alexander M. Haig, Jr., went to great lengths to show that Vietnam and El Salvador were drastically different. U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 371. And the United States had clear-cut, indeed obvious, vital interests in El Salvador, he insisted, something which had not been the case in Vietnam. Since early 1981 President Reagan has repeatedly stated that there is no comparison with Vietnam and there's not going to be anything of that kind. Reaganites like Ernest Lefevre have echoed this refrain, arguing that the United States failed in Vietnam because it did not act decisively and at least implying that Reagan will not make that mistake in El Salvador. The more apt analogy, Lefevre insisted, was Greece where, under the Truman Doctrine, the United States turned back an insurgency between 1947 and 1949. Other Reagan supporters insist that the Dominican Republic, where Lyndon Johnson successfully intervened in 1965, is more relevant. American conservatives have supported the president's commitment in El Salvador, but, where Reagan has attempted to evade the Vietnam issue, his conservative brethren have pronounced numerous lessons from Vietnam that should guide policy in El Salvador. George Will harks back to Woodrow Wilson to find that the cause of American problems, general, in Vietnam, El Salvador, and Third World countries is the effort to force-feed democracy on nations that simply are not ready for it. The United States pressed elections on Vietnam, he warned, and Saigon is now Ho Chi Minh City. Henry Kissinger has emphasized different lessons. Never an admirer of the American democratic system, he proclaimed, upon accepting chairmanship of the Commission on Central America, that it is imperative that we avoid the bitter debates that characterized the Vietnam period. Norman Podhoretz, editor of Commentary, adds yet another lesson, namely, that fighting a war on the cheap is a sure formula for defeat. If in Central America U.S. military power is called for and we do not use it or use it half-heartedly, he notes, we will reveal ourselves as a spent and impotent force. More recently, and along the same lines, the Kissinger Commission report evoked memories of Vietnam when it warned of the dangers of a stalemate in El Salvador. In words almost identical to those Kissinger used in his famous 1969 Foreign Affairs article on Vietnam, the report stressed that the insurgency is winning if it's not losing, and the government is losing if it's not winning. On the other side of the political spectrum, liberal critics of Reagan's policies have gloomily forecast a replay of Vietnam in El Salvador. The Coalition for a New Foreign and Military Policy, responding to the president's no comparison statement, points to the long history of oppression in El Salvador and an unpopular regime backed by U.S. money and insists that the comparisons are all too obvious. To George Ball, Johnson's in-house critic on Vietnam, El Salvador's music and words sound like plagiarization. I have the feeling that we've heard it all before but in another setting. Liberal journalist Tad Sulk. 372. Warns that, if the United States persists in its present course in El Salvador, it will become bogged down in an endless, Vietnam-style guerrilla war in the Salvadoran mountains and jungles, a scenario for absolute disaster, he describes it. Outside the formal debate, similarly, discussion of El Salvador invariably begins with, or comes back to, Vietnam. When Congress discusses El Salvador, one legislator concedes, Vietnam is a ghostly presence, it's there in every committee room, at every meeting. Many of the top U.S. advisors in Central America, men like Ambassador John Negroponte and General Paul Gorman, are old Vietnam hands, and most of the U.S. military advisors served apprenticeships in Indochina. The programs being applied by American advisors often seem to be retreads of programs that worked in Vietnam or programs modified in the light of Vietnam failures. The military brings to El Salvador an exceptional amount of Vietnam baggage. All I want to do is win one war, that's all, just one, an advisor told a reporter, as though wars, like baseball, were tallied in win-loss columns. It'll be like winning the World Series for me. Another advisor expressed fear of a repetition of the final days of April 1975. If the sense spreads that the U.S. will desert them, he said of the Salvadorans he is working with, I don't know what they'll do. It's Vietnam all over again. Among senior U.S. military officers, Adam Smith has written, Vietnam is a silent obsession. It lurks in nuances and ellipses, even when the discussion is about something else. They are unwilling to go through in Central America what they experienced in Vietnam. They are reluctant to see the army committed, as General Edward Meyer affirmed in the fall of 1983, unless the nation itself is committed. The presence of Vietnam in the military mind was clearly manifested in September 1983 in the famous Freudian slip of Marine Corps Commandant General P.X. Kelly who, before a committee of Congress, inadvertently used the word Vietnam when he meant to say Lebanon. If the polls mean anything, the American public, at least partly because of Vietnam, has little stomach for any such commitment. Polls taken in the spring and summer of 1983 revealed that a solid majority of Americans saw the likelihood that U.S. involvement in El Salvador would turn into another Vietnam, and a smaller majority opposed sending troops even if the government was about to be defeated by leftist forces. Wherever one turns, then, discussion of El Salvador invariably refers back to Vietnam and discussion of Vietnam invariably moves forward to El Salvador. A political cartoon portrays President Reagan, waist deep in quicksand, rifle held above head, doggedly plunging forward, while a nervous Uncle Sam inches along cautiously behind. Quit grousing. Reagan orders Sam. I'm telling you it's not Vietnam. It doesn't look like Munich either, a still wary Sam responds. In her book The March of Folly, even Barbara Tuchman, who once said that the purpose of history was not to instruct but to tell a story, sets out to find lessons from Vietnam and wonders how the United States can continue in El Salvador the imbecility it practiced earlier in Southeast Asia. The discovery of lessons is not limited to Americans. A representative of the Salvadoran right wing, protesting American interference in his country's internal politics, exclaimed in frustration that El Salvador should fight the war without the influence of foreign advisors who were defeated in similar conflicts and have nothing to teach the valiant Salvadoran soldiers. Since the two situations are so often joined, it is not only appropriate but also essential to determine the ways in which they are in fact similar and the ways they differ. On the surface, at least, the similarities seem obvious and compelling. Both wars occur in small, tropical, underdeveloped countries. In each case insurgents are attempting to overthrow an established government. Each insurgency is composed of a coalition of leftist groups in which communists play a leading role. Significant outside support comes from the major communist power in the region and from the Soviet Union. The government in both cases comes from the right of the political spectrum, unrepresentative and unresponsive to the needs of many of its people, especially rural peasants, and it is therefore especially vulnerable to insurgency. It enjoys large-scale support from the United States. The wars themselves are remarkably similar in form. The insurgents rely on guerrilla tactics, ambushes, hit-and-run raids, and sabotage, from bases deep in the countryside. Government forces relying on U.S. aid and advice fight a 9-to-5 war, often indifferently and with indecisive results. Historical analogies are never exact, however, and these superficial similarities obscure a world of important differences. To start with the obvious, Vietnam is in Southeast Asia, its political culture derived to a large extent from China. El Salvador, only about 1/8 the size of Vietnam, is in Central America and is of the Hispanic political tradition. At this point, the level of intensity of the war remains lower than it was in Vietnam almost from the inception of the insurgency there. So far, and despite their survival and successes, the Salvadoran insurgents do not seem to be in the same league with the Viet Cong. There are much more important differences in the origins of the insurgencies, their composition, and the nature and extent of their outside support. War originated in Vietnam in 1945 as a nationalist revolution against French colonialism, and the second phase, the American phase, was an extension of that struggle. In El Salvador, the revolution began in response to a narrowly based and reactionary regime that was totally unresponsive to the needs of a great majority of its own people. Both wars in time became to some degree internationalized, but there is a crucial difference in the nature and extent of outside support. In Vietnam, the major source of outside support was from the North Vietnamese, who were fanatically committed to liberating their southern brethren and driving out the foreigners. China and the Soviet Union provided important assistance, but the Vietnamese dimension was decisive to the outcome. External support in El Salvador comes from Nicaragua, Cuba, and the Soviet Union, none of which would appear to have the same level of commitment as North Vietnam did in the earlier war. It is extremely difficult to compare the respective insurgencies. In each case, the guerrilla forces are made up of a loose coalition of leftist groups led by hardcore Marxist-Leninists. But the National Liberation Front of Vietnam appears to have been much more tightly knit than the FMLN, a somewhat unwieldy and apparently divided coalition of 5 groups including pro-Soviet communists, Cuban-trained Trotskyists, and Maoists. In Vietnam, moreover, there was nothing quite comparable to the moderate leftists, Christian Democrats, and Social Democrats who have joined the Salvadoran opposition. Again, despite surface similarities, there are important differences between the two governments. As narrowly based as it was, the government of South Vietnam probably enjoyed broader support than the narrow oligarchy which dominates El Salvador, and there was nothing in Vietnam comparable to the right wing and its death squads in El Salvador. Indeed, at certain times the government of Nguyen Van Thieu would seem a paragon of civil liberties compared to El Salvador. In Vietnam, the army more often than not was a tool of the government in power rather than a power in its own right, as appears to be the case in El Salvador. The role of the Catholic Church is quite different. The Church and its people represented the one secure base of support for the Diem and Thieu governments in South Vietnam. In El Salvador it is badly split. Like all historical events, then, Vietnam and El Salvador are fundamentally different. It is reasonably safe to assume that the revolutions and wars there will take different courses and that whatever government emerges in San Salvador will be different from that in Hanoi. All things considered, the closest similarity may not be the wars in Vietnam and El Salvador themselves but the way in which the United States has responded to them. American policies clearly reflect the same Cold War mindsets and worldviews. In each case, U.S. policymakers defined what began and, despite outside communist support, remained indigenous struggles primarily in terms of the larger Cold War conflict. American involvement in Vietnam was thus justified in terms of preventing the Chinese, who at various times were or were not held to be Soviet proxies, from extending communist domination over Southeast Asia. In El Salvador, President Reagan has said that the United States must draw the line in Central America against communist aggression instigated by the Cubans who act as Soviet proxies. In each situation, the domino theory has been employed to justify commitments to countries whose intrinsic significance is not obvious. The fall of Vietnam, it was argued, would set off a chain reaction which might have repercussions as far away as Hawaii or the Middle East. In the same way, we are told, the fall of El Salvador after the loss of Nicaragua could cause the loss of Guatemala, Honduras, Costa Rica, and even Mexico. And that might not be the end. We are the last domino, candidate Reagan warned ominously in 1980. In February 1965 and February 1981, the coincidence is eerie. The United States issued white papers, which might have been carbon copies, supporting these arguments. In each case, the United States has made the outcome a test of its credibility. In each case, at one time or the other, administrations declared their intention to do whatever was necessary to save their client states from communism, and presidents assured a worried nation that they saw no need for combat troops. At least at the outset in both cases, bold rhetoric was usually matched by cautious action, the pattern of involvement one of gradual escalation. First came economic and military aid, then a steadily growing stream of advisors, and with Vietnam, advisors were followed by combat troops. To keep things in some kind of perspective, it is worth noting that the 55-man military advisory team now in El Salvador is smaller than the 65-man military assistance and advisory group sent to advise the French in Indochina in late 1950. American relations with its client states in Saigon and San Salvador are also hauntingly similar. We beg, plead, threaten, or cajole, and the governments go on much as before, making occasional gestures to placate us but never exactly following our direction. Further, there is a marked similarity in the way the two armies respond to U.S. military advice. The domestic debate in the United States is so similar that it cannot but evoke a sense of déjà vu. The official line emphasizes the importance of outside support for the insurgency, the opposition argues that it is indigenous. Critics stress that the government is reactionary and oppressive, the administration concedes it is not perfect but warns that the situation would be much worse if the communists gain power. Washington contends that slow and steady progress is being made, its critics question such assertions. Most important, out of the domestic divisions in each case there emerges something of a standoff. The opposition prevents the government from doing what it thinks is necessary to win the war, it is not strong enough to force a withdrawal, however, and indeed most opponents are unwilling to shoulder responsibility for the loss of Vietnam or El Salvador. As a result, the United States year after year does just enough to perpetuate a bloody and destructive stalemate. Despite these similarities, there would appear to be one major difference, the importance of which is not yet clear. In the case of El Salvador, Vietnam already has happened, and it is very difficult to see how, in the light of this, it will happen again. Because there was a Vietnam, the media are much more skeptical and critical than they were in the early stages of Vietnam, even though television, in particular, could still be much more critical than it is. Congress is much more cautious, and it has consistently challenged Reagan's modest steps far more than it did the larger steps taken by Presidents Dwight D. Eisenhower and John F. Kennedy. Opinion polls indicate that the public foreign policy permissiveness of the 1950s and 1960s has been replaced in the wake of Vietnam by caution and fear. As noted earlier, the Army is extremely fearful of becoming engaged in another no-win conflict like Vietnam, whereas in the 1960s, having passed out of the never-again phase that immediately followed Korea, it was in a can-do mood and ready to go to Vietnam. As a result, while American handling of El Salvador to date strikingly resembles earlier policy toward Vietnam, the fact that we have only recently gone through the trauma of Vietnam would appear to add a powerful restraining factor that did not operate in the years of escalation in Southeast Asia. Given these similarities and differences, does the Vietnam analogy have value in dealing with the problems of Central America today? It is clear first, as Ernest May concluded of the period 1945 to 1965, that thus far history has been badly used. Each side in the current debate has been extremely sensitive to the Vietnam analogy, especially since Vietnam is so close and fresh in the popular mind. But the analogy has misled rather than guided, obscured rather than clarified. Conclusions on both sides have been based on superficial historical knowledge and faulty historical reasoning. Each side has blatantly abused history for partisan purposes, and each has demanded more than history can possibly deliver by asking it to forecast outcomes. The Reagan Administratio.X stretches our credulity to the breaking point by asking us to believe that there is no comparison between El Salvador and Vietnam. The comparisons are all too obvious, and, more important, to say that El Salvador is not another Vietnam does not, as the president seems to wish, eliminate the need for further discussion. To reject the Vietnam analogy for analogy with Greece in the 1940s or the Dominican Republic in the 1960s, moreover, is the most blatant form of argument, by historical expediency, of selecting the example that has the desired outcome and using it. The effort to apply lessons from Vietnam to El Salvador is equally misleading. It violates what David Hackett Fisher has called the didactic fallacy, the attempt to extract specific lessons from history and apply them literally to contemporary problems without regard to the differences in time, space, and historical circumstances. The lesson that we failed in Vietnam because we did not use our power decisively, and therefore in future situations like El Salvador we must apply it quickly and without stint, breaks down at several points. We 211. Cannot be sure first that a different application of American military power in Vietnam would have produced better results, it might have provoked a nuclear war. The relevance of this lesson for the distinctly different situation in Central America is, in any event, open to question. On the other hand, the opposition's ominous warning that El Salvador will be another Vietnam is as much an abuse of history as the administration's arguments and, indeed, as the so-called Munich analogy was for American involvement in Vietnam. It violates another of Fisher's fallacies, the carrot fallacy of the perfect analogy, the erroneous inference from the fact that A and B are similar in some respects to the false conclusion that they are the same in all respects. Vietnam and El Salvador are different in important ways, and it is highly unlikely that the outcome will be the same, namely, an unsuccessful effort to prop up a non-communist government which cost 58,000 American lives and $150 billion. As Fisher suggests, each historical situation is unique, and we cannot make superficial comparisons and draw facile conclusions that, because such and such occurred before, the same or the reverse will happen this time. Does this concede the administration's point that, since Vietnam and El Salvador are really not alike, we have nothing to worry about? No, it does not. A new Vietnam in Central America is obviously a worst-case scenario. There are many possible outcomes to the current crisis, short of another Vietnam War, that could damage U.S. interests in significant ways. Does rejection of the Vietnam analogy deprive the opposition of its strongest argument? On the surface it would seem so, since Vietnam has such an emotional ring with the American public. When looked at from another perspective, however, the analogy may be a dangerous and self-deceptive argument for the opposition to employ. By focusing on the issue of whether we can succeed at an acceptable cost, we ignore what may be the more important question of whether we should be intervening in the first place. More significant, perhaps, as long as the president can show that El Salvador is not another Vietnam, he can do almost as he pleases there, and that leaves him considerable room to maneuver. Even more important, the Vietnam analogy inhibits discussion of El Salvador and Central America on their own merits and terms. Rather than indulging in the non-debate of whether El Salvador will become another Vietnam, we should be addressing the major issues in El Salvador itself. What is the nature of the struggle there? In what ways, if at all, does it threaten our vital interests? Can we morally justify intervention in support of the existing government? Can we tolerate doing nothing? What are the possible consequences of deeper involvement, including military intervention? All of these questions have been raised at one time or another, but we have never really confronted them in a systematic or sustained way. Does this mean, then, that history has nothing to teach us, or, more specify? 378. Cali, that the Vietnam analogy is useless in dealing with our present dilemma in Central America. Obviously, this is not the case. History in general, and the history of American involvement in Vietnam in particular, have much to teach us, but we must use them with discretion and caution and not expect too much. We could learn a lot that is of value from the study of the unique histories of El Salvador and other Central American nations, and from the study of our traditional relationships with these nations. Discussion of the current crisis in Central America thus far has been almost totally devoid of historical context, an alarming and perhaps dangerous omission given its importance. Such analysis would provide us with a much clearer picture of the origins and nature of the difficult and distinctive problems in each of the Central American nations. Understanding of our traditional role would make the United States more sensitive to the ways in which Central Americans view us. It might suggest a great deal about the extent of our influence there and the possible responses to programs we initiate. Although history does not offer specific lessons, it can provide a desperately needed perspective on contemporary problems. From studying our involvement in Vietnam, for example, we can learn much about ourselves and how we deal with other peoples. The mindset which got us into Vietnam is quite similar to that which the Reagan administration is operating from today and therefore is worthy of critical analysis. Many scholars believe that in dealing with the Vietnamese we consistently worked from a base of ignorance and cultural blindness. We should be sensitive to the same errors in our dealings with Central Americans today. Study of the interplay within the Moscow-Beijing-Hanoi triangle during the Vietnam War can shed HGHT on, although obviously it will not foretell the direction of the relations among the communist nations in dealing with Central America. When used cautiously and with due regard to its limitations, the Vietnam analogy may even provide guidance, if not outright lessons, that could be useful in handling specific problems in El Salvador. American relations with the Saigon government, for example, suggest, seemingly paradoxically, that the deeper our commitment the smaller our leverage in getting that government to take necessary actions for what we believe are necessary for its survival. Policymakers should at least be alert to this possibility as our involvement in El Salvador and other Central American countries becomes more and more complex. Above all else, the Vietnam experience suggests the centrality of local circumstances in international conflicts. From the outset, American policymakers defined the problem in Vietnam in the context of the Cold War. To a considerable degree, however, local forces explained the origins, the peculiar dynamics, and the outcome of the war. By wrongly attributing the conflict to external forces, the United States drastically misjudged its internal dynamics. By intervening in what was essentially a local struggle, it placed itself at the U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 379. Mercy of local forces, a weak client and a determined adversary. What might have remained a localized struggle was elevated into a major international conflict, with enormous and fateful consequences for Americans and especially for the Vietnamese. The circumstances in El Salvador and Central America are different, and the outcome will certainly not be the same. But the point should be clear: we ignore local forces at our own peril. Without suggesting to us outcomes that are foreordained, the study of history might also teach us a healthy caution. History does not teach lots of little lessons, historian Gordon Wood recently wrote, *, it teaches only one big one, that nothing ever works out quite the way its managers expected or intended. In the final analysis, however, one of the most important functions of history, or the historian, may be to expose the falseness of historical analogy. As a wise Englishman, James Lord Bryce, once put it, the chief practical use of history is to deliver us from plausible historical analogies. Let us study Vietnam and study it carefully and with an open mind. But let us be conscious that the purpose of our study is to gain perspective and understanding, not hard and fast lessons. With tongue planted firmly in cheek, the historian and Vietnam policymaker James Thompson once proposed that we learn one central lesson from Vietnam, Never again * take on the job of trying to defeat a nationalist anti-colonial movement under indigenous communist control in former French Indochina, a lesson of less than universal relevance, he quickly and redundantly added. Thomson obviously overstated for effect, but again the point should be clear. Each historical situation is unique, and the use of analogy is at best misleading, at worst, dangerous. Writing in 1970 about the misuse of historical analogy in dealing with Vietnam, Fisher suggested that the problem had to be studied and solved in its own terms, if it is to be solved at all. Perhaps the best way to conclude this analysis of the use of the Vietnam analogy in the debate on El Salvador would be to paraphrase Fisher and change the point of reference. As valuable as an understanding of Vietnam may be to us, the problems of El Salvador and Central America can best be studied and solved in their own terms if they are to be solved at all. 53. The El Salvador Solidarity Movement. In the United States, carried by Barton Myers and Gene Weissman. Opposition to U.S. policies in El Salvador has been a consistent feature throughout the 1980s as Washington's involvement has deepened. Apart from critical voices in Congress * written expressly for this volume. 380. And sections of the media, a movement seeking a wide popular base of opposition has emerged recalling aspects of anti-war activity during the Vietnam era, protests that may have been an important factor behind Washington's decision to leave Indochina. Some participants in the current movement describe their efforts as an expression of solidarity with the Salvadoran people. Many are impelled to protest U.S. policies for moral or religious reasons, others protest out of anti-imperialist political convictions. Some in the movement are immigrants from Central America, often refugees from repression in their countries. Here, two activists survey some of the groups and activities involved in the movement. Barton Myers, Associate Professor of Psychology at Brooklyn College, is a member of the New York City chapter of the Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador and serves on the steering committee of the New York Downstate region of the Pledge of Resistance. Gene Weissman, of the City College Center for Worker Education in New York, is coordinator of the New York Educators Committee on Central America and a founding member of the District Council 37 Central America Committee. It can be as little as wearing a button or displaying a car bumper sticker that proclaims El Salvador is Spanish for Vietnam or Stop U.S. Intervention in Central America. It may be the repetitious work of getting out a mailing or of handing out leaflets. It can take the form of a house party with a slideshow, a talk, and a pitch to raise money. It can include cultural events with music, dance, or films. It may mean marching in a protest demonstration. And it sometimes involves a commitment to illegal activities such as nonviolently occupying congressional offices or supporting sanctuary for Central American refugees. All these activities and more, when they are integral to aiding the struggle of the Salvadoran people, fit under the rubric of working in the Salvador Solidarity Movement. The movement embraces extensive contact between Salvadorans and North Americans, including U.S. missionaries who now return after years spent in El Salvador. In addition, there are also many Salvadorans who have lived for long periods in the United States and others who have been driven from their country more recently and have sought refuge in the United States. They bring first-person accounts of death squad torture and assassination, of army massacres, and of hunger and disease due to the exploitation of the great majority of the people. In addition, numerous delegations of North American trade unionists, students, educators, physicians, and others have visited El Salvador for briefer periods and have borne witness to the suffering imposed by U.S. Many activists in the Solidarity Movement also participate in organizing for housing, healthcare, jobs, and education in the United States. They see discrimination and attacks against blacks, Latinos, Asians, and Native Americans in the United States as a reflection of the racist domestic and foreign policies of the Reagan administration and the system it represents. They protest the racism of the Reagan administration's view that the Salvadoran people could not possibly be organizing their own struggle for self-determination, that they must be controlled by the Nicaraguans, who are controlled by the Cubans, who are controlled by the Soviets. Unionists, concerned that their members are losing jobs, point out that multinational corporations are fleeing to Central America in search of cheap labor and higher profits. Students, struggling against financial aid cutbacks, insist that funds need to be spent on education rather than for military intervention. Many of the demonstrations include a call for an end to apartheid in South Africa as well as an end to U.S. intervention in Central America. Activists demand that money should be used for decent housing, jobs, healthcare, and schools and not to kill people in Latin America, Asia, or Africa. The result has been the growth of a diverse and vigorous movement composed of many organizations, of which the following play a leading role. The Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador. CISPS was founded in October 1980 at conferences held in both Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. It is the largest Central American solidarity organization in the United States and one of the most important. CISPS supports the self-determination of the Salvadoran people and therefore has declared its solidarity with both the Democratic Revolutionary Front, the broad coalition of forces in opposition to the San Salvador government, and the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front, the armed opposition that is allied with the FDR. It opposes U.S. government intervention on the side of the repressive government in San Salvador. Within the first year of its existence, CISPS organized a national demonstration of 100,000 people in Washington, D.C., to protest the El Salvador policy of the Reagan administration. Since that time CISPS has staged other national demonstrations as well as countless decentralized protests. The character of these actions has ranged from marches, rallies, and cultural events, to blockading federal government office buildings. The great diversity and wide geographical dispersion of these activities has been made possible by the fact that CISPS has more than 400 chapters and affiliates in the large cities and small towns of 48 states. CISPS*'s national organization publishes a newspaper, Alert, which is 382 of the best sources of information available on Central America in general and on El Salvador in particular. CISPS chapters and affiliates have raised more than $500,000 for material aid for El Salvador. Currently, CISPS has set a national goal of $130,000 for its campaign entitled Healing the Wounds of War, Healthcare for the People of El Salvador. Some of the events that will raise money for this campaign include a door-to-door canvass in Brooklyn, New York, a crafts fair in Mobile, Alabama, and a bike-a-thon in Santa Cruz, California. CISPS has arranged innumerable forums, film presentations, and slideshows that have contributed to the education of the U.S. public. At this time, many of these community activities are focused on the National Stop the Bombing organizing project. In Chicago, Detroit, Kalamazoo, Michigan, Champaign-Urbana, Illinois, Washington, and other locations, this very promising grassroots organizing is being conducted in the districts of congresspersons whose votes waver on El Salvador policy and can, perhaps, be changed by citizen pressure campaigns. CISPS has also sent individuals and delegations to El Salvador to investigate conditions among students, trade unionists, and prisoners in the areas controlled by the San Salvador government. On a few occasions, members of these delegations have managed to travel out of San Salvador into zones controlled by the FMLN. There they have met with the rural population and with leaders of the FMLN and have even come under attack by jet aircraft manufactured in the United States. CISPS has also contributed to education about El Salvador by helping to arrange speaking tours in the United States for Salvadoran trade unionists, refugees, members of the FDR, and others. In fact, wherever solidarity work of any kind is occurring, CISPS, alone or in cooperation with other groups, has often contributed to the success of the activity. Labor. Many of those who are deeply concerned about U.S. foreign policy in El Salvador are active members of trade unions. The violation of the basic rights of Salvadorans to organize unions, the bombing of all major union halls, and the murder of thousands of trade unionists by government-supported right-wing death squads deeply affected North American trade unionists. Fully aware that the AFL-CIO leadership had supported U.S. involvement in Vietnam, they began to mobilize within their unions for a strong position against U.S. intervention in El Salvador. In California in 1981, the International Longshoremen's and Warehousemen's Union announced that they would refuse to load any military equipment bound for El Salvador. In April 1981, a group of labor leaders in New York, including Mofoner of District 1199, the Hospital Workers Union, Ida Torres of Rutsu, the Store Workers Union, and Sol Steeden of Actua, the Clothing Workers Union. U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene. 383. Joined together to form the New York Labor Committee in support of democracy and human rights in El Salvador. The New York Committee inspired the formation of the National Labor Committee in support of democracy and human rights in El Salvador. This committee was co-chaired by Douglas Eraser, President of the United Auto Workers Union, Jack Schenkman, Secretary-Treasurer of the Amalgamated Clothing and Textile Workers Union, and William Winpezinger, President of the International Association of Machinists. In March 1982, both committees placed an ad in the New York Times that supported the right of self-determination for the Salvadoran people, opposed U.S. military aid to El Salvador, opposed the sending of North American men and women to support unpopular regimes, and stated that U.S. funds should be used for social services rather than for military intervention. Rank-and-file activists and local leaders formed similar committees in Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, San Jose, Los Angeles, Chicago, Indianapolis, Boston, Philadelphia, Washington, and other cities throughout the country. Numerous official committees were formed within unions to organize their members in opposition to U.S. intervention in El Salvador. They succeeded in getting hundreds of resolutions passed at labor conventions, organizing labor contingents at demonstrations, publishing articles in union newspapers, and sponsoring tours of labor leaders from El Salvador and other countries in Central America. Several delegations of labor leaders from the United States went to El Salvador, where they met with trade union activists whose friends and relatives had been murdered, whose union halls had been bombed, and who had themselves been injured and imprisoned. The National Labor Committee helped to organize an international campaign that succeeded in bringing about the release of 10 leaders of STCL, the Electrical Workers Union. These leaders had been imprisoned for 4 years after they organized a strike. In 1985, delegations of North Americans went to El Salvador to attend the conventions of Andes, the Teachers Union, and of Finestras, a major labor federation. It is this type of organizing which caused the first major debate in 40 years to take place at an AFL-CIO convention. While the majority of the leadership of the AFL-CIO continues to support U.S. foreign policy in Central America, the 24 presidents of the national unions that belong to the National Labor Committee have become increasingly vocal in opposition to that policy. At the AFL-CIO convention in Anaheim, California, in October 1985, they succeeded in getting a compromise resolution passed that opposed Reagan's emphasis on a military solution to the conflict in Central America. The resolution stated, "Thus the AFL-CIO reiterates its insistence that military aid to the government of El Salvador be conditioned on its demonstrable progress in guaranteeing trade union." 384. Rights, implementing land reform, ending the attacks and killings by right-wing death squads, reforming the judicial system, and bringing to justice the murderers of Eiffel Representatives Michael Hammer and Mark Perlman and Salvadoran labor leader José Vieira. A negotiated settlement, rather than a military victory, holds the best hope for the social, economic, and political justice that the people of Nicaragua and El Salvador deserve. Although many other parts of the resolution basically support U.S. foreign policies in Central America, the fact that the resolution was at all critical of Reagan's position was an important accomplishment. In the past, the AFL-CIO, through its lobbying efforts, through the American Institute for Free Labor Development, and through Lane Kirkland's participation in the Kissinger Commission, has supported a military solution to the conflict in El Salvador. The level of the disagreement in the AFL-CIO with Reagan's policy is demonstrated by the following excerpts from a speech given by Kenneth Blaylock, President of the American Federation of Government Employees, at the AFL-CIO convention. Blaylock had participated in a labor delegation to El Salvador organized by the National Labor Committee. As we condition our support for military aid in El Salvador in this resolution, we fail to mention that the activities and the campaigns of terror by the death squads have been replaced by military action, planned, supported and connived by military advisors in El Salvador and our embassy in El Salvador. As I sat in the military commander's office last February, he glibly told us that we will have this little war wrapped up in 6 months, because we have adopted a policy and a strategy of sanitization. Now for those of you who do not know what in military terms sanitization means, it means with foot soldiers, with artillery, and with aircraft you completely run all of the people out of an area. As I sat in a church late one night and listened to mothers who had come down from those areas tell about the atrocities being perpetuated against them and their families by this technique of military operation, it would literally bring tears to your eyes. Again our military action, again our government's policy, and I think in our resolution we surely should mention our government's policy and the role they're playing. Now I don't know about the rest of you people here, but when I look at Iran, I look at Vietnam, I look at Nicaragua, I look at El Salvador, Guatemala, I would like for one time for my government to be on the side of the people, not on the side of the rich dictators living behind high walls. Now we saw the results in El Salvador. The union leaders, there, as you people noticed this morning, the leaders from that country are very young. There are no old leaders left. The old ones have been killed. Carrot for the hammer, Pearlman, Vieira murders, see reading 36. eds. Proceedings of the AFL-CIO Convention, Anaheim, California, October 29, 1985. U.S. Policy and the Civil War in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 385. This speech in many ways summarized the work being done within the labor movement to oppose U.S. intervention. It reflects both the sense of moral outrage and the strong critique of an administration that supports the repression of workers. The religious community. Organizing in the religious community grew rapidly after the murder of 4 religious women, 3 nuns and a lay worker by the army in El Salvador, and after the murder of Oscar Romero, the Archbishop of El Salvador. The Interreligious Task Force in El Salvador, which works out of the National Council of Churches, was formed in 1981 and now has 350 local committees throughout the country. With the regionalization of the war, the committee changed its name to the Interreligious Task Force in Central America. It includes the leaders of 20 religious denominations such as the Presbyterian Church, the Roman Catholic Church, the United Methodist Church, the Unitarian Universalists, the American Friends Service Committee, the Episcopal Church, and the Christian Church Disciples of Christ. A second organization, the Religious Task Force on Central America, which is primarily Catholic, works closely with the Interreligious Task Force. According to Darlene Cuccinello, the chair of the Interreligious Task Force, the primary purpose of these committees is to educate the American public about questions of morality in order to bring about a change in U.S. policy in Central America. Their work consists of activities such as educational programs within their religious communities, lobbying, prayer vigils, support for the Pledge of Resistance, and support for the Sanctuary Movement. She stated, "This is the first time the grassroots and leadership are saying the same thing on a foreign policy issue. This is the first time that the bishops of major denominations have called for stopping U.S. military intervention. The solidarity groups can be written off as leftists by the public because they take a political stance. The church's position, which is not talking right or left, is harder to argue with. It is especially important because the administration is trying to use theological rhetoric to justify its position. The work in the religious community is the most important because it is the largest and the most credible opposition. The Pledge of Resistance has emerged as a key solidarity organization whose central activity is organizing demonstrations to protest U.S. policy towards Central America. Its origins trace to activists in the religious community who formulated a pledge to offer nonviolent civil disobedience in response to any U.S. invasion of Nicaragua. This commitment was then formalized as the Pledge of Resistance by a wide array of religious, peace, and solidarity groups and published in the August 1984 issue of Sojourners, a religious magazine. Its publication contained an invitation to U.S. citizens to sign it and to commit 386 themselves to this course of action. In October 1984 the pledge was broadened to include not only a U.S. invasion of Nicaragua but also a variety of other significant escalations by the United States or its surrogates in any of the Central American nations. The response was immediate. In every region of the country, people began to sign the pledge in large numbers and to develop plans of action to implement it if that proved necessary. The words spoken by some of those at the first mass public signing of the pledge, in October 1984 in San Francisco, convey the depth of feeling and determination that it evokes. I'm a pastor and as a person of faith I'm called to live out what's called the good news, that is the good news of God's peace and justice. I feel that by signing this pledge of nonviolent resistance that's one small embodying of the good news. I'm a mother of a 17-year-old son who I don't want to see fight in Central America, and I take this pledge of disobedience in the name of the Salvadoran refugees who lead me to this decision with their struggles and their stories. I'm a veteran of 2 wars. I'm not sure about the morality of those wars, but I'm very sure of the immorality of this war that's going on now in Central America. I've signed the Pledge of Resistance, and I'm going to stand behind it. I've never been arrested before. I'm signing the pledge not just for the people of Central America, but also for the people here in this country. We've got to wake people up to what is being done in our name all over the world. By November 1985, more than 68,000 people had signed the pledge. Coming from both the religious and secular political communities, they represented the broad unity of the U.S. people in opposition to the Central America policy of their government. The pledge has mounted demonstrations in locales not traditionally associated with militant protests. These protests have occurred in Bangor, Maine, Decatur, Georgia, Jackson, Mississippi, Little Rock, Arkansas, San Antonio, Texas, Eureka, California, and Juneau, Alaska, as well as in New York City, Boston, Chicago, and San Francisco. Quite commonly they have involved occupations of the offices of congresspersons who have voted for aid to the Nicaraguan Contras or for the Salvadoran military's air war. For example, during the September 1985 pledge actions against the air war in El Salvador, 11 people in Fresno, California, were arrested in their congressperson's office after they demanded hearings on the bombing and on upcoming aid requests for the region. In Minneapolis 150 people were arrested while sitting in at 2 congressional offices, and in Seattle a mock Salvadoran village was built in the plaza of the federal building and destroyed to the taped sounds of bombing and helicopters. To date, thousands of people activated by J. Basta. No mandate for war. A Pledge of Resistance Handbook. U.S. Policy and the Civil War in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 387. The pledge have demonstrated and been arrested while protesting U.S. policy toward El Salvador and Nicaragua. After more than a year of its existence, the pledge needs to reassess its rationale for action. It was originally organized in the aftermath of the U.S. invasion of Grenada as a network that could be activated by telephone trees * to respond on an emergency basis to a U.S. invasion of Nicaragua. In many regions the networks were organized by congressional district, and the pledge was conceived as a vehicle to bring organized pressure on congresspersons to vote for withdrawal of invading U.S. troops. Its wide geographical dispersion, its organizational structure, and the deep moral commitment of its signers constitute real strengths. However, in the face of current U.S. policy to wage protracted low-intensity conflict in El Salvador and guerrilla warfare in Nicaragua, in both cases largely with surrogate troops, the pledge has encountered difficulties in keeping its forces in readiness and in understanding clearly what events demand using the networks for actions. Accordingly, discussions are underway at all levels of the pledge to adjust to the current situation. Material aid organizations. A different kind of solidarity organization is that whose primary purpose is to raise money for non-military material aid for El Salvador. Because the government in San Salvador is corrupt and profoundly antagonistic to the interests of the masses, these groups do not channel aid through that government. Rather, aid is distributed through opposition organizations such as the FMLN and the local popular governments Poderes Populares Locales, or PPLs, in the zones controlled by the FMLN so that the aid will, in fact, reach and benefit the people. In addition to providing essential aid to Salvadorans, the campaigns to raise money for material aid have several striking effects on North Americans. First, these campaigns translate abstract U.S. geopolitical strategy into the concrete terms of hunger, illness, and illiteracy that are easily comprehended and deeply felt and that lead people to side with the victims of the U.S. government. Second, donating money for and working in these campaigns helps to overcome the feeling of frustration that sometimes accompanies educational events or demonstrations, the feeling that nothing tangible is being accomplished. Donors are able to make an actual contribution to the welfare of the Salvadoran people. Finally, by aiding the people and the organizations against whom the U.S. government is waging war, donors place themselves in direct confrontation with their own government. Medical Aid for El Salvador was founded in 1981 and was one of the first organizations in the United States to provide material aid. Since that time it has distributed more than $700,000 for medical supplies for victims of the war, most of it going to people in the zones of control of the FMLN. This money has been spent on projects as diverse as the purchase of neurosurgical kits, the training and equipping of brigadistas, and the support of a medical clinic in Guazapa, El Salvador, that was formerly administered by Charlie Clements, a North American physician who spent a year there. Medical Aid participated in a dramatic relief mission involving Nydia Diaz, a commander in the FMLN. When captured by the Salvadoran military in April 1985, she was shot in the back, arms, leg, and hand. Because of the refusal of the Salvadoran government to permit surgery on her hand, permanent paralysis of the hand was imminent. After being pressured for months by members of Congress and by human rights groups, the Salvadoran government finally gave permission in August 1985 for Medical Aid to dispatch a surgical team to operate on Diaz. Accompanying this team as an observer was Mike Farrell, an actor who portrayed a surgeon in the TV comedy M***ASH. Because of the political controversy surrounding the operation, no local surgical aid would participate. Therefore, Farrell was pressed into service. He scrubbed up and assisted, and the operation on Diaz was successful. A number of methods are used by Medical Aid to raise funds. It receives a great deal of money in response to direct mail appeals. All over the country, solidarity organizations, religious and community groups, and individuals put on events to raise money for medical aid. These events have been extremely diverse. They have included door-to-door canvassing, benefit concerts, and walkathons with money pledged by friends and acquaintances for each mile participants walked. Countless house meetings have been arranged at which there is a talk or video presentation and a pitch made for money for medical aid. In New York City, a $100 plate dinner hosted by Ed Asner, Harry Belafonte, Colleen DeWurst, and others raised $17,000. In Lawrence, Kansas, there is a rice and beans dinner every Thursday night with the proceeds going to medical aid. In Boulder, Colorado, Ed Asner attended a cocktail party and then addressed a community gathering in a church. There was extensive media coverage in Boulder and Denver, and $6,000 was contributed. New El Salvador Today is another material aid organization. Since its founding in late 1983, Nest has sent $157,000 to El Salvador. This money has been channeled to the PPLs to fund their projects for health clinics and disease control, community literacy campaigns, and food production. These projects contribute to combating parasites and malaria, to providing paper and pencils for the literacy campaigns, to supporting poultry and fishing. In October 1985, along with 25 other political prisoners, Diaz was released in an exchange for Inés Guadalupe Duarte, the kidnapped daughter of the Salvadoran president. Diaz returned directly to her FMLN unit. See Reading 41. eds. U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 389. Cooperatives, and to growing beans, corn, rice, sorghum, and vegetables, much of which is destroyed by government aerial bombings and ground invasions and which, therefore, must be grown in great quantities. The following quotations, from Nest pamphlets, of peasants in the zones of control governed by the PPLs make clear the need for this aid. The Salvadoran army attacked our village and destroyed everything. But as soon as we could we returned and rebuilt our homes and replanted our crops, thanks to help from people around the world. Our appeal to you is urgent at this writing because our situation has been greatly affected by waves of hundreds of people fleeing the army operations. The operations have involved bombings and invading ground troops. More refugee camps have been set up, creating a situation of even worse poverty, fear, and tension among the civilian population. Within this context we present our requests for your support. Adequate nutrition is at the base of all else and especially among the children. Malnutrition is an affliction that affects us all. We must increase our food production at this time, regardless of how tremendous the difficulties resulting from war. We must confront this on a daily basis and provide for the basic necessities of life. Nest raises money by essentially the same methods as medical aid. Additionally, Boston and Berkeley, California, have adopted sister cities in El Salvador, and groups in Evanston, Illinois, West Lafayette, Indiana, Olympia, Washington, and other places have adopted sister communities. In these cases, fundraising is accomplished specifically for those cities or communities in El Salvador and channeled through Nest. The Salvadoran community. The presence of more than 600,000 Salvadoran refugees in the United States has had a profound impact on the development of the Solidarity movement. The war has forced many Salvadorans to flee their country after their names were placed on death lists, their relatives and friends were murdered, or their villages were destroyed. When they come to this country, they face tremendous difficulties in finding housing, jobs, and health care. Many of the Salvadorans have moved to cities such as Houston, Austin, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, Newark, New York, and Philadelphia. In each of these cities, committees of Salvadoran refugees, such as Casa El Salvador or Comite El Salvador, have been formed. They have encouraged the development of the movement for a peaceful, political settlement to the conflict in El Salvador. They have provided direct personal testimony of the repression in El Salvador to various groups of Americans. These committees have worked closely with the Solidarity movement. They organized the first national Salvadoran caravan for peace and justice in Central America, which carried their message to cities and towns all across the country. They have marched from New York to Washington and have held hunger strikes in numerous cities. They have also worked on material aid campaigns to send 390 medical, office, and school supplies to the popular movement in El Salvador. Increasingly, the Salvadorans have been facing repression in this country. Many Salvadorans have been deported. In October 1985 in Houston, 22 people in 7 families were interrogated by the FBI. Their homes were entered, their property destroyed, and their personal identification confiscated. The FBI was working with the Immigration and Naturalization Service, and 2 of those who were interrogated were detained, although later released. They were accused of having ties with and directly supporting the FMLN. The prosecution of members of the Sanctuary movement provides further examples of this repression. Artists, teachers, professors, and lawyers have formed groups to organize people in their professions and to offer their talents and expertise to the Solidarity movement. Limitations of space do not permit a full description of their valuable activities or those of countless others who have made important contributions to the Solidarity movement, but they have mounted art shows, developed curricular materials, published reports on abuses of human rights, placed ads in newspapers, defended Salvadorans and Solidarity activists in the courts, and raised funds for the popular opposition in El Salvador. Conclusions. This sketch of the Solidarity movement with El Salvador gives an impression of its character. A number of different organizations and networks are in place. Their members and constituents are both those who have become experienced in previous political struggles and those whose political analysis and practice have been developed by the Central American situation. During the early days of the Reagan administration, marked as it was by the crudely bellicose threats of Haig, Kirkpatrick, and Reagan against El Salvador and Nicaragua, and by the invasion of Grenada, the Solidarity movement was at its peak in its ability to attract activists and resources and to mobilize people for its activities. There is every reason to believe that this mass, militant mobilization was a factor in slowing Reagan's hand in pursuing military measures yet more extreme than the ones chosen in El Salvador. Now, with the use in large part of surrogate troops, the decision to wage IOW intensity conflict in Central America, the institution of democratic reforms in El Salvador and Guatemala as a cover for the continuing militarist policies, and a generally lower profile in Washington for Central American policy, there has been a decline in visible protest. In part, the current size of the Solidarity movement is a measure of its success in previously slowing the U.S. juggernaut. U.S. policy and the civil war in El Salvador, the decision to intervene 391. Nonetheless, the Solidarity movement continues to make important contributions. Moreover, the organizations and networks remain in place and provide the infrastructure for a mobilization even more massive and more militant than previous ones, should the U.S. introduce troops in significant numbers or otherwise massively escalate the war. The challenge for the Solidarity movement is to discover a way to remain ready to counter such dramatic U.S. government moves in Central America while, at the same time, managing to mobilize North Americans to oppose the slow but steady intensification of U.S. intervention in El Salvador and other Central American nations. It is our hope that the Solidarity movement will accomplish this task and contribute significantly to the liberation of our Central American brothers and sisters. 54 Opposing U.S. policy, the pledge of resistance carried from the Solidarity movement. During the period of opposition to the Vietnam War, one of the most important protest documents was the 1967 call to resist illegitimate authority which described U.S. involvement in the Indochina conflict as unconstitutional and illegal. This call was signed by several thousand opponents of the war, and the government prosecuted 5 of them, including the pediatrician Dr. Benjamin Spock, on the grounds that they did unlawfully, willingly, and knowingly conspire, confederate and agree together and with each other, and with diverse other persons, to commit offenses against the United States. These alleged offenses were to aid and abet resistance to the draft. The subsequent trial was a major cause célèbre of the 1960s, and the decision against the defendants was reversed on appeal. This pledge of resistance is modeled in part on the earlier call, but in an era when the drafting of young men into the armed forces is not in effect, the acts of resistance called for are different. In fact, the pledge has 2 forms, one including possibly illegal acts of nonviolent protest, the other limited only to acts of legal protest. The pledge of resistance, widely distributed at Central America demonstrations and other events. Civil disobedience pledge. If the United States invades, bombs, sends combat troops, or otherwise significantly escalates its intervention in Central America, I pledge to join with others to engage in acts of nonviolent civil disobedience as conscience leads me at congressional field offices, the White House, or other pre-designated U.S. federal facilities, including federal buildings, military installations, offices of the Central Intelligence Agency, the State Department, and other appropriate places. I pledge to engage in nonviolent civil disobedience in order to prevent or halt the death and destruction which such U.S. military action causes the people of Central America. Name, date, signature, address, city, state, zip, tel. Cong. DIST. Have you had nonviolence training? Or Rep. Legal protest pledge. If the United States invades, bombs, sends combat troops, or otherwise significantly escalates its intervention in Central America, I pledge to join with others to engage in acts of legal protest as conscience leads me, including such actions as participating in demonstrations, vigils, leafletings, and appeals to Congress and the White House. I also pledge to demonstrate my support for those who engage in acts of nonviolent civil disobedience in order to prevent or halt further death and destruction in Central America. Why nonviolent resistance? U.S. citizens have a long history of nonviolently resisting injustice and war. Nonviolent direct action was used effectively by the women's suffrage movement to gain women's voting rights, by the civil rights movement to end segregation in the South, and by the anti-war movement to help terminate the war in Indochina. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, nonviolence, when effectively organized, is an unstoppable force. When people are caught up in what is right and are willing to suffer for it, there is no way of stopping it short of victory. Let U.S. pledge to stand with the people of Central America. The sheer danger of expanding an already long and bloody war in Central America calls us to engage in strong, dramatic, nonviolent resistance. Such nonviolent resistance to government policy is a very serious step. But the seriousness of U.S. escalation in the region demands that we consider this form of active, nonviolent witness. In the event of an invasion, tens of thousands more will die in a tragic war. The lives of the people of Central America depend on our joining together from every walk of life and every age group to nonviolently oppose this growing disaster before it worsens. Chapter X. Dialogue and the Prospects for Peace. Editor's Introduction. The term dual power was popularized in Petrograd in 1917 as a description of the political situation prevailing after the fall of Tsarism. Two sets of authorities, a provisional government, and a network of Soviets, emerged, each committed to different goals and each commanding allegiance from different sections of the population. Put another way, the same condition could be described as dual powerlessness for a certain period. Neither side had the political strength to assure its authority over the whole of the nation. Such situations existed long before the Russian Revolution and long after. They are inevitable wherever old orders have been broken or challenged and new ones are not yet in place or consolidated. Patterns of revolution, counter-revolution, and civil war, the last being the most extreme and violent manifestation of dual power, have been a part of national histories in the 20th century in locales the world over. From this broad perspective, Central America in general and El Salvador 394 in particular are no exceptions. In El Salvador, the end of the 1970s brought an erosion of the traditional contours of oligarchic/military rule, and the 1980s have led to a contest between two would-be successor regimes: the Duarte government, claiming sovereignty by virtue of free elections, and the movement of popular resistance known as the FMLN. As of the end of 1986, a rough balance of forces exists between the two sides, warranting the description dual power, a characterization favored by the FMLN. Each side is convinced of its own strength and legitimacy. The Salvadoran military firmly believes that their new U.S. supplied equipment and the professionalism the armed forces leadership is trying to foster will result in a decisive victory over the rebels. For their part, the rebels are proud of their ability to cope with the intensified counterinsurgency. They have developed defensive techniques of their own, relying on mobility and dispersion in the face of deployment of such sophisticated military technology as a spotter plane using infrared sensors that even at night can locate, by body heat, concentrations of guerrilla forces. Morale remains high among both camps, although the Duarte government is experiencing difficulty in retaining the support of an urban social base, particularly among labor groups. Can this conundrum of dual power be resolved without subjecting Salvadorans to the constant bloodletting that has already ravaged their tiny nation for nearly a decade? Can the civil war be settled peaceably through mutual accommodations and concessions in ways that ensure the political stability of the resulting new regime? A survey of dual power situations and civil wars in the 20th century does not yield hopeful conclusions about such a possible outcome. Usually, nothing less than total and unconditional victory by one side over the other settles the conflict. Force has indeed been the midwife of history. Yet exceptions and novelties, as well as regularities, are characteristic of political dynamics. In recent times, the example of Zimbabwe comes to mind. In the course of a long civil war, the white settler colonial regime of Ian Smith at length accepted the inevitability of black African rule and opted for a surrender of political authority to the Marxist movement of Robert Mugabe in return for a minority voice in government. A simple imposition of the Zimbabwe model on El Salvador cannot hold. Is the FMLN an analog to Mugabe's movement, and Duarte a facsimile of Ian Smith? Such analogies may be plausibly constructed in hypothesis, but they are not reliable guides to conditions in El Salvador, where, for example, the racial dimension is absent. We don't know whether Duarte or representatives of the FMLN thought about Zimbabwe when they agreed to conduct their widely acclaimed dialogue at La Palma and Ayaguelo late in 1984. Whatever crossed their thoughts, leaders on both sides recognized, however briefly, that, as Churchill once expressed it, talk is better than war. The talks were inconclusive and bitter. Still, dialogue ought to be seen as a process, a lengthy one, and not as a single dramatic resolution. Echoes of dialogue continue to be heard long after the two sides parted at Ayaguelo. Reading 57 in this section excerpts a call of November 1985 by rebel military leaders for renewed negotiations based on the FMLN's familiar power-sharing formula. In March 1986, Duarte proposed negotiations with the FMLN if the Sandinistas agreed to negotiate with the Nicaraguan rebels. In April 1986, meeting in Lima under the auspices of Peruvian President Alan Garcia, representatives of the two social democratic parties that are allied with the FMLN held talks with officials of the Salvadoran government. The rebel call of November 1985 was ignored by the Duarte government, and Duarte's proposal to the FMLN and Managua was generally dismissed as a ploy suggested by Washington to pressure the Sandinistas and influence congressional voting on military assistance to the Contras. As for the unpublicized talks in Lima, no agreements or follow-up materialized, but on June 1, 1986, in a speech marking the second anniversary of his presidency, Duarte called for a new round of talks with the guerrillas. The FMLN and the DRF promptly accepted the offer, and over the next 3 months, representatives of the rebels and the government, with the support of the church, traded proposals on the time, place, and agenda for the new talks. On August 23, after discussions in Mexico, a communiqué signed by Archbishop Rivera y Damas announced that both sides had agreed to hold the talks in the Salvadoran town of Sasaray, 95 miles northeast of the capital, beginning September 19. Hopes for the renewed dialogue, however, were dashed amid mutual recriminations after the rebels demanded, and the government refused, the removal of army units recently brought into the Sasaray region. Said Guillermo Ungo, head of the DRF, "This confirms my view that Duarte started this as a propaganda game with no room for maneuver." The same day Duarte accused the rebels of boycotting the talks because they don't want to negotiate for peace. They want a dialogue of war. Carried. In the Salvadoran deadlock, much depends on Washington. As chief economic supplier of the Duarte regime and provider of its military arsenal, Washington holds important keys to the Salvadoran Civil War. From its inception, the Reagan administration has been fond of the crusading rhetoric of anti-communism and counter-revolution. But overall, its policies have revealed large doses of pragmatism. Moreover, in Central America, Washington has in recent years directed its political obsessions at Nicaragua, not El Salvador. It is intriguing to speculate that in the long run the Reagan administration may yet be flexible on El Salvador. For the present, unfortunately, no major shift in Washington's strategy of refusing to recognize the legitimacy of the Salvadoran rebels of denying, that is, the reality of dual power is discernible. So long as Washington remains adamant on this, prospects remain remote for a genuine dialogue process that leads to a just peace. 55 An Offer of Peace by Just Napol VI N. Duarte. In this address delivered at the United Nations, the newly elected Salvadoran president announced his plan for a meeting, which in fact took place later that same month at the town of La Palma in Quetzaltenango province and was covered extensively by the press. Duarte explained later that it took him almost a half-year to get in position to start the process of dialogue by inducing the death squads to reduce their murderous activity and by getting a handle on world public opinion. When the full story of the Salvadoran dialogue becomes known, however, it is likely that the role of the Church and Archbishop Arturo Rivera y Damas, as well as the FMLN/FDR leadership, in initiating this process will be accorded a more prominent role than is now the case. What is of considerable interest in the portions of Duarte's UN talk reproduced here is his reversal of the conventional view that the guerrilla leaders of the FMLN are the radical, Marxist extremists, whereas the civilian leaders of the FDR are the reasonable moderates. Duarte here argues that the FDR leaders in exile are the ideologically dogmatic radicals, whereas the rebels in the hills are pragmatic folk who can be convinced. Excerpted from the translation of Duarte's address to the United Nations, New York. That they made a mistake in taking the insurrectionary path and should rejoin the democratic political struggle in the war-ravaged country. Although Duarte's argument was obviously motivated by rhetorical considerations, it does suggest that the relationship between different segments of the insurrection may be more complicated than is usually conceded. Commenting favorably on the UN speech was rebel leader Joaquin Villalobos, who, from his base in Morazán province, expressed satisfaction that Duarte had finally acknowledged the strictly domestic roots of the war and had thus negated all previous statements that it was imported from abroad. However, almost a year later, Duarte reverted to the formulation that outside agitators were responsible for the conflict. As he put it in his June 1985 address to the National Assembly, El Salvador's civil war was imposed on us with the aid and sponsorship of the Soviet, Cuban, and Nicaraguan Marxist governments. It is not only rebel commanders who find Duarte's theory of the war incredible, but many independent observers as well. Of course, official Washington, with its vision of omnipresent agents of the unified Moscow-directed world conspiracy, probably likes to have those it supports echo its own perceptions of reality. The relevant question may very well be, is Villalobos as dependent on Moscow, Havana, or Managua as Duarte is on Washington? I came before the United Nations General Assembly in October 1981 as president of the Revolutionary Junta of El Salvador to explain to the world the crisis which was facing my country and to explain to you the process of democratization which we propose to accomplish and which we have indeed fulfilled, in holding the first free elections in El Salvador to elect the National Constituent Assembly, which brought back a state of law and received, without any reluctance whatsoever, from the Revolutionary Junta, the full powers of a democratic and a republican nation. That message was received with satisfaction by representatives at the United Nations, although skepticism led them to doubt the possibility of free elections proposed by a de facto government which had committed itself to ensuring that its people would come in large numbers to vote, even under fire, to demonstrate its desire for democracy and its rejection of violence. I am very happy to state here before all the peoples of the world that El Salvador, despite having gone through one of the most difficult periods in its history, has given specific examples of what a people can do and obtain when it truly believes in democracy as the best possible way to solve the differences which are inherent in all organized societies. For more than 4 years now El Salvador has suffered from the effects of a merciless war which has caused us bloodshed and impoverishment. More than 30,000 Salvadorans have been the innocent victims of a fratricidal interview with Villalobos, broadcast by clandestine Radio Vence Ramos, October 13, 1984, in Foreign Broadcast Information Service, Daily Reports, October 18, 1984. Duarte's address to the National Assembly, June 1, 1985, in ECA/Estudios Centroamericanos, 34, 430. 398. Frontation. More than 500,000 persons have had to leave their homes and their property. Subversive forces have engaged in a campaign of terror and systematic destruction, and are people tired of it? It must end. One after another, the speakers who have preceded me at this rostrum have referred to peace in the strongest of terms. Peace undoubtedly is the greatest yearning of all men, and its maintenance is the main function of the United Nations. I too come before the assembly to speak of peace in the same strong terms. But I shall not refer to the dangers confronting the world as the consequence of the unbridled arms race, nor to the threat of total destruction represented by the senseless accumulation of nuclear weapons, although, of course, I share the concerns of all of you, as well as your frustration in the face of the seeming inability of the community of nations to fulfill not only the letter but also the spirit of the Charter of the United Nations. I shall not speak of nuclear confrontation because others have done so here with great eloquence and profound knowledge of this problem. May I therefore be permitted to depart from the usual procedure and, in greeting all the nations of the world, I should like to take this opportunity to describe and define the position of my government in the face of the problems and the crisis which beset us, because in this manner I shall furthermore establish the principles of the foreign policy of my country, which is based on peace and harmony among all human beings. I am convinced that to give this information is part of the responsibility which we have taken upon ourselves in the face of disinformation, stereotypes and commonplace statements. We must dispel uncertainties, clarify goals and purposes, state the course we intend to take and inform the world of the reality of life in El Salvador. El Salvador's conduct has always been based on its dedication to the principles and tenets which govern relations between states. We are convinced that adherence to those principles is an indispensable requirement for a more harmonious coexistence of international society. El Salvador thus fulfills its international commitments and regrets that some countries that speak half-truths and deliberately conceal their own violations appear before various bodies of this organization not in order to settle differences but rather to use the organization as a mere platform for propaganda, regardless of the cost and the degree to which they undermine this body, whose protection they claim to seek. El Salvador believes that the Contadora process is the only course open to us. In this context we support an honest regional dialogue so that we Central Americans may determine our destiny on the basis of a consensus. We Central Americans must not become the tools in a struggle of the interests and ideologies of foreign powers and certainly not the mere instruments of those powers, thus denying our own nationalism and characteristics and frustrating the aspirations of our peoples and their right to live in peace and freedom. Dialogue and the prospects for peace. 399. The history of my country is similar to that of many of the underdeveloped countries in the world. If I describe it briefly, many representatives listening to me will find amazing similarities with the history of their own countries. It is the history of a common struggle, of anguish, of triumphs and of failures. It is a common history of ideals. It is our history. El Salvador emerged from colonialism to become an independent state on September 15, 1821 as a member of the Federal Republic of Central America. The struggles between the conservatives and the liberals culminated at the end of the century in the absolute triumph of the latter. From that time on, a coffee oligarchy controlled the economic and political life of our country. The larger and better ranches, banking and trade in the principal export products were in their hands. Controlled elections led to a succession of presidents of the Republic who were the representatives of that oligarchy until 1931. Then for the first time a progressive party came to power, but a few months later it was defeated. The world crisis, the fall in coffee prices and the losses suffered by our farmers led in 1932 to a popular uprising, which was put down by force. After that an alliance emerged between the armed forces and the oligarchy, which used it to keep political control and economic privileges. Following a dictatorship that lasted for 13 years, and after 1944, various military governments, government juntas, and provisional presidents came to power. In 1984 the first civilian government in 50 years was elected by the free vote of the people. In October 1979, a group of officers and officials acting on behalf of the armed forces overthrew the ruling authoritarian government and issued a proclamation pointing out the corruption of the system of government and promised to open the path to democracy, as well as to undertake a series of structural reforms and, in particular, to lay the basis for thorough agrarian reform. The revolutionary junta that was set up that year included, along with the armed forces, the political parties and the social, economic, and religious forces that still believed in a democratic solution and that had harshly criticized those who had taken up arms. The Communist Party, the National Revolutionary Movement of social democratic orientation, and the Christian Democrats took part. The armed subversives stepped up their attacks against the new regime. Many thought that the triumph of the guerrillas was imminent, and in the face of that possibility the Communist Party and the Social Democratic Party left the government and its democratic position and joined the armed struggle. At the same time, the leaders of the mass movements also withdrew and joined the guerrillas. In other words, they all burned their bridges and opted for armed struggle and violence as the sole solution. I believe that this attitude was their first historical error, to abandon the democratic political struggle and the struggle of the masses and opt exclusively for armed struggle. 400. In accordance with the historical analysis carried out by the subversives, in applying their ideological position to reality, they never thought that the Salvadorian armed forces would break their traditional alliance with the oligarchy and that, therefore, the economic and social reforms could ever be achieved. They thought that the establishment of pluralist democracy would continue to be a utopian goal and out of the question. The only political sector that did not lose faith was the Christian Democratic Party, my party, and by means of an agreement with the armed forces it rebuilt the 1980 government. Despite the negative forecasts of the extreme left, with the active participation of the armed forces, the most profound agrarian reform in Latin America was carried out. The banking and finance system was reformed and foreign trade was nationalized. These reforms brought in hundreds of thousands of peasants as a major social and political force, henceforth organized in cooperatives and in owning the best and biggest ranches of the country. Faced with the faulty analysis of the extreme left that structural changes were impossible, the subversive groups made a new and fatal mistake with the most serious consequences for their objectives. In acting in the same way as the extreme right, they lent themselves to bringing about the failure of the reforms. Thousands of peasants were murdered, as were hundreds of Christian Democrats, crops were burnt, houses and machinery destroyed, and the publicity campaigns of both extremes denigrated both nationally and internationally the reforms that had been initiated. Their only success, however, was to distance the people from extreme positions and to begin to strengthen the democratic revolution. Many of those who took up arms did so out of rebellion and frustration. They wanted agrarian reform, they fought for a banking system that would serve the majority, and they wanted respect for the will of the people through free elections. These justifications were valid in 1979, today they have lost all validity. At that time it could be argued that the objective and subjective conditions were in keeping with the historical dialectics of the class struggle, and that, in response to rightist totalitarianism, the concept of revolutionary violence should gain validity and force. The Marxist strategy of a prolonged people's war against imperialism and the oligarchies, the oppressors of a people deprived of justice and freedom, was based on that concept, and thousands of young people joined a process that began with social confrontation and civil disobedience and went on to the use of arms in the various phases of the destruction of life and the destruction of services and firms, until it resulted in the greatest crisis in our country's history. I am convinced that the historic path of mankind is not one of violence but of democratic revolution. Dialogue and the prospects for peace. 401. It is understandable that those compatriots who left El Salvador years ago cannot or refuse to understand that things have changed. However, I know that the great majority of Salvadorians, and even the guerrilla commanders and fighters roaming about in the mountains of our homeland, are aware of this new situation. Unfortunately, the Revolutionary Democratic Front does not understand that we are experiencing a new reality, and therefore it is still trying to change things that no longer exist, a medieval agrarian structure, a financial structure at the service of the interests of a minority, an army at the service of a political system dominated by an economic elite. All those things no longer exist. In 1979 a profound process of change began, and it has been consolidated. Today we have a new agrarian structure which has placed our best lands at the service of the farmer. We have a new financial structure which supports and strengthens the new agrarian structure. We have a new trade structure for the products that we traditionally have exported, and this makes available to the country the hard currency thereby generated. We now have an armed force that works for the people. And we have a people that has demonstrated its unshakable faith in democracy and has elected a government by its own free will. We have a people that are working, suffering and dying to achieve peace and justice. From this rostrum I ask those who advocate the ideology of armed subversion in El Salvador to change their strategies because of the new reality in my country. The El Salvador that they left in 1978 and 1979 is not the El Salvador that exists in 1984. Today our country is breathing the air of freedom. Political parties are respected and encouraged. The people freely choose their leaders. Abuses of authority and violations of human rights have been reduced to the very minimum, and those who commit them are prosecuted and punished. Banks are lending large sums to farmers, who are actively participating in the social and political struggles. There is a very different society in El Salvador today. I wish at this point to address some observations to the nations that have committed themselves, in one way or another, to undermining my country, as well as to the guerrilla leaders, not those who are living comfortably in and giving orders from Managua or Havana, or to other nations that claim to be democratic but in fact export violence and murder, but to the leaders of the guerrillas who are in the mountains of my country, those who are suffering from the elements, unsheltered, those who are aware of the real position of the Salvadorian nation when they attack the people and who are waiting in vain to be welcomed as liberators when the truth is that their purpose is to oppress those people. I am addressing myself to the leaders who take their ideals for reality, to those who are mistaken about the people because they have a different view of truth, to the leaders who are now committing this historical error. The guerrilla leaders in the mountains are aware of this dilemma, but they are egged on by subversive leaders from abroad, who try to conceal this. 402. Truth and distort this reality in order to justify their anti-historical position before the whole world. The people of El Salvador now have no doubt that subversive violence has lost its mystique and its raison d'etre. Terrorist violence has become an end in itself, which proves that its objective is no longer liberation, and certainly not democracy. In El Salvador the terrorists have committed excesses, but they have failed, because the people do not support them and because we have the political will to build a united, pluralistic and democratic society. By persisting in their anti-historical obstinacy, they have dedicated themselves to the oppression of the simple farmers who are the victims of their reign of terror. They are robbing and killing people, they are leaving citizens without any means of communication because they are blowing up bridges and railroads, they are destroying electrical power lines and water systems, they are setting fire to plantations producing coffee, cotton, and food crops. That leaves the poorest element of our population without work or hope. It is so easy to destroy services which are needed by the people and which took so many years to build up, the infrastructure that is part of our national heritage and that was established by the efforts and sacrifice of our people, can be destroyed in an instant by the criminal hand of the terrorist, who uses dynamite and is financed by nations that have in mind only world domination and are perhaps laboring under a misunderstanding of history. This new reality is misunderstood by the members of the Revolutionary Democratic Front, because they live outside our country. It is being experienced today by all the Salvadorians who have not abandoned their homeland. But it has penetrated the guerrilla forces. We know this from the testimony of the guerrillas who have abandoned their weapons and violence and have set out on the path to peace. We know it because the guerrillas are not getting so many volunteers and are obliged to fill their ranks with young people. We know it because they are becoming weaker each day. For all those reasons, I address the Salvadorian guerrillas and ask them to accept the new reality, to stop killing our brothers, to stop destroying bridges, to stop destroying the infrastructure of the nation, the public transport services, the plantations, and the railroads. In a word, I ask them to stop killing and destroying and, together with all the rest of our people, to engage in the building of a new country, a free and democratic country in which peace will be the basis for our development. I now wish to make an offer of peace. Ever since I became president, by the freely expressed decision of the citizens of my country, I have been aware that my principal task is to work for the achievement of social harmony and internal peace in the Republic, which has been convulsed by a conflict with both internal and external causes. The time has come to put an end to that conflict. I am more convinced today. Dialogue and the Prospects for Peace 403. Than ever before that the existence of this conflict not only affects the of my compatriots but is an element of friction that threatens the peace and security of other nations of the world, and particularly of our brother nations in Central America. Hence, there could be no more appropriate time than this, when I am at this rostrum, to make before the peoples of the world an offer of peace, which would ensure for all Salvadorians without any distinctions flowing from political or ideological positions social harmony and security. This offer is made within the framework of the Salvadorian Constitution, which has established the system of democracy and political pluralism, under which the most varied ideologies can coexist. Of course, the acceptance of this proposal by all sectors, those that are in the opposition to my government, within the constitutional system, as well as those that are fighting by violent methods, will require a change of mental attitude, under which hatred will be replaced by understanding and tolerance. For, after all, the peace which is manifested by outward signs is but the result of an individual and social state of mind which rejects aggression and all forms of violence and promotes dialogue and the democratic political struggle whose results are seen at the ballot box. Quite naturally, it is hard to convince those who up to now have viewed weapons and violence as the only way to ensure their political space that there can be a climate in which they can express their own thoughts without thereby suffering reprisals from their adversaries. But I have come here to affirm that as President of the Republic and Commander of the Armed Forces I am in a position to maintain those measures which, within our constitutional process, make it possible for them to abandon an attitude that runs counter to the history of the political evolution of the people of El Salvador. Furthermore, in due course I shall propose to our Legislative Assembly general amnesty for political crimes. We are exercising control over abuse of authority and eliminating all the methods of repression that have existed in our country in the past and have in part been at the root of a rebellion for which there is no longer a need. This means that I am offering the safety and security of a political place within a pluralistic, constitutional, democratic system which government is defending. As part of those efforts I invite the heads of the guerrilla movement now in our mountains, to come without weapons to the village of La Palma, in the department of Gettleman, at 10 a.m. on October 15, the anniversary of the insurrection movement of 1979, and in the presence of the representatives of the churches and the world press, to discuss with us the details and scope of this proposal for their incorporation into the democratic procès and the establishment of an atmosphere of freedom for the next election. I am convinced that our people, tired of violence, will take this proposal as a sign of hope emanating from its lawful government. 404. 56 La Palma and Ayaguelo, brief. Peaceful encounters in a long civil war. The prospects for peace in El Salvador seem dimmer than ever, as both sides dig in for a protracted struggle and Washington shows no interest in pressing for a negotiated settlement that would diminish President Duarte's political control along the lines of power sharing with the FMLN. At one point, however, late in 1984, the two warring parties met, with the blessings and in the presence of the Salvadoran church hierarchy, to initiate what many hoped would be the essential process of dialogue for ending the savage conflict. President Duarte met face-to-face with representatives of the FMLN/FDR at the town of La Palma, Gettleman province, on October 15, 1984. In the village of Ayaguelo, La Libertad province, on November 30, 1985, officials of the Duarte government met rebel leaders. These meetings raised expectations that were soon dashed as both sides, having presented their respective positions, returned to the battlefield. The following reading and ensuing exchange analyze the significance of the meetings in the light of political realities in El Salvador or in light of what each side perceives to be the realities. Were the meetings a forgettable interlude in the Civil War, merely a platform for airing political positions? Or were they what may someday be seen as the start of a search for peaceful paths toward settlement? Terry Lynn Carl teaches in the Department of Government, Harvard University. In April 1985, she visited El Salvador as part of a delegation to monitor the process of dialogue, sponsored by the Washington-based Commission on U.S. Central American Relations. Edward S. Herman teaches at the Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania, and is author and co-author of several books on the United States and the Third World. After La Palma, the prospects for democratization in El Salvador. By Terry Lynn Carl. President José Napoleón Duarte's dramatic decision to hold peace talks with the FDR-FMLN in October 1984 ushered in a new phase of El Salvador's painful political transition. Duarte's La Palma initiative marks an important breakthrough in the stalemated civil war. By agreeing to meet with the FDR-FMLN, the Christian Democratic president has effectively granted formal recognition to another representative political force and an alternative center of power in the country. For the first time, the rebels and the government stand in a position of political parity backed by separate armies. Although fighting resumed just after the La Palma meetings and negotiations are now in abeyance until after the March 1985 elections, the two sets of talks that the government and the FDR-FMLN held before Christmas have nonetheless created hopes for a political solution of the war and for peace at some point, however remote, in the future. Is optimism warranted in this deeply torn nation? What accounts for President Duarte's sudden willingness to negotiate after several years of refusing to do so? What are the prospects for democratization in El Salvador, a country that over the past 4 years has suffered 50,000 deaths and the displacement of 27% of its population? How can USPOHCY facilitate this process? Even a superficial glance at Salvadoran history reveals the powerful obstacles to the construction of a fully competitive party system. Throughout its modern history, El Salvador has lacked a solid pluralist tradition. It has been ruled by an anti-democratic alliance between the oligarchy and the military. The agrarian private sector has relied on the armed forces to govern by suppressing peasantry or worker-based associations and autonomous partisan expression. Does Duarte's call for the FDR-FMLN to join a democratic process reflect any real change in this respect? If so, how should the United States respond to these developments? Perhaps it is best to state some conclusions at the outset. There is little question that the La Palma initiative, regardless of its actual results, signals an important if uncertain increase in the opportunity for democratization in El Salvador. Although it is difficult to gauge the changes that have taken place between 1979 and 1985, the stalemate that has been established between the government and the FDR-FMLN, as well as that which has emerged between the Reagan administration and the U.S. Congress, have produced new incentives for compromise on the part of all Salvadoran political actors, particularly within the armed forces and the private sector. This stalemate in El Salvador results from domestic and international vetoes that rule out either a return to the old regime or a revolutionary triumph. These vetoes, by preventing an outright military victory by any side, might conceivably result in a democratic instauration by compromise. This does not mean that a democratization will necessarily occur, a forecast no political observer could make in the face of the tremendous uncertainties that exist in the region, but rather that an opportunity for democratization exists. Within the context of this stalemate, the Christian Democratic Party lies at the center of current democratization efforts, the place where domestic and international forces meet and where strategies and alliances are forged and discarded. Today its actions are critical in the determination of El Salvador's 406 future. This has not always been the case. From 1980 to 1982, the PDC governed only nominally. After failing to win a sufficient majority in the 1982 elections, it was forced to the sidelines. Now, for the first time since the outbreak of the Civil War, the party has been thrust to the forefront of Salvadoran politics. Its new position is largely the result of changing circumstances beyond Christian democratic control rather than of a self-conscious democratic design. Nevertheless, since the 1984 elections, the PDC's capacity to influence events has grown, it has more leeway than ever before to try to negotiate a peace and to implement a deliberate democratic strategy. Yet because of the ideological discord in Christian democratic thinking, the contradictory lessons of past practice, the personalismo of Napoleon Duarte, and the uncertainty of the political pressures that might be brought to bear upon the PDC, its course in 1985 is difficult to predict. Ultimately, the contribution the PDC makes to the resolution of El Salvador's crisis depends on the U.S. government. Although the PDC has enhanced its own ability to exert domestic influence by making itself politically indispensable to the Reagan team, only the administration and the U.S. Congress, acting in the context of a stalemated war, hold the power to pressure the armed forces and the traditionally anti-democratic private sector into giving up past privileges and playing by democratic rules. If the United States strongly supports the move toward negotiations by maintaining certain incentives, like the cutting of military aid and the tying of economic funds to progress on peace and reform, then democracy will gradually appear to be the more advantageous or the less disadvantageous choice to those forces that have previously rejected democracy in El Salvador. Under these circumstances, other options such as authoritarian rule or revolution would become less attractive. The decision to sustain or increase pressures for democratization is a U.S. policy choice, one that so far has been opposed by the Reagan administration, even after the La Palma talks, and supported only erratically by Congress. Yet in the year ahead, strong pressures are needed to keep the spirit of La Palma alive and tilt the delicate balance away from a ruinous civil war toward a future political settlement in El Salvador and perhaps in the rest of Central America. The Christian democratic strategy to democratize El Salvador. Napoleon Duarte's sudden decision to meet with the FDR-FMLN on October 15, 1984, took the Reagan administration and most political observers by surprise. Although the press, with some validity, attributed this about-face to Duarte's impetuous character, the decision to negotiate had its roots in Christian democratic ideology and practice as well as in specific partisan interests. Perhaps more than any other political force in El Salvador, the Christian dialogue and the prospects for peace 407. Democratic Party has understood that its own long-term survival ultimately depends upon the successful construction of an anti-authoritarian alliance that can forge a compromise on the procedures for democratization and the parameters of a future political regime. In any transition to democracy, this step is contingent on the ability of antagonistic domestic political actors to produce acceptable interim agreements or pacts about the new rules of the political game, as well as mutual guarantees that these rules will be respected by all parties concerned, regardless of the outcome. These pacts are usually put together by parties that occupy the center of the political spectrum, the position the PDC has chosen for itself in El Salvador. There can be real debate over the PDC's credentials for this bargaining role. Since its inception, the party has played a pact-making game, first with the left until 1972, then with the right after 1980, and now perhaps with the left again. The PDC has been the most important political organization to appear during the flurry of associational activity that took place in El Salvador over the past 2 or 3 decades. Formed in 1960 when international Christian democracy was showing substantial gains throughout the continent, especially in Venezuela and Chile, the PDC rapidly demonstrated its ability to construct a durable organization, build a mass base in largely urban areas, and govern the city of San Salvador. Its successes resulted in part from the popularity of party leader Napoleon Duarte. By March 1972, the PDC was able to produce a national electoral victory in coalition with 2 other parties, now represented by the FDR-FMLN. This victory was subsequently snatched away through electoral fraud by the armed forces. Although the PDC's critics emphasize recent U.S. influence over the party to explain its political behavior, the PDC's current strategy for democratization owes far more to Christian democratic ideology and its own participation in that international movement than it does to direct U.S. pressure. The PDC's guiding principles for democracy are based upon certain key Christian democratic tenets: anti-communism, belief in the need to build consensus, a reformist conception of private property rights, which results in advocacy of land reform, the right of individual political expression primarily through the right to vote, and the rule of law. This vision has a strong conservative bias stemming from Catholic precepts of ordained order and zealous opposition to the spread of atheistic thought, represented by communism, yet the emphasis upon socio-economic change gives the movement a reformist cast. In many Christian democratic parties, the ideological discord between these twin preoccupations of order and reform has often resulted in a confused political definition, strong internal factionalism, and party division. The PDC's strategy of democratization has been influenced by the party's 2 decades of political practice. During its formative years, the PDC was forced to grapple with the question of allying with the military. At that time, it rejected any type of collaboration, preferring to continue to build its own separate political base. In 1960, Duarte sealed his status as a major party figure by maintaining party unity during the strong debate over a possible alliance with the military. The party maintained its policy of non-cooperation with the military until after the 1972 election, when the military denied the PDC its victory. Forced into exile in Venezuela, Duarte and other party leaders came to the conclusion that any future reform in El Salvador could only be achieved in alliance with the army, particularly the young officers. As early as 1973, they were discussing the possibility of an interim government that could unite civilians, including the PDC, and military progressives. By the October 1979 coup, much of the PDC leadership had set aside its reluctance to join with the military. In a highly controversial decision in 1980, the Christian Democratic Party, led by Duarte, joined the military government at the very moment when army-led repression was forcing other civilian parties into open, armed opposition. To a unique extent, the experiences of other Christian democratic parties, particularly those of Chile and Venezuela, have affected the Salvadoran party's strategy and perceptions of reality. The Venezuelan example of regime transformation in the aftermath of 1958 has had a particularly strong impact. During his 7 years of exile in Caracas, Duarte absorbed significant lessons through his close political relationship with the leaders of the Venezuelan Christian Democratic Party. Because Venezuela's own democracy was an elite negotiated enterprise, party officials there emphasized the importance of political pact-making with the army, the private sector, and other political parties, as well as the need to relinquish certain reformist aspects of the original party program. Duarte, noted for his highly personalistic and messianic style, was particularly taken by the Venezuelan model and considered himself El Salvador's equivalent of Romulo Betancourt. The Venezuelan experience did provide an important instance of the voluntary withdrawal from power by an undefeated military. In exchange for an amnesty for past human rights violations and political crimes, as well as substantial economic benefits, the Venezuelan armed forces had accepted a new self-definition as an apolitical, obedient, and non-deliberative body. True, the military was already deeply divided over its own role in government and chose to withdraw from power in order to maintain its institutional integrity. Yet Betancourt's legendary artfulness was of critical importance. He courted the military, nurturing its leaders' allegiance to his own emerging regime. When a guerrilla war broke out after the establishment of democracy, Betancourt was able to translate his widespread popularity into broad national support for the military's effort to quash the uprising. Among Venezuelan politicians, this produced a strong belief in the possibility of democratizing a country's armed forces, a belief they willingly shared with their Salvadoran counterparts. There were additional lessons for El Salvador in the Venezuelan agreement that established the rules of the game in the political realm. The Pact of Punto Fijo, signed prior to the holding of any elections, was a classic example of an interim agreement to create a formula for compromise. It guaranteed that all parties would respect the result of the elections, whatever they might be, and established a political truce between parties previously in dispute, particularly the Christian Democrats and the Social Democrats, while excluding the Communist Party. Although the pact did not commit the parties to explicit quotas of power sharing, as did a similar pact in Colombia, it did recognize that the benefits of state power must be equitably distributed to guarantee the prolonged political truce necessary for the formation of a coalition government. Thus, regardless of who won the elections, each party was promised a share of the political and economic pie through access to state jobs and contracts, a partitioning of the ministries, and a complicated spoils system that would assure the political survival of all signatories. In 1982, the Salvadoran PDC would attempt a similar agreement through the Pact of Apanica. The Venezuelan parties had also negotiated an economic pact with the private sector that established the broad outlines of a development model, an important means for limiting uncertainty during the formative stages of a democracy. All political parties in Venezuela agreed to respect foreign and local private capital accumulation as well as to subsidize the private sector. This agreement thus ruled out the possibility of expropriation, but it did provide for a program of land reform based on compensation paid for by Venezuela's petroleum wealth. In return for their support of basic property rights, the parties won the elite's acquiescence to the expansion of the state, the right of workers to organize, and a policy of guaranteed benefits in health, education, social security, and wage rates. Given U.S. interests in Venezuelan oil, the economic pact was closely tied to an informal modus vivendi with the United States. In exchange for assurances that U.S. holdings would not be expropriated and that Venezuela would maintain a pro-U.S. foreign policy, the U.S. government refrained from intervening to support its previous ally, Juarez Jimenez, and eventually promised its full backing to the new regime. PDC leaders hoped that a similar arrangement could be made in El Salvador, providing reassurance to both the Salvadoran agrarian elites and the U.S. administration. To a lesser extent, the experiences of Chile, whose democratic political system was overthrown by the 1973 coup, also influenced the Salvadoran Christian Democratic Party. Unlike their Venezuelan counterparts, the Chileans in their advice to Duarte were skeptical about the possibility of democratizing a military El Salvador's through simple persuasion. Instead, they stressed the importance of the U.S. role in producing a military withdrawal from government. In addition, they were aware of the deep divisions likely to be caused by a substantive agrarian reform, particularly one lacking the petroleum revenues that had financed the Venezuelan program. Chilean Christian Democrats were speaking from their own experiences of failure in Chile. They traced this failure to their inadvertent destruction of a pragmatic centrist party during the mid-1960s before the election of Salvador Allende, and warned the Salvadoran PDC against a similar mistake. In particular, these Chileans felt that their party had failed to continue the practice followed by its predecessor, the Radical Party, of occupying the political center by forming alliances with both the left and the right. On the one hand, the party had become sectarian, adopting a partido unico majoritarian strategy that polarized politics, making it more difficult to formulate compromises. This factor, combined with party tactics emphasizing mobilization at the expense of client relationships, upset the normal rules of Chilean democracy by encouraging popular organization and real political competition in previously unincorporated rural areas. On the other hand, the party could see in retrospect, given the power the Communist Party had gained and the 1970 victory by the Popular Unity Coalition, that it had been unnecessarily intransigent toward those factions of the left that wanted to play by electoral rules. 411. Contributing to a destabilization through polarization, mobilization, and the breakdown of a center. We have to avoid that here, argued José Miguel Freitas, a Chilean PDC member working in El Salvador, by building a pragmatic center-right coalition in this country. Once cemented, this alliance could later turn its attention to negotiations with the left. This combination of Christian democratic ideological predisposition and party experience in several countries produced clear if inconsistent guidelines for the democratization of El Salvador. First and foremost, the Salvadoran PDC believed that it should try to turn enemies into partners by forming an alliance with the Military in order to convince it to leave power. This explains the PDC's 1980 decision to govern with the traditionally repressive military, to give unqualified support to the Salvadoran armed forces while attempting to conduct serious political work inside the government, and to renounce all active efforts to seek a political solution. In light of this strategy, it seems unlikely that the party would risk alienating the Salvadoran high command in the future by entering into agreements that could strain the nascent PDC military relationship. Second, the party has been committed to occupying the center of the political spectrum, wherever that might be, through pragmatic policies, non-mobilizing actions, and alliances with both the left and the right. Because the PDC's association with the military prohibited political negotiations with the left, this strategy called for the formation of flexible and frequently changing alliances that were aimed at assuaging the fears of the private sector and the political right, and that resulted in the gradual abandonment of PDC's centrist position. It might be expected that, in order to regain the center, the party would make some move toward the left to the extent permitted by the Salvadoran armed forces. Third, the PDC has always believed in the importance of pursuing a careful program of agrarian and technocratic reforms to improve the efficiency of the market and the state while solidifying a social base for a conservative political democracy. Yet this goal collided with the desire to soothe anti-reformist agrarian interests and the effort to build a center-right coalition. In practice, this meant that the party's position on the importance of and timetable for various reforms shifted constantly according to the political winds of the moment, a behavior that would be unlikely to change without a strong electoral majority. Ironically, the party's own constant vacillation has made the achievement of such a majority less and less likely. This, as we shall see, became an important impetus for the La Palma talks and foreshadowed the backpedaling that would occur as reaction to negotiations intensified. Finally, like all other forces in El Salvador, the PDC believed it should seek international support for its own program, an awkward task as the party twisted and turned through these other imperatives. On the one hand, potential democratic allies in Latin America and Europe had trouble with the PDC's decision to join a repressive military regime. On the other hand, the Reagan administration found it difficult to support a program of state-led reform, given its own militant bias in favor of free enterprise. As the PDC's fortunes dipped throughout 1982, its only firm ally until the 1984 elections remained its sister members of International Christian Democracy. Most international actors measured out their support for the Salvadoran PDC according to their own foreign policy positions regarding the desirability of a political settlement. This created additional long-term pressure for negotiations. Stalemate and the 1984 elections. Given the obvious contradictions in these strategies, it is no wonder that the Christian Democratic Party can be credited with little actual success until 1984. Yet not even a coherent strategy could have brought democracy to this deeply divided country. Democratization has been blocked by the ongoing search for a military solution. Breaking this deadlock required a widespread perception that the current situation would only bring continued losses to all sides. This perception crystallized in the 1984 elections. Democracies are usually made asterisk on the installment plan. As events unfold, they result from concrete steps and sequential decisions, unintended consequences, and pure luck, which, when taken in toto, increase the probability of a competitive or semi-competitive polity. In general, transitions to democracy have been a byproduct of other goals and intentions on the part of reactionaries and revolutionaries. For anti-democratic actors, democracy is by definition a second-best option chosen only when no single other regime preference can prevail. A democratic compromise can emerge from and terminate a prolonged and inconclusive struggle that would otherwise bring significant losses to all political forces involved. Indeed, democracy's greatest attraction may well be this institutionalization of stalemate through the construction of a polity based upon uncertain outcomes yet offering the possibility of future change. Thus the clear perception of stalemate can be conducive to democracy's emergence, a situation that began to take shape only in 1983. The period from 1980 to 1983 marked a clear failure of Christian democratic strategy in El Salvador. The decisive pressure from the Carter administration, rather than any subtle democratization of the military, had convinced the armed forces to accept the PDC as a junior partner in the ruling junta in 1980 and to lend some support to land reform. The military's subsequent agreement to the holding of elections was a concession to the United States, not to the military's hated Christian Democratic allies. When these U.S.-sponsored elections took place in 1982, the Christian Democrats, tarnished internationally and domestically by their complicity with the repressive regime, were unable to win the electoral majority they needed to govern. They could not defeat the ultra-right, represented by the National Republican Alliance. Indeed, only open U.S. intervention in the selection of the country's president kept ultra-rightist Roberto D'Aubuisson out of the nation's highest office. He was replaced by a compromise candidate, Alvaro Magana, who had not even participated in the elections. The right, furious at U.S. interference, retaliated by appointing D'Aubuisson president of the Constituent Assembly and promptly adopting legislation that effectively annulled much of the Christian Democratic land reform. By 1983, each pillar of Christian Democratic strategy, the alliance with the military, the occupation of the political center, the insistence upon reform, the desire for international linkages, was in serious trouble. What changed this context in 1983 was the dawning realization of a political and military stalemate, a stalemate defined by several hard realities. The Reagan administration, pursuing a hardline strategy in Latin America, remained committed to the defeat of any revolution on its watch, a fact that ruled out a military victory by the FDR-FMLN. At the same time, the U.S. Congress, which controls the strings on the purse that is the sole maintenance of the Salvadoran government and economy, refused to condone an alliance with the violent ultra-right, represented by ARENA, or military escalation in El Salvador, with its potential for involving U.S. troops. This ruled out both the total defeat of the opposition and the full restoration of the old regime. Finally, the FDR-FMLN demonstrated that it was too strong, both politically and militarily, to be defeated by the Salvadoran military alone. Since it could deny an economic recovery or peace until its political demands were met, the FDR-FMLN retained the power to prohibit a successful center-right alliance in El Salvador. In sum, El Salvador faced a series of international and domestic vetoes that effectively prevented either military authoritarianism or revolution. By 1983, this system of vetoes began to translate into crisis for both El Salvador and U.S. foreign policy. Inside El Salvador, the temporary breathing space opened up by the 1982 elections and the subsequent formation of a government of national unity had closed by January 1983. The FDR-FMLN had led a highly successful meeting operation in October 1982, this culminated in an intense campaign at the new year. In January alone, FDR-FSTLN made 181 militar actions, demonstrating a capability, attacking over broad areas of the country. San Salvador. That belied predictions its early days. In late 1983, it overran a major army base in Paraiso, drove hundreds of GovM-T troops from a crucial bridge at Cuscalan, and demonstrated the weakness of a U.S.-sponsored national plan was to be the centerpiece of the Army's strategy in the coming year. The FDR-FSIL offensive, coupled with increased U.S. pressure to hold down human NGHTS Molarians, exacerbated existing Dixie-Zions in the armed forces. AF-A led by losses through death and desertion of up to 20% of enlisted POW-IML. And hindered by supply shortages caused by congressional unwillingness to fund the war adequately, the Army command was torn between a hardline and a reformist course. An expanding faction, led by IFN's Minister Garcia, began to support land reform in order to assure continued access to U.S. aid. The January L-S4 rebellion of La Col. Sigifredo Ochoa, supponed by the NGHNST Paine. Arena, signaled the discontent of the Canir **S conservatives de Garcia's leadership, continued talk of land RDBRM, and human rights-related restrictions on U.S. aid. This revolt was laminated only by a decade mitar compromise invoking the transfer of Ochoa and the eventual removal of Garcia. Although different factions of the army eventually agreed upon General Ides Casanova as the new commander, the Farragut of the army's could no longer be discounted. The governing political parties were also deeply divided over the prosecution of the WAR, the state of the economy, and the extent to which reforms should be permitted. In early 1983, the alliance between ARENA and the National Reconciliation Party, two rightist parties that had dominated the Constituent Assembly since the 1982 elections, collapsed in a shambles, ing the coimbra virtually ungovernable and weakening the base of ARENA and the ultra-right. After considerable turmoil, the Christian Democrats stepped in and, dra upon theatre pact mocking expenance, jomed * the PCN to forge a fragile, one-vote working majority in the Assembly. But it is clear that the PCX's association * if the Christian Democrats was a stopgap measure, intended to prolong a deadline for the land reform. Crisis erupted at mid-year over the Constituent Assembly's adoption of the new constitution. ARENA and the PCX reunited to block future land reform in the Constitution, using death squad threats as pen of their legislative tactics. In return, the PDC met to defend its program of agrarian reform by resorting to the unusual tactic of mobilizing peasants to march into San Salvador. In the tense period followed, the Christian Democrats were forced to accept a constitution that blocked the PDC Paney program by raising barriers to changes in land tenure patterns. The Reagan administration faced a similarly bleak situation in 1983. Heightened pressure for political negotiations instead of a mitar solution came from a variety of sources: the unexpected strength of the FMLN offensive, the degeneration of the Salvadoran mitar and government, the visit of the Pope to Central America, the formation of the Contadora Group, and the positions of European allies. In addition, U.S. public opinion was strongly opposed to increased militia involvement in Central America. Harris polls from 1982 and 1983 showed that 79 to 85% of the respondents were against the introduction of U.S. troops into El Salvador. This figure dipped to 54% after the invasion of Grenada, but stayed at that level only briefly. To show its displeasure with Administration Posey, Congress began to block additional U.S. funds to the Salvadoran army, cutting a $60 million aid request in half to protest the Salvadoran government's lack of progress in the investigations of the deaths of 4 church workers and other U.S. citizens. In general, support for the Reagan plan of massive military and economic aid aimed at producing a mitar defeat of the opposition had waned badly, a trend the president was unable to reverse through his unusual address to a joint session of Congress in April. Even the May shakeup of the Central America team with the removal of Assistant Secretary of State for Latin America, Thomas O. Enders, the visit of President Magana to Washington, the formation of the Kissinger Commission, and the roving ambassadorship of Richard Stone did little to stem rising criticism. By November 1983, Reagan was forced to veto a bill that renewed the human rights cenification requirements on aid to El Salvador, since his own avowals of Salvadoran progress in curbing repression had become a political embarrassment. As early as March 1983, the Reagan administration was seeking new elections in El Salvador, both to escape from its own policy dilemma and to alleviate the country's internal crisis, a tactic that had proved at least temporarily effective in 1982. The administration even urged the Salvadoran government to advance the presidential elections from March 1984 to sometime in 1983 as a demonstration of its commitment to democracy. Although the elections could not be moved up because of technical problems, the Reagan administration did make certain not to leave their outcome to chance. Fearful the idea of advancing the decades was supposed to appear as a Salvadona inhibitive, but it was inadvertently made public by Special Envoy Richard Ste. The Center 2 agreed to the New Deal because IHE this would bring increases in U.S. aid. But all parties later query that the initiative /E had come from El Sal /Dor, not the United States. One Reagan official was less diplomatic, stating that the timing of the elections is essentially a Salvadoran issue to decide, but our position consistently has been that we support the FXIOs at the earliest Pokemetnum order to son of get this thing wrapped up / in the end, the elections could not be advanced barons of technical problems. Washington Post, March 3, 1984. 416. That Roberto Dogwison might win an electoral majority, which would permanently jeopardize congressional approval of U.S. aid, and realizing that the Christian Democrats offered the best public relations advantages, the Reagan team poured over $10 million into the elections, paying for electoral technology and administration and the airfares of international observers. It gave support funds to the Union Popular Democratica, a confederation of unions allied with the AFL-CIO that backed the PDC, and cooperated with Venezuela's COPI government and the Konrad Adenauer Foundation of West Germany to channel money through a Venezuelan-sponsored Christian Democratic public relations firm. The results were satisfactory for both the United States and the PDC. In the final runoff between Roberto Dogwison and Napoleon Duarte, the Christian Democratic candidate won 53.6% of the valid votes. The party, which had only nominally governed from 1980 to 1982 and had remained on the political sidelines in 1983, was given another chance. The road to negotiations. The 1984 elections reshaped the political game in El Salvador to the advantage of the Christian Democratic Party, giving its program the international and domestic credibility it had lacked during the 1980-82 government. Duarte's first act as president was to bring in massive amounts of new funding. His success was resounding, indicating a broad range of international support. The Reagan administration, delighted that it finally had an elected ally to present to Congress, sent Duarte to the House and Senate committees that had previously slowed or blocked aid and arranged for him to address the Senate. The new president, an effective campaigner in Washington as well as in El Salvador, won $61.75 million in immediate supplemental military aid. Within just 3 months of his inauguration, Congress had appropriated a total of $132 million in military aid and $120 million in economic aid, a sharp increase from the past. In addition, the amount set for fiscal year 1985 brought the total aid figure secured by the Duarte government to almost $500 million, an amount second only to Israel's. After his Washington stint, Duarte traveled to Europe, where he received $18 million from West Germany's Christian Democratic government, followed by money and support from the leaders of Portugal, Belgium, and Britain. Even France and Mexico, FDR-FMLN's strongest backers except for Soviet allies, softened their positions toward El Salvador's new government. Using this international backing as leverage, Duarte moved quickly to clarify the new conditions that would prevail under his government. The foreign aid the country desperately required depended on curbing the extreme right inside both the armed forces and the political parties. Although in the past there had been numerous pressures on the military to clean its own house, Duarte's success in Washington brought home the message that to receive substantial increases in U.S. aid, El Salvador had to maintain a government acceptable to the U.S. Congress. The Salvadoran armed forces responded positively to this message by restructuring the military command. 4 leading rightist officers, including Treasury Police head Nicolas Carranza, known to be supporters of Dogwison and linked to death squad activity, were transferred to posts outside El Salvador. In addition, the military agreed to dismantle the intelligence unit of the Treasury Police, the reputed center of death squad activity, and to separate the command of the regular army from the security forces, a maneuver that would bring the security forces under closer governmental control. These shifts replaced the hardline leadership of the National Police and the Treasury Police with moderates and conservatives, a boon to the Christian Democrats and a reflection of Duarte's persistent lobbying of the military. Arena also felt immediate pressure to lower its extremist profile. When threats of a plan to overthrow Duarte surfaced, the new president quickly turned to his U.S. allies. In the past, the Reagan administration had been reluctant to intervene against Arena, despite the advice of former ambassadors Robert White and Dean Hinton. But now the administration took a new stance, dispatching General Vernon Walters, the traditional expert at dealing with recalcitrant militaries, to El Salvador to tell D'Aubuisson that a coup would not be tolerated. In June, the State Department accused D'Aubuisson of complicity in a plot to assassinate Thomas Pickering, U.S. ambassador to El Salvador, and subsequently denied D'Aubuisson a visa to enter the United States. Reagan feared that the ultra-right might upset the U.S. diplomatic victory represented by the 1984 elections and demonstrated that his government now had a stake in Duarte's success. Arena would have to play by the recently established party rules or risk the open wrath of the region's dominant power. Since U.S. displeasure centered on D'Aubuisson's notoriety, new divisions began to appear in Arena over D'Aubuisson's future role in the party. Some conservatives turned their support to other rightist parties, such as the PCN. Thus Duarte's election marked an important shift in the balance of power among the United States, the Salvadoran Armed Forces, and the Christian Democrats. In a sense, the least powerful member of this alliance, the PDC, temporarily gained the upper hand. While this realignment did advance democratization by propelling party politics into a more central role and restricting state violence, the actual changes it introduced were still quite tentative. The private sector continued to block land reform in the Constituent Assembly and to oppose the attempts of workers and peasants to organize. Death squad activities slowed but did not stop. A trade union leader and a university professor were killed. The Duarte government knew it was walking a fine line. As rumors of a leadership purge based on political sympathies spread throughout the armed forces, one high commander publicly warned, "If it stops here, it is okay, but if it continues, it could become worrisome." Carried. Yet the new president could not stop at this point if he wanted to succeed in future elections. Despite his initial actions, Duarte faced intense pressure from his party and electoral base. Worker and peasant organizations grew increasingly angry at his constant efforts to placate landowners at their expense. Impatient for change and trusting that repression would slacken under the new government, these groups became active after the 1984 election. Strikes and labor disputes increased at an alarming rate and demanded solutions. At the same time, trouble arose in the PDC's relations with the UPD, an umbrella organization of labor federations and peasant unions. In the 1984 elections, the Christian Democrats had given promises of accelerated land reform in exchange for the UPD's support. But the PDC found itself unable to keep this commitment. Although Christian Democratic leaders explained that the peasant unions would have to build support for the party in order to win a majority in the 1985 assembly elections that could reintroduce the land reform program, the Secretary General of the nation's largest peasant union publicly threatened to withdraw support from the PDC if it did not deliver on its promises. Other factors weakened the PDC's hold on its electoral base. The 1984 elections had communicated an important message: the party's constituency, and the Salvadoran population in general, favored some form of political negotiations with the opposition to bring peace and economic recovery. Pre-election polls showed that 70% of all Salvadorans considered the war and the economy to be the country's principal problems. 51.4% favored dialogue as the best means of resolving the war, a surprisingly high percentage to be openly expressing agreement with what was the formal position of the FDR-FMLN. Only 10.3% advocated military annihilation of the armed opposition, while just 10% called for a military intervention by the United States. One does not have to look far for the underlying causes of these trends in public opinion. The rapid deterioration of the economy since 1979 had dramatically affected the living standard of most Salvadorans. The price index rose about 25% per year. Yet since 1980, wages had been frozen by government decree. Between 1979 and 1983, real minimum wages declined by 65% and consumption levels by 50%. Almost 80% of the population was unemployed or underemployed. The war and the uncontained human rights abuses had taken an additional toll on the country. By 1984, it was generally acknowledged that there had been over 50,000 deaths and over 1.3 million persons displaced in this country of only 5 million inhabitants. The popular base of the Christian Democratic Party was clamoring for some visible and significant change. Thus the 1984 electoral victory created a painful dilemma for the governing party. On the one hand, it was restricted by its key allies the United States and the Salvadoran military, who had been opposed to any form of negotiations with the FDR-FMLN. On the other hand, the Salvadoran people had given Duarte a mandate to negotiate. To the extent that voters had been free to choose given the exclusion of the FDR-FMLN and the abstention or failure to vote by a third of the eligible electorate, they had voiced a preference for a program of reforms, an end to the war, the termination of human rights abuses, an opening toward the FDR-FMLN, and the defense of the right of association. Throughout the campaign, Duarte had claimed that Dogwison had produced nothing but economic chaos and death during his 21-month tenure as president of the Constituent Assembly. The alternative Duarte had offered, the linchpin of his campaign, was a pacto social, a government that would reconcile and integrate all Salvadorans into an effective plan for peace. Now Duarte had to deliver on this promise or else be vulnerable to the same charges he had leveled at Dogwison. Compounding all these difficulties was the continued pressure of the FDR-FMLN. It engaged in a heavy sabotage campaign through June and July, repeatedly seized control of the nation's roads, and launched a spectacular attack on the Serran Grande Dam, demonstrating a military capability that surprised U.S. advisors. Despite a lull in combat as the FMLN adjusted to an escalated air war, and despite frequent pronouncements in the U.S. press about the new successes of the Salvadoran armed forces, the enormous influx of aid following Duarte's election did not appear to diminish the opposition's capacity to continue fighting and disrupting the economy. The FDR-FMLN made its position clear: there would be no peace or economic prosperity until the fundamental issues of the distribution of power and wealth were resolved. Referring to its mid-year offensive, the opposition said, "The attack is to make the government aware that there is no military solution. It is urgent that they take our dialogue proposal seriously." The Christian Democratic leadership was aware that the grace period opened up by the presidential elections would soon expire. The Constituent Assembly elections scheduled for March 1985 would determine the fate of reform and of the PDC. If the party could not gain majority control of the legislature, it could not hope to implement a land reform. Its tenuous position was obvious. As PDC leader Eduardo Molina explained, "There is no military solution to our conflict now, unless it is a military victory by the guerrillas. If we continue to attempt to resolve the conflict militarily, we will lose. Only a dialogue and eventual incorporation of democratic elements of the left into our ranks offer any exit for us now." President Duarte, pushed from all sides, saw only one way out. The guerrillas had an apparently limitless capacity to maintain the war, while the PDC position could only deteriorate if the party failed to show some results before the 1985 Assembly elections. A coup by the right or a victory by the left perpetually threatened to bring down the Christian Democrats or to provoke a U.S. military intervention, which from the viewpoint of the PDC's nationalist members would be a disaster. Yet continued backing from the United States, if it could be contained, was critical. Duarte understood that the two leading forces historically opposed to negotiations, the Salvadoran military and the Reagan administration, needed him in order to extract aid from a Central American bulletin, June-July 1984. Skeptical U.S. Congress. Especially with U.S. elections around the corner, and with the Contadora process revitalized by Nicaragua's acceptance of a regional peace agreement, the Reagan administration could not oppose Duarte. After surprisingly little consultation with the United States, Duarte gambled on his own indispensability to U.S. and Salvadoran partners. In a dramatic speech to the United Nations, he invited the FDR-FMLN to negotiate democratization, U.S. policy, and the future of negotiations. There is no viable political democracy in El Salvador today, despite the semi-competitive elections that took place in 1982 and 1984. Democracy depends on the achievement of a compromise protected by law, a fundamental agreement over a set of secure rules that determine who wins and who loses, that guarantee the game can be played again in future, and that set the broad parameters of a model for economic development. Clearly, such an agreement has not been reached and may never be reached in this deeply divided country. Yet in 1985, the prospects for democracy, peace, and reform in El Salvador are greater than at any moment since the outbreak of civil war. The current political stalemate in the United States over policy toward Central America and the military stalemate that has prevailed in El Salvador since 1983 have created a different set of probable political outcomes and changed the perceptions of most important political actors. The extent of these changes, however, remains to be seen. What is new in El Salvador's political equation is the temporary increase in the PDC's autonomy, as marked by the La Palma talks. Whether Duarte can turn his dramatic initiative into a first step toward genuine democratization is an open question. Its answer depends on political forces inside El Salvador and the U.S. government. There are certain hopeful signs. The FDR-FMLN, having openly called for negotiations since 1981, responded promptly to Duarte's invitation. Although the FDR-FMLN may have believed in the possibility of an all-out military victory just after the Sandinista defeat of Somoza in nearby Nicaragua, those heady days have passed, and for some time the FDR-FMLN has been ready to discuss a settlement. The La Palma initiative, besides moving the situation past the stupid pride stage where one side wouldn't talk to the other, has led to the creation of a joint commission of the Salvadoran government and the FDR-FMLN to direct a continued process of dialogue. Subsequent negotiations, though stalled on fundamental issues, did produce a partial Christmas truce and some plans to humanize the 422 conflict. The small size of the country and its elite has facilitated these talks. Members of the government and the FDR-FMLN leadership are often from the same background and have worked together in the past. The Salvadoran people's longing for peace is the primary force driving this negotiation process. Both the government and the FDR-FMLN have been forced to produce signs of progress after their meetings in order to please their constituencies. Nationalism also encourages dialogue. By demanding Salvadoran solutions for Salvadoran problems, it provides common ground on which the country's warring factions can negotiate. The importance of the national mood should not be underestimated. The Salvadoran people have expressed their desire for peace in numerous ways and, if negotiations fail, they can be expected to withdraw their support from whichever side is responsible. Unexpectedly, some factions of El Salvador's traditional oligarchic alliance have also given tentative backing to the Duarte initiative. Affected by international pressure and the strains of continued combat with the FDR-FMLN, the armed forces initially agreed to attend talks with the opposition, though it has insisted that all discussions be limited to the parameters established by the 1983 Constitution. Some sectors of the military have begun to understand that the violent ultra-right in its ranks is a hindrance, that some form of land reform must occur, and that its own survival depends on a U.S. Congress that favors negotiations. Certain groups in the agrarian private sector have also given Duarte's initiative lukewarm approval, a departure from their attitude in the past, when they feared the Christian Democrats as much as or more than the FDR-FMLN. Suffering economic losses and aware that they are losing their historic grip on the military, some agrarian elites have increasingly resorted to conservative political parties rather than death squads to represent their interests and to control the rural poor, a strategy utilized with notable success in the 1982 and 1984 elections. If a military solution is ruled out, the perceptions of democracy's past opponents should continue to move toward support for some form of historic compromise. Yet the present barriers to democratization are great. The majority of the military and the ultra-right have not yet committed themselves to negotiations. Conservative army officers are reported to have privately criticized Duarte for his decision to open talks with the FDR-FMLN and have demanded that the president refuse to discuss military activities, the combining of the Salvadoran army with the guerrilla army, and any form of power sharing the basic issues facing the country. Ultra-rightists such as Roberto D'Aubuisson have actively opposed negotiations and have argued for delaying the talks past the 1985 municipal and legislative elections since they believe they can win a majority. This growing rightist pressure is credited with having forced Duarte to delay further talks until after the March elections. The distance between Christian Democratic and FDR-FMLN visions of democracy represent another substantial obstacle to compromise. As we have seen, the Christian Democrats have emphasized elite pact-making generally with parties of the right, electoral mechanisms, client relationships, the importance of individual political rights over the right of workers and peasants to organize, and slow reform. The competing vision of the FDR, whose members span a political spectrum from dissident Christian Democrats to Marxists, is mass-based and stresses political organization and mobilization as tools to achieve rapid socio-economic reform. Within the FDR-FMLN itself, there are different notions of a political regime, with some guerrilla factions contending that a Leninist party is a viable model for the future of EU not shared by the majority of the current leadership. These distinct visions create substantively different interpretations both of the current situation in El Salvador and of the steps necessary to achieve a basic compromise. On the one hand, Duarte's government maintains that profound changes have actually taken place between 1979 and 1985, that human rights violations are slowly being brought under control, that the anti-democratic character of the armed forces has changed, that the power of the landowners has been broken, and that all political parties including those of the opposition can now participate freely in fair elections. Asserting that the conditions that brought about civil war no longer exist, Duarte offers a general amnesty to the FDR-FMLN if it will lay down its arms, a facilitated process of resettlement to those who wish to leave the country, and the right to participate freely in future elections based on the rules established by the 1983 Constitution. As Duarte explained after the La Palma talks, "My responsibility as President of the Republic is the Constitution and I cannot go beyond the Constitution. Therefore, if this sector which today does not believe in the Constitution wanted to change the Constitution itself provides them with the instruments to do that. These instruments are to participate in the elections, elect deputies, carry their propositions to the Assembly, and win the adoption of their propositions." 424. In Duarte's view, democracy already exists in El Salvador, and the basic rules by which it was established cannot be abridged. The FDR-FMLN offers a radically different interpretation. While agreeing with Duarte that certain changes have occurred in El Salvador, it maintains that the military and the death squads continue their systematic violations of human rights, that land reform has been blocked, and that as long as the country's repressive forces remain intact, the safety of opposition leaders and supporters could not be guaranteed during an election. Rejecting a settlement based on the 1983 Constitution, which was designed without their participation under the leadership of Roberto D'Aubuisson, FDR-FMLN leaders offer a three-stage plan, to be implemented over an extended period. In the first phase, the government would present a concrete formula to guarantee security, end human rights violations, stop weapons imports, and send U.S. advisors out of the country. In exchange, the FDR-FMLN would agree to an arms freeze and to the termination of economic sabotage. During the second phase, there would be a formal ceasefire, with territorial concessions to both rebel and government forces. The final phase would include a broad national dialogue, the formation of a new government, a new constitution, and the reorganization of the armed forces. Only at this point would national elections be held as long as the FDR-FMLN cannot be emanated an act that would require the involvement of U.S. troops. The pressure to implement a negotiated settlement lies most heavily on the Christian Democratic government. In the long run, continuing the war would favor the FDR-FMLN, a fact recognized by all contending forces. The Salvadoran rebels do not have to win the war, they simply need to remain strong enough to prevent the successful consolidation of any regime that might intend to exclude them. The heart of this is the war, as one FDR-FMLN delegate remarked at La Palma, and we are not losing the war. Indeed, attempts by the Duarte government to eliminate the opposition by military means end up weakening the Christian Democrats more than they do the rebels. Bombings by the Salvadoran Air Force and Army sweeps into contested territory are currently the overwhelming cause of civilian deaths. The PDC government is held to account for these strikes, which are unlikely to increase its popularity among those Salvadorans who are affected. Moreover, La Palma has opened a political space that now cannot easily be closed, despite the intensification of the war on other fronts. If the Christian democratic government claims that democracy and the rule of law now prevail in El Salvador, it can no longer rely on open repression, as it has in the past, and still maintain its credibility. Instead, it must address the burgeoning demands for reform and peace from labor, peasant organizations, and Christian-based communities or risk an electoral setback. CFDRFMLN Political Diplomatic Commission, La Palma, A Hope for Peace, November 1984. New York Times, December 6, 1984. Dialogue and the Prospects for Peace. 425. The burden of forging a workable compromise rests largely on the Duarte administration, but can the Christian Democratic Party play this central statecraft role? Thus far the signals are mixed. There is little question that any agreement between the government and the FDRFMLN must first establish definite safeguards on the rights of association and political expression, since there can be no successful settlement until the lives of all political leaders, and their followers, are guaranteed. At a minimum, this will require the complete dismantling of the structures of terror that have prohibited political participation in the past. But it is not likely that the Duarte government could successfully insist upon this dismantling. During its period in power from 1980 to 1982, the PDC showed a knack for acting as surrogate for the military and the United States, behavior not conducive to a centrist role. It listened to Venezuelan party cohorts who have urged accommodation with the armed forces. Furthermore, the party's backpedaling from future talks after La Palma is an important indication of the power the army and the right still hold over the Christian Democrats. The opportunity to face down these opponents, however, does exist. The PDC has demonstrated an ability to work with some sectors of the military. Most important, through a combination of statecraft and luck, the party has succeeded in casting itself as an indispensable ally to the United States, thus transforming its past surrogate role into a less asymmetrical situation of mutual need, as evidenced by Duarte's independent La Palma initiative. If Duarte and the Christian Democrats have the political courage and foresight to link their fate to negotiations, they may also prove themselves capable of using the United States as a sturdy, if reluctant, shield to protect the negotiation process. There are strong partisan reasons to adopt this strategy. If the PDC should succeed in presiding over a successful peace agreement, this historic accomplishment would cement the party's electoral standing for years to come. Popular opposition to the war is so great that a Christian Democratic Party credited with ending it would undoubtedly triumph over the parties of the right and the FDRFMLN in open political competition, a fact recognized by all sides. Despite claims to the contrary, the government still is unable to guarantee the safety of political opponents of the regime, a fact dramatically highlighted during the recent release of Salvador's longest-held political prisoners. As a gesture of national reconciliation, the Duarte government freed 10 trade unionists, all members of STACIL, the hydroelectrical workers' union, who were jailed after they took part in a nationwide general strike protesting government repression in 1980. The union leaders and their families were sent directly from prison to the airport and were quietly flown to the Netherlands. "We are not leaving our country by choice," stated Hector Racinos, the union's top leader whose wife and daughter were disappeared during his confinement in jail, "but because the death squads force us to do so. Giving us our freedom is easier for Mr. Duarte than punishing those responsible for so many deaths." Janet Schenck, La Palma, A Report on the Negotiations, NACLA, Report on the Americas, Volume 18, Number 6. 426. In the end, though, the ability to tilt forces and events toward a political solution in El Salvador lies beyond the control of the PDC. Despite Duarte's insistence upon a national solution for national problems, it is the United States that frames the structure of incentives that either encourage or discourage democratization. For this reason, the Reagan administration's escalation of the war just after the La Palma talks has seriously undermined the tentative and fragile move toward negotiations. Supporting the assumption of Salvadoran military officers that there are times when you have to make war to achieve peace, the administration provided the Salvadoran Air Force with new gunships specially designed for attacking FDR-FMLN strongholds and, for the first time, allowed U.S. military advisors to participate openly in the direction of military operations whose explicit purpose was to sabotage the talks. Reagan officials have downplayed the significance of a dialogue, requested new increases in military aid, and reiterated their claim that the Salvadoran military could defeat the FDR-FMLN by 1986, despite indications to the contrary. These steps, combined with a series of rhetorical, inadequate U.S. responses to disturbing actions by the Salvadoran ultra-right, indicate intentions on the part of the Reagan administration to seek a military victory, a posture that can only threaten current efforts toward compromise. The Reagan administration's logic is, of course, to force the FDR-FMLN to accept Duarte's terms for negotiation. But the effect is precisely the opposite. U.S.-sponsored militarization merely increases the incentives for sections of the anti-democratic right and left to seek a winning solution while decreasing the probability of democratization through political compromise. In the end, ironically, the administration is undercutting the Christian Democratic Party, leaving its only acceptable political ally to pay the political price of ongoing civil war. The La Palma Initiative has forced stark choices on U.S. policymakers, to support dialogue and a negotiated settlement or to face the eventual prospect of sending U.S. combat troops to El Salvador to attempt to eliminate the FDR-FMLN. As long as domestic and international opposition to a U.S. war in Central America translates into a congressional majority that prohibits a military solution, democracy is still on the Salvadoran agenda. Thus, if Congress takes a more positive stance in 1985 by cutting military aid and tying increases in economic support funds to progress in negotiations, human rights, and socio-economic reform, it can maintain the stalemate that keeps the possibility of a democratic outcome alive. In the past, Congress has successfully, albeit sporadically, demonstrated to the Salvadoran military and the ultra-right that it will not support forces that systematically violate human rights in order to block political and economic reform, a stance that helped create the current opportunity for democratization. Despite El Salvador's requests for increased military and economic aid, 1985 is the year for Congress to redouble its efforts to restrict U.S. assistance until progress in peace can be clearly demonstrated. The importance of an active congressional veto of a military solution cannot be underestimated. Without congressional pressure, the impetus for negotiations and therefore the opportunity for democracy will disappear. If, despite the Reagan administration's posture, Congress succeeds in curbing reactionary forces in El Salvador, an important precedent in U.S. foreign policy toward Latin America will have been set. Such precedents worry policymakers, who often do not welcome this kind of innovation. But contrary to their fears, negotiations that limit the power of anti-democratic forces will not pave the way for a takeover by an extremist faction of the FDR-FMLN. The essence of negotiation is the recognition of stalemate and the need for all sides to accept a second-best solution. Once this recognition becomes widespread, any faction that chooses not to play the democratic game will be isolated from domestic and international support. Those groups that refuse to compromise and continue to fight for the restoration of the past or for the implementation of a Leninist model will be effectively marginalized. Negotiations do imply, however, that the U.S. government might have to accept a second-best solution as well. Indeed, if negotiations are successful, the United States could be faced with a democratic compromise in El Salvador that is significantly more broad in scope, participatory in means, and indigenous in content than previous Latin American democracies. This new democracy, forged through a compromise between warring parties, could play an important role in mitigating regional tensions. While this outcome is optimistic, given the traditional forces against change in Central America and the militarist cast of Reagan policy toward the region, the alternative is a civil and regional war without resolution that is strongly opposed by the Salvadoran population. Efforts by the Reagan administration to maintain the war at a low level in order to avoid a difficult political solution will result at minimum in continuing battles with Congress and at maximum in a U.S. military invasion strongly opposed by the majority of Americans. Faced with these choices, an independent if uncertain democracy in El Salvador might not look so bad. B. La Palma, a Public Relations Stratagem by Duarte, Carrot. By Edward S. Herman. Although I found Terry Lynn Carl's After La Palma informative and scholarly, the article's emphases and interpretations suggest a promise of democratization in El Salvador that, though carefully qualified, is in my opinion overly optimistic. To a great extent, I believe Carl's excessively sanguine prognosis results from her misreading of Salvadoran President José Napoleón Duarte. While she correctly points out that Duarte has allowed himself to serve as a surrogate for the Salvadoran military and the United States, Carl places Duarte's actions in the context of a Christian democratic model of behavior in which the subordination is calculated, designed to capture eventual control through patient alliance building. But one can construct an alternative model, based on Duarte's actual performance and numerous statements, that explains his behavior on the basis of opportunism, power hunger, intense anti-communism, and considerable self-deception. In this alternative model, Duarte is an opportunistic, albeit half-knowing, agent of his principles and their policy of seeking military victory. Duarte's aggressive hostility toward the U.S. press, which he views as heavily infiltrated by communists for its concern over civilian murders, and his unswerving determination to force the subversives to surrender, seem deeply rooted in his psyche and value system. According to Duarte, the hundreds of civilians murdered by the armed forces at the Sumpul River in May 1980 were communist guerrillas. In March 1984, Duarte peddled a similar line, accusing the Human Rights Office of the Roman Catholic Church to tell illegal of permanently working under the direction of trying to help the subversive groups. This behavior fits my alternative model very well. So does Duarte's important role in the escalated air war and his service to the Reagan administration in eliciting more military and economic aid. Carl stresses that these policies have made Duarte indispensable to both the Salvadoran army and the Reagan administration. But the other side of the From World Policy Journal, 2, Summer 1985. Coin is that in the process Duarte has committed himself to the escalated military effort sought by his two strong partners. He has, for example, consistently defended the new pacification program and air war. The initiation of the La Palma talks between the government and the rebels was surely a response by Duarte to the demands of his civilian constituency, but there is no reason to believe that he ever thought that these talks would go anywhere. In his Playboy interview, cited by Carl, Duarte admits that the rebels could not safely lay down their arms now. This is why he puts first priority on achieving security. Carl fails to explore the possibility that La Palma was a public relations gesture, a stratagem designed by Duarte to placate his supporters, initiated with neither the hope nor the intent of serious consequences. In fact, Duarte did not make one realistic proposal at the La Palma talks. The ultra-right Arena Party has even sarcastically commended him for seeming to be arenas in refusing to advance beyond an agenda for rebel surrender. Carl acknowledges the central importance of U.S. policy decisions in shaping any democratization process in El Salvador. Nevertheless, she arrives at her cautiously optimistic assessment by arguing that there is a stalemate between Congress and the Reagan administration that precludes a military victory for either side in El Salvador. Thus, in her view, even the Reagan team may be amenable to some kind of settlement short of victory, given that victory itself is unattainable. But Carl underrates the Reagan administration's ideological and political commitment, and she does not give adequate weight to the fact that the administration, not Congress, has the initiative. If it cannot win, the administration will almost surely keep trying. Furthermore, given the administration's success, with Duarte's help, in obtaining an increase in annual U.S. appropriations to the Salvadoran struggle to perhaps $500 million, and given the further possibility of open or surreptitious escalation of weaponry, training, surveillance, and the mobilization of surrogate aid, it is not clear that the Salvadoran resistance cannot be worn down over a 3-year period. These lines of thought and action will surely dominate the Reagan approach, rendering exceedingly remote Karl's scenario of stalemate leading to pressures for accommodation and democratization. Karl provides an interesting analysis of the complex forces operating within El Salvador. With her view of Duarte and the impact of a Congress-Reagan stalemate, Karl sees these indigenous forces as capable of producing a peaceful settlement. But based on the alternative reading of Duarte and U.S. policies that I have outlined above, the indigenous peace constituency is doomed to frustration under Duarte Army U.SCONJ ointment rule. From this perspective, Duarte is legitimizing the search for a military solution and is an important agent in the process of military escalation. Meanwhile, his actual contribution to a peaceful settlement is negative, regardless of the theoretical Christian democratic component of his thought processes. I stand by my N. Walden. 430. Bell's earlier statement in this journal that the paradoxical effect of the election of Duarte, who has loosened congressional purse strings and expedited the flow of bullets, may well be a higher rate of civilian deaths than would have prevailed with a less generously funded Dogwison. In order of probability, I would rate possible future scenarios in El Salvador during the second Reagan term as follows: continued military stalemate, with no advance toward democratization, the imposition of peace by a successful capital-intensive war of attrition, reducing the rebels to marginal guerrilla operations, also with no advance toward democratization, a collapse of the Salvadoran army and a possible rebel victory, which would in all likelihood lead to a U.S. invasion. Genuine democratization by some kind of accommodation process during the Reagan term seems too unlikely to warrant listing. A negotiated settlement is still a viable option, reply to Edward S. Herman *. By Terry Lynn Carl. In my article, After La Palma, I attempted to establish a range of possible outcomes, including genuine political compromise, rather than a hierarchy of probabilities. This approach was based on the assumption that El Salvador's regime transition, like that of other countries, will undoubtedly be characterized by uncertain and unpredictable changes. Yet Edward Herman's proposed ordering of the likelihood of future scenarios, if risky, is also provocative. I would argue that there are presently two viable options in El Salvador: the continuation of a stalemated civil war or progress toward negotiated peace and democratic rule. These two options run on parallel, yet mutually contradictory, tracks. The marginization of the FDR-FMLN by the U.S.-backed Salvadoran army, or that army's defeat followed by a U.S. invasion, scenarios that Herman ranks above accommodation, are not, in my opinion, feasible now. The short-term marginization of the FDR-FMLN is unlikely for two reasons. First, although the Salvadoran army has been successful in forcing the FDR-FMLN to break down into smaller units and return to a classic guerrilla strategy, it has not won a single important military victory against the opposite. From World Policy Journal, 2, Summer 1985. Dialogue and the Prospects for Peace. 431. Instead, the FDR-FMLN continues to maintain its capacity to strike throughout the country, attack civil defense units, and engage in economic sabotage. Second, the FDR-FMLN appears to retain its popular base among labor and the peasantry. This permits the FDR-FMLN to shift the confrontation from a rural territorial war to a reactivated urban political movement. Given the similarity of its objectives to those of a part of the Christian Democratic Party, the FDR-FMLN can often rely upon tacit cooperation from the PDC, which, according to some observers, owes up to 30% of its March 1985 electoral majority to the left. President Duarte may choose to meet the new level of social protest with a sophisticated form of the ferocious repression of 1980–81, but in the process he would risk losing his own domestic support as well as his access to desperately needed international aid. As long as the FDR-FMLN does not isolate itself through abuses to civilians, the Duarte administration could have the most to fear from marginalization of the opposition over time. The imminent collapse of the Salvadoran armed forces also is unlikely. In the past year, the Reagan administration has increased its military commitment to El Salvador through support for aerial bombardments of the countryside, daily reconnaissance flights, the introduction of an expanded helicopter fleet and AC-47 gunships, and the direct involvement of U.S. personnel in combat-related activity. The Salvadoran army has grown from 12,000 to 50,000 personnel and is better equipped and trained than in the past. The FDR-FMLN, aware that direct U.S. intervention could ignite an uncontrollable regional conflagration, has modified its 1980 call for a total military victory. In 1983–84, it pulled back from a highly successful military offensive in order to prevent a sudden defeat of the Salvadoran army and the subsequent entry of U.S. troops. A rare interview with FMLN commander Joaquin Villalobos, a hardliner who had reputedly opposed dialogue with the government, reflects the FMLN's understanding of these realities. Villalobos avoided the language of total victory and instead chose to describe his army as a veto force. He also proposed a ceasefire in exchange for an end to U.S. military aid and gave his full endorsement to political negotiations. I agree with Herman that the most probable scenario in El Salvador today is a continuation of a stalemated war of attrition. This situation is primarily the result of last year's enormous increase in U.S. aid, which has rekindled the flagging confidence of the military and the private sector. Even though these groups lost much of their electoral clout with the defeat of the rightist coalition in the 1985 assembly elections, the military's access to high levels of U.S. aid has allowed the army to increase its direct pressure on the Duarte government. The High Command has set extremely narrow parameters within which the president can negotiate after the La Palma meetings. Not only has it ruled out a formal ceasefire, it also currently opposes the formal or informal. 432. Implementation of agreements with the FDR-FMLN. President Duarte either acquiesces to or is helpless in the face of these pressures. "This is not our army," a Christian Democratic cabinet member admitted to me in a recent interview. This resurgence of the Salvadoran armed forces has fostered another round of militarism. Although, as Herman points out, U.S.-imposed elections previously provided a political cover for military buildups, the fact that there are no elections scheduled in the immediate period ahead now accentuates the quest for a military solution. Despite their anti-democratic nature, demonstration elections had the unintended consequence of temporarily widening the space of permissible political activity in El Salvador. The knowledge of impending elections also forced the leadership of the Christian Democratic Party to take initiatives, like the La Palma talks, that reflect the positions of the majority of the party base. This political electoral cycle has been replaced by a predominant military logic. We have 2 years of U.S. aid and 3 years until we have to deal with another election in our country or yours. We have time to hit the guerrillas, a representative of ANEP, the leading business association, explained to me recently. The FDR-FMLN response is predictable. We are prepared to fight to the ultimate consequence. Yet a negotiated establishment of some type of political democracy remains a viable future option. Compromise for a second-best solution is both a rational and humane choice in the face of a war without winners, a war that has already killed or displaced from their homes a full 33% of the Salvadoran population. If key Salvadoran elites do not make this choice, perhaps because they benefit in some way from the current stalemate or from the soap bubble economy that has resulted from the influx of $1.7 billion, several other factors in addition to those mentioned in my article could promote a negotiated settlement. First, the process of dialogue has its own dynamic motion and independent life regardless of the initial intentions of the negotiators. Despite the maximalist stance of the government in La Palma and the FDR-FMLN in Ayaguaylo, peace talks already have begun to produce an emerging consensus on some significant issues. Both sides now seek permanent and private means of communication until their next public meeting. Both claim to be interested in partial accords, which would bring a halt to the opposition's economic sabotage in exchange for the army's respect for human rights and democratic political activity in certain zones. The PDC and the FDR-FMLN can also probably agree to mutually protect cooperatives in the reformed sectors of agriculture. Most important, the election of the new Christian Democratic majority in the National Assembly has created an opportunity to change the 1983 arena-imposed constitution, the chief stumbling block in talks thus far. Peace is more important than the constitution, Archbishop Rivera y Damas. Dialogue and the Prospects for Peace 433. The national symbol for a political solution, has stated. Although the Army does not appear to share this view and has already undercut previously established accords, it cannot take an open stance against dialogue without jeopardizing President Duarte's international position. Second, the Salvadoran Army's growing dependence on the U.S. military support has an Achilles heel. It will be extremely difficult for the United States to guarantee the enormous aid required to maintain the current stalemate over a period of, say, 5 years in light of approaching congressional battles over the U.S. budget and the consistent unpopularity of the administration's policy in Central America. When the present infatuation with President Duarte wears thin, as infatuations tend to do, Congress could put a serious hitch in the Reagan administration's unquestionable commitment to draw the line in El Salvador, just as the House of Representatives has done with policy toward Nicaragua. While I, like Herman, doubt that the Reagan team is amenable to a settlement short of victory, it is important to point out that the administration does not always get its way, regardless of its intentions. Third, President Duarte is aware that he cannot stake his future solely on the United States. The Reagan administration, opposed to the state interventionist bias of Salvadoran Christian democracy, has sought to undercut the party in a number of ways since 1981, the U.S. Embassy's opposition to a Christian democratic victory in the 1985 Assembly elections and the current efforts by the Agency for International Development to divide the Union Popular Democratica, Duarte's main labor and peasant federation, are merely two recent examples. This perpetual tension with the Reagan administration, when combined with the unreliability of aid, the strength of the FDR-FMLN, and the domestic popularity of dialogue, may encourage Duarte, a Christian Democrat par excellence, to seek a national accommodation. One final point, Herman's discounting of a negotiated settlement for democratization as too unlikely to warrant listing underscores our main difference over El Salvador's future options. His claim is based on President Duarte's opportunism, power hunger, intense anti-communism. While this description may well be accurate, these characteristics are, nonetheless, compatible with Christian democratic ideology and do not constitute an alternative model. Moreover, they fit a number of politicians who have played a key role in packed regime transitions. Such compromised democracies are not necessarily made by nice guys. 434. 57 Blood has not been shed in vain. Resolving the crisis of dual power carried by the FMLN General Command. In the year after the meetings at La Palma and Ayaguelo, a political military deadlock prevailed in El Salvador, a condition the rebels like to describe as dual power. In the course of that year, the Duarte government intensified counterinsurgency operations, relying particularly on wider use of air power, while the rebels tooled up for a war of attrition, emphasizing hit-and-run combat operations in the countryside along with sabotage at all levels of the economy. No substantial initiatives for resuming peaceful negotiations came from the Duarte government during this period. Evidently it was convinced that only further military pressure would force the rebels to accede to the proposals Duarte presented at La Palma. Late in 1985, however, the FMLN issued a new call for reopening the dialogue process, based on its claim for a legitimate share of power, given the military political realities. In the document below, the FMLN repeats prior positions but also includes what some observers viewed as two novelties. The rebels acknowledge receiving outside military support, though in no way comparable to what the Duarte regime gets from the United States, and offer to end it in return for a similar concession by the government, The rebels propose calling off their sabotage campaign in exchange for the government's armed forces relinquishing their strategic weapons, that is, the air war. Regarding them as novelties or not, Duarte and Washington behind him refuse to take the proposal seriously. The war goes on. Our country has already endured 5 years of war which might continue as a result of the growing level of political, military, and economic intervention by the U.S. government, which has also been the greatest obstacle for the development of dialogue and which permanently plots to close the possibilities for national understanding. From the first month of the war, the FMLN and the Revolutionary Democratic Front presented several initiatives for a dialogue, one right after the other. At the Ayaguelo meeting 1 year ago, we submitted a proposal for an overall political solution. Our initiatives have been systematically blocked. The U.S. administration, the Salvadoran government and army, as well as the local oligarchy, have based their hopes on defeating us militarily, with the support of U.S. power. However, the facts of war say something else. In spite of the growing and strong U.S. intervention, we have been extending ourselves throughout the national territory and developing our forces in quantity and quality. In 1981, we fought in only 5 departments of the country. In 1985, we are fighting in 12 of the 14 departments. However, Reagan continues relying on the military solution while Duarte and the High Command, blinded by their ambitions for political and economic power, meekly obey the orders from the imperialists and sell national sovereignty. While it talks about sovereignty, the oligarchy profits from the war, continues taking capital out of the country, and also thinks we will be defeated in the military field which will ensure that they maintain their privileges. The 5 years of war have shown the capabilities of the FMLN to defeat, one by one, the various phases of U.S. intervention. The escalation of intervention is currently one of the greatest ones within the counterinsurgency experiences of U.S. imperialism. However, the euphoria of the alleged military successes of the army over the FMLN dissipates and brings out in the open that we are also defeating the current phase of escalation. Where is, then, the so much announced military victory of the army over our forces? The most optimistic estimates speak of several years. But such expectations have become very inexact. Reagan and his spokesman have admitted it when they have said on various occasions that, without their military support, the Salvadoran regime would have already been defeated, and they do not rule out that it might be necessary to send their troops to El Salvador. The situation our country is enduring can have only but 2 immediate possibilities: first, prolonging the war with a high probability of intervention by foreign troops, including U.S. troops; second, a political solution to the conflict that will attack the economic, political, and social causes that led to the conflict and that will lead to peace with independence, justice, and liberty. Only Reagan, who does not care about the destruction of the country if with that he manages to submit the country to his geopolitical dictates, and the irresponsible ones who place their personal interests above those of the nation, can choose prolonging the war. Prolonging the war entails a cost that will burden the workers and means a growing and greater capitulation of our national sovereignty to the U.S. government, a continuation of the loss of human lives of people displaced by war, prisons, torture, unemployment, hunger, and poverty for our people, greater destruction of the already scarce material resources of the country, the bankruptcy of small, medium, and large enterprises, and the possibility that U.S. troops will stain our soil. 436. The FDR and the FMLN, convinced that we must strive to prevent a greater level of imperialist aggression and rescue our national independence before it costs more human lives and destruction of the country, will continue promoting a political solution through dialogue and negotiations. The basis of our constant search for a political solution cannot be found in concluding that all possibilities for a military victory will be closed if an option is imposed on us. Let it not be believed that our will can be broken by the blackmail of intervention of foreign troops. We do not want this, but we are prepared to defeat it, should it take place. Our conviction is objective and our will is firm. Let it not be believed either that our fronts and the Salvadoran people can be easily deceived and manipulated in their desires for peace in order to turn the dialogue into an instrument for the benefit of the military strategy of counterinsurgency, as Duarte wants to do. Blood has not been shed in vain. The people's aspirations should be satisfied and the objectives for which it has been fighting for decades should be achieved. Things cannot remain how and where they were prior to the war, or where they now are. Within this framework, the goal of the FMLN and the FDR is that, through dialogue, we will reach an overall solution to the conflict that will recover and strengthen national independence, ensure the people's rights to self-determination, social justice, a respect for human rights, and the reorganization of power that will truly guarantee the majority interests of the working people. In order to clearly state our position to the national and international political and social forces, we hereby present the FMLN-FDR principles, elements of analysis, political positions, and fundamental objectives in the dialogue process. Nevertheless, it must be clarified that none of these proposals, if considered in a separate way, can be taken as a specific negotiation proposal. We understand that the criteria on the gradualism and links between some topics within a framework of reciprocal guarantees for the parties involved must be maintained in every negotiation process that seriously intends to reach a political solution. In this sense, we maintain in force, although open to discussion, the political logic of the proposal we presented on November 30, 1984 in Ayaguaylo. Fundamental contents of our position. 1. The causes that originated and justify our revolutionary popular war are not only still in force, but have also become more evident and deeper. The dialogue process cannot ignore this reality and not discuss it. 2. An objective and undeniable situation of duality of powers exists and is expressed in political, demographic, military, and territorial terms. 3. We are a political military force that is advancing and growing. We are sure we will achieve victory. We seek dialogue and the negotiated solution. Because we want to close the path to greater levels of intervention in our fatherland, rescue national independence, and avoid a greater social cost to our people. 4. Democracy cannot be achieved without independence. The U.S. intervention in our country must end in order to achieve peace. Therefore, the process of dialogue and negotiation must resolve this essential process. 5. The government is an interlocutor in the dialogue because it is the belligerent counterpart and not because it is legitimate. The past electoral processes are an integral part of the counterinsurgency plan and they lack any validity. As long as there is no independence and the elections have been controlled by the same genocidal and repressive armed forces that are now totally subordinate to the U.S. government, we do not accept the government's legitimacy. 6. In the present conditions, none of the parties can seek, through the dialogue, the unilateral surrender or disarmament of the other and much less propose it as a precondition as the government unrealistically proposes in its peace proposal. 7. We do not recognize the country's constitution because the process used to draft it and that served as its foundation is vitiated. It seeks to generalize the existing unjust economic, social, and political order and to cover up the U.S. counterinsurgency plan we are defeating. A new constitution will stem from the liberation and self-determination that the Salvadorans will achieve. This constitution will institutionalize a just and free society. 8. A negotiated peace through dialogue must include the formation of a provisional government with broad participation including the FDR-FMLN, while maintaining the FMLN's armed power, as well as the sectors that make up the present government and the maintenance of its armed forces. This provisional government would solve pending problems including the existence of two armies and would create the conditions that allow the Salvadoran people to democratically and freely decide the country's future path through truly free elections. We are not demanding the disarmament of the armed forces or the resignation of the present government. Instead, we are demanding that they join the process and the mechanisms that the peace accord will create. The counterpart cannot either demand the disarmament of the FMLN or try to exclude the FDR and the FMLN from participating in the provisional government. The fact that the FMLN maintains its weapons is the main guarantee that the people's interests will be respected and the working people's wishes will come true. 9. The idea of the humanization assumes that the war will continue. The true humanization of the conflict can only be reached through a just overall political solution. The idea that the weapons will be gradually silenced only through successive humanization agreements is false. 10. We will strive at all times to carry out a dialogue for an overall 438. Triated solution. Consequently, we reject that the Duarte government continues to use the dialogue as a maneuver in favor of Reagan's policy against the Salvadoran people and its aggression and blackmail against Nicaragua. 1. The sabotage of the war economy is a strategic weapon of the people and the FMLN. It is negotiable in exchange for the government and its armed forces relinquishing equally strategic weapons. 12. The Duarte government dumps on the working people a large share of the costs of its war in addition to receiving a great deal of U.S. government aid. Although the Revolutionary War is basically financed by the people, the FMLN claims the right to impose war taxes on the big landowners and capitalists who are cooperating with the repression and are guilty of social injustice. We will discuss this issue. We are prepared to negotiate it if the government and its armed forces are prepared to give up Reagan's financing. 13. Although in many cases they are non-existent and in no cases could a comparison be made between the alleged logistical supplies to the FMLN from abroad with the regime's supplies, we are willing to accept controls to emanate them if the Army also stops receiving supplies of weapons and materiel from the United States. 14. We maintain our proposal for an overall solution that we took to Ayaguelo as a basis for an overall political solution. 15. Dialogue should be serious, public, and open to the participation of all sectors of the nation. 16. The dialogue as an effort for a political solution requires a mediation which, to contribute to that effort, must maintain a conduct of respect for the equal rights of both sides. It also requires a small group of witnesses acceptable to both sides.